Before the zombies could react, Zhang Yi stepped into the spatial gate and walked towards Bian Junwu. Chun Lei tightly gripped the car window and shouted loudly, "Leader!" Hua Hua also widened its eyes, showing a look of deep concern. It couldn't understand what its master was planning to do. Zhang Yi knew that if the group found out, they wouldn't allow him to be so reckless, so he quickly took action. Uncle Wang had been fighting alongside Zhang Yi from the very beginning of the apocalypse, so he trusted Zhang Yi's decisions. Uncle Wang told everyone, "It's all right. Zhang Yi's ability may not be able to deal with the group of zombies, but he can safely escape. We should follow his lead and wait for him to return." As Uncle Wang spoke, he picked up a grenade launcher and fired a shot behind him. The shot sent dozens of zombies flying, limbs severed and scattered everywhere. Though everyone was worried about Zhang Yi, they felt a bit reassured hearing Uncle Wang. At this moment, their only option was to trust Zhang Yi. They had lived together for nearly half a year, under one roof, so they understood what kind of person Zhang Yi was. He was very steady, making others feel safe. If he wasn't sure about something, he definitely wouldn't put himself and others in danger. Thinking this way, they tried to attract as many zombies as possible to relieve the pressure on the other side. Zhang Yixian floated in midair, continuously using his powers to attack the zombies. Each wave of energy he unleashed could destroy dozens of them. But even with this extraordinary strength, he could not change the dire situation before him. Like grains of sand in the desert, facing the enormous army of zombies, more and more armored zombies were targeting him. After a while, Zhang Yixian began to feel fatigued. At this moment, the boat had reached land, but the pressure that the investigation team faced had not eased at all. The ground was covered in zombies, and from the lake, more zombies were climbing up. Of course, Bian Junwu's wide area skills could not be used at this time. If he wanted to keep his life with the toll it was taking on his body, he might only have a few more uses left before he would meet death. There was no need to mention the others. Despite their strong combat abilities, they were also powerless against such a massive horde of zombies. They stood back to back, forming a circle, continuing to move forward. But everyone knew that once they ran out of superpower energy, they would all die here in a terrible manner. A heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone's minds. This feeling of despair was even more intense than before when they fought at Worship the Snow Sect. Zhang Yixian had tried to persuade Bian Junwu to leave with him. In his mind, even if the city of Tianhai were to be destroyed, as long as they retained the investigation team leader, there would still be hope for negotiations with the Jiangnan area. He said to Bian Junwu, "Captain Bian, come with me to leave here. We still have hope." Bian Junwu had been coughing nonstop and responded, "Zhang Yixian, you should leave." He was about to die and didn't want to abandon his teammates. After all, before dying, he had to leave a good reputation, so his family could enjoy better living conditions because of his sacrifice. On the other hand, he knew that none of the investigation team wanted to abandon their teammates to survive alone. They wanted to live together or die together. Seeing Bian Junwu so determined, Zhang Yixian could do nothing else but curse inwardly. "You idiot, really clueless. If that's the case, don't blame me." Zhang Yixian turned and flew into the distance. He thought silently, they would definitely die. If the nuclear weapon is launched, all the efforts put into nurturing these zombies will amount to nothing. The effort of me and Kong Yi will go up in smoke. It would be better to return now and activate Bloodvine, causing the zombies to end their own lives. These people were doomed to die. Bian Junwu, if you really don't understand this, it will be your own loss. In his heart, Zhang Yixian had made a clear decision. Whether the investigation team was wiped out or not no longer mattered, as long as the zombies disappeared. At least for a short time. The city of Tianhai would not be destroyed like this. They still had a chance to develop gradually. With just a few more months, they could nurture another massive zombie army. The city of Tianhai may be lacking many things, but it wasn't lacking dead people. After Zhang Yixian left, Zhang Yi quickly moved closer to Bian Junwu and his group. With the speed of space-time travel, even appearing in the midst of the zombies, Zhang Yi was not worried about being attacked by them. The location of Bian Junwu and his group was also very easy to find, as there was a spot in the vast sea of zombies where the concentration of zombies was the highest. These zombies pushed against each other, creating a pile that reached 6 meters high, trampling over the heads of their fellow zombies to move forward. Zhang Yi appeared in front of Bian Junwu's group startling them. Zhang Yi, why are you here? Everyone was both happy and frightened to see Zhang Yi suddenly appear. They were scared because of Zhang Yi's powerful superpower, but happy because his presence could bring them hope for survival. When Bian Junwu saw Zhang Yi, he immediately asked, "You came here to save us, right?" Although everyone was trying to fight off the zombies, they all kept their eyes on Zhang Yi, hoping to receive a positive answer from him. Even though they knew deep down that the hope was slim in a desperate situation, they were still willing to grasp any opportunity, even if it was just a straw. Zhang Yi panted and said seriously, "The situation is worse than I thought. My superpower is limited to teleportation, and I can only take one person out of here." Listening to Zhang Yi, everyone's mood suddenly darkened. We can only take one person, so who will it be? If the zombie problem is not resolved, the departure of anyone would be meaningless. At that moment, Xiao Hong Lion looked weary, her eyes filled with contemplation and devoid of hope. She sighed helplessly. "It seems that this time I will truly die here." However, despite saying so, she felt no regret. The apocalypse had turned the entire city of Tianhai into a wasteland, with most people having disappeared. Her family, friends, and teammates had fallen one by one beside her. The fact that she was still alive now was already a miracle. Bian Junwu also became melancholic. However, he still maintained his composure and asked, "Then what is your purpose in coming here? If you're not sure you can save us, your visit is pointless." Zhang Yi spoke urgently. "I've come this time to propose a possibility to you. I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work, but we can try it once." Wu Dai eagerly said, "Hurry up and tell us." Everyone looked at Zhang Yi eagerly, waiting to hear what he would say. Not keeping everyone waiting for long, Zhang Yi continued. "Do you all remember the ice beat of Yuan Kongyi?" Everyone naturally remembered that item. Bian Junwu had realized Zhang Yi's intention. Zhang Yi said to them, "You need to know that the ice beat has two special abilities. First, it helps those who have not awakened to discover their superpower. Second, it assists those who have awakened in developing their potential and enhancing their strength." He took a deep breath and looked at Bian Junwu. "Actually, I have used the ice beat to enhance my superpower before. Thanks to that, I was able to become one of the individuals with high-level superpowers in Tianhai City." Xiao Hong Lion then admitted, "Actually, I have also used the ice beat. If I'm not mistaken, Wei Dinghai and Xing Tan have used it as well." Zhang Yi felt unexpectedly surprised. This was the first time he had heard this information. Did this mean that if they died, others would inherit their powerful superpowers? However, after careful consideration, this also made sense. In times of apocalypse, strength is valued above all else. Leaders of various forces would certainly not miss the opportunity to enhance their strength to maintain their dominant position. Moreover, the ice beat does not cause side effects if the user does not die. Zhang Yi had considered trying the ice beat, but he also knew that this toy was unreliable. Once used, one would become prey for Yuan Kongyi. He had wanted to use the lie that he had used the ice beat to deceive them, but unexpectedly, they had already tried it. Bian Junwu asked, "Do you mean we should use ice beat to enhance our strength and then break out of the encirclement?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Right now, that's the only path we could choose. You are also among the top mutant persons. If we use ice beat, we might break through our limits and become stronger. Only then do we have a chance to escape the encirclement." Bad Li Chong King and the others frowned, beginning to think. In the current emergency situation, any method that could help them escape was worth considering. No one wanted to die. Wu Dai hurriedly urged Bian Junwu, "Leader, let's give it a try." Zhang Yi even generously offered an ice beat. "This ice beat can be used by you." He had a total of 3 ice beats, and for this unstable material, he didn't need to keep too many. Bian Junwu looked at Zhang Yi. Even while wearing dark glasses, Zhang Yi could feel his cold gaze. He had an instinct that Bian Junwu could see through him. Could his trivial thoughts be recognized by Bian Junwu, an experienced person? After a moment of contemplation, Bian Junwu accepted the ice beat that Zhang Yi offered. Zhang Yi kept 1 ice beat for the research laboratory at the Jiangnan headquarters. Seeing Bian Junwu receiving the ice beat, Zhang Yi felt secretly pleased. It was indeed perfect. Bian Junwu looked at the ice beat and said, "We can only try once now." Wu Dai hurriedly said, "Let me join." The other members also spoke up. We will do it together. They had gone through many storms and knew that the ice beat could cause side effects. But in the face of the looming danger, they wanted to live or die together. Suddenly, Bien Junwoo said loudly, "No, only one person needs to use it." He looked closely at Zhang Yi and thought to himself, "If I use this, Zhang Yi will owe me a favor." He glanced at the white spherical stone in his hand. It was soft, cold as ice, and seemed to have a life of its own, gently moving. Bien Junwoo did not hesitate, pressing the ice beat to his forehead. Zhang Yi revealed a deep smile. His goal had been achieved. Bai Li-chun King looked at Bien Junwoo, speechless. Wu Dai, with a pained expression, said, "Leader, let me do it. Let me do it." They understood why Bien Junwoo acted this way. A month ago, they knew that if Bien Junwoo withdrew to rest, he would only have a maximum of 2 years left to live. But for his family, for a better future for his wife and children, Bien Junwoo decided to stay at the front lines. This old captain always took the lead in dangerous moments, protecting everyone under any circumstances. The ice beat quickly merged into Bien Junwoo's forehead. Zhang Yixian observed from a distance, suddenly surprised. Then, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. He couldn't believe that Bien Junwoo was using ice beat, this powerful superpower, something unprecedented in Tianhai City. With an unpredictable offensive strength, Zhang Yixian also knew that Bien Junwoo's life was running out. As long as he died, his abilities would transfer to Yuan Kongyi. At that point, Yuan Kongyi would become a legend-level mutant person, truly one of the most powerful ranks known to humanity. The dream they pursued was no longer far from reach. Bien Junwoo absorbed the ice beat without the difficulty Yang Mei faced. In just a moment, he radiated an incredibly terrifying aura, causing even Zhang Yi to tremble. Others felt a chill run down their spines. It was an instinctive reaction when facing a powerful being. Bien Junwoo straightened up. He slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing his gray-white eyes. But now, those gray-white eyes emitted 2 dazzling beams of light incredibly divine, as if they could see through everything. Bien Junwoo restored the light and smiled happily. It had been a long time since he used his eyes to see this world. Then he felt that he was in his best state, as if an endless source of power was within him. At this moment, he was no longer a Delta-level mutant person, but had officially entered the legend level. However, as the superpower strength increased, his body seemed to develop a hole that was widening rapidly. Ice Beak had triggered his potential, but it couldn't compensate for the lack of superpower within his body. In fact, it even made the situation worse. Bien Junwoo's mouth bled as he coughed. Wu Dai and everyone else called out worriedly, "Leader!" Bien Junwoo waved his hand and said to everyone, "Close your eyes." Everyone obeyed and closed their eyes. They ceased their attacks, and the zombies, no longer hindered, roared and charged forward like giant monsters wanting to devour them. Despite being warned by Bien Junwoo, Zhang Yi secretly opened the spatial door and then opened his eyes. He wanted to see what Bien Junwoo's true power was like when fully awakened. With the defensive strength of his spatial door, he believed he was capable enough to observe. Although this power was formidable, if it didn't aim directly at him, it wasn't enough to cause him harm. Immediately, amidst the zombies, a beam of light even brighter than the sun erupted, dazzling and vast beyond anything else. No one could see clearly what was happening. They couldn't even hear any sounds, only feeling the gentle and slow footsteps. Zhang Yi secretly watched Bien Junwoo's back. He had his hands in his pockets and walked slowly forward. A white light enveloped the entire world. In the distance ahead lay dense darkness, where a terrifying horde of zombies surged endlessly. Yet Bien Junwoo turned a blind eye to them, as if they did not exist. That thick darkness suddenly vanished like smoke in an instant. Zhang Yi could not help but swallow, a habit of his. He raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding light. Bien Junwoo was fully exerting his last capability. Zhang Yi looked after his figure with respect in his eyes. "Leader, thank you for your sacrifice. Your sacrifice will not be in vain." Time passed without a clear sense of how long, and without Bien Junwoo's command. The others did not dare to open their eyes wide because the destructive power of this eye magic was too strong. Even the members of the investigation team did not dare to look directly, let alone that Bien Junwoo was now using Ice Beat. which could unleash a power greater than before. He had no doubt now. This was the true legend. Zhang Yi thought to himself. He continued to fight relentlessly, because he wanted to solve the greatest threat for his teammates. The level of superpower he was releasing would definitely cause his lingering injuries to flare up. Only Zhang Yi, thanks to the prerequisite condition of the defensive space door, dared to open his eyes at that moment. In the sky and on the ground, the white light covering everything gradually faded away. The figures of zombies were no longer visible around. The three major forces were stunned and frightened by the sight before them, not daring to approach. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. In Zheng Yuxian's eyes, there was a crazed look, and the corners of his mouth could hardly be restrained. No, I cannot smile. We are only one final step away from victory. Zhang Yi, that fool has helped us a great deal. Ha ha ha. Now, all the leaders of the major bases in Tianhai City, including Bian Junwu, are using ice beat. As long as we eliminate them, we will be closer to realizing our dream. On the battlefield, the white light gradually vanished. Bian Junwu turned around towards the crowd. Zhang Yi quickly closed his eyes, pretending not to see anything. But after a moment, he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. That hand was heavy and solid like a towering mountain. Zhang Yi felt a bit tense, and he only heard a cold voice ringing in his ear. Stop pretending. Didn't you look very closely? Zhang Yi smiled wryly, slowly opening his eyes. Have you figured it out? But when he saw the expression on Bian Junwu's face, his smile stiffened slightly, because Bian Junwu's face had become much colder, even bearing a deeply meaningful smile. With sincere eyes, Zhang Yi said, Captain Bian, thank you for saving us. Bian Junwu's right hand remained on Zhang Yi's shoulder, making him feel real pressure. Although he knew that Bian Junwu would not live much longer, after breaking through to the legendary level with Ice Beat, Bian Junwu could easily kill him at such close range. Bian Junwu responded, You are quite calculating. Even I am not an exception. Zhang Yi remained calm, speaking in a low voice. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it that way. That was a backup plan. Now there is no other way. I can only proceed like this. Zhang Yi was not lying. He had prepared 3 plans. The first plan. Exploit the worship the snow sect's wariness of the Jiangnan area, forcing them to loosen their grip on the zombie army. However, he had overestimated the worship the snow sect's ability to control the zombie horde. When the zombies erupted, the worship the snow sect could not control them, just like in the previous battle when armored zombies with wings attacked Yuan Kong Yu's group. The second plan. Bian Junwu and his team use Ice Beat to enhance their strength, intending to break the zombie horde. The third plan was for Zhang Yi and his group to abandon Tianhai City, fleeing before the nuclear weapon was launched. He did not wish for it to be this way. After all, he and Bian Junwu had no enmity against each other. Bian Junwu shook his head. Forget it. After all, I won't live much longer. In other words, I should thank you. Without your suggestion, I wouldn't have been able to have one last beautiful moment of brilliance in my life. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Is this the power of the legend level? Indeed very powerful, only regrettable that there won't be another time. Suddenly, his tall figure trembled. The hand resting on Zhang Yu's shoulder gently slipped away. Zhang Yu hurriedly supported his body and said, You can rest assured, after you die, I will take care of all the remaining issues in Tianhai City. Bian Junwu looked at Zhang Yi suspiciously. So you have been hiding many secrets. What is this really? Bian Junwu couldn't wait for Zhang Yi's answer. In the final moments of his life, he completed a beautiful transformation, reaching the highest sublimation. But this also exhausted all of his life force. He fell into Zhang Yu's embrace, no longer making any sound. Not long after, the others realized the battle was over. They opened their eyes on the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of zombies had nearly vanished, leaving no trace. Especially the armored zombies. Not a single one remained. Only a few common zombies had survived, but they posed no threat to their group. Xiao Hong Lion couldn't believe it, her eyes wide open, her voice trembling. Is it really over? Has it truly ended? She had just prepared herself for death after being attacked by countless zombies. Now everything was completely different. She felt as if she were dreaming a sweet dream. However, the investigation team could not rejoice. They understood what it meant for Bian Junwu to exhibit such power at this level. Wu Dai saw Zhang Yi holding Bian Junwu. He threw his head back and howled in despair. Leader! Suddenly, he rushed towards Zhang Yi and snatched Bian Junwu from his arms. His eyes were filled with fear, panic like a child. Leader! Leader! Wake up! Wake up! Don't sleep. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to wake up. He tried to speak into Bian Junwu's ear, but only received silence in return. Wu Dai, usually so headstrong and mischievous, was now crying like a child. Zhang Yi quietly stepped back, knowing that this was the moment for everyone to say goodbye. Meng Xiyu, Bai Li Chong King, and the others hurried over, surrounding the body of Bian Junwu. Everyone's face showed a sorrowful expression, but except for Wu Dai, no one cried. They simply placed their right hands over their hearts and silently paid tribute to Bian Junwu. In the apocalypse, even warriors like them had gone through too many separations and deaths. This kind of scene was not the first time they had witnessed it. Perhaps in the future, that would be the fate of each of them. There was no need for many tears or words, only the respect that would forever reside in their hearts. Wu Di tightly embraced the body of Bian Junwu, although he had turned his back towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi could still see his shoulders shaking continuously. It seemed that the relationship between him and Bian Junwu was not simple at all. One by one, Wei Dinghai, Xing Tian and Zhang Yixian, who were far away, also moved closer. They did not expect that things would end up this way. Seeing hundreds of thousands of zombies being eliminated, each of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yixian felt satisfied. Although they had lost hundreds of thousands of zombies, this type of creature could soon be reproduced given enough time and nutrients. But obtaining the abilities of Bian Junwu, that benefit was incomparable. This was a significant gain. Zhang Yixian smiled quietly to himself. He observed the group of people next to him, silently counting the number of those who had used Ice Beat, like a farmer tending to his crops waiting for the harvest. Wei Dinghai and his team passed by, expressing deep respect for Bian Junwu from the bottom of their hearts. Without Bian Junwu's sacrifice, the entire city of Tianhai would have collapsed. Wu Dai embraced Bian Junwu's body as he sat on the ground, silently saying nothing. Meanwhile, the vice captain Badla Chong King, with a serious expression, said, "Now that the captain is gone, according to the regulations of the headquarters, I will temporarily assume the position of captain." He took the communication device from Bian Junwu and seriously contacted his superiors at the Jiangnan headquarters. Everyone watched him closely. In Jiangnan, Zhu Zhang had been watching Bian Junwu's group through the surveillance screen. Bai Li Chong King called to report the current situation to Zhu Zhang. The zombie horde has been eliminated. The Jiangnan headquarters, as previously stated, needs to cancel the plan to launch nuclear weapons. Hearing this, Zhu Zhang replied heavily, "He has finally left, hasn't he?" Bai Li Chong King heard Zhu Zhang sigh softly. Zhu Zhang continued, "It's good. To die as a soldier on the battlefield is the best outcome for him. I believe he wouldn't want to prolong his last days in a hospital bed." Bai Li Chong King asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what will we do next?" Zhu Zhang looked at the large screen in front of him. The images of Bian Junwu, Wu Dai, and his team appeared on the screen. He then ordered to bring back the body of Bian Junwu. The investigation team had lost their strongest fighter and commander, no longer a complete team. Zhu Zhang did not want to lose any more elite warriors under his command. Moreover, now that the zombies in Tianhai City had been cleared out in 2 waves, there would not be any significant upheaval in the short term. "Yes, sir, Commander-in-Chief." Bai Li Chong King ended the conversation with Zhu Zhang, turned around and said to Zhang Yi and the others, "Blizzard Base has canceled the plan to launch nuclear weapons." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully defended Tianhai City, as well as their vital bases and team members. Zhang Yixian stepped forward, hands clasped in front of his chest, praying for Bian Junwu and those who had died this time. May their souls live forever in heaven. Regarding the death of Bian Junwu, everyone did not feel too hurt, but rather grateful. His actions had helped Tianhai City escape from danger. In fact, at this moment, everyone also felt a sense of joy. Zhang Yi cast a glance at Zhang Yixian, taking advantage of his unguarded moment. Zhang Yi unexpectedly pulled out a dragon sword from the superpower space. Everyone turned in surprise toward Zhang Yi. Meng Xiyu stared intently at Zhang Yi, frowning as he asked, "Zhang Yi, what do you intend to do?" Zhang Yi turned around, his gaze fixed on Xing Tian, causing Xing Tian to step back in fright. Zhang Yi, what do you intend to do? Xing Tian exclaimed in panic. What do I intend to do? To take your life? Zhang Yi sneered, accelerating to 8 times his normal speed and forcefully thrusting forward. The sword, made from a rare metal that was indestructible, combined with Zhang Yi's superpower, could easily slice through steel. It pierced through the body effortlessly. The blade emitted a strange light, and a stream of blood flowed from the tip of the sword back toward the hilt, staining the person's coat red. The smile on Zhang Yixian's face vanished. He lowered his head, looking through the hole in his chest, where the tip of the sword had penetrated. His eyes filled with confusion. He could not comprehend where this sword had come from. But in an instant, he understood everything. Because he clearly saw Zhang Yi standing at a distance, holding a sword that, although thrust towards Xing Tian, had bizarrely vanished in midair. Zhang Yi immediately drew his long sword. The blood still lingering caused the wound of the injured person to worsen, and blood continued to flow. Zhang Yixian immediately fell to the ground, fresh blood soaking his chest. Zhao Honglian frowned and shouted, Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Everyone else looked at Zhang Yi, their eyes full of vigilance. Although their past relationship with the worshippers of the Snow Sect was not harmonious, they were cooperating now and had just fought together. It shouldn't have been a moment of joy, but Zhang Yi's silent assassination truly made people scornful. Bag Lei Chong King and the members of the investigation team furrowed their brows and observed without saying a word. They did not want to get involved in the struggle between the local forces of Tian Hai Si. Zhang Yixian raised his head and stared at Zhang Yi. The forces of the worshippers of the Snow Sect angrily protected Zhang Yixian from behind, then prepared to fight against Zhang Yi. Liang Yu and the others also stood beside Zhang Yi, ready to fight. Han Chong of the worshippers of the Snow Sect, with the most irritable temperament, was ready to attack Zhang Yi. At this moment, Zhang Yi still held the sword in his hand, the sharp sword light making Han Chong wary. A voice rang out. Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly attack someone else? Han Chong shouted angrily. Despicable, disgusting. I will definitely kill you. The atmosphere at the scene was as tense as a bowstring pulled tight. Everyone was ready for a fight. Xing Tian, Xiao Honglian, and Wei Dinghai all looked at Zhang Yi with dissatisfied expressions. Zhang Yixian stared at Zhang Yi and said, Why did you do this? Zhang Yi acted too quickly, piercing through his body. Even though he was the top mutant person of Tian Hai Si, Zhang Yixian's ability was mindfulness power, and his physical strength wasn't much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Being stabbed in the chest, he had lost all combat capability. Therefore, fighting back would be very disadvantageous for them. Wei Dinghai also looked at Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi, you need to explain clearly to us. Otherwise, we cannot just sit by and do nothing. Although they didn't care whether the people of worship the Snow Sect lived or died, Zhang Yi's actions were too dangerous, making them fear that he wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate other forces in Tian Hai City. They could not be careless. Zhang Yi, holding the dragon sword, wore a smile on his lips. Even though he had just used spatial gate techniques to attack, the angle was not precise enough to directly pierce through Zhang Yixian's heart. Now that Zhang Yixian had lost his combat capability, the current situation was completely in Zhang Yi's hands. Zhang Yi stared at Zhang Yixian and said slowly, Zhang Yixian, at this point, do you still want to hide this? The one behind the zombie plot in Tian Hai City is none other than your worship, the Snow Sect. This statement left everyone stunned. Xiao Honglan's eyes widened in surprise. What is going on? Worship the Snow Sect is the one behind controlling the zombies. People from other factions, the investigation team, and even the priests of worship, the Snow Sect, displayed expressions of disbelief. Han Chong turned to Zhang Yi and shouted angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea how many people we lost in the worship the Snow Sect during this zombie attack? Xing Tian also said to Zhang Yi, That's right, worship the Snow Sect suffered the heaviest losses in this zombie attack. If they were really behind it, they wouldn't be stupid enough to do something like that. A look of annoyance and madness appeared in Zhang Yixian's eyes. He never thought that Zhang Yi would uncover their secret. Shut up, stop spouting nonsense here. Do you think anyone will believe you now? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Whether people believe me or not, Once I finish speaking, they will naturally analyze the truth. Zhang Yixian, what are you afraid of? Everyone listened to Zhang Yu's words. Even though they didn't fully believe it, they continued to listen. Because the one injured by Zhang Yu's ambush was Zhang Yixian, not them. Moreover, the information Zhang Yi revealed was truly shocking, and they wanted to know what had happened. Bai Lichang King and the others also stared intently at Zhang Yi. They still did not fully understand the cause of the zombie pandemic in Tanhai City. Even Captain Bian Junwu had sacrificed himself. They did not want to have any regrets. If they could figure out the cause of the pandemic and come up with a solution, Bian Junwu's sacrifice would not be in vain, and they could report to their superiors in the Jiangnan area. Zhang Yi shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, everything that just happened is part of the worship, the Snow Sect's conspiracy. It all started with Ice Beat. Ice Beat can help awaken superpower abilities, enhancing potential. However, its true purpose is that when a user of Ice Beat passes away, their superpower abilities will return to the body of Yuan Kong Yi. That is why the worship the Snow Sect generously offered Ice Beat to us. Moreover, they instigated a war in Tianhai City with the aim of causing as many deaths as possible. Even if their own followers are sacrificed, it doesn't matter to them. Usually, followers are just a nuisance, worthless. They recruit a large number of followers only to select those with superpower potential, then help them awaken their abilities. After that, they let these individuals die, causing their superpower abilities to return to Yuan Kong Yi. Therefore, even if all the members of the worship the Snow Sect were wiped out, it wouldn't matter to Yuan Kong Yi. From the beginning, she didn't need that many followers. Zhang Yi's gaze became sharp. She has something better to use, an army of zombies she created herself. Compared to ordinary humans, an army that completely obeys commands, and is as difficult to kill as the undead is her real trump card. Zhang Yu's words made the atmosphere fall silent. This information was too shocking. No one could easily believe it. Xiao Hong Lan, Bai Lichang King, and the others looked towards Zhang Yixian, hoping to find answers on his face. Zhang Yixian gritted his teeth and angrily said, "You are talking nonsense, slandering us. How could worship the Snow Sect control something like that? If we really had the ability to control zombies, why would we have suffered oppression from other major powers before? There is no clear evidence. It's all just your speculation." Zhang Yixian pointed at Zhang Yi and said coldly, "Haha, Zhang Yu, I suspect you are the one behind this scheme." Everyone at the scene, upon seeing Zhang Yixian, and then looking back at Zhang Yi, began to feel doubt. Zhang Yixian's explanation seemed more reasonable compared to theirs. They remembered that worship the Snow Sect had previously been ostracized by the 4 major bases, only managing to survive by taking advantage of a small gap, using Ice Beat to exchange for a chance to breathe. Why, in just a few short months, could they suddenly control an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies? If there was anyone more suspicious between Zhang Yi and Zhang Yixian, there was no doubt that Zhang Yi was the more trustworthy one. After all, up until now, Zhang Yu's power was still intact and had not been harmed. Zhang Yu continued, "Next to the church, there is an abandoned high-rise building. Inside, it houses a large type of red vine. Its function is to absorb corpses and nutrients from the soil and then nurture them into a zombie king. The zombie king has the ability to spread the virus, creating zombies. Previously, the worship the Snow Sect did not use this card. Either they intentionally created this situation, or it's because Bloodvine had not fully developed." Zhang Yi pointed to Zhang Yixian. "If you say I have no evidence, would you dare to lead us to worship the Snow Sect? We just need to dig up that Bloodvine tree, and the results will be clear." Bai Lichang King, Xiao Hong Lian, Wei Dinghai, and Qing Tian all showed interest. Indeed, hearing it could be false, but seeing it is the truth. The fact is, they had paid attention to that abandoned high-rise building when stationed to protect worship the Snow Sect, and had sent people to investigate secretly. However, the results of the previous investigation did not meet expectations, only discovering that it was a type of mutated plant capable of producing food. However, Zhang Yi's statement caused them to become suspicious. Xiao Hong Lion crossed her arms and said to Zhang Yixian, "Zhang Yixian, if you have nothing to hide, follow Zhang Yu's suggestion and take us over to take a look." Wei Dinghai also calmly said, "Yes, whether it's true or false, We will know by checking. At that point, we can also help you clear your name. Xingtian nodded. I also agree with this approach. Although Bai Lichang King and the others did not show a clear attitude, their facial expressions indicated that they were also inclined to investigate further. After all, they had suspected there was an issue there before. However, due to time constraints, they had not had the chance to examine it thoroughly. Zhang Yixian felt heavy-hearted. He tried to suppress the intense pain in his chest and asked Zhang Yi, "So if nothing is discovered there, how you intend to explain your actions? You can't just stab me and walk away like that, can you?" Zhang Yi smiled. "If we find that you are innocent, then it will be my mistake. Then you can come and confront me." Zhang Yixian was so angry that he couldn't articulate his thoughts. The actions of Zhang Yi are utterly unreasonable, but he had no other choice. Even the surrounding forces felt that Zhang Yi had done nothing wrong. In this chaotic era, murder and robbery had become daily occurrences. The major powers had gone through much conflict and resentment. Regarding the matter of Zhang Yi and worship the Snow Sect, they preferred not to intervene. They were only concerned with whether what Zhang Yi said was truly the truth. Han Chang, standing next to Zhang Yixian, angrily said, "We at worship the Snow Sect always act with integrity, fearing no one." He pointed his sharp finger at Zhang Yi. "Anyway, if it turns out that what you said was incorrect, I won't hesitate to rip your guts out." Zhang Yixian suddenly stopped everyone and lowered his voice. "We cannot allow this to happen. We cannot let them approach Bloodvine." The priest looked at Zhang Yixian, not understanding his intention. Bad Li Chang King observed Zhang Yixian's attitude and said, "Not allowed to go. Is there a ghost or something they don't want others to know?" Zhang Yixian stared at Zhang Yi and said, "Bloodvine is our lifeline. Worship the Snow Sect. We cannot let them see Bloodvine. They are definitely targeting Bloodvine. If we lead them there, will they snatch Bloodvine away?" Han Chang shouted loudly, "Zhang Yi, you are so cowardly. If you want war, then we will fight you to the end." Zhang Yixian turned to Han Chang and the others and said, "All right, let them see that our worship the Snow Sect is not easy to bully." The priests trusted him, without a doubt about Zhang Yixian's words. Hearing Zhang Yixian say this, those ready to confront Zhang Yi immediately started shouting and rushed forward. Zhang Yi smiled. "Great, come near." The people from the worship the Snow Sect really weren't worth his concern. Zhang Yixian ordered, and more than 10 people charged toward Zhang Yi and his group in anger. Zhang Yu, along with Liang Yu and several others, was ready to respond. Although no one knew exactly what Zhang Yixian was planning, they understood the issues with the worship the Snow Sect. So everyone remained calm and prepared to confront them. Zhang Yi, who was always composed, unexpectedly stepped forward. He covered his right eye and calmly said, "Enough. I don't have that much time to waste on you." When he lowered his hand, a flash of white light appeared in his right pupil. Those who were caught in his gaze felt the space around them warp. Suddenly, an unimaginable force from three-dimensional space tore their bodies apart from all directions in almost an instant. The 7 people from the priesthood charging forward exploded, the upper halves of their bodies turning to bloody mist in the air. The remaining priests stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Zhang Yixian witnessed this scene, speechless, just staring in shock. The terrifying scene before them caused even Han Chang, the bravest among them, to lose all courage, his feet unable to move on the ground. Bai Li Chang King witnessed this, somewhat shocked. He exclaimed, "Divine power! This is the first time Zhang Yi has used divine power in front of outsiders. He used it during the last military campaign, but at that time his divine power skills were not yet refined. He only used it to locate and eliminate 2 mutant persons unsuccessfully. But now, he has completely mastered this ability. With one strike, he had eliminated 7 members of the worship the Snow Sect. That astonishing power left Xiao Honglan, Xingtian, Wei Dinghai, and the others in awe. Xiao Honglan thought to himself, "Zhang Yu's strength is terrifying like this. Surely the people from our Yangsheng base didn't offend him, right?" Only now did they truly understand how powerful Zhang Yi really was. The words about being defensively and ambushing from behind, not being good at close combat, turned out to be false. Chun Lei suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Leader, That guy named Zheng is running away. Zhang Yi looked up. Zheng Yixian had taken advantage of the moment when the priests sacrificed themselves to escape. With the ability to manipulate energy, Zheng Yixian could make his body fly at extreme speed. Zhang Yi immediately realized and told Bad Blood Chong King and the others, "No need to rush. He is going back to report to Yuan Kongyi. That woman is the real danger. We must eliminate her. Otherwise, after revealing ourselves, we all might die." Bad Blood Chong King stared at Zhang Yi. "On what basis should we trust you?" Zhang Yi replied, "Trust me. You won't suffer any losses. Whether it's real or fake, you can determine that for yourselves. The elite at the Jiangnan headquarters are not easily deceived by me." After saying this, Zhang Yi no longer paid attention to them, took out the snow vehicle, and called for everyone to follow. Han Chang and the fortunate surviving priests were already too frightened to dare to intervene. Bad Li Chong King thought for a moment and said, "Let's go. We should check it out too. The incident in Tianhai City also needs to come to an end. We need to understand the real situation here. We can't let the captain die without clarity." The investigation team decided to move forward and investigate. Xiao Honglan, Xing Tian, and Wei Dinghai shared the same thoughts. On the other hand, until now, there had been no conflict between them and this incident. If Zhang Yi actively pointed out that the worship of the Snow Sect might be manipulating the zombies, they would observe for inspection. They also would not be at a disadvantage in this case. Thus, the remaining groups quickly found suitable transportation and headed towards the worship of the Snow Sect. At the barracks of the worship the Snow Sect, in the chapel, Yuan Kongyi knelt before the altar, sincerely praying. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a brilliant light. At that moment, she felt a powerful superpower returning within her body. Yuan Kongyi wondered, whose superpower is this? The divine power seemed to belong to Bian Junwu, the leader of that investigation team. Yuan Kongyi's eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. Is Bian Junwu's ability really mine? A sweet smile appeared on her lips. However, very quickly, she regained her composure. She clearly sensed the strong power of Bian Junwu. Yet, just a moment later, she frowned. Is Bian Junwu dead? How could he die? Who in Tianhai City has the ability to kill him? Who dared to kill him? Bian Junwu, with his special status, represents the Jiangnan region. His death would surely attract the attention of the Jiangnan region. Yuan Kongyi furrowed her brow. She vaguely felt that something seemed to be beyond her control. The heavy snowfall has turned the area of the worship, the Snow Sect, into a desolate and tattered place. This place used to be vibrant like a town, with over 10,000 believers gathered to withstand the cold of the apocalypse. However, after a zombie attack, most of the believers were killed in the mouths of zombies. The survivors were just a few mutant persons and their relatives. From afar in the sky, a figure was quickly flying towards them. Zheng Yixian had a pale face, even whiter than the snow. Blood flowed from his body, a deep red. A swing of Zhang Yi's sword did not hit his heart, but it pierced through his chest. If he had received effective treatment at that moment, he might not have lost his life. But he knew if he stayed there, their secrets would surely be exposed. Therefore, he had to return to inform Yuan Kongyi, so she could prepare in time. He could die, but Yuan Kongyi absolutely must not be in danger. Zheng Yixian landed in front of the church. A few remaining mutant persons were frightened by his injuries. "High Priest, sir." Zheng Yixian did not glance at them, directly stepping past and moving towards the door of the church. His time was running out. He needed to meet Yuan Kongyi quickly. Some mutant persons wanted to help Zheng Yixian. "Let me assist you." But he rejected them with a sharp look. He even cursed the mutant person wanting to help him. What a disgustingly annoying cockroach. The person stood there in a daze, unable to understand, having the good intention to help Zheng Yixian, yet being met with such a fierce gaze in return. Zheng Yixian opened the large door of the church. Yuan Kongyi seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head. She saw Zheng Yixian, with severe injuries. She shouted loudly, "Who hurt you?" Seeing that he did not answer, she staggered. Yuan Kongyi's pupils suddenly contracted. She quickly walked towards Zheng Yixian. Upon finally meeting the person she loved, Zheng Yixian eased some of the harshness in his words. He collapsed. If it weren't for the deep faith in his heart, he would have died on the way. Yuan Kongyi reached out to support his body. Zhang Yixian, what happened to you? Her clear but cold voice showed a hint of anxiety for the first time. After speaking, she reached out to heal Zhang Yixian's wounds. With her abilities, as long as the person was still alive, regardless of how severe the injuries were, she could heal them. But Zhang Yixian grabbed her wrist and said, "No need. Don't waste your superpower on me. My wounds are too severe. Saving me will consume too much of your strength. Danger is approaching. We have been exposed, and they will kill you. You must survive well." Zhang Yixian's hand stopped in midair, not dropping at all. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Yixian's face. He looked at Yuan Kongyi, and although her expression was cold, he could clearly see in her eyes that she didn't want to give up. Zhang Yixian smiled. Finally, he understood that Yuan Kongyi did have feelings for him. You must survive well for the sake of our ideals. He leaned into Yuan Kongyi's embrace and slowly closed his eyes. Dying in the arms of his beloved was not a regret for him, but happiness. Yuan Kongyi bowed her head sadly at Zhang Yixian's death, yet she did not shed a single tear for her companion of many years. However, shortly after, her gaze sharpened. She looked at Zhang Yixian's lifeless body and wondered, "Surely you will return to me in another way, right?" Then, she took the superpower from Zhang Yixian. Previously, Zhang Yixian had also used Ice Beat. In Yuan Kongyi's mind, she thought, this is the motivation that Zhang Yixian had while he was alive. Not long after, Zhang Yi and his group arrived at the Snow Sect's area. At this moment, those remaining at worship, the Snow Sect, were unaware of the conflict between Zhang Yixian and Zhang Yi. They only saw Zhang Yixian injured and cautiously asked, "Why is our high priest injured?" Zhang Yi was not interested in their questions, his eyes fixed on the chapel with its door slightly ajar. He knew that Zhang Yixian must have come to find Yuan Kongyi. At that moment, Yuan Kongyi was on guard, unable to launch a surprise attack anymore. Zhang Yi had no intention of doing so either, because at this moment, no one knew how much superpower Yuan Kongyi possessed or how strong he was. He also did not dare to launch an attack recklessly. Bai Lichang King and his group then arrived to worship the Snow Sect. They first headed to an abandoned skyscraper near the chapel. Given the current situation, the issue with the zombies needed to be resolved. Whether the zombies were caused by the worship of the Snow Sect or not, they would find out after observing. Zhang Yi led them. "Follow me. I will show you." Zhang Yi led the investigation team and the mutants from different factions to the abandoned skyscraper. The worship of the Snow Sect still had some surviving mutants under the leadership of Han Chang. When they regained consciousness, Zhang Yi and his team had already moved far away. A mutant asked Han Chang, "What should we do now? They have already taken action. Should we pursue them?" One person expressed fear. "But Zhang Yi, he is really terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he killed so many people. Even the high priest was ambushed and severely injured by him. Can we stop him?" Han Chang gritted his teeth. "We are members of the sanctuary. If it weren't for that cult leader saving us, granting us superpowers, we wouldn't be here today. No matter what, we have to go back. If they want war, we will fight to the end." Han Chang turned and searched around, eventually finding a car left behind by another force. They quickly got into the car and chased after Jiang Nan's group and the other forces. Zhang Yi led the way, saying to everyone, "Follow me, and I will show you." In front of the building, a mutant person was guarding. He rushed to speak up and stop them. "This is a restricted area of the Snow Sect. You cannot." Before he could finish his sentence, Kong Sheng appeared like a ghost beside him, swiftly grabbing his neck and slamming him against the wall. "Don't make a scene." The mutant person's eyes turned white, and soon he fainted. Zhang Yi led everyone straight into the abandoned high-rise building. Inside, the space was still immersed in a strange blue light. Bloodvine branches and vines were spread all over. This time they came during the day, so the scene became even clearer, sending shivers down their spines. At this moment, the ceiling and the walls were filled with corpses. After all, nearly 10,000 people died in that battle, and they became the best source of nourishment for Bloodvine. A gloomy and eerie atmosphere spread everywhere. Even though it wasn't their first time there, some still felt spine-chilling cold and broke into a cold sweat. The death of human beings is not terrifying. What is frightening is this eerie and chilling atmosphere. Xiao Hong Lion couldn't help but ask Zhang Yi, Where is the evidence you mentioned? Shell Hong Lion thought to himself that the things hanging on the wall were actually things he had secretly taken to study, and he discovered that the corpses were just ordinary dry remains, drained of all nutrients. Therefore, they were not the cause of the zombies. Zhang Yi took a step forward and said, "At first, I also had my doubts. We studied these corpses and the bloodvine branches, but we found no bacteria resembling those from zombies." He turned to look at everyone. "But I quickly realized that this is precisely what they want us to know. At the very least, you have been quietly monitoring this place, haven't you? If they were truly hiding an important secret, there's no way they would let their defenses be so lax." The group looked at each other, understanding each other while shifting their gazes elsewhere. They were always following Zhang Yi up the stairs. In the past, they had taken the opportunity to sneak in here when the Worship the Snow sect was not paying attention, taking samples for study, but found nothing. They quickly reached the bloodvine. The huge tree was like a world tree, deep green, with roots reaching deep into the ground, stretching high into the sky, covering every nook of the abandoned skyscraper. Zhang Yi continued, "Zombies prefer to live in dark and damp places, underground, where the bacteria in their bodies thrive. Therefore, we can conclude that the environment that cultivates this virus must have similar conditions. The entire city of Tianhai has long lost places that meet this condition. Thus, this is the only remaining location." Zhang Yi pointed toward the base of the bloodvine. Underground. His gaze immediately became sharp. "The environment down here is perfect for cultivating the virus, isn't it?" That was his conclusion. Although just a hypothesis, it had been confirmed through various pieces of information, becoming the thought closest to reality. And this time he came here specifically to verify that thought. Hearing Zhang Yi's analysis, everyone couldn't help but glance toward the base of the bloodvine. Bai Lichang King frowned and quickly stepped forward. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck the ground. A deep thud sounded, and the ground immediately shattered, with large chunks of concrete and mud flying out in all directions. Zhang Yi, his team, and other forces instinctively stepped back a few paces, using various means to avoid the debris flying around. Not long after, when everything calmed down, everyone hurriedly moved closer to see if the evidence Zhang Yi mentioned had appeared. Just after a moment, everyone's eyes widened. Their pupils revealed extreme astonishment, along with a rising tide of fear. Bloodvine, with its dense, tangled roots spreading out, has covered an area so vast it's hard to tell the extent. The ends of these roots resemble peanuts, but instead, they are corpses. The bodies are humanoid, covered entirely in white fur, along with giant corpses of bronze-skinned beings. Some have nearly completely transformed, while others are still in the process of changing, retaining their human forms from before. Everyone is all too familiar with these corpses. Aren't they the zombie kings and armored zombies they had fought before? It turns out they all sprouted from a single tree. No, more accurately, they were nurtured from it. It is clear that some still retain human characteristics and are transitioning into zombies. Upon understanding the truth, everyone was filled with fear. Xiao Hong Lion clenched her fists, shouting in anger. "So the seeds of disaster have been hiding here. Worship the Snow Sect. You were the despicable villains." Not just her, but everyone here was boiling with indignation. If this were a natural disaster, they might accept it. But this is a man-made catastrophe, a scheme that has been long prepared, filled with cowardice and shamelessness. Since the apocalypse began, the Worship the Snow Sect has suffered the most severe losses. Yuan Kong Yi and Zheng Yixian have taken advantage of the sacrifices of ordinary people to gain trust and sympathy from other forces. Now, when everyone understands the truth, they feel as if they have been mocked by the Snow Sect, treated like fools. If Zhang Yi had not intervened in time to thwart the Snow Sect scheme, what would the consequences have been? Just thinking about it is enough to make them shudder. Perhaps, once the investigation team leaves Tianhai City, the true faces of Yuan Kong Yi and Zheng Yixian will be exposed, and then they will eliminate other forces. It truly is unpleasant to feel like you are being watched by a giant. Xing Tian said in anger. These are truly shameless villains. Is there really someone in this world who is so evil, they even plot against their own people? He clenched his fist tightly, but there was clearly a hint of fear in his eyes. As for the investigation team, their expressions were all dark and terrifying. The death of Bi and Junwu was an immense pain for them, Now they discover that the one who caused their captain's death is still right beside them. They cannot bear this feeling of being deceived. Bai Li Chang King slowly raised his head, squinting his eyes. A strange smile appeared on his face. Ha! These people have truly created a grand spectacle, causing the captain to sacrifice himself. We do not like being underestimated and deceived. Let's kill all of them. The cold and murderous gaze began to spread around. Everyone here, after learning the truth, was anxious to eliminate the worship the Snow Sect. Some were motivated by their teammates, some by their families and friends, and some only because their own interests were harmed. After all, they now had a common goal, to ensure that those who had toyed with everyone must die. Zhang Yi looked at the group filled with killing intent without saying anything. Only his eyes contained a glimmering light, hiding a deeper plan within. Zhang Yi thought to himself, how powerful is Yuan Kong Yi after absorbing so much energy from mutant persons? No one can judge. I know she is strong, but surely not to the point where she doesn't need to care about other mutant persons. If that were the case, she wouldn't need to worry about the attitude of the Jiangnan headquarters. But what about after receiving the power of Bian Junwu? To what extent will her threat level rise? Let's just wait and see. Bad Lei Chang King held his giant lance, turning to face outward. He turned back to Yi Jikang and said, Jikang, destroy this plant. Such a source of disaster cannot be left behind. Yi Jikang nodded. I understand. Leave everything to me. Bloodvine is the real specimen of a zombie. Only by destroying it can the zombie epidemic in Tianhai City completely disappear. Bad Lei Chang King quickly exited the abandoned high-rise building. The investigation team and others followed closely behind. The powerful forces followed them without hesitation. Now, people no longer needed to use words to communicate. Only actions were required. Next, the one responsible for the near-total destruction of Tianhai City had to die. Zhang Yi quietly followed behind the group. Before setting off, he turned his head to look at Ye Jikang. Ye Jikang approached Bloodvine, placing his hand on it. A flash of light appeared, and a strange shape resembling a black plastic octopus emerged from Bloodvine. Zhang Yi thought to himself, a mutant person that releases energy from within. It seems capable of turning superpower into a type of installable explosive. Zhang Yi did not stare for long, as staring at someone else's superpower could be considered disrespectful. He simply memorized Yi Jikang's ability in his mind, and then left with Bad Lud Chong King and the others. Not long after, a loud explosion was heard from the building. Following that, the entire abandoned high-rise building suddenly collapsed. Ye Jikang calmly stepped out from the dust and smoke after the explosion. At this moment, the remaining followers of the Snow Sect were horrified by the explosion and appeared outside the building. They saw the abandoned high-rise building gradually crumbling and observed Bad Lud Chong King with intense killing intent, causing them to feel too terrified to advance. Bad Li Chong King did not look at them, holding his lance and heading towards the cathedral. Someone from Worship the Snow Sect saw this scene and bravely stepped forward to stop them. At the very least, you must notify us if you want to meet the cult leader. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared in the sky. Those people transformed into faint images in an instant and disappeared on the spot. Zhang Yi could only catch a glimpse of a burst of blood and bones exploding in midair. Bad Li Chong King's attack speed was so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. Just a few seconds later, a high-rise building several hundred meters away was demolished. From a distance, 2 large bloodstains appeared on the wall, as if a mosquito had been smashed against it. Liang Yu intently watched Bad Li Chong King's figure and carefully reminded Zhang Yi, this person's strength is very strong, at least comparable to 3 people like Lang Feng combined, if not stronger. In their eyes, Lang Feng was equivalent to the title of perfect warrior, as his speed, strength, and agility were all outstanding. But this was the first time they had encountered a warrior powerful in the field of enhancement, who could completely surpass Lang Feng. After the truth was revealed, a large battle was inevitable. Both sides had lost incredibly important things, important people and precious resources. These were valuable enough for them to risk their lives. As for Zhang Yu, it was simply a fight for a peaceful life. Just one large door apart, the atmosphere between the 2 sides had become tense, like a bowstring about to snap. The followers of the Worship the Snow Sect gathered around, but only a few loyal warriors and devotees remained. The majority of the followers, unable to fight, huddled in their rooms, like ostriches unwilling to face what was happening. At this moment, Lei Jian was holding his wife, leaning against the window, and observing everything. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. "Son, do you see? Father will avenge you. Today, you and Kong Yi, that crazy woman, will surely die." Bad Li Chan King led the way, along with Xiao Hong Lion and other forces. More than 30 mutant persons gathered there, staring intently at the beautifully decorated white door of the church. But no one rushed in. Wu Dai stepped forward, radiating a large ball of light. Then, like a sword, a plasma gun, aimed at the church's grand door to attack. In an instant, the grand door of the church was shattered into tiny pieces. Zhang Yi and the others fixed their gaze on the inside of the church. As the door shattered, he caught sight of the scene inside. At the altar, Yuan Kong Yi sat on the steps, holding the lifeless body of Zhang Yixian. Seeing Yuan Kong Yi, Wu Di's eyes ignited with intense hatred for that woman. Bian Junwu was like a father figure to him. When Bian Junwu died, he blamed anyone connected to this outcome. The object of his deepest hatred was undoubtedly the cult leader of the worship, the Snow Sect. "Go die for me!" Wu Dai stretched out his arms and began to unleash his superpower. Although he knew it would greatly affect his body, he didn't care because of Captain Bian's grudge. Wu Dai stood at the front, surrounded by hundreds of glowing orbs that illuminated him like a deity. A barrage of bullets erupted like a storm, carrying the destructive power to annihilate everything. As Moody's plasma guns approached Yuan Kong Yi's body, they were all blocked by an invisible force. At that moment, Yuan Kong Yi finally raised her head to look at them. Her ice-cold gaze emanated deep-seated hatred. In this world, the last person she trusted was dead. Yuan Kong Yi placed Zhang Yixian's body on the ground and slowly stood up. The powerful plasma guns almost destroyed the cathedral, but they could not breach her mindfulness power wall. Around her, within a 10-meter radius, an invisible wall suddenly appeared. Zhang Yi reminded, "She has at least dozens of types of superpowers. Everyone needs to be cautious." Xiao Hong Lion, her eyes filled with killing intent, said, "No matter how strong she is, I don't believe we can't kill her with the power of all the mutants in Tianhai City." Xiao Hong Lion was enveloped in bright red flames, with light red patterns resembling flowing lava on her skin. She quickly ran in another direction towards Yuan Kong Yi and unleashed a massive dragon fire. Without needing anyone to direct them, the mutants who had survived until now were all the elite of the elite, well-versed in combat and coordination. The group of people split into 3 directions, using their superpowers to attack Yuan Kong Yi from a distance. Those with close combat and beast battle abilities were ready to wait for an opportunity to charge forward and attack Yuan Kong Yi. Xing Tian rode on the back of a fierce beast, shouting loudly as he advanced. Countless superpowers rained down towards Yuan Kong Yi. In the face of any kind of attack, the expression on Yuan Kong Yi's face remained unchanged. It seemed like there was a circular power around her body that could block all attacks. Zhang Yi gazed intently at Yuan Kong Yi, wanting to know if his divine power could break through Yuan Kong Yi's mindfulness power barrier. But that was his trump card, and could not be used easily. He had to wait for the right opportunity. At that moment, Yuan Kong Yi's body suddenly began to slowly rise into the air. She looked like a supreme goddess looking down at everyone. The followers of the worship, the Snow Sect in the distance, witnessing this scene, excitedly knelt down and shouted, "Snow God! Snow God!" Zhang Yi and the others immediately realized that it was the power of Zhang Yixian. At this time, Han Chong along with other mutant people hurried to the scene. They did not know how to approach, worried that Yuan Kong Yi might be in danger from Bad Li Chong King and Zhang Yi. But when they saw the scene before them, astonishment was evident on their faces. A female priest with her hands clasped in front of her chest said excitedly, "Is this the blessing of the Snow God? Cult leader Viva, you truly deserve to be the incarnation of the Snow God on Earth." However, after Han Chong witnessed this scene, he felt his throat dry, and the enthusiasm in his heart cooled by half. But isn't this the ability of a high priest? Zhang Yixian's superpower is very strong. What makes people admire him is the ability to control his body to break free from the constraints of gravity, allowing him to soar at high speeds. But now, this kind of ability has appeared in Yuan Kongyi. Could everything Zhang Yi said be true? The so-called ice beat is just a big trap. Then all the good things Yuan Kongyi has done for them must also be fake. Han Chang did not dare to continue thinking. The more he thought, the more shocked he became, feeling his faith collapsing rapidly. At this moment, Yuan Kongyi hovered in mid-air, like a deity overseeing all living beings. She shouted, "Foolish and insignificant beings, you completely do not understand what kind of existence you are facing. I am the messenger of the gods on earth, the one who conveys the will of the divine. Any actions that demean divine power will be severely punished." Zhang Yixian, welcome back. I really wanted to know about your mindfulness power. Yuan Kongyi spread her arms wide, demonstrating the mindfulness power of Zhang Yixian. She kept saying, "Let me cleanse this world without faith." As Yuan Kongyi raised her arms, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble violently. No matter how many superpowers attacked her, she remained calm. Wu Di simply couldn't believe his eyes. His plasma gun was more powerful than a sniper rifle, almost as strong as a missile. But how could a barrage of plasma guns be easily dealt with by Yuan Kongyi? Zhang Yi realized the situation was dire and quietly retreated behind the group. Zhang Yi and the others nearly lost their balance, almost falling to the ground. Cracks appeared in the earth as if it were experiencing a tremor. While Zhang Yi was still in shock, the ground began to rise. Zhang Yi activated his ability to accelerate 8 times. His figure seemed ghostly as he moved backward. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "She has definitely reached the legend level." The others also sensed something unusual and hurried to distance themselves from Yuan Kongyi. But everything around them began to collapse. The ground cracked, and huge boulders flew into the air like a meteor shower. Such powerful energy made Bai Lechon King and the others recoil in shock. They knew Yuan Kongyi was strong, but they had no idea she was this powerful. This strength seemed capable of destroying the entire world. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the earth-shattering power of Bian Junwu, only to quickly encounter the power of Yuan Kongyi, a level 5 legend power. Yuan Kongyi's cold gaze looked towards the group of Zhang Yi, her delicate white right hand powerfully pointed downwards. Massive boulders fell from the sky like meteors, crashing down on the area where the crowd stood. Countless boulders soared high, then quickly descended to the ground under the horrified eyes of the people. Within a radius of several kilometers, this was a comprehensive attack, resembling a meteor shower. However, it was not beautiful, but filled with terrifying destructive power. In a situation where there was no time to dodge, everyone used all their strength to resist. Bai Lechon King laughed heartily, holding his lance, large as a fan, twirling it. Facing the continuous falling boulders from the sky, he exerted his strength to control them with the lance. These were stones weighing several tons, even dozens of tons. Not only humans, but even trucks that were hit turned into rubble. However, Bai Lechon King, relying on his mighty strength and lance skills, altered their trajectories. He stood in front of everyone, not backing down. At this moment, Bian Junwu was dead. He was the team leader. He wanted to protect the members of the team. Zhang Yi faced this type of attack, handling it with ease. His spatial door opened. Regardless of what big rock fell, it quietly vanished from existence. Compared to others, this was much more difficult. Shell Hong Lian's fire attacks had little effect on the boulders. She could only use purgatory to enhance her defense, her body swiftly dodging in the dance of falling rocks. However, with debris flying and boulders incessantly falling, she was struggling tremendously. Not a few mutant persons were hit by the boulder because they couldn't dodge in time and instantly turned to rubble, leaving no chance to scream. Zhang Yi called out to those around him, "Come to my side." At this moment, to fight against Yuan Kongyi, they needed to gather the strength of everyone. If others were killed, then Zhang Yi would be like a tree unable to withstand the house. He had to strive to protect the remaining people. Everyone saw Zhang Yi use the spatial door to block the rain of boulders. Immediately, the rocks converged towards him. Those who once regarded him as an enemy hated Zhang Yi's spatial superpower to the point of grinding their teeth. But now that they had become allies, this type of ability gave them a sense of safety. Everyone quickly ran to the back of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi expanded the spatial door larger, covering them from above like a big umbrella, preventing the hail from hitting them. Although they could hide under the spatial door, there were still some people who could not dodge. These were the followers and mutant persons of the Snow Sect. At first, when they saw Yuan Kongyi appear with his mysterious tactics, they all knelt and rejoiced. But when Yuan Kongyi launched indiscriminate attacks, they were also caught in it. Those who were unprepared were completely wiped out in an instant. Yuan Kongyi calmly said, "You will return as well. The remaining mutant persons of the Snow Sect are now worthless. Better to kill them, then their power will be concentrated in my body. Zhang Yixian has passed away, and Yuan Kongyi needs to win this battle. Only then can she build a world that is not corrupted." Han Chang, witnessing Yuan Kongyi kill all the followers, felt his faith completely crumble. "Why is this happening, cult leader? Why do you want to kill your loyal followers?" It turns out what Zhang Yi said was all true. She is not the savior. She is a demon, a mad woman. Yuan Kongyi did not pay attention to Han Chang. Luckily, at this moment, her focus was on Zhang Yi and his group, not Han Chang. The other two had already logged out of the Earth server well before. With Yuan Kongyi's current strength, killing all three of them would be a trivial matter. Yuan Kongyi lowered her head, staring intently at Zhang Yi, and softly said, "I truly want your space superpower." She resembled a goddess, slowly raising her hand, extending a finger, pointing at Zhang Yi and his group. The boulders that had fallen before started to tremble violently, then flew into the air, creating an enormous stone storm around Zhang Yi. Boulders danced from all directions, and Zhang Yi and his group were right at the center of the storm. In this moment of life and death, Zhang Yi's gaze was extremely focused. His space portal could only open 2 gates at the same time, unable to defend in all directions. He silently told himself, "This time, even if I open 2 space portals, I basically cannot defend against it." Yuan Kongyi's ability to manipulate mindfulness power is many times stronger than Zhang Yixian. They are not on the same level. Are we just going to die like this? In this battle, the other forces are not afraid of death either. Xing Tian uses his ability, the Xing Tian Legion, a type of power that can enhance the combat ability of everyone. This is the strongest mutant person army remaining in Tianhai City. With this reinforcement, their combat power has increased another level. Burning with fury, violent ice and snow, Xiao Hong Lion and Wei Dinghai launch simultaneous attacks. Fire and snowstorms blanket 2 directions, assaulting the hailstorm. Zhang Yi uses the spatial door to protect everyone. Qi Guangming looks up at Yuan Kongyi in the air, raises his black sniper rifle, and loudly declares, "To catch the bandit, we must catch their leader. Only by dealing with Yuan Kongyi can everything come to an end. Just dealing with the hailstorm is ineffective." A beam of light shoots from the barrel of his gun, aimed directly at Yuan Kongyi. Although Yuan Kongyi sees it, she does not care about the bullet, as she thinks it is merely like a mosquito to her. But just a moment later, her brows furrow slightly. That bullet actually penetrated her mindfulness power. The bullet stopped just a few centimeters from her. Yuan Kongyi is taken aback, not expecting this bullet could break through her mindfulness power. Qi Guangming frowns and helplessly says, "Her abilities are very diverse. We basically have no way to cope." Zhang Yi curiously glanced at him and asked, "What is your bullet? How can it penetrate her mindfulness power barrier?" Previously, Wu Di's plasma shots didn't affect that barrier at all. Kai Guangming replied, "That's the primordial bullet. They are specially designed to deal with mutated creatures, including mutant persons." Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ponder. The Jiangnan headquarters truly lives up to their reputation. Less than 6 months after the apocalypse began, they've even developed specialized ammunition to deal with mutant persons. He also wondered whether his spatial gate could block the primordial bullet. However, after careful consideration, he realized that this gadget would not affect him, as his spatial gate was not a defensive superpower, but rather a portal to an alternate dimension. The primordial bullet is likely used primarily to attack mutant persons who rely on defensive superpowers, such as enhanced individuals, beastmen, or those with mindfulness power that creates protective walls. As Zhang Yi was deep in thought, Bad Lichang King's voice interrupted his contemplations. "We can't let her control the situation any longer. From now on, everyone must follow my orders." Then, He stared intently at Yuan Kong Yi in the sky and said, regardless of how powerful her superpowers are at the moment, she is still just a young girl. In terms of combat experience, she is still lacking. Therefore, it is very easy for her to expose her weaknesses. Bad Li Chang King quickly formulated a battle plan for everyone. He suggested, Qi Guangming, fire another shot. I have noticed a weakness in Yuan Kong Yi. She cannot do two things at once. When attacked by Qi Guangming with the primordial bullet, Yuan Kong Yi's ability to manipulate mindfulness power clearly decreased. The movement speed of the rocks in the air also slowed down. You continue to use long-range attack skills. Qi Guangming, use the primordial bullet to restrain her. I will take care of the main attack. As for the finishing blow, Bad Li Chang King glanced at Zhang Ye. When the time comes, we will make sure you have the opportunity to use your divine power skill to deal a finishing blow to Yuan Kong Yi. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Yui had not actually attacked, but Bad Li Chang King knew he had a powerful damaging move, divine power. Although the attack range is not large, in terms of power, divine power is certainly not inferior to Bian Junwu. Bad Li Chang King continued, we will create an opportunity for you to strike Yuan Kong Yi with a critical hit. He continued, if necessary, I will rush in and wrap myself around her. You can count me in to die in the same place. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu and Xiao Honglian felt a tremor in their hearts upon hearing this. Bai Li Chang King was even willing to sacrifice his own life to kill Yuan Kong Yi. The members of the investigation team seemed unfazed by this. They had long ceased to care about death in order to complete their mission. It wasn't that they were not afraid of death, but that sometimes sacrifice was necessary. Otherwise, it would lead to greater losses. Just like today, if they couldn't kill Yuan Kong Yi, none of them would survive to leave. Bai Li Chang King bore the greatest pressure because among everyone here, no one could match his close combat abilities. Bai Li Chang King shouted loudly, all right, let's begin. Xiao Honglian and the others quickly continued to launch their attacks, fiercely assaulting Yuan Kong Yi. Qi Guangming also raised his gun and fired a primordial bullet. Yuan Kong Yi noticed and realized that this black bullet should not be underestimated. She frowned, creating a large wall of ice in front of her to block it. Although the primordial bullet had special functions against mutant persons, its physical attack was relatively uniform. As a result, the large wall of ice was able to stop it. Yuan Kong Yi raised her left hand, and all the superpowers attacking her from the air were extinguished like a flame meeting water. At that moment, Bai Li Chang King transformed into a yellow lightning bolt, jumping high from the ground, holding a large lance, attacking from behind Yuan Kong Yi. A silent yet powerful strike, the lance carried immense force, thrusting toward the back of Yuan Kong Yi. Yuan Kong Yi's eyes brightened. She did not turn around but sensed Bai Li Chang King's attack. An invisible wave spread through the air, and a barrier of mindfulness power blocked behind her. Yet the large lance pierced through the barrier of mindfulness power and drew closer to Yuan Kong Yi's back, just less than 30 centimeters away. Bai Li Chang King tightened his grip on the lance, channeling energy to create an opportunity for Zhang Yi to attack. He could not maintain the force in the air for long. Although this strike was powerful, it could not be sustained for long. Taking advantage of the moment Yuan Kong Yi was distracted, that was the time Zhang Yi used divine power. Zhang Yi realized the opportunity had come. It's my turn to go to battle. Brilliant light flickered in his eyes, directed straight at Yuan Kong Yi in the air, covering Bad Li Chang King behind her. In the battle between masters, life and death are determined in the blink of an eye. Yuan Kong Yi's distraction gave Zhang Yu the chance to seal the divine power. Tremendous pressure distorted space, ultimately causing Yuan Kong Yi's gaze to shake. At that moment, she realized that Zhang Yi actually knew magic eyes. Yuan Kong Yi confidently thought to herself, then let's see whose superpower, Bian Junwu or your magic eyes, is stronger. Between her and Zhang Yi, the space exhibited a strange twisting phenomenon. At this moment, a dazzling white light erupted in Yuan Kong Yi's eyes, enveloping the area around them. In the space between them, a brilliantly colored sphere appeared, even bending the light itself. A moment later, the blinding light in the sky vanished, and everything returned to normal. On the ground, the light sphere appeared as if it had been touched by a glowing welding rod, creating a large shiny hole. An image fell to the ground like a shooting star. Bai Lei Chong King, in white battle attire, was thrown down to the earth. This muscular man was currently spewing a stream of fresh blood from his mouth. Bai Lei Chong King coughed and thought to himself, "The captain has been killed, and her superpower has indeed quickly been seized by her." With a pained expression, he looked towards Yuan Kongyi and said, "Just now, I felt it very clearly. That was Bian Junwu's annihilation technique. She has even mastered Bian Junwu's superpower." Xiao Hong Lion exclaimed in surprise. "She has also mastered Bian Junwu's superpower." They all knew the strength of Bian Junwu, having witnessed it firsthand. It was a superpower that could single-handedly eliminate hundreds of thousands of zombies. It was horrifying. The others were also shocked and exclaimed, "Now that Yuan Kongyi has obtained Bian Junwu's superpower, how can we fight back?" Bai Li Chong King stood up and said loudly, "No, she is not the captain. She has only grasped this force, and is not yet adept at using it. We can defeat her." He was very confident about this point, because if Bian Junwu had used her abilities, he wouldn't have been able to stand up now. Yuan Kongyi kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Yi. His divine power had appeared, causing her to feel pressure. That force was enough to confront her. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi silently took out a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. His divine power was being depleted too much. He needed to replenish his superpower in time. Fortunately, he was someone with spatial abilities, able to replenish energy in time. Thanks to his spatial abilities, he was never afraid of power depletion. But no one noticed that Yuan Kongyi's eyes were filled with killing intent at that moment. At first, she did not take these people seriously. With her power, she believed she was close to the realm of the divine, and these weak mortals could do nothing to her. However, Zhang Yi's divine power had instilled a bit of fear in her heart. Perhaps these mortals truly had the capability to harm her. This fear made her angry, and she decided to stop playing around and quickly kill everyone in front of her. Yuan Kongyi cursed inwardly. "Just mortals who dare to hurt me. Damn, all of you should die." A storm greater than ever before began to appear. The black vortex swept up countless pieces of rock, ice, and everything around, turning into a massive whirlwind. This aggressive vortex advanced towards the crowd of forces, causing them to carefully flee. The whirlwind sucked in everything around, making the ground beneath their feet begin to destabilize. They hurriedly stepped back, trying to escape the vortex, because once pulled inside, it would surely mean death. Just when they thought they had run far enough, a powerful blizzard suddenly descended upon the ground, bringing ice, rocks, and all kinds of terrifying abilities unleashed by Yuan Kongyi. Everyone was unable to resist. Their superpowers were also very strong, but on a completely different level. Once a mutant person reached level 5 legend, which is the strongest level of mutant person, they are no longer on the same tier as lower-ranking mutant persons. Until now, there has only been one legendary figure in the entire Huaxia nation. Faced with the terrifying power of Yuan Kongyi, everyone was struggling to hold back. Zhang Yi's spatial door could not fully protect everyone, but this method of defense could withstand all physical attacks, temporarily keeping him and those in his group safe. Chun Lei suggested, "Leader, let's run. How can we fight? Her abilities are too strong. Even finding her weaknesses is impossible." Zhang Yi responded, "Run? Where to? Do you think we can escape?" If it were just Zhang Yi, escaping would definitely not be a problem, but taking these people along made it impossible. Even though he could react with the speed of traversing space, they could not. Just a slight delay would allow Yuan Kongyi to catch up quickly. Zhang Yi spoke loudly for everyone to understand. Now there is only one decisive battle left. If we win, the city of Tianhai will be peaceful from now on. If we lose, we will all die. Zhang Yi stared at Yuan Kongyi in the air. His right eye was accumulating divine power, ready to unleash. Yuan Kongyi sensed this force, and her body suddenly became ethereal, as if countless images were overlapping in one place, making it impossible for Zhang Yi to lock onto her position. Yuan Kongyi smiled smugly, thinking to herself, "You want to trap me? Let's see how you use your magic eyes this time." However, the greatest advantage of Zhang Yi's group was their large numbers. Bai Li Chong King had said, "Yuan Kongyi's combat experience is not rich enough. Even with strong power, she still has weaknesses. Once targeted by Zhang Yi's divine power, Yuan Kong Yi could not focus on dealing with us, creating opportunities for everyone to attack from different angles. Yuan Kong Yi's cold voice echoed throughout the space. Do you want to resist me? Do you think you can do it? She waved her hands, unleashing a terrifying storm that spread in all directions, as if she aimed to take down everyone in one strike. The primary targets of this attack were Zhang Yi and Qi Guangming, but all the ordinary people and mutant persons nearby were also swept up. Xing Tian unleashed his superpower at its widest range to support everyone. The Xing Tian Legion coordinated their actions. Kai Guangming held a sniper rifle in his hand, aiming directly at Yuan Kong Yi's head, creating considerable pressure for her. Although she was not afraid of Qi Guangming, being inadvertently injured was not something she desired. Bai Li Chung King held a spear in his hand, constantly looking for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Attacked from multiple sides, Yuan Kong Yi cursed under her breath. What a bunch of annoying pests! After mastering the mindfulness power, Yuan Kong Yi could hover in the air. Her voice echoed again. Do you really think you can resist me? How laughable! The whirlwinds created by Yuan Kong Yi became increasingly powerful. Noticing the dangerous situation, Zhang Yi immediately activated the space portal, whisking everyone away in an instant. Just as they left, the spot they had just occupied was suddenly bombarded by a barrage of stones falling from above. Seeing the large rocks continuously flying towards his group, Zhang Yi opened the space portal and shouted, Everyone, follow me! As they stepped into the space portal, a gigantic rock flew towards them. One more second of delay and surely no one would survive. However, Qi Guangming did not have the ability to escape like Zhang Yi. The power of Yuan Kong Yi enveloped every corner around him. As long as he looked up, a black whirlwind hundreds of meters high would trap him in the middle, making it impossible to escape. Yuan Kong Yi was like a being from a higher dimension, seemingly mocking his life. Just when Kai Guangming didn't know what to do, a shout suddenly rang out beside him. Break it for me! Kai Guangming broke out in a cold sweat and turned to Bai Li Chung King, asking, How did you get here? A giant knight with a lance appeared from the storm, tearing a hole. Bai Li Chung King rushed in, grabbed Qi Guangming's arm, and pulled him out of the whirlwind. Yuan Kong Yi witnessed this, realizing it was the deputy team investigator, a person with high-level enhanced abilities. She thought to herself, such strong defense, but it won't matter. How long can you hold off my attack? Within a 3-kilometer radius, fragments of rock and snow were flying everywhere. Everything became her control objects. Yuan Kong Yi's energy seemed endless, continuously attacking that group. Behind them, Zhang Yui attacked once again. His divine power focused on Yuan Kong Yi. Without hesitation, she used her annihilation ability to counter it. The greatest threat to her at this moment was Zhang Yi. Both sides emitted strange lights in the sky, quickly becoming buried in the fierce battle. Zhang Yu's group also quickly left, glancing back at him anxiously. Zhang Yui instructed Liang Yu and his team. You all should leave here quickly. This battle is not something you can interfere in. A strategy of many people will not be effective against a superior mutant person. Now across the entire battlefield, the only ones who could influence Yuan Kong Yi were perhaps just a few scattered individuals. Those who remained only became targets for Yuan Kong Yi and added more burden to their teammates. Therefore, Zhang Yi decided to use his last bit of strength to get others out. Even Liang Yu, despite her strong close combat abilities, found it hard to be effective in the current situation. Liang Yu wanted to say more, but she immediately realized the frightful seriousness of Zhang Yi's expression. Time was pressing, and Zhang Yi did not want to waste time debating with them. Everyone had to follow his orders. Liang Yu was slightly intimidated by Zhang Yi's gaze, but quickly understood that her abilities would be of little significant help to Zhang Yi, and could even hinder his ability to use his space travel power. Okay, let's go. Liang Yu, Uncle Wang, and Chun Lei climbed onto Hua Hua's back. She didn't forget to say to Zhang Yi, Be careful, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi waited until Hua Hua had moved quite far away, ensuring they had reached a safe area before he felt reassured. On the battlefield, Xiao Hong Lan, Wei Dinghai, Xing Tian, and the members of the investigation team became the key forces. Yuan Kong Yi, after harnessing the power of mindfulness, could hover in the air. Therefore, those with enhancement abilities, except for Bai Lichang King, all retreated to support and protect those who were fighting. Mutant persons like Meng Xiaoyu and Yi Jikang also did not hesitate to leave the battlefield. Wu Dai, with a gaze full of hatred, surrounded by dazzling plasma guns, continuously fired powerful blows like rain towards Yuan Kong Yi. Xing Tian also used his ability to enhance his teammates. Wei Dinghai, with a fierce snowstorm, and Qiao Honglian, with a massive flame like a fire dragon, exerted their full strength to attack Yuan Kong Yi in order to wear her down and distract her attention. Everyone understood that to defeat Yuan Kong Yi, Zhang Yi was the key. Only his attacks could truly threaten her. Wu Dai, who usually had the worst attitude towards Zhang Yi, also demonstrated the professionalism of a member of the elite investigation team, supporting Zhang Yi in creating the most favorable conditions for the battle. The cold voice of Yuan Kong Yi echoed from above. Truly, a bunch of ants that won't die, no matter how much they are beaten. Seeing Zhang Yi trying to attack him from behind, Yuan Kong Yi thought to himself, "There's still this person persistently looking for a chance to target me. If he doesn't die, I will have to be distracted guarding against him." Faced with the attack of more than 10 mutant persons, Yuan Kong Yi felt frustrated. Although these attacks were insignificant, she always had to be vigilant against Zhang Yi, who possessed the ability to launch decisive attacks. Once she let her guard down, with just a small opportunity, he could inflict serious injuries on Yuan Kong Yi. In Yuan Kong Yi's eyes, a beam of cold white light erupted fiercely. She shouted, "Even knowing that the outcome is definitely death, why are you still struggling? Enough. I no longer have the patience to play this game with you. Let me thoroughly cleanse you." Yuan Kong Yi hovered in the sky, the light from her eyes spreading everywhere. Her power was unleashed to its maximum capacity, enough to destroy everything, making everyone remember the image of Bian Junwu, who had annihilated hundreds of thousands of zombies in a previous battle. The faces of Bad Lichang King and the others turned pale, as they sensed that the power of this attack was on par with that of Bian Junwu. At this moment, Bad Lichang King shouted loudly, "Run! Run very far!" He grabbed Qi Guangming with one hand and Wu Dai with the other, his figure turning into a blur as he dashed towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi extended his right arm, fully opening the space gate, creating a door as large as the heavens. Xiao Honglan and the others acted similarly, understanding that they could only rely on Zhang Yi's space portal to block this terrible force. However, some unfortunate mutant persons did not have time to reach Zhang Yi. They cried out in despair, "Help me!" But immediately, they were consumed by annihilation, turned to dust. The white light on the ground disappeared, leaving a terrifying silence. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, my space gate has withstood Yuan Kong Yi's attack. An attack with such a wide range cannot be like divine power." She concentrated all of her strength on one point, so it's hard to create any threat to my space gate. However, just this one strike nearly wiped out all the mutant persons. Wei Dinghai pushed his bone armor to the limit. The thick, heavy armor shielded his entire body, but when the light swept across the ground, his armor crumbled like paper. Instinctively, Wei Dinghai extended his right arm in front of him to block, but his arm, too, disintegrated completely as if made of fake material. In the final moment, he managed to run into the range of Zhang Yi's space gate, thus saving his life. At this moment, only a few leaders of the major forces and a small number of surviving members of the investigation team remained. People didn't have time to feel sorrowful, as the current issue was whether they could survive or not. Even though they had used all their strength, they still caused no harm to Yuan Kong Yi. On the contrary, they suffered catastrophic losses. Wei Dinghai questioned himself. What should I do next to fight? Just wait to die. He used bandages to freeze the wound on his arm, but fortunately, he was not a mutant person specialized in close combat, so losing one arm still allowed him to continue fighting. Despair began to take hold in everyone's hearts. Legendary-level mutant persons truly could not be defeated. Yuan Kong Yi looked down at Zhang Yi and the others, coldly saying, "Zhang Yi, your abilities are very strong, but I have absorbed the superpower of 36 people, including Bian Junwu's abilities. How will you cope with this?" She smiled, pointing her index finger at him. "I also desire your abilities." Zhang Yi glanced at Yuan Kong Yi without saying anything, because for him, action was the best answer at this moment. He told everyone with determination, "Now we all have to risk our lives. Use anything we can. If not, we will die right here." Wu Dai gritted his teeth and replied, "We know without you reminding us." Although he spoke outwardly that way, in his heart he silently thought, is it really possible to win by risking everything? As a member of the investigative team, he didn't want to utter words that went against his conscience, but he also understood that Zhang Yi was determined to fight. At least there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, everyone would surely die. Yuan Kong Yi did not wait for Zhang Yi and the others to finish speaking, immediately starting a new wave of attacks. This time, the assault originated from underground. Beneath their feet, the ground erupted with loud explosions as hundreds of blue frost ice thorns shot up from the earth, stabbing into the crowd. This was the ability of the priest Da Mei. Initially, she was just a normal type of special substance, capable of growing thorns from her body as a combat tactic. Upon her death, she was left with nothing but shattered bones from the previous battle with the zombies. But in Yuan Kong Yi's hands, her power became incredibly formidable. This unexpected attack caught everyone off guard. Zhang Yi quickly activated his time travel ability to leave immediately. The others hurriedly used every means possible, even facing great danger, to try and halt the fierce attack. Zhang Yi's words inspired everyone's fighting spirit. They began to fight with all their might. Wu Dai gritted his teeth, and suddenly, a powerful spirit surged from his body, making his hair stand on end. In an instant, his hair turned snow white, and a strong spiritual force surrounded his body. He shot up into the air, heading straight towards Yuan Kong Yi. Seeing this scene, Bai Lechong King, Qi Guangming, and the members of the investigation team displayed faces of unbearable tension, but they knew that this was a decisive moment for the survival of all. Bai Lechong King thought to himself, Wu Dai is using the power of the plasma gun, depleting his spiritual energy. When this energy is used excessively, it will also drain his lifespan. He has recklessly ignored the consequences and has begun to frantically burn his own life. At this moment, Wu Dai no longer cared about the consequences. This action could temporarily help him reach the threshold of legend. Wu Dai's transformation caught Yuan Kong Yi's attention. She frowned, not expecting a new trouble to arise. Wu Dai let out a mad laughter. Ha ha ha. He knew what this action meant for him, but now he had no other choice. Bian Junwu could sacrifice for the team, and he could do the same. Wu Dai shouted in madness. Die for me, you detestable fool. Around Wu Dai, countless bright orbs were launched from his right hand towards Yuan Kong Yi to attack. In terms of power, it was completely incomparable to before, having at least increased by several levels. The gigantic plasma gun moved at incredible speed, containing an overwhelmingly destructive energy. He raised his arm high, creating a massive cluster of spiritual energy orbs, with a radius of nearly 1 meter, then forcefully threw it towards Yuan Kong Yi. The others also coordinated with Wu Dai, attacking from all directions. Especially Zhang Yi, he circled behind Yuan Kong Yi, using divine power to lock her down before beginning the attack. Yuan Kong Yi did not dare to hesitate. She felt the imminent threat of death and immediately shouted, "Annihilation!" The terrifying light of annihilation erupted from the center of Yuan Kong Yi, spreading out in all directions. Zhang Yu and Wu Dai both exerted all their strength, one in front and one behind. The terrifying power in the air intertwined and collided, creating a horrific scene. Then, the devastating explosion buried everything around. Uncle Wang and Liang Yu, witnessing this scene, were shocked and thought to themselves, "Is it over?" The white light on the ground disappeared. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, my spatial gate has withstood Yuan Kong Yi's attack. An attack with such a wide range cannot concentrate all its power on a single point like my divine power, so it is unlikely to pose a significant threat to the spatial gate." However, just this one blow had nearly wiped out the mutant persons. After a while of fighting against many opponents, Yuan Kong Yi finally showed signs of exhaustion on her face. She thought to herself, "If this continues, sooner or later I will be exhausted to death." She possessed countless types of superpowers, but the energy in her body was almost depleted. Facing two mutant persons working together to deliver a powerful strike, Yuan Kong Yi could no longer defend herself easily. However, after this blow, Wu Di's condition suddenly changed. His face quickly turned pale, his gaze became gloomy, and he appeared visibly aged. He looked at Yuan Kong Yi and muttered, "Still not dead? No way." In an instant, he seemed like a plane crash victim, falling from the sky. This attack had drained all his strength. Bai Li Chang King quickly moved forward, using one hand to support the struggling Wu Di. On Zhang Yi's side, he fought while rapidly stuffing superpower food into his mouth. He was not afraid of exhausting himself in battle, because even when continuously using divine power, his superpower could be replenished quickly. Zhang Yi and Wu Di worked together to unleash their strongest attack. But in the end, it only made Yuan Kong Yi even more fatigued. The current situation was not very optimistic. Except for Zhang Yi, all the others were injured to varying degrees. Wu Di was completely exhausted and could not continue fighting. Xiao Hong Lian, with fresh blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, could not withstand the remaining force of annihilation, even with the infernal furnace. Wei Dinghai had lost an arm and was almost completely weak. Now only Zhang Yi and Bai Le Chong King remained standing on the battlefield. Zhang Yi looked at Bai Le Chong King and thought, can the two of them defeat Yuan Kong Yi, who is nearly invincible? Now, a sense of despair was flooding his mind. The strength of a peak mutant person over lower-level mutant persons was an absolute crushing force like this. If it weren't for Bi and Junwu's death, Bai Le Chong King might have even considered recruiting her into their ranks, becoming a member of the Jiangnan region. But he could not do that, as it would be a betrayal of the brotherhood of life and death. Yuan Kong Yi's voice echoed like that of a deity. What do you need to suffer and struggle like this for? It only prolongs the pain. It would be better to be quiet and let me kill you. That way, you will also be freed. Although Zhang Yi was strong, he could not break Yuan Kong Yi's mindfulness power with just divine power. Yuan Kong Yi felt immensely satisfied with the strong feeling he had. The feeling of being able to control and destroy everything was truly wonderful. On the battlefield outside, some members of the investigation team could no longer bear to watch. Their abilities were not suited to fight against Yuan Kong Yi, and they were heartbroken to see their comrades brutally killed right before their eyes. Only Liang Yu and her group, hiding behind the boulder, maintained their faith in Zhang Yi. Liang Yu whispered, "Zhang Yi is the one who fears death the most, so why does he claim to be a hero in such an uncertain situation? He must have a way." Zhang Yi spoke frankly. "It seems you have reached your limit. Although you have done more than I imagined, you are almost out of strength." Zhang Yu's words came across as arrogant, surprising those around him. They acknowledged Zhang Yu's great power in restraining Yuan Kong Yi. But in their impression, Zhang Yi was strong in defense rather than attack. Today, if it were a one-on-one fight, he could be defeated by Yuan Kong Yi in just 5 seconds. Therefore, they did not understand why Zhang Yi's attitude had suddenly changed like this. Xiao Honglian thought to herself, does he still hide his true power? Zhang Yi waved at everyone, his gaze always fixed on Yuan Kong Yi, not leaving for a second. You all should leave here. Let me take charge of the next battle. Everything that has happened so far has gone exactly as Zhang Yi predicted. These mutant persons came here primarily to help him deplete Yuan Kong Yi's strength. From the very beginning, Zhang Yi did not expect to rely on them to defeat her. Bai Li Chong King looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Zhang Yi, you're not joking, are you? Zhang Yi coldly replied. Do you think I look like I'm joking? No one wanted to seek death at this moment, but they also did not believe that Zhang Yi would sacrifice himself for others like that. Since Zhang Yi had said so, they had no choice but to trust him. Xiao Honglian shouted loudly. Then you do it. She and Wei Dinghai, without hesitation, pulled their injured bodies and ran away. Xing Tian glanced at Zhang Yi and gritted his teeth. Zhang Yi, our last hope is entrusted to you. He focused all his remaining superpower into one spot and then transferred it entirely to Zhang Yi. This made Zhang Yi feel that his body was stronger, more agile, and even his senses became extremely sharp. Bai Li Chong King said to his teammates, "Take him away. I will stay here to fight alongside Zhang Yi until the end." Wu Dai, who was exhausted and nearly breathless, was assisted off the battlefield. Bai Li Chong King despite his serious injuries, still managed to keep it together and was determined not to leave the battlefield. Zhang Yu witnessed this, but did not intervene. If Bai Lichang King wanted to fight, then let him fight. However, Zhang Yi did not expect Bai Lichang King to make a significant impact in this battle. Yuan Kong Yi also did not stop others from leaving. She knew that as long as she wanted, no one in Tian Hai City could escape her grasp. She was merely curious about Zhang Yu's attitude, unsure of what this man ultimately intended to do. Bai Lichang King threw a black pistol to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi immediately recognized it as the sidearm of Captain Bian Junwu. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "A gun?" Bai Lichang King replied, "There are about 20 primordial bullets inside." Primordial bullets intrigued Zhang Yi. They were specially designed to counter mutant persons, and could even pose a threat to Yuan Kong Yi. Zhang Yi looked up at Yuan Kong Yi, his eyes slightly narrowed. "All right, I will use them." He looked into the distance and said, "Everything must come to an end, right?" Hearing that, Yuan Kong Yi sneered. "Who gave you that confidence, Zhang Yi? You have no idea about my strength. I haven't even used my full power yet." She spread her arms wide, superpower swirling around her to form 2 violent whirlwinds. Her voice became extremely confident. "Now I've just begun to adapt to holding many new abilities in my body. Don't worry, I will quickly kill you, and then take your power." After saying this, a storm even more terrifying than the last appeared. The ground beneath Zhang Yi and Bai Lichang King was being destroyed more seriously. Countless pieces of rock were flying up and hovering in midair. Bai Lichang King leveraged his agile speed to jump onto each piece of rock, preparing to attack Yuan Kong Yi. Yuan Kong Yi's gaze was fierce. "Go to hell." She extended her left hand, aiming at Bai Lichang King with bloodthirsty eyes. A massive force of mindfulness power directly swept Bai Lichang King away. He, unwilling, shouted, "No." Even someone possessing a strong enhancement ability while in the air could not use his power. Zhang Yi did not care about Bai Lichang King. When the ground beneath him began to shake, his figure flickered in the air and appeared right in front of Yuan Kong Yi. The super space power he used was not affected by external influences. Therefore, as long as Zhang Yi controlled the space door well, he could move freely within a radius of 300 meters, even stopping in midair. Yuan Kong Yi saw that Zhang Yi intended to attack her. She spoke with a smug tone. "Do you think you can hurt me from behind?" Yuan Kong Yi waved her hand, and a long water spout thousands of meters long appeared, like a sword thrusting violently towards Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi did not evade. He stood on the rubble of a collapsed building and extended his right hand. That tornado completely entered Zhang Yi's space door. After a moment, another space door unexpectedly opened to the right of Yuan Kong Yi, and the water spout she released began to attack her back. Yuan Kong Yi merely narrowed her eyes, and that gigantic water spout was quickly destroyed by her. Yuan Kong Yi coldly said, "A space door, huh? Do you think you can withstand this strike of mine?" Just after a moment, centered on Zhang Yi, hundreds of whirlwinds appeared from all directions, forming a storm rushing towards Zhang Yi. The tornadoes exploded, sweeping through space, turning rocks into tiny fragments, and destroying everything. But then, Zhang Yi appeared from outside the battlefield, completely unharmed, and his expression remained calm as ever. Bai Lichang King, Xiao Hong Lian, and the others were all very astonished at this sight. Xiao Hong Lian couldn't help but say, "So he has never really used his true strength in front of us. Perhaps only Liang Yu and the others know just how terrifying Zhang Yi's life-protecting abilities really are. The spatial door is already too abnormal, and now he even has the ability to traverse space, enough to be immune to most physical attacks." Yuan Kong Yi saw Zhang Yi safe and sound, and a trace of fear flickered in her eyes, but she quickly sneered. "Is avoiding attacks all you can do?" Despite her dislike for Zhang Yi's abilities, Yuan Kong Yi felt no fear. During this time, they had gathered enough intelligence on the abilities of all the mutant people in Tian Hai City. They had analyzed Zhang Yi's strength early on and concluded that his defensive capabilities were very powerful, but his attacks were not effective enough. Even though Zhang Yi had divine power, the energy consumption for this ability was too great. Unless it was a surprise attack, it would be impossible to inflict damage on Yuan Kong Yi in a direct confrontation. She believed that she could not fail, and Zhang Yi was confident that he would not lose. The sharpest arrow faced the strongest shield. In the end, who would emerge victorious? Those observing from a distance were extremely tense. They could only pray for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed and made a provocative gesture towards Yuan Kong Yi. "Let's see if you can kill me." Yuan Kong Yi's reaction was anger. She intensified her attacks even more. However, Zhang Yi was a head above her. He had certainly calculated everything very carefully before deciding to confront her head-on. He had a lot of experience fighting mutant persons in the air. Zhang Yi's figure kept moving. With the ability to traverse space, his self-defense capability was truly remarkable. Yuan Kong Yi couldn't lock him down to attack, while ordinary physical attacks were absorbed by the space door. Thus, she had no choice but to expand her attack range, so that Zhang Yi could not escape the attack area. Yuan Kong Yi angrily said, "I'll see how you can escape." But Yuan Kong Yi did not expect that Zhang Yi would demonstrate a new ability at this moment. Although the space door had a vast range and strong defensive capability, its weakness was that it could only defend from one direction and could not move. After acquiring this ability, Zhang Yi kept improving it. He developed a more flexible defensive skill, the space shield. He could compress two space doors into a large-sized shield, and then control it with both hands. Although the area was reduced, the defensive ability against attacks from all directions became even more flexible and convenient. He didn't need to use his hands to launch an attack. Currently, his only effective method of attack was divine power. Zhang Yi continuously used provocative words to annoy Yuan Kong Yi, causing her to lose control. "Is this all you're capable of?" This battle dragged on, and everything of the worship, the Snow Sect, had now become desolate. But Zhang Yi still had not defeated Yuan Kong Yi. Every fierce attack from Yuan Kong Yi was absorbed by Zhang Yi through his spatial shield and then bounced back. He was not in a passive position to take hits. Whenever he found an opening in Yuan Kong Yi, he would use divine power to strike at her. On the contrary, she was always wary of the power of divine power, unable to attack recklessly with other superpowers. Each time Zhang Yi used divine power, she also had to use annihilation to counterattack. This was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted, as annihilation would weaken her at the fastest. The area surrounding the ruins of worship, the Snow Sect, within a 10-kilometer radius, had become their battlefield. Light orbs appeared in the sky, and everything within that range was shattered, leaving almost nothing behind. Currently, Zhang Yi could not compare to Yuan Kong Yi's fighting strength. He could not prolong the battle too long. Ending it sooner was more advantageous for him. With the support of Xing Tian's power, and the large amount of superpower food stored in his superpower space, he continuously charged energy to restore his stamina and superpower during the fight. Otherwise, after using divine power 5 times, he would be completely exhausted. Zhang Yi's advantage was that Yuan Kong Yi lacked proficient combat experience. Others could only stand by and watch Zhang Yi fight. Even Bad Li Chun King contemplated withdrawing from the battle. In this tiered conflict, his involvement only complicated matters. He was not on par to participate. As a result, people's attitude towards Zhang Yi changed. Initially, they underestimated him, but now they were extremely astonished. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai both exclaimed, "This defensive ability is truly astonishing. Luckily, we didn't continue fighting Zhang Yi before, otherwise we would surely have been the losers." Meng Xiaoyu said with a serious expression. However, prolonging this situation is not a solution. The level disparity among mutant persons and the amount of superpower within them is indeed vast. Especially after reaching level 5, Legend, it cannot be understood from the perspective of an ordinary mutant person. While Zhang Yi may be able to delay Yuan Kong Yi, he cannot defeat her. If Yuan Kong Yi becomes bored, she can easily ignore him and attack us instead. Meng Xiaoyu is not wrong, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhang Yi only possesses strong defensive capabilities, preventing Yuan Kong Yi from killing him in a short time. But if Yuan Kong Yi wishes to leave, Zhang Yi cannot stop her. With Yuan Kong Yi's skills, her flying speed is incredibly fast. She can completely bypass Zhang Yi and first eliminate the others. Bad Li Chun King said helplessly, "We have no choice but to trust Zhang Yi. If Yuan Kong Yi really wants to kill us, We certainly cannot escape from the hands of a legend. They had heard about the legend, the top mysterious strongman in Huaxia. You can kill from thousands of miles away from Shangjing headquarters. Faced with the absolute disparity in strength, every elaborate plan becomes meaningless. Unless Zhang Yi can defeat Yuan Kong Yi, at least he must incapacitate her from pursuing. Otherwise, their escape would be pointless. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Yuan Kong Yi had been fighting for quite some time. In Yuan Kong Yi's eyes, impatience gradually emerged. She had used dozens of methods to deal with Zhang Yi, but the spatial shield and Zhang Yi's ability to traverse space were too extraordinary. However, everything seemed like a trap, neither able to attack nor catch him. This made Yuan Kong Yi extremely furious. Her assaults became even more terrifying. Whenever she used annihilation, Zhang Yi would use divine power. The clashes of these two superpowers resonated violently. Once again, the space shimmered with brilliant colors. A tower was punctured, creating a circular hole. Then it collapsed with a roar. Yuan Kong Yi could not defeat Zhang Yi, making her even more anxious. At that moment, she remembered Zhen Yixian. She recalled his voice. You just need to become the symbol of the worship the Snow Sect. Performing the deity worship ritual every day is enough. Leave everything else to me. Yuan Kong Yi silently told herself. Zheng Yixian, if you were here, you would definitely know how to solve this problem, right? She sighed internally. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in her mind. Just capture the person that Zhang Yi is interested in. In her haste, she had allowed Zhang Yi to pull her back into a fight, forgetting about the others. She wondered, if it were Zheng Yixian right now, what would he do? After a moment of reflection, Yuan Kong Yi decided to ignore Zhang Yi, flying off in the distance, preparing to find Uncle Wang and the others to cause trouble. She seemed to be a little smarter this time. They needed to be eliminated first. Only then would Zhang Yi reveal a flaw. However, Yuan Kong Yi's cleverness came a bit too late. When she arrived, there was no sign of his group. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Are you trying to play smart? It's too late now. At this moment, Yuan Kong Yi realized that Uncle Wang and the others had long since vanished from sight. It was all part of Zhang Yi's plan. Uncle Wang and his group were already missing without a trace. Yuan Kong Yi, engrossed in fighting Zhang Yi, had never noticed this. Only Xiao Honglan and her group were still nearby. Seeing Yuan Kong Yi rush over, their expressions changed in fright. Yuan Kong Yi glared at Zhang Yi in anger, but he seemed indifferent. He could not put himself in danger to save these people. If Yuan Kong Yi wanted to kill them, then she could go ahead. If she wanted to kill Bai La Chong King and Xiao Honglan, on the contrary, that would create an opportunity for Zhang Yi. Furious, Yuan Kong Yi shouted, "What a despicable person!" She looked toward Xiao Honglan, wary in her heart. As long as I show any vulnerability, Zhang Yi, the snake hiding behind its shell, will bite me painfully. Yuan Kong Yi tried to keep herself composed. Although her battle experience was lacking, she had learned a lot through practical combat. Yuan Kong Yi's calm expression gradually faded. Despite possessing overwhelming power, she had no way to deal with Zhang Yi's high-level defensive capabilities. Zhang Yi now resembled a legendary martial artist, his body as sturdy as a tortoise shell, impossible to break. Yuan Kong Yi sighed. Calm down, I can't let him lead me, I must find his weakness. Yuan Kong Yi had realized the characteristics of Zhang Yi's defensive ability. First, it has a limited range. The ability to warp space only operates within a radius of 300 meters. The spatial shield only protects the area around the user. Therefore, to defeat him, a large-scale and powerful attack must be used. Yuan Kong Yi had attempted this method, but it was ineffective. A new idea flashed in Yuan Kong Yi's mind. As long as I can restrict his space warping ability and break his shell, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with him. Yuan Kong Yi's eyes gradually turned crimson, and his hair flew as if there were no wind. From Yuan Kong Yi's center, hundreds of fire dragons suddenly appeared to attack Zhang Yi. The temperature was terrifyingly high. However, Zhang Yi was wearing combat gear. This special combat gear had the ability to withstand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees for a short period. Zhang Yi used the spatial shield to block the incoming attacks. However, just in an instant, those giant fire dragons circled around him and suddenly struck the ground. Zhang Yi frowned and thought to himself, If it's not a direct attack on me, what is the purpose of this action? As the fire dragons crashed into the ground, thick white smoke rose immediately. Now, everywhere was covered in ice and snow, and in an instant they melted into dense water vapor, simultaneously obscuring Zhang Yi's vision. Zhang Yi felt himself veering off course, and soon, he sensed he was in a murky canyon, unable to see anything at all. He muttered, "Ha!" The temperature around him was rising. Zhang Yi wanted to leave this area, but the surrounding space had also been affected by the high temperature. Everything was shrouded in white mist. He couldn't even determine the direction. The sound of water echoed in Zhang Yi's ears. A massive lake had appeared on the ground. A strange sight unfolded. Droplets of water began to rise into the air, moving toward Zhang Yi, and filling the space around him. He exclaimed, "Damn, she's doing this again." Zhang Yi quickly realized something was wrong. Even if he used his space-traveling abilities, he couldn't escape the encompassing range of these droplets. The floating droplets in the air were increasing, forming a thick layer that covered a vast area. Zhang Yi looked somewhat worried, which greatly pleased Yuan Kong Yi. He muttered, "This will disrupt my movement." From above, Yuan Kong Yi exhaled, releasing a plume of white mist from his mouth. Soon, it transformed into a gigantic snowstorm. The thick layer of water began to freeze. In less than 2 seconds, it solidified into a block. The drop in temperature caused the fog to turn into ice particles that fell down. When the fog dissipated, an unbelievable sight appeared on the battlefield. A gigantic cube of ice, standing imposingly at the center of the battlefield, stretching thousands of meters long. At this moment, Yuan Kong Yi appeared fatigued. The use of such large-scale superpower had drained a lot of her energy, but she wore a satisfied smile, thinking she had put Zhang Yi in a deadlock. Yuan Kong Yi shouted loudly, "Even if you can hide, with such a large-scale attack, you will ultimately not be able to escape." A door opened on the enormous block of ice. Zhang Yi stepped out from the door, letting out a sigh of relief. Yuan Kong Yi was taken aback, her eyes filled with a tumultuous rage. She struggled to come up with this method, and unexpectedly, it could not defeat Zhang Yi. In a fit of anger, Yuan Kong Yi shouted frantically, "No way!" Zhang Yi looked up into the sky with a smiling face and said, "This combination technique is very interesting, but unfortunately, it has no effect on me. The superpower space is not suitable for life. It is merely a completely empty area, even lacking air, so staying there for a short time will not lead to death. It can be used as a temporary method to evade attacks in space." Zhang Yi used this ability to dodge Yuan Kong Yi's skills. Yuan Kong Yi shouted, "Zhang Yu, I don't believe I can't kill you." At this moment, she became agitated, like a 20-year-old girl being abused by others. This failure made Yuan Kong Yi think of her next move. However, as Yuan Kong Yi prepared to continue her actions, she suddenly felt a strong feeling of discomfort rising in her brain. Her vision began to blur. Yuan Kong Yi frowned and rubbed her forehead, not considering it a serious problem as she thought it was just because she was too tired. However, this small expression of Yuan Kong Yi was noticed by Zhang Yi. He smiled smugly, then waved at Yuan Kong Yi with a radiant demeanor. "Come on, if you have the ability, then kill me. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, the wound on Zheng Yixin's chest was caused by me." When this was said, Yuan Kong Yi's expression became more ferocious. She replied, "Okay, I will make you die and bury you with him." Zhang Yi said confidently, "Just wait and see. Keep your eyes open." As Zhang Yi spoke, he was also continuously eating something. Superpower consumed too quickly, and he needed to continuously replenish his nutrition. Zhang Yi and Yuan Kong Yi continued to fight, fiercely struggling without gaining the upper hand. Yuan Kong Yi felt increasingly frustrated. In fact, it was not that Yuan Kong Yi lacked strength, but her combat experience was too limited. At this moment, under the provocation of Zhang Yi, Yuan Kong Yi was determined to kill him right here. However, the more Yuan Kong Yi fought, the more uncomfortable her body felt. She felt dizzy, as if she were motion sick, and a strong sense of malice gradually began to emerge. The scene before her also became blurry, especially when Yuan Kong Yi went insane during the battle. This feeling became even more pronounced. Yuan Kong Yi suddenly realized that this sensation was not due to her mental state, nor was she suddenly falling ill. Realizing something, Yuan Kongyi abruptly stopped in midair, shielding her pained forehead with her hand, and gritted her teeth to ask Zhang Yi, What? What have you done to me? The smile on Zhang Yi's lips gradually grew more radiant. He thought to himself, Sure enough, everything has begun, hasn't it? It seems that Bian Junwu's superpower toxin has infiltrated Yuan Kongyi's body. No, I can't smile. He had to lead Yuan Kongyi step by step into the abyss. If she discovered it, it would ruin the plan. Zhang Yi said mockingly, It seems like you haven't managed to control the power within you. Perhaps my guess was correct. The superpower of the dead that you absorbed still lingers on you, causing you to suffer like this. Yuan Kongyi was angry, staring at Zhang Yi. But his words struck at Yuan Kongyi's psyche, making her feel uneasy inside. After all, in order to achieve her goal of becoming powerful, she had used too many underhanded tactics, causing the deaths of many mutant persons, using ice beats. Among them were many former loyal followers and even Zheng Yixian, the one most important to Yuan Kongyi. She felt as if her conscience was tearing her apart. Yuan Kongyi shouted, Shut up! What do you know about me? Yuan Kongyi gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain, unleashing fierce attacks toward Zhang Yi. The ground cracked, dark clouds swirled, winds roared, flames burned intensely, and snow and ice fell. Countless types of superpowers were continuously unleashed by Yuan Kongyi. All of this meant nothing to Zhang Yi. He couldn't be harmed by it. On the contrary, he felt even more pleased that everything was going according to his calculations. Zhang Yi was as resilient as ever. Even though he endured powerful attacks, he remained undefeated. At this moment, his only weakness was that his superpower was not as strong as Yuan Kongyi's. Everything else was in its best state. Also, it should be noted that he had the support of Xing Tian and had stored a large amount of superpower food in his superpower space, enough for him to strike continuously. Perhaps everyone didn't understand the meaning of this battle. His strongest attack using divine power couldn't kill Yuan Kongyi. But why did he continue to fight like that? The reality is that he was secretly building many plans. The first plan, based on the prerequisite that Yuan Kongyi and Zheng Yixian could completely control their zombie forces, causing them to self-destruct their group of zombies, to exchange for a brief peace in Tianhai City. After that, Zhang Yi would find a way to rely on the power of the Jiangnan region to destroy worship the Snow Sect. When the first plan failed, the second plan was naturally initiated. His second plan regarding Yuan Kongyi was the super toxin power. The key point of the second plan was the super toxin power in Bian Junwu's body. In this world, there are countless types of mutations, and these mutations are not always positive. There are also downsides to them. The flaw in Bian Junwu's ability is that each time he releases a skill, he has to endure the loss of light and inflict incurable wounds on his body. Because the mutation is at the genetic level, it cannot be treated with modern medicine. When Yuan Kongyi absorbed the superpower from the Ice Beat Master, she also received his side effects. In this regard, Zhang Yi did not have to deduce it by himself. In the letter that Li Jian wrote to him, he mentioned something. Li Jian, at the Worship the Snow Sect, learned about a goddess who had the ability to control the ice beat using her breath. This type of superpower has a side effect, which is to harm her lungs. Therefore, every time she used her ability, she often had a dry cough. Later, Li Jian witnessed Yuan Kongyi killing the goddess. One day, when Yuan Kongyi showcased her superpower in front of everyone to perform miracles for the believers, she also coughed several times, and this sound was exactly like that of the goddess before. Li Jian carefully described this detail to Zhang Yi. Therefore, Zhang Yi concluded that when Yuan Kongyi absorbed the superpower, she would definitely also absorb the sudden side effects. Based on this, Plan 2 emerged, which was a carefully crafted plan centered around Bian Junwu. Bian Junwu has limited strength, and only Zhang Yi knows this. Throughout the entire Tianhai City, other forces do not possess this information. Yuan Kongyi is also unaware of the significant loss. When Yuan Kongyi received extremely powerful strength capable of destroying everything in sight, she was very excited and impatient to use this power, wanting to destroy everyone. But for a legendary level mutant person, the more they use their powers, the greater the side effects become. For example, Bian Junwu quickly exhausted his life force when he fully unleashed his abilities. Now what Zhang Yi needed to do was to prolong the battle with Yuan Kongyi, forcing her to continuously use her superpower. He had also calculated everything. The investigation team, along with a dozen mutant persons from major forces, had depleted a portion of Yuan Kong Yi's strength. Zhang Yi would only join in once they failed. Zhang Yi smiled enigmatically, thinking to himself, as long as I eliminate Yuan Kong Yi, not only will Tian High City be completely peaceful, but those who have been defeated will no longer be able to compete with me for Yuan Kong Yi's powers. That is the ability of a legendary level mutant person. Once I absorb Yuan Kong Yi's powers, it means I will also absorb the abilities of dozens of other mutant persons. I will rise to legendary status as well. But he would not let Yuan Kong Yi know any of this. If she found out, she might decide to flee instead of continuing the fight, and Zhang Yi would have no way to stop her. He intentionally used words to provoke Yuan Kong Yi. After careful calculation, he brought up Yuan Kong Yi's past. I know you hate this world and want to destroy everyone, but you are not completely innocent. If your parents had not founded a cult to deceive and exploit the believers, causing them to lose all their assets, you would not have ended up in this situation. Yuan Kong Yi suddenly contracted her pupils. The past was something Yuan Kong Yi always wanted to avoid. The greatest darkness in her heart. Zhang Yi made her remember those shattered memories once again. Kong Yi's parents died in an aviation accident. During her parents' funeral, furious followers burst in and knocked over their coffins. With no outlet for their anger, some even knocked Kong Yi down. She endured brutal torment. Zheng Yuxian rushed in like an injured beast to save Kong Yi, but was trampled into the ground by others. Despite his pleas, they continued to torture Kong Yi. After a day and a night, the deep anguish had penetrated her bones, making Kong Yi doubt whether she could survive. Yuan Kong Yi suddenly clutched her head and screamed, "Shut up!" A boundless force like a storm began to radiate from her. At that moment, Yuan Kong Yi's gaze started to blur. She looked at Zhang Yi, as if she could no longer recognize his form. Kong Yi's head ached more and more, a feeling of pain enveloping her. Unable to help herself, she asked Zhang Yi, "What did you do to me? Answer me quickly." He stood at a distance observing Yuan Kong Yi, unhurried at this moment. This type of superpower was untreatable. As long as Yuan Kong Yi began to erupt, the situation would continue to worsen. Zhang Yi smiled with a proud grin. Guess whether I'll tell you or not. The current situation he had orchestrated seemed to be achieving the desired result, but just because he had taken 99 steps did not mean he would be careless in the final step. Therefore, he would never answer her question. Yuan Kong Yi angrily glared at Zhang Yi. In Kong Yi's heart, she concluded that Zhang Yi had definitely used some kind of power that caused her body to malfunction. Trash. Kong Yi's body began to emit a strong white light. This was Kong Yi's ability, capable of healing all ailments and injuries of the human body. However, this time, as soon as she activated her power, Kong Yi sensed a situation that was not as expected. The discomfort in Kong Yi's body not only did not disappear, but also became worse. As Kong Yi intensified her superpower, her vision blurred even more, and her headache grew more severe. Yuan Kong Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and she couldn't help but cough violently. At her weakest moment, the situation became even more severe. Zhang Yi was determined not to miss the opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Yi gave Yuan Kong Yi no room to breathe. Only the dead cannot harm others. He quickly used divine power, launching it straight at Yuan Kong Yi, and continuing to attack. Yuan Kong Yi sensed the great danger approaching and used annihilation to counter this strike. Kong Yi was able to resist, but her body became even weaker. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed violently like a tuberculosis patient. From a distance, those who had lost the ability to fight observed, feeling extremely perplexed when they saw Yuan Kong Yi suddenly experiencing a physical issue. Because throughout the entire time, they had not seen Zhang Yi use any tricks, and knowing Zhang Yi well for a long time, they were fully aware of his abilities. He was a mutant person who controlled alien space and had no ability to poison others. Moreover, poisoning a legend-level mutant person in battle was nearly impossible. Bai Leichang King suddenly understood everything when he saw Yuan Kong Yi coughing. He murmured, "That's the side effect of the captain's ability." Not only he, but all the members of the investigation team knew this. The mutant people of Tan High City did not understand, but they knew very well. Meng Xiyu whispered. When she absorbed the captain's superpower, She also received the side effects of that ability. Was this intentional on Zhang Yi's part, or just a fortunate coincidence? She turned to Bag Le Chong King and her group, asking, "Is that a coincidence?" Looking at everything, it didn't quite seem that way. But if Zhang Yi had planned it in advance, then his previous arrangement for Bian Junwu to use Ice Beat was part of his strategy. Wu Di weakly lay in the sleeping bag, cursing. "Shit, he really has been planning against us." Bag Le Chong King replied, "No, he hasn't done anything wrong. In that situation, his actions were the only way to save us. I think the captain knows that Zhang Yi is scheming against him, but the captain can only act this way." He began to feel admiration for Zhang Yi. This person can actually arrange such a grand chess game. That's really impressive. Even we have become pawns in his hands. Although feeling uncomfortable about being used by others, Bai Le Chong King still respected Zhang Yi's cunning and talent. Wu Dai shouted, "Ha, I definitely have to." He hadn't finished his sentence before he started coughing. Wu Di was almost exhausted. A surge of excitement nearly made him faint. Meng Sai Yu comforted him. "What's happening here doesn't concern us for now. You should rest first." Everyone looked at Zhang Yi and thought to themselves, Yuan Kong Yi is finally facing a problem. Suddenly, everyone felt anxious. They sensed a glimmer of hope for survival. Only if Zhang Yi defeated Yuan Kong Yi would they have a chance to survive. Everyone knew this. At this moment, Zhang Yi was eating to replenish his energy, while continuing to fight Yuan Kong Yi from a distance. Yuan Kong Yi's body was gradually weakening. His gaze was dim, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Yi no longer used divine power, as this type of superpower consumed too much of his energy. Although he could replenish it through food, he couldn't overdo it. He needed to maintain his strong fighting capability until the battle was over. He had anticipated every possible situation. Once Yuan Kong Yi was truly defeated, those around him would certainly not miss the opportunity to enjoy such a delicacy. This was a legendary mutant person, which everyone desired. Zhang Yi began to switch to using the primordial bullet, Bian Junwu's handgun. It was larger and longer than a regular handgun. The bullets fired from the barrel carried destructive power. For ordinary people or objects, its power was no different from that of regular bullets. However, when facing a mutant person, its destructive capability was unimaginable. In the hands of Qi Guangming, it could already have a certain impact on Yuan Kong Yi. Moreover, now it was in Zhang Yi's hands, making its effectiveness even greater. Zhang Yi held Bian Junwu's pistol, using his space-jumping ability to continuously evade Yuan Kong Yi's attacks. At the same time, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity when Kong Yi was in pain and unable to concentrate to shoot at her. Each primordial bullet carried formidable power. Yuan Kong Yi could originally use mindfulness power to move at high speed, evading the primordial bullet attacks. But she could not evade, because once she started actively dodging Zhang Yi's attacks, it meant she had entered a defensive phase. She decided to use mindfulness power to block the primordial bullet, but this caused her superpower consumption rate to increase significantly. Damn, using superpower will only weaken me more and more. If I don't use it, Zhang Yi will quickly kill me. The side effects of superpower Bian Junwu became even more pronounced. In the end, Yuan Kong Yi realized the crux of the problem, but she was trapped in a dead end. If she didn't use superpower, Zhang Yi would quickly eliminate her. Not to mention, there were many mutant persons around waiting for the opportunity to bring her down. For the first time, Yuan Kong Yi thought, am I really going to lose here? She had always believed that no one could compare to her, looking down over the city of Tianhai, thinking no one could stop Kong Yi's attacks. But the appearance of Zhang Yi, a mutant person, had pushed Kong Yi to a corner. Kong Yi could not break through Zhang Yi's defense. Of course, maintaining the current situation is not easy for Zhang Yi either. Without support, and continuously consuming superpower foods to replenish energy, he definitely could not have fought against Yuan Kong Yi for so long. The amount of superpower in Yuan Kong Yi's body was so high that it made Zhang Yi feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, he had the ability to absorb energy from the outside. Zhang Yi attacked Yuan Kong Yi while mocking her. Yuan Kong Yi, how are you doing? After only a short time of fighting, are you already wanting to surrender? If you surrender and give up your superpower, I might consider letting you live. He tempted her, trying to confuse Yuan Kong Yi's mind. Yuan Kong Yi felt dazed, but her fighting strength remained extremely powerful. Possessing dozens of types of superpower, even if she could not see them, she could still sense her surroundings through her enhanced sensory system. She countered Zhang Yi with a massive ice strike, but it was swallowed by his space door. Yuan Kong Yi had almost lost all means to deal with Zhang Yi. She did not expect that Zhang Yi's superpower space contained so many types of superpower foods. It was like a low-level player carrying 10,000 health potions to fight a boss in a game. Although the attack power was not strong enough, the energy depletion would tire others out. If that were all, it would be fine. But she thought angrily to herself, why is my body undergoing a transformation? The problem definitely arose from Kong Yi's use of Ice Beat with Zhang Yi and his group. At first, she had calculated everything very carefully. Ice Beat could help awaken superpower, even stimulate potential, and faction leaders would certainly keep it for themselves, or for those who had the ability to use it. When those people died, the ability would revert back to Yuan Kong Yi's body. But she did not expect someone to use Ice Beat as bait, intentionally targeting a mutant person with a significant side effect of superpower. She realized it was too late. The side effects erupted, and even superpower healing could not alleviate them. The bizarre mutation at the genetic level was beyond cure. Zhang Yi, while eating cakes, sighed, so stubborn, still not giving up. Yuan Kong Yi panicked and asked Zhang Yi, What have you done to me? Tell me, I want to know the answer. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, Go to hell, and ask the devil Santa. After saying that, he fired a primordial bullet toward Yuan Kong Yi's head. Yuan Kong Yi lightly waved her right hand, creating a gigantic ice wall in front of her to block the primordial bullet. Her tone remained firm. Who knows where they are going to hell? As she used her superpower, her head felt as if it had been stabbed with needles, causing intense pain. She held her head in agony, her body swaying in the air, seemingly about to fall. She realized that continuing to fight like this was not a solution. No, I can't keep wasting my strength on him anymore. The man in front of her had completely suppressed Kong Yi's abilities. Kong Yi needed to leave and take time to address her issues. Once she fully adapted to her new powers, she would return and kill everyone here. Thinking this, Yuan Kong Yi gritted her teeth through the pain, abruptly turned, and ran in the opposite direction of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not surprised by this decision. He had predicted every choice Yuan Kong Yi would make. Today, by any means, Yuan Kong Yi had to die at his hands. His voice echoed, No one can save you, not even the gods. Didn't you claim to be a god? Why are you running? While replenishing his energy, Zhang Yi pursued Yuan Kong Yi, ready in case she suddenly turned to attack. He kept a sufficient distance, not too close to her, as Yuan Kong Yi had absorbed a lot of superpower from other mutant individuals, including powerful enhanced mutants. Her close combat fighting ability was certainly significant, so Zhang Yi wouldn't take reckless risks. He just needed to maintain pressure until Yuan Kong Yi couldn't withstand her injuries any longer. She would collapse on her own. Zhang Yi was indeed a wise hunter. Even though Yuan Kong Yi had a fast flight speed, no one was faster than Zhang Yi, who possessed space-jumping abilities. Seeing Yuan Kong Yi trying to escape, Xiao Hong Lion and those from the surrounding major powers became excited. Xiao Hong Lion said to Wei Dinghai, Yuan Kong Yi is running away. Had Zhang Yi won this battle? Bad Li Chan King looked at Yuan Kong Yi in the air, his eyes lighting up. A legendary mutant person is fleeing with serious injuries. If I can capture her original, it will definitely make my forces stronger. Not just him. Everyone at the scene had thought of this. If I can successfully ambush Yuan Kong Yi, then I will become the strongest legendary mutant person. Their eyes suddenly brightened. In the post-apocalyptic world, individual strength is the most practical. They can witness Yuan Kong Yi's power as a legendary mutant person, which completely overwhelmed lower-level mutant persons with immense strength. Who wouldn't want to become such an existence? Far away in the ruins, Wei Dinghai glanced at his amputated arm. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk once more. After all, this city of Tianhai was coming to an end. Losing an arm had greatly diminished his strength, making it impossible to maintain his position. Better to take a chance. His eyes lit up, the icy blue hue resembling a blizzard gathering in his gaze. A moment later, his entire being merged into the misty air. As Yuan Kongyi fled, a massive whirlwind suddenly emerged from the ground. It quickly transformed into a sharp lance, thrusting straight up into the sky where she was flying. Although Yuan Kongyi's vision had become completely blurred, and she had nearly lost her ability to observe, her senses were still intact. Faced with this attack, she gritted her teeth and punched down hard at the object. The condensed snow lance struck like hitting an iron wall, its tip quickly disintegrating. Then, an invisible force rapidly pressed down on it. A sound echoed throughout the storm, and the lance shattered into countless fragments of ice and snow, with Wei Dinghai being violently forced down to the ground. The ice armor around him shattered like broken glass as he lay on the snowy ground. Fresh blood flowed out from beneath him, staining the surrounding snow red. Wei Dinghai aimed to take advantage of Yuan Kongyi's serious injuries to launch a surprise attack and seize her original. However, he did not expect that Yuan Kongyi, despite her condition, remained extremely powerful. With just one strike, she killed him. This scene awakened the spectators around them. Although Yuan Kongyi was injured, she was still not someone they could handle. They were not Zhang Yi, lacking massive logistical support, and did not possess advanced defensive capabilities like manipulating spatial anomalies. Yuan Kongyi could not deal with Zhang Yi, but killing them was as easy as squashing ants. After killing Wei Dinghai, she quickly fled into the distance. Zhang Yi pursued her calmly. He glanced over at the group hiding in the rubble and said with a faint smile, "Everyone, Yuan Kongyi is currently heavily injured. If you want to seize her original, feel free to do so." Zhang Yi's tone was gentle, but to the group it sounded sarcastic, as if he were mocking Wei Dinghai for not knowing his own strength. An injured legend-level mutant person is not even a match for ordinary mutant persons. Others, although they did not take action, still shared similar thoughts to some extent. The group of silent people did not speak, because they knew they could not compete with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi glanced at them once, then opened a space gate and entered the space to pursue Yuan Kongyi. He was not in a hurry, as he had plenty of time. Meanwhile, Yuan Kongyi had become blind, in a state of sleeplessness, without rest or food. Even as a powerful mutant person, she could not endure it any longer. Zhang Yi had plenty of supplies on hand. He even had various military-grade stimulants available. Next, he began to compare his endurance with Yuan Kongyi. Both Zhang Yi and Yuan Kongyi gradually disappeared from the battlefield, and only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief, carefully looking out from their hiding places. Bai Licheng King watched in the direction Zhang Yi had left. In the end, he has become the greatest victor. If Zhang Yi really absorbs the original of Yuan Kongyi, he may directly ascend to the legend level. Thus, Zhang Yi will become the strongest mutant person in the entire Jiangnan area. The people here could only admire. Bai Licheng King recalled that previously the captain wanted to invite Zhang Yi to join the team, but now he might actually want to surpass us. Explosives expert Ye Ji Kang spoke up. But why do I feel like everything seems to be a plan that he had set up beforehand? We have all become pawns in his hands, used by him. Ye Ji Kang's eyes showed sadness. It's just a pity for the captain. Perhaps he could have lived a little longer. Bian Junwu was our spiritual pillar. His death is a great shock to every member of the team. Bai Licheng King remained silent, and everyone became melancholic. But they could not blame Zhang Yi. Without Zhang Yi, Bian Junwu might have lived longer, but everyone knew he would have soon passed away anyway, and dying on the battlefield, shining one last time before passing, perhaps was not a bad thing for him. Bai Licheng King looked at Ye Ji Kang and forced a smile. Being used, that's also something unavoidable. Who says they are above us? He thought that the other person had a broad vision. Even if used by others, as long as the result was good, and the original goal was achieved, he did not resent Zhang Yi. On the contrary, he felt grateful to Zhang Yi for doing everything. Because without Zhang Yi, they would not have discovered the secret of worship the Snow Sect. Not to mention failing the mission, it could have resulted in a major disaster for the entire Jiangnan area, even for Huaxia. At this moment, Yuan Kongyi is hiding. She really doesn't want to get involved with Zhang Yi. Currently, Kongyi is blind. The side effects of her superpower are severe, prompting her to find a place to heal. Kongyi possesses dozens of types of superpowers, many of which include healing abilities. She believes she has enough time to find a way to heal herself. But behind Kong Yi, a pair of eyes in the darkness is watching, not giving her a chance to rest at all. Although she cannot see, Yuan Kong Yi still knows that Zhang Yi is there. He is like a vulture, waiting for her death. Zhang Yi is in no hurry. His patience is infuriating. He always maintains the right distance, silently observing Yuan Kong Yi. Whenever Kong Yi wants to stop and catch her breath, he uses a bullet to force her to keep fighting. If Yuan Kong Yi angrily comes to fight, he will not hesitate to run away. Each time like this, her lingering injuries become more and more severe. Yuan Kong Yi angrily curses. It's truly a difficult door to break through. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi chases after her, while pulling food from the space to replenish his energy, as a provocation. He injects himself with stimulants. This drug not only enhances physical strength but also excites the nerves, allowing him to go without rest for 3 days and nights. In this grand hunt, if he waits until the end, he will receive a huge reward, an original of a legend-level mutant person. Essence from dozens of mutant persons. At that time, Yuan Kong Yi staggered, continuing to wander in the snowstorm. She had lost her way, her eyes completely gray and white, unable to see anything, relying solely on instinct to escape. On the second day, she accidentally found a supermarket buried deep in the snow. She drilled a hole and tried to get inside. Her energy was almost depleted, so she took the opportunity to search for food inside. Yuan Kong Yi felt a glimmer of hope, as she dimly saw that there was a lot of food here. If she could eat her fill and rest for a bit, she would have a chance to deal with Zhang Yi. But just as she was about to step inside, a missile was fired accurately, hitting that spot without any mistake, incinerating all the supplies. Yuan Kong Yi had long since numbed her emotions, but faced with this situation while hungry, her mood worsened. She reminded herself that she hadn't eaten, drunk, or rested for a day and a night. Kong Yi turned her head, her gray-white eyes looking into the distance. On the mountain, Zhang Yi stood there, holding a rocket launcher, smiling challengingly. Yuan Kong Yi showed no emotion on her face, only raising her hand, waving through the fierce snowstorm enveloping her, as if wanting to destroy the entire mountain. No matter how fierce the snowstorm raged, Zhang Yi remained unreachable. In front of him, 2 enormous spatial doors opened, protecting him, making it impossible for any force to penetrate. Zhang Yi gently asked, "Are you still unwilling to give up? Everyone around you is dead. Your parents are dead. Zheng Yixian is dead. And over 10,000 followers of the worship, the Snow Sect, have also been killed because of you. You are still alive, but can you still hold on to your humanity? Even if you have everything, you are nothing but a lonely being. Everyone has died because of you. Don't you feel even a hint of remorse in your heart? In reality, the one who deserves to die the most is you." Yuan Kong Yi listened silently to Zhang Yu's words, but did not respond. She only created a snowstorm and continued to flee into the distance. Zhang Yi watched her go, not rushing to chase immediately. He confidently said, "And yet you can still run. Let's see how long you can endure." Yuan Kong Yi had lost her sense of direction, like a headless fly, completely relying on instinct to escape. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, as he knew everything was under his control. On the third day, Kong Yi reached the border of Tianhai City. At this point, Kong Yi was extremely weak, her small face whiter than snow. For 3 days, Kong Yi had not eaten or drunk anything. Whenever she found food, it was destroyed by Zhang Yi. Kong Yi couldn't stop to rest, knowing he was always lurking in the shadows, aiming directly at her head. The despair was unmatched, feeling like a blunt knife was cutting into her flesh with each passing moment. If Yuan Kong Yi had encountered a stronger mutant person and been killed immediately, perhaps she wouldn't feel such suffering. But unfortunately, the one she encountered was Zhang Yi, a formidable opponent. Yuan Kong Yi unconsciously thought of Zheng Yixian. Zheng Yixian, how great it would be if you were still alive. Kong Yi stumbled towards a snow-covered area, trying to climb, while Zhang Yi maintained a safe distance and watched. He saw Kong Yi's condition, and knew victory was finally within reach. Yuan Kong Yi felt the cold wind blowing across her face. Despite the freezing cold, Kong Yi did not feel discomfort, only sleepiness. Even the biting snowstorm couldn't prevent her from slipping into a daze. Many times, Kong Yi could hardly open her eyelids. But whenever she truly wanted to fall asleep, A bullet originating from afar would fly towards her, aimed straight at her head. Kong Yi told herself, "I'm so tired. I'm so tired." Yuan Kong Yi felt desperate and pitiful, like a young girl seeking protection. She clasped her hands together and prayed, "Oh divine beings, am I not your most faithful follower? Please save me. Why aren't you giving me guidance? Have I done something wrong?" Even without a response, she continued, "But everything I do is just to create a pure, untainted world. Zheng Yixian, what should I do now? Can you tell me?" At that moment, Kong Yi was no longer the noble and sacred head of the worship, the Snow Sect, but just a weak girl. She saw many familiar faces appearing. Her parents smiled, waving for her to come closer. "Kong Yi, come to your parents. We will go to heaven together." Then, Zheng Yixian spoke to her seriously. "Kong Yi, wake up, wake up." Suddenly, the image before Yuan Kong Yi changed. A gentle woman appeared, looking at her with affectionate eyes. "Kong Yi, are you all right?" Seeing that face, tears unexpectedly streamed from Yuan Kong Yi's dry eyes. She exclaimed, "Sister Chen Ru." The sweet lullaby echoed in her ears. "Sleep, sleep, my precious one. Sleep, sleep, little princess." Unable to bear it any longer, Yuan Kong Yi felt lonely and hungry. Kong Yi's body seemed devoid of life. The lullaby stirred her, almost causing her to collapse. She remembered Zheng Yixian and Zhang Yu's words echoing in her ears. "Let it go, let it go. Your loved ones are all gone. All those who cared for you have died because of you. What meaning does your life have anymore?" She told herself, "Will dying reunite me with them?" She couldn't stop thinking about Zheng Yixian. "Zheng Yixian, I'm hungry. What should I do now? It would be nice to have you here." Yuan Kong Yi leaned against the tree, then slowly closed her eyes. From a distance, Zhang Yi observed Yuan Kong Yi falling asleep, then raised his gun, aimed directly at Kong Yi, and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet stopped just 1 meter from Yuan Kong Yi, wobbling a few times before falling into the snow. Zhang Yi was surprised. "Not dead. Then I'll shoot a few more times. This time, I will definitely succeed." He carefully observed Yuan Kong Yi, but didn't dare approach. A wounded beast is always the most dangerous, he thought. If Yuan Kong Yi was truly about to die, her final counterattack would surely be very powerful. Zhang Yi was not panicking at all. He used up all the special bullets in his possession, then took out a sniper rifle from his superpower space, and continued to aim at Yuan Kong Yi. This time, he aimed at her body, not her head. Because the power of this weapon was too great, a headshot would completely destroy her, affecting her ability to absorb originals. After a few minutes, Zhang Yi shot again, but failed once more. Yuan Kong Yi managed to withstand the attack thanks to her mindfulness power. Zhang Yi quietly put the gun away and continued to observe from afar. Yuan Kong Yi had lost consciousness, her defenses relying entirely on instinct. Zhang Yi did not dare to get closer, and every period of time, he would fire a shot. Time passed, a day, a night. Finally, Yuan Kong Yi was worn down by Zhang Yi until she was utterly exhausted. The large-caliber sniper bullet pierced through her body. To be more precise, it had torn her apart. This scene looked incredibly brutal, a young girl ripped in half. But faced with someone as powerful and terrifying as her, Zhang Yi had no other choice. On the battlefield, no feelings could be spared. Such a fate for her could not be considered inhumane, because she was behind the greatest chaos in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi finally confirmed that Yuan Kong Yi was dead. His eyes were bloodshot. He had not slept for 4 days and 3 nights. If not for the support of drugs, he would be just like Yuan Kong Yi, lying on the ground, perhaps even worse. Zhang Yi stood up and slowly moved toward Yuan Kong Yi. He did not wish for any incidents to occur, so he carefully observed his surroundings to confirm that no one was following him. Even if someone came here, he was not afraid, because his spirit, though tired, still had abundant superpower. No matter who came, his divine power could still bury them. After the deaths of Bian Junwu and Yuan Kong Yi, no one in Tianhai City could be his opponent. The next step, as long as he absorbed the original of Yuan Kong Yi, he would become stronger, unmatched by anyone. Zhang Yi told himself, "I don't care too much about how strong I can become, but if gaining power is the only way to protect my life, I will pursue stronger power." Zhang Yi cautiously approached Yuan Kongyi. Throughout the process, he was very careful. When he got close to the shattered girl in front of him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and placed his right hand on Yuan Kongyi's forehead. A second later, a colossal force beyond description surged from his hand into her body. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, the dazzling light from his right eye illuminated, even brightening the surrounding space. At the same time, a faint and deep glimmer also appeared in his left eye. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yi had fully absorbed the superpower of Yuan Kongyi. He felt his strength becoming stronger from every aspect. He welcomed the enhancement at the epic level. Even his defensive abilities and the most basic spatial gateway had improved significantly. His awareness of spatial forces also became more refined and detailed. Zhang Yi slowly absorbed all of Yuan Kongyi's abilities. However, there was one thing he did not know. All of her superpower energy had been taken from others and did not truly belong to her. Yuan Kongyi had only recently upgraded to the legend level. Her original power was not yet solidified, and she had to endure a major battle that severely damaged her original power. Thus, Zhang Yi could only absorb a small portion of her original, but this portion surpassed that of any Delta-level mutant in Tianhai City. The next thing Zhang Yi needed to do was to make this power his own. He closed his eyes and felt the transformation that this power brought. Then, he slowly opened his palm, and a sparkling light appeared in the center of his hand. At first, it resembled a spark, then quickly expanded, transforming into a cluster of black material like fire, but resembling lightning. Strange popping sounds erupted continuously. Zhang Yi quickly controlled this power with both hands. Finally, it turned into a pitch-black pike. He could not sense the stability of this power, so he quickly threw the pike far away. The black pike pierced through the space, but in just a moment, a mass of black material erupted from that spot, transforming into a huge black sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. The sphere fell onto a distant mountain, silently burrowing inside. When the sphere disappeared, it left behind a large circular hole on the mountainside. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "Is this the power of space?" Upon receiving this ability, he instinctively understood its use. Space could devour everything. It was an upgrade of divine power, with even more terrifying damage and a frightening level of strength. He pondered, if combined with a space gate for use, is there anyone in this world I cannot kill? Zhang Yi looked at his right hand, even feeling that this force could help him surpass human concepts, wielding the power of the birth and death of all things. Suddenly obtaining such great power would make his soul continuously exhilarated. However, he reminded himself that he had to hold back. This world has too many strong individuals. I cannot assume I am always right. If not, complacency will lead me to my death. Yuan Kongyi is a vivid example. Recalling the terrifying force that Bian Junwu unleashed before his death, and the image of Yuan Kongyi, controlling dozens of types of superpowers, easily destroying other superpowered beings in Tianhai City, Zhang Yi realized he needed to stay calm. Moreover, Bian Junwu had mentioned that there were other legendary mutant persons in this world who could kill from thousands of miles away. Zhang Yi thought to himself, this world is still full of dangers. I must always remain vigilant. He smiled with satisfaction, but at least right now, even if I encounter stronger mutant persons, self-defense won't be an issue. Zhang Yi clenched his fist, his eyes filled with confidence. Even when faced with the super monsters of the Jiangnan area, he was not afraid, not because he was arrogant, but because Jiangnan would definitely try to attract him now. Zhang Yi turned on the communication device and contacted Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, this is Zhang Yi. Yuan Kongyi has been killed by me. We are safe. On the other side, Uncle Wang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After a few seconds, he replied, "That's good, really good." Zhang Yi continued, "Where is everyone? How is the situation of the forces in Tianhai City and the investigation team?" For 4 days and 3 nights of pursuit, Zhang Yi had focused all of his energy on chasing Yuan Kongyi, without contacting his family. Now that everything was over, there were still some tasks to be completed in Tianhai City. Uncle Wang answered, Wei Dinghai is dead, but his assistant, Chen Jingguan, is still alive and has brought the remaining people back to the Jiaoyu base. The situation of other families is similar, but the investigation team has moved to the Qingfu base. They are severely injured, especially Wu Dai, who looks like he's about to die. Currently, they are resting at the King Fu base. As for us, we are home waiting for you to return. Zhang Yi nodded. Good, we will talk when I come back. Other forces can no longer cause any major disturbances. After this battle, the entire city of Tianhai has been almost completely weakened. The 5 major forces, apart from them, have almost all members fighting from other forces dead, with only a few mutant persons left. From now on, they are no longer a threat to me. As for the investigation team, they were the ones Zhang Yi cared about the most. Zhang Yi took the snow vehicle from the superpower space, activated the autopilot mode, and returned to the hideout. The vehicle sped across the snow, taking him back to the base. When Zhang Yi returned, everyone gathered in the living room waiting. All gazes were directed towards the door with anticipation. Soon, he had arrived home. As he opened the door and stepped inside, a sense of peace washed over him, making him feel comfortable. Seeing Zhang Yi, Hua Hua, the beloved cat, immediately jumped onto him, mewing as if to celebrate her owner's return. The excitement on everyone's faces was undeniable. The crisis in Tianhai City had nearly cost them their lives. But in the end, they were all saved by Zhang Yi's strength. Everyone shouted in unison. Zhang Yi, brother Zhang Yi, boss, leader. Everyone wanted to hug Zhang Yi, but he declined the invitation. Right now, I just want to rest a bit. Everyone wait until I wake up to discuss things. Although stimulants like coffee can help boost spirits, they later leave the body exhausted. By the time he returned home, Zhang Yi's energy was also at its limit. He pushed through the crowd and returned to his room. His room was still worn and splendid as usual. The white velvet blanket covered the wide bed, casting a warm yellow light. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted gently. Everything was peaceful and serene. Zhang Yi took off his clothes, locked the door, and lay down on the bed. Now, he only wanted to sleep soundly after the fatigue from the life and death struggle. Zhang Yi slept for 2 consecutive days. When he woke up, he still felt dizzy and had a sore back. He was punching his back while telling himself, sleeping for 2 days and still feeling uncomfortable. My head is dizzy, my back hurts, and my shoulders are sore. No, I definitely can't do this again next time. It's too much. This is unavoidable, since I've been in a long battle and my stamina has been severely depleted. He was not a mutant person of the enhancement type, so feeling fatigued was natural. However, at this moment, he felt lighter and more relaxed than ever. The scheme of the worship the Snow Sect had been thwarted, and after absorbing the remaining power of Yuan Kong Yi, his strength had increased to unprecedented levels. While he had not yet reached the terrifying heights that Yuan Kong Yi once showed, he had at least reached the standard of Bian Zhenwu. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, took a cheeseburger and a glass of Coca-Cola from his space, and ate heartily. He happily said, "What is the legend level standard? I think I'm roughly approaching this level now. Just considering destructive power, no one in Tianhai can threaten me anymore." After that, Zhang Yi changed into a new outfit and opened the door to step out of the room. As soon as the door opened, he bowed his head and saw a small cat curled up by the door, looking up at him. In its eyes, there was both worry and joy, as if afraid that Zhang Yi would not wake up. This was understandable. Not only the cat, but all the others in the shelter were also concerned about Zhang Yi's condition. If he did not wake up, they would also lose all hope. Zhang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. The small cat immediately jumped into his arms, rubbing against him strongly as if to confirm that he was still safe. After seeing Zhang Yi was stable, the small cat closed its eyes and remained silent. Zhang Yi stroked the cat's head and gradually walked down to the living room. In the living room, everyone was sitting on the sofa, chatting, both worried about Zhang Yi's health and discussing the situation in Tianhai City. Yang Mai anxiously said, "This time, the number of survivors in Tianhai City is truly very minimal." As Zhang Yi came down the stairs, the women immediately showed signs of joy upon seeing him. Zhou Kai Ni hurriedly ran over. "Finally, you've woken up. You've been asleep for 2 days and 2 nights, making everyone very worried. How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Let me check your health thoroughly." Zhou Kai Ni intended to pull Zhang Yi to the medical room, but he smiled and refused. "I'm fine, just a little tired. After resting for 2 days, I'm okay now." He entered the living room, sat down on the sofa, and began to pet the small cat in his hands. Then, Zhang Yi asked about the recent situation in Tianhai City. Zhu Kai Nai smiled and said, "Let me give you some good news. Yang Xin, our cybersecurity advisor, has gathered a lot of important intelligence about other forces in Tianhai City." Zhang Yi nodded. "Then call everyone here." When they learned that Zhang Yi had regained consciousness, everyone gradually gathered. The first thing they were concerned about was his health. Seeing the worry in their eyes, Zhang Yi felt warm. He said, "I'm very well, everyone, don't worry." Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Liang Yu asked, "Did you kill Yuan Kong Yi?" Zhang Yi thought for a moment and then shook his head. "I didn't kill her. She died from mental and physical exhaustion. The side effects from Bian Junwu's superpower, combined with the relentless pursuit for 4 days and 3 nights, drained all her energy." Upon hearing Zhang Yi confirm Yuan Kong Yi's death, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The leader of the worship the Snow Sect had indeed caused the deaths of too many people. Liang Yu could never forget the scene of the battle that day. Yuan Kong Yi hovered in the air, pointing around, creating a scene covered in a white blanket of snow. Liang Yu couldn't help but ask, "But how did she ultimately die?" Zhang Yi looked around at everyone in the hall, lifted his cup of tea, took a sip, and slowly explained. "Actually, what really caused her death was not my ability, but her own powers. She absorbed too much superpower from others, including dangerous side effects. The more she absorbed, the greater the amount of toxins accumulated. As her strength increased, the toxins from that superpower also became more intense." Zhang Yi didn't specify clearly, but he had calculated to use Bian Junwu's powers to deceive and kill Yuan Kong Yi. Bian Junwu was originally a reputable general in the Jiangnan area, and if this matter was exposed, it could bring about unnecessary troubles. Liang Yu asked further, "So you've absorbed her original power, haven't you?" Zhang Yi nodded. Yuan Kong Yi was dead, but Zhang Yi was still alive, so it was natural that he had absorbed Yuan Kong Yi's strength. Zhang Yi smiled and slowly nodded. "Indeed, I am now a little stronger." He said this while mimicking the motion with his finger. "Just a little bit." The others who heard this also understood and turned to look at Zhang Yi. In their eyes shone joy and admiration. They all knew how powerful Yuan Kong Yi was, so if Zhang Yi had absorbed her original, how powerful would he become? Everyone exclaimed in unison, "Zhang Yi, you must be incredibly strong now." "Right, that's amazing. Aren't you the champion of the world now? Let's see who dares to disturb our lives anymore." "Ha ha, the leader is truly strong." Everyone was happy to see Zhang Yi grow stronger, as it made them feel safer. However, Zhang Yi was still worried about the investigation team from the Jiangnan headquarters. After the death of Bian Junwu, they might sense some connection to Zhang Yi. After the situation in Tianhai City was resolved, the investigation team returned to Blizzard Base and would certainly report on Zhang Yi. This was not good news for him. In the past, because Zhang Yi's strength was not particularly remarkable, the Jiangnan headquarters had not paid attention to him. But now, having killed Yuan Kong Yi and absorbed her original, the Jiangnan headquarters would definitely not overlook a character like him. He thought to himself, "When that time comes, they will surely send someone to recruit me. In other words, I might have to be like Bian Junwu, constantly dealing with risks and always walking on the edge of danger. If I don't participate, I might be bound by the Jiangnan headquarters. If the higher-ups in Jiangnan have a petty mindset, with the thought, if you don't work for me, you shouldn't serve others, they might even act against me." Zhang Yi did not dare to take risks with this ability. He needed to quickly gain control of the situation within an acceptable range. Whether being recruited or confronted, his people would not suffer losses. He told himself, "I need to take action first and seize the initiative." After much thought, he decided to cooperate with the investigation team. That way, he could achieve his goals. He told himself, "I need to visit the King Fu base to discuss with Bad Lichang King." After talking with everyone, Zhang Yi drove himself away from the hideout to the King Fu base. Upon getting out of the car, Zhang Yi placed Hua Hua on the ground and then stood up. Kulai saw this and asked, "Brother Zhang, what do you want to do?" As he walked to the room, he replied, "I'm going to change clothes and then look for the investigation team to discuss some matters." Liu Yi looked at him and said with determination, "I'll go with you." Uncle Wang and Chu Lei also spoke up. We'll go together. Zhang Yi waved his hand. I'm fine on my own. You all rest well at the hideout. After that, Zhang Yi contacted Xing Tian and Bai Lechong King. Now I will come to find you. Xing Tian had no objections. In fact, his attitude towards Zhang Yi was quite enthusiastic, almost flattering. Zhang Yi didn't care much about this. Currently in Tian High City, to put bluntly, it was Zhang Yi's territory. The major forces that once existed were now merely nominal. The worship the Snow Sect had been eradicated, and the combat power of the three major bases had almost weakened to nothing. With his absolute strength, Zhang Yi had become the king of Tian High City. When speaking with Zhang Yi, Bai Lechong King was also very polite, and his words hinted at wanting to extend the relationship, even implying that the two sides could cooperate to work together in the future. Bai Lechong King said with a smile, "Since we are at the Jiangnan headquarters, we can visit the Blizzard base in the future. Our captain has just passed away, and we also need to replenish new resources." Zhang Yi replied, "Your captain has sacrificed. Surely you need to find a new captain, right?" On the other end of the phone, Bai Lechong King's expression changed slightly, but in the end, he could only smile wryly. "All right, I'll wait for you to come. Then we can continue our conversation." Zhang Yi coldly hung up the phone. "Okay, then let's do that." Bai Lechong King's face showed a look of worry. The death of Bi and Junwu had significantly weakened their team's strength. He hoped that Zhang Yi could join their team to somewhat make up for their loss. Zhang Yi was very intelligent and had demonstrated strength in the campaign in Tian High City. Additionally, his absorption of the original from Yuan Kongyi made him even more formidable. If he could join the team, he could help them maintain their elite position at Blizzard Base. At Blizzard Base, all vital resources were divided according to team structure. Only by maintaining the elite team's position could each member ensure their resources for survival. From Zhang Yi's tone, Bai Lechong King realized he did not hide his ambitions. He wanted to become the captain of the investigation team. A newcomer who has just arrived wants to take the position of team leader, and with his strong abilities, it's naturally concerning Bai Lechong King. According to the regulations of the investigation team, after Bi and Junwu sacrificed himself, Bai Lechong King is the most capable person to succeed the position of team leader. Bai Lechong King signed to himself. This kid really has big ambitions. He was truly conflicted inside, unsure whether to allow Zhang Yi to join their team or not. Without Zhang Yi, it's uncertain how the loss of Bi and Junwu could be compensated. Bi and Junwu was one of the mutant persons closest to the legendary level, one of the top strategists of the Blizzard base. Such people are not easy to find. Bai Lechong King also felt anxious. He went to the room of the team members. After a few days of rest, Wu Di's physical condition had greatly improved. Only his hair had been dyed silver and could not be restored to its previous state. The others were also severely injured in the battle against Yuan Kongyi. When Bai Lechong King entered the room, his expression was not very good either. Seeing this, everyone asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Lechong King thought for a moment and then said, "The point of Zhang Yi is that if he wants to join our investigation team, he must hold the position of team leader." When Bai Lechong King finished speaking, he noticed the complex expressions on the faces of the team members. Some were outraged and furious at Zhang Yi's considerable ambition, while others remained silent, seemingly believing that Zhang Yi deserved to compete for the position of team leader. Everyone knew he had absorbed the original of Yuan Kongyi, and his current strength was formidable. Just as Bai Lechong King finished speaking, Wu Di, on the sickbed, could not hold back and exclaimed, "Zhang Yi is a deceitful villain." Bai Lechong King raised his hand for silence. "Of course, I think everyone has the ambition to rise to higher positions. Moreover, Zhang Yi was the most significant contributor in this campaign in Tian High City. If he wants to be the team leader, I think there shouldn't be a major issue regarding his strength. However, he has never cooperated with us before. If he wants to join our team, he will need time to train. Being the team leader requires not only strength but also leadership skills." He used Bi and Junwu as an example. For instance, in our team, both in ability and character, Bi and Junwu earns our respect. But with Zhang Yi, we still know too little about him. Wu Di was agitated. What is Zhang Yi? How can a newcomer want to be captain right after he arrives? If he comes, I won't stay in the team. Kong Sheng crossed his arms and said, "Did he say that to you? That's quite arrogant." Kai Guangming spoke up. "In my opinion, the only one qualified to be captain is Bai Lai. How can Zhang Yi compare? In the end, we must respect the rules." Meng Yu looked around the room and did not express an opinion. They knew Bai Lai Chang King definitely wanted to take the captain position, but they did not have a strong opinion about it. After all, Bai Lai Chang King had always been the vice captain, and both his strength and character were respected by everyone. However, they hoped that Zhang Yi could join the team and strengthen their combat power. Bai Lai Chang King waved his hand. "Whoever becomes captain should be decided by the higher-ups. Whether I become captain or not is not important. What matters is that the team can develop better in the future. Zhang Yi will come and wants to talk to us. I think everyone should first observe his attitude." When Zhang Yi arrived at the King Fu base, he was warmly welcomed by Xing Tian. Xing Tian brought a group of dozens of people to greet Zhang Yi. Among them was his beloved pet dog, Yu Yu, and his cherished adopted daughter. Seeing the crowd, Zhang Yi was surprised and laughed, asking, "Why are so many people here to welcome me? I feel like I'm really being noticed." Xing Tian sensed Zhang Yi's wariness towards him and chuckled while scratching his head. "After all these years, your cautious nature really hasn't changed. But don't worry, I'm not bold enough to do anything to you." He stepped closer to Zhang Yi and winked. "Your power now is probably not inferior to Yuan Kong Yi's back in the day, right?" Everyone in Tian High City knew that Zhang Yi had killed Yuan Kong Yi and believed that he had absorbed Yuan Kong Yi's power. His current strength had reached the level of Yuan Kong Yi. Zhang Yi sighed. "It's not as simple as you think. That battle, let's not talk about it. Just take me to meet the investigation team first." In the past, Zhang Yi wouldn't hesitate to let Xing Tian and others think he was very strong, but now it was different. He was indeed very strong, but had to act weak, because he didn't want the Jiangman headquarters to take notice of his overwhelming power. Yet, no matter how he explained, Xing Tian wouldn't trust him. So Zhang Yi only hinted at it for Xing Tian to ponder himself. The most important thing for Zhang Yi was to talk to the investigation team first. Xing Tian laughed and said, "Come with me." While walking, Xing Tian spoke to Zhang Yi. "The previous battle was too intense. Wei Dinghai was killed and most of our mutant person's subordinates were also injured or killed. Even the investigation team with such great strength had to endure many serious injuries. The old classmate now in Tian High City is the one in charge. You have to protect our brothers." Zhang Yi glanced at him and smiled. He was not interested in expanding influence, managing many people and tasks, which would only add more trouble for himself. How could it compare to the freedom he currently had? The two casually chatted on the way and quickly arrived at the place where the investigation team was recovering. This was located in an underground hideout, a high-level recovery room. Although it couldn't compare to Zhang Yi's large villa, it was treated the best in the entire King Fu base. After bringing the people in, Xing Tian also took the initiative to leave. He said to Zhang Yi, "They're inside. I'll go first. If you need anything, just contact me directly." Zhang Yi's presence made the atmosphere around the investigation team tense. Some people were watching him, while others had eyes filled with hostility. There is no doubt that Wu Dai harbored the strongest hostility towards Zhang Yi. His gaze was the fiercest. He was also the first to greet Zhang Yi. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Yi observed Wu Dai. The boy's hair had turned gray, clearly a sign that recent battles had taken a heavy toll on his body. Now when looking at Zhang Yi, although Wu Dai still seemed displeased, his attitude was not as harsh as before. Zhang Yi pondered for a long time, but could not understand why Wu Dai's attitude towards him was so poor. Was it because he was too handsome and made Wu Dai jealous? Zhang Yi consoled himself with this thought. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yi said, "After the battle, am I not allowed to visit the wounded? Anyway, we may work together in the future. If I seem too cold, people might say I lack empathy and don't understand my teammates." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the investigation team frowned. Wu Dai thought to himself, understanding teammates seems to imply that he considers himself the captain. Although some members of the investigation team were quite welcoming of Zhang Yi's arrival, that did not mean they were willing to accept him as the captain. Wu Dai, angered, pointed at Zhang Yi. "What are you so conceited about? Do you think you deserve to join our investigation team? Zhang Yi replied calmly. Just by dealing with Yuan Kongyi, do you think I have that qualification? This statement left Wu Dai speechless. In the battle against Yuan Kongyi, their investigative team gained nothing. In fact, Wu Di nearly didn't make it out alive. If Zhang Yi hadn't been there, they feared that they all would have perished. They truly owed Zhang Yi a favor, but Wu Dai didn't want to acknowledge that. He turned his face away with a gloomy expression. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over everyone as he said, "You guys, after we return, make sure to provide detailed information about the situation in Tianhai to the superiors at the Jiangnan headquarters, so they can recognize my contributions. The departure of Captain Bian Junwu is indeed a great loss. If given the chance, I hope to inherit his will, protect this land, and bring a peaceful and happy life to the people at the Jiangnan headquarters." His words left everyone feeling numb, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. Zhang Yi's attitude had significantly diminished their goodwill towards him. He flaunted his authority, displaying the demeanor of a petty individual, arrogant and self-important. Compared to the humble and cautious manner he exhibited when the investigative team first arrived in Tianhai, he was now completely different. Bai Li Chang King cleared his throat, feeling uncomfortable inside, but still tried to force a smile. "Don't worry, we will not forget your contributions. It's just that the decision to join the investigation team still depends on the higher-ups." Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "It's just an additional process. Tell me, besides me, who else is here?" He walked over and put his hand on Bai Li Chang King's shoulder. "Bai Li, let's go outside to talk. There are some things that are not appropriate to discuss in front of the regular team members." Having said that, he glanced at the others in the room. Everyone gritted their teeth. If it weren't for considering Zhang Yi's strength, which could surpass their imagination, they would have been ready to rush in and fight. Bai Li Chang King nodded. "All right, if you want to talk privately with me, I am certainly agreeable." Bai Li Chang King also had his own plans in mind. "It's just right for me to probe Zhang Yi's attitude and see what happens." Zhang Yi led Bai Li Chang King outside. The two approached a quiet room that was a billiard room. Zhang Yi leaned against the table, pulling back the arrogant smile on his face, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Li Chang King. "Bai Li, you don't support me being team leader, do you?" Hearing this, Bai Li Chang King's eyes lit up with hidden meaning. He replied, "Your contributions are so significant that you don't need my support. The superiors will choose you." Zhang Yi nodded. "That's true. As long as you present the truth about my achievements, given my current strength, the higher-ups will definitely appoint me as the team leader." Bai Li Chang King took a deep breath and continued, "Although I don't want to disappoint you, this matter is not as simple as you think. In the Jiangnan region, our special investigative team has only a few people per team. Each team is chosen from the most outstanding individuals, especially the selection of the team leader, which is a rigorous process that can be quite frustrating. Even though you have great achievements, you are still a newcomer after all." Bai Li Chang King scratched his head and said, "Of course, it's not impossible. I'm just afraid that you have too high expectations, so I wanted to give you a little warning." Zhang Yi smiled. "You're really worrying too much, but I have faith in this." Bai Li looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, may I ask you a question? What is your strength like now?" Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Yi directly provided the answer. "I am definitely stronger than Bian Junwu. His current abilities are not inferior to Bian Junwu, and moreover, my abilities are perfect, with no side effects." Bai Li Chang King was not too surprised. Indeed, he clenched his fist, but quickly relaxed it again. "Perhaps you have now reached the level of a mutant person legend. If so, you truly have the potential to become our captain. This level of mutant person cannot be assessed by conventional theories. If Zhang Yi exists at this level, even if he has numerous issues, he absolutely qualifies to be the captain." Zhang Yi shook his head. "Perhaps it's not quite that level yet. B and Junwu mentioned that Delta-level mutant persons represent a boundary, but the distinction between other levels is vague. Generally, large forces rely on specialized academic institutions to categorize based on strength and ability. Otherwise, only mutant persons at the legend level could self-assess the standards of this realm. But based on my experience, he definitely has not reached that standard yet. Yuan Kongyi had just reached the legend realm, and the power she had demonstrated could be described as capable of destroying heaven and earth. Hearing Zhang Yi say that, Bai Leichang King replied, "The more I hear you, the more I feel you are more confident." Zhang Yi saw the disappointment in Bai Leichang King's eyes. If Zhang Yi's strength was not much different from his own, he would still have a chance to compete for the captain position. But now, he knew deep down that his strength was far inferior to Zhang Yi's. Zhang Yi was young and powerful. If he were promoted, then he would likely never have the opportunity to become captain. But at that moment, Zhang Yi smiled. "What's wrong? Have you given up already?" Bai Leichang King asked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Zhang Yi waved his sleeve. "Let's go. Stop pretending. Don't tell me you really don't want to become captain." Bai Leichang King let out a hearty laugh. "Listening to you, I might have thought that way before." He became serious, staring intently at Zhang Yi. "The investigation team needs a strong leader. You are more qualified than I am. The investigation team consists of individuals who travel on the brink of life and death. Although each of them is extraordinary, in this apocalyptic world, they do not dare to claim invincibility. To maintain order in the entire Jiangnan area, they often face unforeseen entities. They have personally bid farewell to some teammates, and even in this battle in Tianhai City, their strongest captain was killed. Even if there are thoughts of vying for power and profit, it absolutely cannot take precedence over the survival of the collective." Zhang Yi said again, "The situation is not as you imagine. In fact, this time, it was possible to kill Yuan Kongyi, but my contribution is not the greatest." He focused his gaze on Bai Leichang King's eyes, each word spoken carefully. "But it is your investigation team's contribution." Bai Leichang King's whole body trembled, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. Even though their mission this time was completed, the death of Bian Junwu and Zhang Yi, taking the top credit, made their team feel deeply hurt. Zhang Yi's statements were a huge shock. Bai Leichang King then asked, "Zhang Yi, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that you killed Yuan Kongyi. Without you, we basically would have no way to deal with a legend-level mutant person." Zhang Yi replied, "But without you, I could never have defeated her alone. The most important contribution came from Bian Junwu. Moreover, the existence of the investigation team is to constrain the powerful forces of Worship the Snow Sect. If it weren't for the concern that they were still in Tianhai City, Yuan Kongyi would have probably started purging other forces long ago." Zhang Yi intentionally told Bai Leichang King, "Yuan Kongyi's death was due to the side effects of the superpower annihilation in her body, which was caused by Captain Bian Junwu. I was just lucky. In short, Captain Bian Junwu is the real top contributor. Therefore, I hope to credit this achievement to him." Bai Leichang King was completely stunned. He could hardly believe what his ears had just heard. With the event that took place in Tianhai City, it could even be assessed as the highest level of danger, Class S, and Zhang Yi was the one who contributed the most. If he went to the Jiangnan headquarters, the high-ranking members would certainly reward him handsomely. Resources in the city, women, housing, pharmaceuticals, along with honor. He could easily have it all at his fingertips. He wondered why Zhang Yi would give it up so easily. Bai Leichang King was not a fool. He quickly contemplated the reasons behind this. After a moment, he asked Zhang Yi, "Don't you want to go to the Jiangnan headquarters?" Zhang Yi smiled at Bai Leichang King. "Communicating with intelligent people is truly comfortable. Indeed, I don't want to go to that so-called blizzard base." Bai Leichang King was slightly surprised, but thinking about Zhang Yi's living conditions in Tianhai City, he felt it was understandable. That place offered a much better living environment compared to most areas in Blizzard Base. Most importantly, it was Zhang Yi's domain. "I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a dragon." In Tianhai City, he could reign as a king. But if he went to the Jiangnan headquarters, no matter how high his rank was, he would ultimately be a subordinate to someone else. Bai Leichang King exclaimed, "I understand now. You came to us today, hoping that we would help you conceal the truth about this incident, thereby avoiding being summoned by the Jiangnan headquarters, right?" Zhang Yi did not rush to admit it. He needed to maintain the initiative in his hands. Otherwise, the other party would definitely take advantage of it to demand more. Zhang Yi smiled meaningfully and said, "It's not exactly like that. In fact, I have no conflicts with Blizzard Base. Previously, Bien Junwoo even suggested that I go there to operate. Initially, I was very interested, but when I saw how much trouble you all had to endure, I started to hesitate. Therefore, if I can avoid going, I will try my best not to. A cold light flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. He stared intently at Bad Lechong King, and a heavy pressure immediately rose in Bad Lechong King's heart. Zhang Yi said each word clearly. If I really go to the Blizzard base, I will definitely compete for the captain position. The number of those with superpower who can hold the captain position can be counted on one hand. Bien Junwoo has just passed away, and Bad Lechong King can assume this position. But if Zhang Yi competes, Bad Lechong King's chance will be very slim. After all, his strength cannot compare to Zhang Yi's now. Bad Lechong King must have understood clearly. If Zhang Yi doesn't go, I'd still have a chance to be the captain. But if Zhang Yi goes, I have no chance at all. Zhang Yi stepped forward and firmly patted Bad Li's shoulder. I am currently very hesitant. I can go, but it might be better not to. However, it's difficult for me to decide. After all, I am someone who struggles to make decisions, so I will let you decide for me. To be more precise, will you choose to be the captain of the investigation team, or continue as the vice captain? Zhang Yi's words were very clear. He saw through Bad Lechong King's desire for promotion. How could a man born in this world be willing to live under others? Bad Lechong King was deeply moved, his heart beating fast. Zhang Yi has given him such a good opportunity. He really wanted to become the captain, as the disparity in treatment between the captain and vice captain was quite large. Bad Lechong King looked at Zhang Yi with a serious expression and then questioned. But if we hide information related to you from headquarters, once the matter is discovered, we will face very severe punishment. Commander Zhu is a military personnel, so the regulations at Blizzard Base are managed in a military manner, with clear rewards and punishments. Zhang Yi asked back in surprise. Hiding? Why should we hide? When did I say you had to conceal information from the superiors at Blizzard Base? Bad Lechong King felt confused and hummed in response. He couldn't figure out what Zhang Yi was really calculating. Zhang Yi smirked slyly. Were you witnesses to me killing Yuan Kong Yi? Bad Lechong King answered. Not that. Zhang Yi continued to ask. Do you know how powerful I really am today? Bad Lechong King was again surprised. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. We don't know either. If we don't fight you directly, I naturally cannot assess the true strength of Zhang Yi today. Bad Lechong King spoke hesitantly. But according to logic, Zhang Yi interrupted. We can't talk about logic. We need to talk about evidence. You basically have no way to determine the things I say. Therefore, not reporting them does not mean hiding. Zhang Yi's logic this time, while somewhat unrefutable, didn't have any major loopholes upon careful consideration. Bad Lechong King was stunned by Zhang Yi's logic. After a few seconds of reflection, he said, But regardless of how it was said, how did the mission in Tianhai City get completed? On this point, we still need to report. Zhang Yi raised his hand. I have thought this issue through carefully, and the greatest credit should go to the sacrificed Captain Bian. Zhang Yi recalled the moment Bian Junwoo died in front of him. In fact, when Zhang Yi allowed Bian Junwoo to use Ice Beat, Bian Junwoo had seen through Zhang Yi's intentions. It was just that the situation was urgent at the time, and he had no other choice. In his heart, Zhang Yi still felt a little guilty towards Bian Junwoo. Not much, but still a bit. Even though he valued his own life, he did not want to harm those who had no enmity with him unless he felt his own life was threatened. Now, he decided to attribute the credit for killing Yuan Kong Yi to Bian Junwoo, as it could at least provide a better life for his family. Zhang Yi spun a tale that without Bian Junwoo's influence, Yuan Kong Yi would not have been able to die at all. Thus, the greatest credit belongs to Bian Junwoo. As for Yuan Kong Yi's death, it was not due to anything Zhang Yi did, but rather because of your investigation team, with the support of all the superpowered individuals in Tianhai City, which caused Yuan Kong Yi to overexert his superpower and ultimately die from its side effects. What do you think of this explanation? After hearing this, Bad Lechong King felt admiration for Zhang Yi. You don't seem like an ordinary warehouse manager, but more like a novelist writing online. Zhang Yi just smiled faintly. What's the joke? Writing novels online is just a way to bring more hardship upon oneself. One could starve to death. In any case, I've expressed my thoughts, and I can't control your opinions. You all decide for yourselves. He was confident that Bad Lechon King and the others would make the right choice because he knew no one wanted to give up their own interests. At this moment, Bad Lechon King finally understood why Zhang Yu had shown such an arrogant and aggressive attitude as soon as he arrived. He intended to leave a bad impression on the team members so that they would not want to accept Zhang Yi as their captain. Now, as long as Bad Lechon King returned and used his reputation within the team members would undoubtedly agree enthusiastically. Another important point was that Zhang Yi completely gave up this credit, so the credit would belong to the investigation team. The team members would also receive generous rewards, and surely everyone would secretly rejoice and cooperate with Bad Lechon King. Zhang Yi realized that Bad Lechon King had been shaken. He knew his plan was about to succeed. Noticing that Bad Lechon King was still deep in thought, Zhang Yi took out a slim black handgun from his pocket. It was the gun of Bian Junwu, which he had used in a previous battle. The gun was made from a special material, and it even had Bian Junwu's name engraved on it. Zhang Yi felt it should be returned. The gun itself was nothing too special. The uniqueness lay in the bullet inside it. Bai Lechon King saw Bian Junwu's gun and couldn't help but sigh. His longtime friend had now departed forever. Zhang Yi looked at him and asked, "You used to use a type of bullet called Genesis bullet, right?" Zhang Yi was very interested in the Genesis bullet because it could pose a threat to high-level superpowered individuals, and he naturally wanted it. It was a strategy that used long-range power to defeat close combat strength. Bad Lechon King seemed to understand Zhang Yi's intention and said, "Don't dream of getting the Genesis bullet, even at headquarters. It is a strategically managed material that cannot be given to you." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Isn't it negotiable?" Bad Lechon King looked at him. "If you want to obtain the Genesis bullet, there is only one way, which is to join the headquarters and become a member of the investigation team." Zhang Yi smiled helplessly and handed the gun to Bai Lechon King. "As I expected, this kind of material is not easy to obtain. Never mind, I'm not the type to jeopardize my future for a bullet, so let's consider this a pleasant decision. I'll be leaving now, and if we have the chance, we will meet again." Having said this, Zhang Yi paused for a moment. "All right, it's best that we don't meet again. If we do encounter each other again, it can only mean that something has happened." Zhang Yi did not want to get into any more trouble. He walked towards the door, preparing to go out. Bai Lechon King watched Zhang Yi's back and asked curiously, "Zhang Yi, now that you have such powerful strength, are you really willing to live a quiet life in a corner, being an ordinary person? In times of turmoil, you could easily take major actions." Zhang Yi did not turn back. "I am not interested. There is nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. The life I yearn for the most is to be able to sit and enjoy. I take great pleasure in my current life, not needing to work, spending each day at home, with friends to talk about the world, living freely with a lively home full of beautiful girls. A happy life as simple as, this is paradise. What more could I want?" Zhang Yi did not want to explain much to Bai Lechon King. Everyone has their own way of life, as long as one lives happily, that is enough. Bai Lechon King watched Zhang Yi's figure fade away. When Zhang Yi disappeared from sight, he quickly regained his composure, unable to hide the joyful smile on his face. Finally, he could take the position of team leader without any burdens in his heart. Zhang Yi intended to return to his hiding place. Xing Tian was waiting outside to take him back, accompanied by a large dog about 5 to 6 meters tall and a lovely little girl. Seeing Zhang Yi come out, Xing Tian enthusiastically approached to greet him. "Zhang Yi, did your conversation end that quickly?" Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "I just chatted a little with them and left after handing over the work." He had no intention of conversing much with Xing Tian, but ever since the fight with Yuan Kongyi ended, Xing Tian had been very enthusiastic towards him. Thinking about it, it's understandable. Tianhai City was devastated and all the major forces had been destroyed. Without Zhang Yi's protection, it was possible that King Fu's base would also be wiped out by someone in the future. Xing Tian winked at his adopted daughter Zhao Lingling. "Lingling, haven't you always said that you greatly admire Uncle Zhang Yu? Come over here and greet him." Zhao Lingling, being young, felt a bit nervous when her adoptive father signaled her. Seeing such a cute girl, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. Hello, little one. Zhao Lingling looked at Zhang Yi with curiosity and shyly said, Hello, uncle. Zhang Yi nodded and immediately expressed regret. Oh, why didn't you say earlier that you had a daughter? I came too hastily and didn't bring a gift. I'll make it up to you next time. Xing Tian smiled and flattered. You see, we are family, so there's no need to be too formal. It's getting late. Stay and have dinner with us. Zhang Yi sighed and gently patted Xing Tian's arm. Just relax, stop pretending with me. It really doesn't mean anything. In the future, if something comes up, if it's easy, I'll lend you a hand. But, Zhang Yi smiled knowingly. From now on, you and the King Fu base have to listen to me, got it? Xing Tian cheerfully responded. No problem. Take whatever you need. We will also obey your orders from now on. Zhang Yi waved his hand at Xing Tian. All right, go back. No need to see me off. As he got into the car, he couldn't stop thinking about the current situation in Tianhai. Right now, the 5 major powers in Tianhai had probably been completely annihilated, and their fighting strength was weakened. The surrounding cities would see Tianhai as an attractive piece of meat and would be on the lookout. Zhang Yi sighed. The tree wishes for calm, but the wind does not stop. Although he was not afraid of threats from the surrounding cities, constantly having to fight would mean he could no longer enjoy a peaceful life. It seemed that having a base like Jiangnan was indeed necessary. The car sped across the snowy ground, taking Zhang Yi back to his shelter. The frigid wind is sharp as a blade, the dusk sun bleeds red like blood. The dim sunset of the sun settles on the distant horizon. On the icy sea, cold and eerily quiet, only the vast stillness remains between heaven and earth. On the vast snowy ocean, a gigantic icebreaker slowly advances. It has drifted on the sea for several days. If it were not for this colossal icebreaker, it would be impossible to survive in this harsh frozen world, still able to traverse the deep sea. However, on this huge icebreaker, there is no sign of any crew members. The large hull can withstand the corrosion of the icy ocean, but cannot fend off the sharper north winds than a blade. The majestic ship continues its journey, unmanned. Artificial intelligence has replaced nearly all operational components in the machinery field. A man wearing a gray hat and a bronze suit lazily leans against the railing. His figure is tall and thin, around 30 to 40 years old. Being in such a freezing environment without wearing cold-resistant clothing proves that he is definitely a mutant person or possesses special cold-resistant abilities. He turned around, heading towards the small room on the ship. Inside, a woman dressed as a dancer sat at a table. In front of her was an old sheet of paper that had been opened, and in her hand was a small brush pen dipping into the ink pot beside her. But the ink was not black. It was red, bright red like blood. The man in the gray hat squatted in front of her, tilting his head back with a smile and asking, "How is my luck today?" The woman replied, "Very good." He nodded in satisfaction, sighing in relief. "That's good. If it continues like this, soon we will be able to register in this coastal city." He turned his head to look at the sofa, where not far away sat a nearly 2-meter tall man, big and bear-like. The man was wearing a black suit, flipping through a shipping magazine. "Daggong Hui, are we far from the itinerary?" he asked. The large man replied calmly, 3 more days." The man in the gray hat's eyes brightened. 3 more days? After 3 days, we will set foot on this land. Then we will write a legend that belongs to us. The investigation team has completed its mission in the city of Tianhai. Bai Li Chong King and the team members returned to Jinling, entering the super-large military fortress built at enormous costs in eastern Jinling, Blizzard Base. Heavy snow fell, and this super-large gray structure lurked like a wild beast on the ground. The wall of the fortress is over 50 meters high, with large guns ready every 3 meters, along with soldiers dressed in black combat uniforms keeping watch. There is a watchtower every 10 meters, equipped with high-speed machine guns capable of firing 6,000 rounds per minute, enough to tear apart any creature. This fortress covers an area of thousands of kilometers and began construction 10 years ago, according to Sheng Jing's military plan. Blizzard Base, along with 5 other fortresses, forms the defensive line known as the 6 final lines of defense for Hoaxia. They hold the most powerful military forces and the modern weapons of Hoaxia. Regardless of any situation that arises, as long as they remain, Huaxia will stand strong. Bai Lichang, King's vehicle, approached the towering fortress wall. After inspection, the vehicle entered through the thick and heavy metal gate. Inside Blizzard Base, the atmosphere was so quiet that it felt suffocating. There was no famine or chaos due to a lack of food, but the area was under comprehensive military management. Therefore, on the major streets and small alleys, there were hardly any ordinary citizens to be seen, only soldiers and special personnel serving Blizzard Base. When Bai Li Chong King and his teammates returned, staff immediately approached to conduct a check. Everyone, please follow us to the disinfection area for inspection. The members of the combat team who have returned need to ensure that they are in normal health and do not bring any unidentified bacteria from outside. After undergoing a complicated check, a young officer appeared in front of Bai Li Chong King. He was in military uniform, his hair slicked back neatly, and he wore a pair of valuable gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Bai Li Chong King, he said, "Lieutenant Colonel Bai Li, please follow me." This soldier was not an ordinary person. He was Lan Jin Cheng, the senior secretary of the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan region, Zhu Jiang. He came from an office background, had a notable family background, and was trusted greatly by Zhu Jiang. Bai Li Chong King nodded slightly and followed this young soldier. As per usual practice, after completing their assigned tasks, they needed to report directly to Zhu Jiang. The situation in Tianhai City was quite serious. The death of a senior captain was enough to shake the highest echelons of the Blizzard Base. Bai Li Chong King followed Lan Jin Cheng to the command center, where Zhu Jiang's office was located. Lan Jin Cheng stood outside, reporting through the communication device. Commander-in-Chief Bai Li Chong King has arrived. After receiving an affirmative response from Zhu Jiang, Lan Jin Cheng stepped aside, and the silver metal door slowly opened. "Major Bai Li, please enter." Bai Li Chong King felt a bit nervous inside as he stepped forward. This time, he came to lie to Zhu Jiang, which left him feeling confused and worried about various things. Although he had discussed his approach thoroughly with the team members before coming and everyone agreed with his plan, the imposing presence of Zhu Jiang made everyone in the Blizzard Base fear. Bai Li Chong King took a deep breath and walked in. Zhu Jiang, a middle-aged man around 50 years old, had his hair cut short in a military style, a lean physique, but his face radiated authority and decisiveness, with sharp eyes like those of a hawk. When Bai Li Chong King entered, he glanced briefly at Zhu Jiang with a clear gaze and realized that this man was indeed formidable. Bian Junwu had once said that Zhu Jiang could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Bai Li Chong King stood straight and saluted formally. Zhu Jiang went straight to the point. "This time, your mission has been completed very well. At first, I thought you would have to withdraw temporarily and then launch an attack on the city of Tianhai from headquarters, but you have managed to protect the city of Tianhai." Zhu Jiang spoke without showing any concern for this city. He knew that most people in Tianhai had died, with only a few survivors left. Bai Li Chong King replied, "This time we were fortunate to have the support of Captain Bian Junwu. Without his sacrifice, we would have likely had to surrender." Then, Bai Li Chong King reported in detail to Zhu Jiang, focusing on the investigation process of the squad, especially the contributions of Bian Junwu. When mentioning Bian Junwu, Zhu Jiang could not suppress the pain in his heart. He had once been an outstanding warrior in the army, and his sacrifice left a huge void in the Jiangnan region. Even though he had known this day would come, Zhu Jiang still could not prevent his regret. Zhu Jiang looked at Bai Li Chong King, told him to sit down, and then continued asking, "When you went to the city of Tianhai, did you find any seeds that could be brought back for cultivation?" Bai Li Chong King had previously sent information about the potential seeds found in Tianhai to Zhu Jiang. However, Zhu Jiang was not interested in the details of the mission. He only wanted to know about the seeds. The Jiangnan headquarters needed new seeds, as the number of warriors was always in short supply due to frequent sacrifices. Bai Li Chong King replied, "The city of Tianhai has several candidates who can join the investigation team. Xing Tan from the Qingfu base, Xiao Hong Lan from the Yangshan base, Zhu Qing Ting, Chen Jingguan from the Zhao Yu base, along with Zhang Yi, Liang Yu, and a few others. These individuals all have significant potential. In particular, Yang Mei has strong support capabilities, making him very suitable to join the investigation team." Zhu Jiang nodded slowly after hearing this. This information was already in your report. I am particularly interested in Zhang Yi, and would like to meet him for a discussion. Can you assist me with this? Bai Lichang King anxiously thought to himself. Indeed, it was about this matter. There are some things he can keep hidden, but the actual data cannot be concealed. When mentioning Zhang Yi, he was the one who displayed outstanding abilities in the battle against the zombies and Yuan Kongye. Without Zhang Yi, the mission in the city of Tianhai would certainly have failed, and the entire team could have lost their lives. Those brilliant achievements, even though Bai Lichang King and Zhang Yi tried to conceal them, could not be completely hidden from everyone's eyes. Bai Lichang King only concealed the fact that Zhang Yi single-handedly defeated Yuan Kongye in the final battle. However, his other contributions could not be overlooked. This is what particularly piqued Zhu Zheng's interest in Zhang Yi. Bai Lichang King looked directly at Zhu Zheng, his gaze probing, then thought to himself, how should I approach this topic? After all, Zhang Yi's strength in the battle against the zombies is quite clear. It seems that I can only hide his final battle. With that in mind, Bai Lichang King spoke up. Zhang Yi is truly a talent. He is very capable and possesses the extremely rare ability to manipulate space. If he could come to the headquarters in the Jiangnan area, with his abilities, he could become an elite member of the investigation team. After praising Zhang Yi, Bai Lichang King continued. However, this person's mindset and character make one feel uneasy. Zhu Jane frowned and asked, "Oh, what do you mean? Is there something wrong with his character?" The top recruitment criterion for the investigation team in the Jiangnan area is not ability, but absolute loyalty to the region. This is not an outdated concept. In chaotic times, if the internal beliefs are not correct, it could lead to major troubles. Bai Lichang King understood this well and continued to explain. Zhang Yi is an extremely selfish person, like other mutant individuals from the city. Perhaps due to having experienced too many horrific and bloody events, he has no sense of collectivism. Even in the fight against the zombies, he prioritizes his own interests, ready to abandon his teammates to flee. Furthermore, to achieve his goals, he will stop at nothing. This makes one feel that he has no sense of trust whatsoever. At this point, Bai Lichang King suddenly realized that he had been a bit excessive. Although he was intentionally slandering Zhang Yi to prevent Zhu Zhen from being swayed by him, such backstabbing could affect his impression in the eyes of his superiors. Bai Lichang King quickly corrected himself. However, to be honest, his personality is also understandable. In the context of the apocalypse, it's hard to find people with unwavering faith. After hearing this, Zhu Zheng's attitude towards Zhang Yi truly diminished significantly. An unstable mutant person, even with high abilities, was not someone he wanted to utilize. On the other hand, in Zhu Zheng's eyes, Zhang Yi was just an ordinary Delta-level mutant person. This level of mutant person, while not many, was not too few at the Jiangnan regional headquarters. However, if Zhu Zheng had known that Zhang Yi had absorbed a portion of the complete original a legendary-level mutant person, the situation might have been different. Earlier, regarding the issue of Yuan Kongye, Bai Lichang King had explained to Zhu Zheng in a report that Yuan Kongye had died in a dismembered state and the original had vanished into the world. Zhu Zheng had no doubts about this. First, he trusted the investigation team and saw no reason to hide anything. If they could discover the original and become stronger, they would receive attention and appreciation. Second, during missions, when fierce combat led to the death of a mutant person, the dispersion of the original was unavoidable. The disappearance of Yuan Kongye's original was reasonable. Although it was somewhat regrettable, it could not be blamed. A moment later, Zhu Zheng looked at Bai Lichang King with a thoughtful expression. Each investigation team needs a strong mutant person to lead. With Bian Junwu having fallen in battle, the Blizzard base temporarily has no mutant person close to the power of Bian Junwu. Bai Lichang King, you were the top candidate to become the team leader. In fact, Bai Lichang King was not an ordinary person in terms of strength. Although he was not as strong as the leaders of other investigation teams, he was stronger than the average team member. More importantly, he had experience in carrying out missions, and was respected within the team. Zhu Zheng said seriously, Bai Lichang King, with Bian Junwu having fallen, I am truly sorry. But the position of team leader for the investigation team cannot be left vacant. From now on, you will take on the role of team leader of the Black Cloak team. Bad Li Chang King trembled with happiness. He thought to himself, finally, it's here, finally it's come. He quickly stood up, bowed, and thanked Zhu Jiang. Commander-in-Chief, I will not let you down. I will give my all, and dedicate myself to the Blizzard base. Zhu Jiang nodded. That's right. The official appointment document will reach you within 2 days. As for Bian Junwu, this mission will recognize his contributions based on your report. Your entire team will also be recognized accordingly. His family will receive the benefits granted to the families of martyrs, and will be able to use the level of living materials from headquarters. Bai Lei Chang King was touched and bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. After leaving Zhu Jiang's office, Bai Lei Chang King stepped outside. The sunlight shining down made his mood uplifted. Although he had lied to Zhu Jiang to conceal intelligence about Zhang Yi, the result brought joy to everyone. Zhang Yi no longer needed to go to the Blizzard base. Bai Lei Chang King became the captain of the squad, and Bian Junwu was recognized for his contributions. From now on, Bian Junwu's wife and children would not have to worry. A lie of his had helped everyone. As Bai Lei Chang King was feeling happy, a cold voice came from behind. Deputy Captain Badla. Oh no, should I call you Captain Badla now? Bad Li Chang King turned around and saw a woman in a white lab coat approaching him. She was tall, with cold eyes and her long hair casually tied up. Recognizing her, Bad Li Chang King smiled. Ah, it turns out to be Professor Lai. The person was Lai Ling Su, the leading professor of the Blizzard Base Research Department. Here, few dared to disregard the research department, as in the era of transformation, their capabilities could even surpass those of the military. Lai Ling Sui approached. Where is the thing you mentioned? Bad Li Chang King replied. Just now, I plan to bring it to you personally right after reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. Saying that, he took a metal box out of his tactical bag and handed it to Lai Ling Sui. She observed the box with a curious gaze. Is this the mutated plant that you mentioned? Bad Li Chang King nodded. It possesses extremely strong growth abilities, and moreover, it can produce a zombie virus that is capable of infecting hosts. Lai Ling Zhu raised an eyebrow. It doesn't sound that terrifying, does it? Bad Li Chang King thought to himself. This nearly destroyed the entire city of Tianhai, yet in Lai Ling Zhu's eyes, it seemed insignificant. After a moment of reflection, he told himself that perhaps it was because Professor Lai had researched too many strange things. Lai Ling Zhu placed the box containing the bloodvine root in her bag without saying another word, then turned and left. Bad Li Chang King was used to her attitude. She didn't look down on others. She simply wasn't interested in anything outside the scope of her scientific research. He also turned and went home. After Bad Li Chang King left the office, Zhu Jiang sat in the chair, looking more serious than ever. The danger level in Tianhai this time was far greater than he had imagined. This was the first time a captain-level character had been killed since the apocalypse began. It had only been half a year since the apocalypse started, and even though Blizzard Base had a wealth of talent, it couldn't withstand such losses. A thought that had early emerged in his heart reappeared now. Zhu Jiang looked out through the window and murmured. Relying solely on the power of Blizzard Base makes it difficult to maintain the stability of the entire Jiangnan region in the long run. It seems that we must count on support from other places. He used the communication device to call in his secretary, Lan Jin Cheng. Lan Jin Cheng bowed respectfully. Commander-in-Chief, do you have any instructions? Zhu Jiang said. Immediately issue a notice in my name. The target is all forces of a certain scale in the entire Jiangnan region. Tell them that in 10 days, I will hold a mutant person convention for the Jiangnan region at Blizzard Base. Make sure to invite them to attend. Lan Jin Cheng, upon hearing this, was a bit surprised and asked, Are you finally planning to gather the strength of the entire Jiangnan region? A glimmer of light flashed in Zhu Jiang's eyes as he replied, This plan has been in my mind for a long time. It's just that Bian Junwu's death made me realize I must speed up the process. I can no longer delay. Otherwise, with the current power, I fear I won't be able to hold on to Blizzard Base in the near future. The city of Tianhai, after the Great War with Worship the Snow Sect, has fallen into silence. The major powers have suffered severe losses and can no longer expand their territories. In other words, territorial expansion no longer holds any meaning. Within worship the snow sect, only a few fortunate individuals survived, among them the couple Lei Jian. They have gathered the survivors after the disaster to build a new peaceful homeland. After the disaster, one good thing happened. The number of survivors decreased sharply, so resources no longer became scarce. Currently, the three bases, King Fu, Yang Sheng, and Yang Sheng, have all suffered heavy losses in their fighting forces. All three bases have contacted Zhang Yi, expressing their loyalty and pleading for his protection. Zhang Yi is not interested in becoming the overlord of Tianhai. He only hopes that no one will disturb his tranquil life. In response to the pleas of the three organizations, Zhang Yi simply said, "Live your lives well, and as long as you do not disturb me, that is enough." Nevertheless, the three organizations still frequently bring gifts and supplies to express their loyalty and hope that he will take more care of their bases. Recently, Zhang Yi has been contemplating a question: how to utilize Ice Beat to awaken Yang Mei's superpower. Yuan Kong Yi has just died, and he does not know how mutant persons using Ice Beat for awakening will change. Currently, Zhang Yi still possesses 2 Ice Beat, which can create 2 mutant persons. If Yang Mai does not react negatively due to Yuan Kong Yi's death, he will consider allowing Zhu Kai Nai and others to use these 2 Ice Beat. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Mai's body showed no unusual changes. At Zhang Yi's request, Zhu Kai Mei checked her health every day. Zhang Yi himself personally examined both the exterior and interior of Yang Mei's body. The result was that there were no adverse reactions. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately decided to give the remaining 2 Ice Beats to those around him. He called Yang Xin, Zhu Kai Mei, and Lu Qi ran to his room. They quickly arrived. "Come in." Zhang Yi began to analyze. Ice Beat is like a catalyst that can activate the mutational potential of the human body but will not cause side effects. However, the only drawback is that it disappeared with the death of Yuan Kong Yi, so currently it is just a treasured item. The 3 girls listened intently. He continued. "Now I can confirm that Ice Beat is still effective after Yuan Kong Yi's death. I have 2 Ice Beats that I can give you, but there are 3 of you. Ice Beat only has 2 pieces. You are all very important to me. I do not want to favor one person over another. Therefore, how it is distributed, you can decide for yourselves." Yang Xin is a strategist and a super hacker. Lu Qiran is a mechanical engineer, and Zhu Kai Nai is a doctor. All 3 are valuable to him. Zhang Yi did not want to upset anyone. The eyes of Lu Qiran and Zhu Kai Nai were clearly filled with excitement. Of course, they yearned to gain superpowers to become more useful. After all, having witnessed the extraordinary abilities of the mutant person, saying that they were not jealous would be a lie. Yang Xin appeared indifferent. She said, "I don't need it. I choose to give up. Let these 2 have this opportunity." Zhang Yi and the other 2 were surprised. This was clearly something that everyone in the post-apocalyptic world longed for. Yet Yang Xin was giving it up. Seeing everyone looking at her, Yang Xin explained, "My mind is the greatest superpower. Compared to me, you all need that strength more. So keep it for yourselves." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and then nodded. He realized that what Yang Xin said was not wrong. Her mind was indeed the best ability. Yang Xin had been paralyzed for many years and was accustomed to using her intellect to act. As a logistics competitor, having superpower wouldn't be very useful. On the contrary, Lu Qiran and Zhu Kai Nai both longed for superpowers. Yang Xin had generously given the opportunity to them. Lu Qiran looked at Yang Xin and couldn't help but ask, "Xin, have you thought this through?" Yang Xin replied, "I've thought it through. You don't need to worry about me. Take the superpowers you desire." Hearing this, Lu Qiran and Zhu Kai Mei no longer insisted on their intention to concede. They stared intently at the wooden box that Zhang Yi was holding. Zhang Yi opened the box and took out 2 silver-white Ice Beats in front of them. "Maybe you already know how to use it. Just place it on your forehead," Zhang Yi said while observing attentively. Lu Qiran and Zhu Kai Nai excitedly took the Ice Beats. They were soft, smooth, and cool to the touch, feeling as if they were living creatures. The 2 placed the Ice Beats on their foreheads, and soon they began to automatically permeate into their brains. In case of any unexpected mutations, you should lie down. The 2 girls quickly complied and lay down on the bed. Zhang Yi and Yang Xin stood beside them, both anxious and waiting. The process of absorbing the ice beats happened very quickly. Their physical conditions were quite good, so unlike Yang Mei, they did not experience any side effects. However, they still had to lie on Zhang Yi's bed for their bodies to adapt to the strange substance that had just invaded. Zhang Yi sat in a chair, patiently waiting. More than 10 minutes passed, and Lu Qiran was the first to recover. She was sweating profusely, tiny beads of sweat running down her neck, arms, and chest, looking as if she had just finished a 10-kilometer marathon. Although there were no obvious changes to her body, Zhang Yi noticed that her eyes seemed to shine brighter, like sparkling black diamonds. "How is it? Have you succeeded?" Zhang Yi asked curiously. Lu Qiran panted, affirming with an excited look, "Brother Zhang, I have superpower now." When a person gains superpower, it feels as if their body suddenly has an extra arm or finger. It appears naturally, and those who possess superpower understand their abilities very well, just as they understand their own bodies. Under the expectant gaze of Zhang Yi and Yang Xin, Lu Qiran explained her ability. She picked up a spoon from the table, and then bent it quickly right before the two of them without using any physical force. "My ability relates to metal and machinery. It seems that I can control the metal things I touch." Lu Qiran's eyes lit up with excitement. "This is amazing. With this ability, I can create even more powerful weapons." Zhang Yi frowned and asked, "Does that mean your ability relates to machinery? Can you enhance the performance of weapons?" "Of course," Lu Qiran replied, looking at the spoon in her hand and smiling. "With this ability, I can perfectly control every tiny detail of a weapon, adjusting them to optimal performance. Not just weapons, but everything created by machines that comes into my hands will be improved to its most perfect form." Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. "That's great. Your ability really suits your skills as a mechanic. When you have time, help me upgrade those guns." "Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the task," Lu Qiran said with a bright smile, his face full of excitement. "By the way, Zhang, name my ability." Zhang Yi laughed. "This is your ability. Don't you want to name it yourself?" Surprisingly, Lu Qiran looked at Zhang Yi with a very serious expression. "The leader saved my life, and my superpower was also granted by the leader. Therefore, I want the leader to name my superpower." Zhang Yi understood in his heart that Lu Qiran was expressing gratitude and loyalty to him. He nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Since your ability is to control machines, let's call it divine manipulation." Lu Qiran was very pleased with this name. Divine manipulation. That's a great name. From now on, I will also be a person with superpower. Zhang Yi and Yang Xin smiled at Lu Qiran. At that moment, Zhou Kai Nai had also returned to normal. Her skin radiated a shiny, smooth appearance. Whether it was an illusion or not, Zhang Yi felt her skin was whiter and smoother than before. Her already alluring figure now looked even more enchanting. With Zhang Yi staring at her like that, Zhou Kai Nai's face turned slightly red. She shyly asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? Am I beautiful?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but nod. "Beautiful. You are really beautiful all over." Yang Xin and Lu Qiran beside her couldn't help but feel envious. Zhou Kai Nai also felt a bit shy expressing herself too much in front of the other two, so she sat up elegantly and asked, "Qiran, have you succeeded? What is your ability?" Lu Qiran then explained her superpower. After hearing this, Zhou Kai Nai smiled and said, "Divine manipulation. That is a very useful superpower. It suits you perfectly." Lu Qiran curiously asked, "What about you, Kai Ni? What is your ability?" Zhou Kai Nai calmly explained, "My ability is related to medical skills." She did not hold back and clearly stated her power for everyone to know. "My ability, firstly, is to accelerate the activity of cells, allowing them to quickly recover and regenerate. This ability can be used not only for myself, but also for others." After hearing this, everyone finally understood why Zhou Kai Nai's figure had become more perfect. Yang Xin and Lu Qiran truly felt a bit envious, as this ability is something that any woman would desire to have. Lu Qiran exclaimed, "No wonder your figure has become so beautiful. As long as Kai Nai wants, she can effortlessly reshape her body ratios, truly becoming a devil's figure." Zhou Kai Nai smiled gently. Moreover, There is another aspect, which is my hands. She extended her long, fair hands. These are the hands of a surgeon. With these hands, I can heal ailments in others. I can even replace a scalpel to perform surgery on the human body. After saying this, Zhou Kai Nai slowly approached Yang Xin-Xin. Yang Xin-Xin looked at her in surprise. Sister Kai Ni, what do you want to do? Zhou Kai Ni grinned and bent down. I want to see if I can heal your legs. Before Yang Xin-Xin could protest, Zhou Kai Nai suddenly reached out with her hands. Right before everyone's eyes, those hands became transparent. She said to Xin-Xin, "Don't be afraid, stay calm. I feel that something is about to be taken out." Zhou Kai Ni's hands slowly moved towards the spine of Yang Xin-Xin. She could sense that something was stirring inside her body, but the sensation did not cause her pain. On the contrary, it felt as if something was being removed from her body. After a while, Zhou Kai Nai withdrew her hands, bringing with them a grayish-red blob of substance. "This is what I took from your spine." Zhou Kai Nai was wiping the dirt off her hands while saying, "Try to see if you can stand up." Yang Xin-Xin asked in astonishment, "Kai Ni, is this me?" Yang Xin-Xin's body suddenly trembled, and her eyes brightened. Having been paralyzed for many years, what she desired the most was to have healthy legs, so she could walk like a normal person. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at Zhou Kai Nai, and then at Yang Xin-Xin. He thought to himself, is this the legendary miracle of medicine? If Zhou Kai Nai can cure paralysis, then there is probably no injury that she can't heal. This ability is truly powerful. Lu Qiran hurried to Yang Xin-Xin's side, looking at her with encouraging eyes. "Xin-Xin, give it a try." She reached out to support Yang Xin-Xin's hand. Yang Xin-Xin nervously looked at her legs and began to push herself up awkwardly. The legs that hadn't felt anything for many years suddenly felt a surge of strength. Those legs supported her body, and she slowly stood up from the wheelchair. The girl yelled out in joy, I'm standing. I can stand. I can feel them now." Yang Xin-Xin shouted like someone who had gone mad from joy. She took steps forward one by one. Although her legs were still trembling, they quickly adapted to walking. With tears welling in her eyes, she smiled in happiness. Yang Xin-Xin let go of Lu Qiran's hand and joyfully rushed forward. Zhou Kai Nai smiled and congratulated her. "Congratulations!" She intended to reach out to support her. But unexpectedly, Yang Xin-Xin surpassed her and rushed straight into Zhang Yu's embrace. "Brother Zhang, I can get up and walk now. I am a normal girl now." Zhang Yu looked at Zhou Kai Ni, seeing her a bit flustered, and he smiled. That's great. From now on, you can walk on your own legs." Yang Xin-Xin felt as joyful as a butterfly, fluttering around the shelter to announce the happy news that her legs had recovered. "I have to go tell them. I can stand up now." Zhang Yi reminded her, "Run slowly, be careful. Your legs are still weak. You just started walking." Even Chu Lei, whom Yang Xin-Xin often despises, was not overlooked by her. Everyone was delighted to learn that Yang Xin-Xin's leg had healed and congratulated her. Upon discovering that Zhou Kai Nai and Lu Qiran suddenly had abilities, everyone felt that this shelter was filled with talented individuals. Only Zhou Haimai remained an ordinary person, but she was very understanding, aware of her own position, and held no resentment. She was a wise woman. Unlike other young girls who yearned for powers, as a housewife, she did not need to go out and kill, yet could still enjoy a comfortable life at home. That was wonderful too, wasn't it? Zhang Yue hoped she could become a psychiatrist, comforting the lonely hearts of those in the shelter. Zhou Hanmai had fulfilled her duties splendidly. Thanks to her, the atmosphere in the entire shelter improved. This is the calming influence of mature and knowledgeable women. Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Superpowers are truly convenient, allowing people to do things they couldn't before. This might be a form of evolution for humanity, although it has caused the death of a large part of the population on the planet. The survivors, like tiny flames, would become a stronger and more outstanding group." Zhang Yi leaned against the window and looked at Yang Xin-Xin, saying, "I think I have grasped the rules of evolution." Zhou Kai Nai and Lu Qiran were leaning against the railing on the second floor, and upon hearing this, they couldn't help but look at him with curiosity. Zhang Yi continued, I used to believe that each person's abilities in this world were related to their personality. Now seeing the changes in the two of you, I finally confirm this. Kai Nai is a doctor, so the ability she awakens is healing. Ki Ran is a mechanic, and the ability he awakens will certainly relate to machinery. Zhang Yi continued. So I can understand that this type of ability originates from your own capabilities. Is it not the strength that you wish to possess in your deep heart? In fact, if the desire is stronger, then the obtained ability will be even more powerful. Upon hearing Zhang Yi say this, the two of them couldn't help but ponder. Zhu Kai Nai spoke up. Ah, it seems that's indeed the case. For example, Uncle Wang awakened his ability when he was shot. Therefore, he wanted a sturdier body, and his ability is to enhance his physical strength. Hekshu Chu Lei awakened his ability when he was about to freeze to death, so he wanted to resist the harsh cold. Liang Yu is passionate about martial arts, and always desires to have superior speed and strength. Looking back now, every change in everyone is related to their desires. Lu Qiran looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Then, what about your ability, Zhang? It's a spatial type. What is the reason for that? Is it because you are the warehouse manager?" Zhang Yi's gaze was a bit vacant as he thought for a moment. He remembered what he longed for the most. After his death, the intense and overwhelming resentment had caused him to be reborn, returning to his previous life. Because he had endured too much physical suffering during the apocalypse, he awakened a spatial type ability to store goods. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. This is truly a very interesting way of thinking. Perhaps my rebirth is also a type of ability. We need to better understand our abilities, and then strive to develop them. Only in this way can we survive better in the apocalypse. After saying this, Zhang Yi lowered his left hand, smiled, and waved at Lu Qiran. "Qiran, come here. By the way, let me test the extent of your abilities." Lu Qiran quickly ran in front of Zhang Yi, eager to do more for him. Zhang Yi opened his superpower space, slowly took out a black bullet from inside, and held it out before Lu Qiran. "With your current abilities, can you replicate the Genesis bullet?" The Genesis bullet is a product of the Jiangnan regional headquarters, and its production process is extremely complex with very rare materials. Ordinary weapon factories cannot produce it. Zhang Yi recalled. Previously, when dealing with Yuan Kong Yi, he had possessed Bian Junwu's pistol, but later returned it. However, he had secretly hidden a Genesis bullet. This type of bullet could even penetrate the energy shield of the legendary Yuan Kong Yi, and Zhang Yi had had his eye on it for a long time. Unfortunately, Bad Lechong King was not kind enough to share this special bullet with him. Zhang Yi said, "Qiran, now that you have awakened your ability, I want you to see if you can replicate this Genesis bullet. If successful, the combat capability of the entire team will be significantly enhanced. Even those without abilities, when possessing this type of bullet, can threaten mutant persons." Zhang Yi himself was a top sniper, so this would bring him the greatest benefit. Lu Qiran took the Genesis bullet. The moment she touched it, her brain quickly analyzed the material composition ratio. She frowned and said, "This bullet is indeed special. It contains 12 types of rare metals. Just for one bullet, the cost is likely not less than $100,000. Zhang Yi nodded. "Rare metals, huh? That's not surprising. Can you replicate it?" Lu Qiran smiled confidently. "In the past, with our production environment, it was impossible, but now there is definitely no problem. However, the materials are a bit difficult to find. After all, rare metals are not easy to locate. We may have to go to some large laboratories in Tianhai City or the research center of a certain university to gather them." Zhang Yi replied happily. "As long as we can produce it, that's good enough. The issue of materials isn't a problem. Just list the necessary materials and give them to me. I will ask Xing Tian and Xiao Hong Lion to help you find them. Rare metals have many uses, and they won't suspect anything I say we need it to make the Genesis bullet. After all, no matter how strong the Jiangnan area is, they can't monopolize it to the extent of prohibiting others from producing the Genesis bullet themselves. At least for now, this area doesn't have that level of control. Yes, I will send the list to you right away." Lu Qiran immediately took out her satellite phone and listed the special materials required to make the Genesis bullet. Additionally, she mentioned several other rare materials as well. She compiled a list and sent it to the 3 factions, asking them to help gather as many as possible. Previously, the city of Tianhai had a thriving economy, with many scientific laboratories and top universities. Gathering enough rare metals wouldn't be an issue, Zhang Yi thought to himself. Taking advantage of the fact that we are still in a state of rest and recovery, we need to quickly upgrade our equipment. The next time we encounter danger, the chances of survival will be much higher. The three forces, after receiving the news from Zhang Yi, could not analyze anything based on this list. They were very pleased that Zhang Yi finally let them do something. Because only when Zhang Yi assigned them tasks did it show that he regarded them as part of the family. They immediately went to gather materials for him. Within a few days, the entire city of Tianhai had been thoroughly searched by Lu Qiran. They transferred a large amount of rare materials to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi praised their contributions, then he transferred the materials to Lu Qiran's workshop and told her to start replicating the Genesis bullet. The task of replicating the Genesis bullet was also a significant challenge for Lu Qiran. The shelter did not have too many advanced production lines and relied entirely on Lu Qiran's superpower divine manipulation to carry out this work. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, letting Lu Qiran take her time. Not long after, Lu Qiran had successfully replicated the Genesis bullet. She handed Zhang Yi a box filled with closely packed silver bullets. "Leader, look, the Genesis bullet has been replicated," Lu Qiran said happily. Zhang Yi was extremely surprised to see the silver bullets. "Oh, I thought the Genesis bullet was supposed to be black." Lu Qiran proudly said, "I have improved it. Based on the Genesis bullet, I added rhodium, which can increase the hardness of the bullet inside. I also added heavy metal toxins, so when the enemy is shot, they will be poisoned, making their injuries worse." Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately stopped his hand that was reaching for the ammunition box. "You added poison? You really are very much in line with my style." Lu Qiran replied, "I knew it, the leader will definitely like it. After all, your daily working style is quite." She paused, swallowing the word tricks, for fear Zhang Yi would take offense. Zhang Yi smiled. "I'll just assume you're giving me a backhanded compliment. But if there's poison inside, how can I use it?" Lu Qiran explained, "The poison is inside. It only activates when it leaves the barrel, undergoes the burning process of the gunpowder, and comes into contact with blood. If it doesn't activate, touching it won't affect the body at all. I named it the Holy Silver Bullet. This way, it can also be distinguished from the original prototype, avoiding detection of the imitation ammunition from the Jiangnan headquarters." Zhang Yi praised Lu Qiran's intelligence. "I surely did not misjudge you." He reached out to take a holy silver bullet. As soon as he touched it, he felt a very slight discomfort. He thought to himself, "This stuff really does affect my superpower. Luckily, my superpower is space, so specialized bullets or regular ones make no difference to me." While Zhang Yi was examining the bullet, Lu Qiran was struggling to carry another huge metal chest. The chest was nearly 2 meters long and looked very heavy, making it difficult for her to carry. "Leader, there's one more good thing, which I specially made for you. What do you think? Do you like it?" Seeing the length of the chest, Zhang Yi asked, "Could it be that there's a newly manufactured gun inside?" Lu Qiran's superpower allows her to refine machinery to the most exquisite degree, which means she can significantly enhance the performance of weapons. Lu Qiran smiled and nodded. "Still the clever leader, you guessed it right away." Zhang Yi was extremely delighted, reached out to take the weapon chest, then placed it on the table and opened the latch. What caught his eye was a complete suit in dark silver, along with a pair of silver pistols, adorned with intricate carvings, a heavy sniper rifle, with the bipod and the body of the gun separated. Zhang Yi currently really loves weapons. Whenever he sees them, he immediately picks them up, savoring them like an expert. Just holding them, he can immediately sense the perfect weight and grip. Just by looking at them, Zhang Yi wants to rush over and hug Lu Qiran and kiss her. Zhang Yi happily said, "This is amazing. This weapon is fantastic." Lu Qiran added, "Weapons and holy silver bullets are used as a set. Even if the weapons or bullets are picked up separately, they cannot be used normally. This is specially made for you, leader." Lu Qiran's small face turned bright red. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoy the weapons satisfies her greatly. As a top machinery craftsman, to see her creations being praised by others is immensely proud for her. She then continued to tell Zhang Yi the names of the weapon set. The two dark silver pistols are called White Pride, while the antimatter sniper rifle is called Lightning Attack. Zhang Yi took the rifle and in a moment, he skillfully figured out how to use it. He beamed and walked over, gently patting Lu Qiran on the shoulder. Qiran, you are truly a unique genius. This time, you have achieved great success. Tell me, what reward do you want? Lu Qiran blushed even more at Zhang Yi's compliment. She eagerly said, Leader, I want to create a set of powered armor, also known as a robot. What do you think? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Mecha armor. In Zhang Yi's impression, that only existed in science fiction movies. First, their cost was too high. Second, the performance of mecha armor didn't meet the demands for mass production. Therefore, up to now, he had never heard of any country having an army wearing mecha armor. Lu Qiran seemed to sense Zhang Yi's doubts. She said, Actually, I studied mechanical engineering because I love robots. Creating a set of mecha armor is my biggest dream. I used to not dare to dream about it because the construction of mecha armor is too complicated, requiring tens of thousands of components. But now I have superpower. Lu Qiran looked at her right hand and tightened her fist. Her eyes were filled with confidence as she continued. After restoring Genesis Bullet, I realized that my abilities could turn mecha armor into reality. Normal people can't do it, but mutant persons can. Zhang Yi smiled. If you want to do it, just go ahead. I will always support you. Lu Qiran replied, but doing that will require a lot of materials. Zhang Yi waved his hand. It's okay. Just tell me what you need. It's just materials. Solving it shouldn't be too difficult. How can a whole city like Tianhai lack the materials you need? At this moment, Zhang Yi was not yet aware of the trouble that his casual promise would bring him in the future. He had forgotten to ask how complicated the materials would be for the robot suit that Lu Qiran wanted to create. Lu Qiran looked extremely excited. Wonderful. I will definitely not let the leader down. My abilities will surely help me create the robot I've always wanted. Zhang Yi, armed with a new weapon, was as happy as a child who has just received a new toy. Although the war had temporarily ended, he still devoted a lot of time to practice every day, adhering to the principle that it is better to be prepared in advance. But then, the moment came sooner than expected. An email from the Jiangnan area was sent to Zhang Yi. He received this email while talking to Lu Qiran about weapon issues. Zhang Yi held his phone, and when he saw the email bearing the signature of the Jiangnan headquarters command office, his heart immediately became alert. With some worry, Zhang Yi silently told himself, Don't tell me that Bad Lichang King didn't keep his promise and leaked my information. He's living a very happy life. He wouldn't want to be someone's subordinate. Lu Qiran curiously asked, Leader, what's going on? Zhang Yi replied, It's nothing. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You should go do your work. He hurried back to his room, opened his email, and examined the contents carefully. Then, he frowned because the email was not addressed solely to him, but was a letter. The letter instructed all superpower organizations at the Jiangnan headquarters to be present on time at the Jiangnan headquarters on April 8. This was an order from the commander of the Jiangnan headquarters, Zhu Zhen. Although the email did not specify what would happen if they failed to attend, it was clear, even if one thought about it with their toes, that anyone who dared to not show up would essentially be turning against the Jiangnan headquarters. At that time, they would likely have to face the wrath of the Jiangnan headquarters. Zhang Yi lazily said, The day has finally arrived. It's not really a surprise. Although he didn't want to leave the city of Tianhai, this kind of situation was bound to happen sooner or later. After the apocalypse, central policies could not be implemented locally, leading to various organizations appearing all over the regions. As the situation gradually stabilized, it would certainly be managed uniformly by higher powers. If not, this land would definitely fall into chaos. At this moment, the Jiangnan headquarters wants to free its hands to consolidate the scattered sands of many cities in Jiangnan. Zhang Yi can understand this. He is just a bit lazy, and really only wants to manage his 3 pieces of land well. Zhang Yi looked at his phone, thinking of himself, Is this a call from the Jiangnan headquarters? Are they asking us to pilgrimage? Is there going to be a war soon? No, not necessarily. I really don't want to go at all. It's nice being the emperor of my own territory here. It's a pity that I can't fight against others, so I have to go. I wonder what the outside world is like now. I'm quite curious. Maybe I'll give it a try. He couldn't refuse this matter. Although he had become very strong, he also didn't want to create enmity with the strongest forces in the region. However, with his careful nature, he decided he needed to understand the situation first. Even though he knew Bai Le-chan King could only tell him part of the story, he still decided to find Bai Le-chan King's contact number and call. At this moment, in the Blizzard base, Bai Le-chan King was in casual clothes, waiting for dinner at the dining table. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, while inside the house, it was a warm scene. His 8-year-old son, plump and cute, was clumsily stirring the rice with chopsticks. Meanwhile, his wife was cooking soup in the kitchen. This ordinary house, now located in the Blizzard base, is absolutely a first-class living area. Only those with the rank of team leader or above, along with their family members, are allowed to live here. Bai Le-chan King had just been promoted, so he was in high spirits. When working with his wife, he was also more enthusiastic than usual. However, at this moment, when he picked up the phone and saw the caller's name was Zhang Yi, the smile on his face instantly froze. He thought to himself, "Zhang Yi, are you regretting wanting to be the captain now?" The little boy Xiao Hu beside him looked at his father's strange expression and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's wrong?" Bai Le-chan King smiled at his son and said, "It's nothing. Dad is just dealing with some work. You and Mom can eat first." He took the phone into the bathroom, then locked the door, carefully looked around before answering the call. "Hello, is this Zhang Yu? Who else could it be? How have you been, Captain Bai Le?" Bai Le-chan King, hearing Zhang Yu's joking tone, took a deep breath and replied, "Thanks to you, I've also been promoted to captain. What do you need from me?" Zhang Yi didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "What's the summons from the Jiangnan headquarters about? Tell me about it." Bai Le-chan King felt at ease when he heard Zhang Yi ask about this issue. "Oh, so it's about this. Have you already received the letter I sent you?" Zhang Yi replied, "I just received it. It's correct that I received it. Recently, the commander-in-chief made a decision to unify all possible forces from the Jiangnan headquarters. We also received a notification about this. On April 8 of the lunar calendar, many superpowers from all over will come here, and we need to maintain stability at the Blizzard base. By then, there will be at least 2 investigation teams present here." Zhang Yi recalled that Bian Junwu had mentioned there are a total of 6 investigation teams at the headquarters, and each investigation team possesses immense power, enough to flatten an entire area. Not only does each member of the team have high-level superpowers, but they also have the most advanced scientific equipment and technology provided by the Jiangnan headquarters. Zhang Yi didn't care much about this. He only focused on the main purpose of this meeting. He asked, "The reason for summoning us here this time is to recruit us, to unify and transform into a superpower army managed by the area, isn't it?" Bai Le-chan King explained, "I'm not quite sure about this either. In any case, the Central Command's intentions will not be communicated directly to frontline soldiers like us. However, I think you are overthinking it a bit." Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. "Oh, why is that?" Bai Le-chan King replied sincerely, "The Central Command wants to nurture a superpower, which requires a lot of resources. If we gather all the forces in the Jiangnan region in one place, wouldn't it mean that clothing and training resources for you all have to come from the area? No matter how wealthy the Blizzard base is, it cannot sustain that kind of consumption." Zhang Yi scoffed. "At most, it would only be a few thousand people. You can't support that." Bai Le-chan King burst out laughing. "Mutant persons eat a lot, but just a little food compared to headquarters is a small matter. We have our own farmland that can be self-sustaining. However, what is truly scarce is the special medicine used to nurture mutant persons." Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed. "Is there this kind of medicine?" Bai Le-chan King replied, "Of course. Regional powers like us hold advanced technology and the most professional training methods for mutant persons in the country. If not, do you think those mutant persons at the Blizzard base are stronger than those in other cities for no reason?" Zhang Yi felt enlightened but was not jealous at all. If it meant sacrificing freedom to become stronger, he would rather not do it. After all, he was already strong enough. After hearing Bai Le-chan King, Zhang Yi responded, "In short, I can understand that the Jiangnan headquarters has just asked us to comply with management, but does not want to provide us with supplies, right? Bad Lei-chan Kane shrugged. It's not quite like that. We are in a chaotic time, and the mutant persons outside are also a very powerful force. The commander wants to make good use of this force and prevent it from getting out of control, causing a lot of trouble. So when the time comes, they will definitely offer you a condition that you can accept. Zhang Yi felt a bit more at ease. He thought to himself, if that's the case, it wouldn't be a problem to take a look over there. As long as I hide my true strength well and make sure no one knows, it should be fine. So he said, all right, you keep saying that in the end I still have to see it with my own eyes to know the situation clearly. Bad Lei-chan King laughed and replied, if you come, I'll treat you to a drink. All right, you don't need to tell me. I will come find you then. Of course, Bad Lei-chan King wanted to pull Zhang Yi to the side, so Zhang Yi could keep their secret. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi took the opportunity to gather more information about the Blizzard base from him. It can be said that both of them achieved their purposes. With the conversation concluded, Zhang Yi stretched comfortably and thought to himself, all right, it's time to let everyone know about this. Zhang Yi called everyone urgently. While waiting for them to arrive, Zhang Yi casually called Xing Tian to ask if he had received any news. Xing Tian replied, I just got it too. Zhang Yi, what do you think? Should we go? Zhang Yi thought to himself that Xing Tian had already received the news. It seemed that Xiao Honglan and Chen Jingguan would also be included. This time, it was likely that all the forces in Tianhai City would set off together. Zhang Yi said to Xing Tian, of course we have to go. When the time comes, we'll form a group together. The more people, the stronger we will be. And we can intimidate others to avoid troublemakers. Xing Tian was determined to follow Zhang Yi. Naturally, he agreed happily. All right, just let me know when we set off. Okay, it's decided. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, he called 2 other bases, conveying the same message. Indeed, they had also received news from the Jiangnan headquarters and agreed to accompany Zhang Yi to the Blizzard base. After Zhang Yi finished the phone call, everyone had arrived. Zhang Yi opened the email content on the screen for everyone to see. Everyone couldn't help but chatter excitedly in the living room, each face clearly showing curiosity and concern. They didn't know much about the Jiangnan headquarters, but they knew that it had extremely powerful energy. Zhang Yi looked at everyone and said, all right, everyone is here. I will talk to you about the reason for calling you all here. The Jiangnan headquarters has issued a mobilization order for all forces in the area, requiring us to be at the Blizzard base in Jinling by April 8th. This issue is basically Buqi Neijuan, and certainly cannot be refused. We must go there, so I am informing you in advance to prepare accordingly. Kunlei said, suddenly the headquarters calls us there. I wonder if there is any conspiracy. Uncle Wang also spoke up, probably not, it's likely just a general mobilization. Like a military parade. Kunlei asked again, does that mean we should prepare to fight? Uncle Wang replied, it's hard to say, but probably not. Even though this is the apocalyptic age, there are 6 headquarters guarding Huaxia, who would dare invade. Zhang Yi heard people discussing and recounted the news he received from Bad Lei-chan King to everyone. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. I have already contacted friends over there. This time, it seems that the Jiangnan headquarters wants to hold a conference to demonstrate authority and unify the management of various forces in the entire region. We won't have to leave Tianhai City for that. Once we leave, Tianhai will truly become a dead city and may attract the attention of others. I believe that the Jiangnan headquarters will not make such a decision. All right, now we will determine who needs to go there. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over everyone as he coldly said, as usual, Uncle Wang, Tu Lei, Liang Yu, and Hoa Hoa will go to Blizzard base. The others stay behind. However, someone voiced an opinion. Zhou Kai Nai looked at Zhang Yi with hopeful eyes. Zhang Yi, it's rare for the Jiangnan headquarters to gather mutant persons. I want to go and see. Who knows, I might be able to help you. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, you are a doctor. We are not going to battle. Why would you go? Zhou Kai Nai explained. We can't predict everything. You also said that it will be very chaotic over there. What if a conflict breaks out or a fight occurs? Having a personal doctor with you would make you feel more at ease. Zhang Yi said to Kai Nai, is it possible that the Blizzard base doesn't have any doctors? But Zhou Kai 9 raised an eyebrow. Are you comfortable letting their doctors treat you? There was an unusual look in Zhou Kai Ni's eyes. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and immediately realized the issue. You mean if I go there for treatment, it's highly likely that my intelligence will be exposed. The Jiangnan headquarters possesses extremely advanced technology, and they also have an organization that specializes in evaluating mutant persons. If Zhang Yi lets them examine him, not only his strength level but even his specific abilities would be thoroughly investigated. Zhou Kai Nai said seriously, I'm worried they will obtain your genetic sample, and then create weapons targeting you based on that. Zhang Yi's gaze grew deeper. He couldn't help but think of the Genesis bullet. This type of weapon was developed specifically to combat mutant persons. If his genetic information were obtained by someone else, and then used to create specialized weapons against him, it was certainly possible. Not only Zhang Yi felt the danger, but others also had a chilling sensation running down their spines. Kun Lei exclaimed, Is it that complicated? Kai Nai is right. That means even if we go, we must be careful and absolutely cannot expose our information. Kun Lei's expression was serious. After considering his usual habits, he decided he would bring pepper spray with him at that time. Absolutely no DNA should be left behind there. Zhou Kai Ni's words convinced Zhang Yi. He believed that he should stick with his own doctor for more peace of mind. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay, you become with us. Zhou Kai Nai smiled happily. Great, it's a rare opportunity to go somewhere far like this, so of course I don't want to miss it. Lu Qiran looked at Zhou Kai Nai with admiration and also willingly said, Leader, let me go with you. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Qiran and couldn't help but pat her head. Stop joking. If you all go, how can I take care of things? But Lu Qiran presented an irresistible reason. Leader, the Jiangnan headquarters has so many advanced weapons. Apart from the Genesis bullet, there must be others as well. Don't you want to obtain them? She placed a hand on her chest and confidently said, Just give me the opportunity to come into contact with them. I will analyze the structure and material composition. It's very likely that I can replicate them. Zhang Yi immediately hugged her. Let's go. We have to go. Even if others don't, my Qiran must go. So the list of those going to the Blizzard base was happily decided. The others had no intention of following. Yang Mai said, Then Sister Zhu and I will stay at home waiting for you two to come back. Yang Xin had to stay home as well, partly to provide information support for Zhang Yi and the others, and partly because in this house, only she and Zhang Yi specialized in the system. As Zhang Yi left the house, the safety of the shelter would be ensured by her. At the end of the meeting, Zhang Yi concluded, This time, the decision to go to Blizzard Base includes a total of 6 people and a cat. After confirming the number of people going to the Blizzard Base, Zhang Yi replied to the other party. Received. This is considered basic courtesy. After all, if one reads a message and does not respond, it can make others feel that they are being arrogant. Not long after, the other side sent an email. The content was very simple. Please wait at Xiao Mioshan subway station, Lujiang District at 2:30 p.m. on April 7th. Someone will come to pick you up. Zhang Yi was a bit surprised. He originally thought he would have to drive there himself. But unexpectedly, they had arranged a special vehicle. Anyway, upon thinking it over, it seemed reasonable. If everyone drove, it would be very crowded with cars, making management difficult. Thinking this way, Zhang Yi called for his team to prepare supplies and luggage. At this time, there were still 2 days until April 7th. Yang Mai turned away while saying to Zhang Yi, Then let's go prepare food for you first. After that, Zhang Yi held a meeting. He called Xing Tian, Xiao Hong Lian, and Chen Jingguan into the meeting via phone. The 3 of them did not dare to delay and immediately appeared before the camera. Zhang Yi said, I'd have already replied to the letter from the Jiangnan headquarters. They said they would arrange for someone to pick everyone up there. So what? The 3 of them expressed their agreement, saying that the other party had provided them with a time and place. It was nothing surprising, just as Zhang Yi had thought. Zhang Yi nodded, but he could not help but feel a sense of fear. If he had been neglectful before and not replied to that letter, it could have caused a misunderstanding with the other party. Zhang Yi asked the 3 people, What does the Xiao Mioshan subway station mean? Can we really take the subway there? Xiao Hong Lian calmly said, The transportation in Huaxia is divided into 2 types. one civilian, and one military. There are some transportation routes, including railways and subways, that are not open to the public. Their construction is also quite secretive, and ordinary people basically cannot access them. I remember that there is a dedicated train that runs through Xiaomiaoshan. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Honglian had served in the military, so she knew a bit about this matter. Zhang Yi couldn't help but nod. So that was it. Since it's a specialized route, it should still be operational during this apocalypse, right? It was hard to believe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi reminded them, "When we go, don't bring too many people. Just take a few elite superpower comrades with us." Although this statement seemed somewhat hurtful, they quickly nodded in agreement. Currently, the large superpower bases had nearly run out of personnel, as most had been lost in recent major battles. After finishing the discussion, Zhang Yi hung up the phone. He leaned back in his chair, thinking to himself, "I hope nothing goes wrong at the headquarters in the Jiangman area." Everyone followed Zhang Yi's instructions and prepared to set out one by one. On the noon of April 7th, Zhang Yi led a group of people on their journey. As a superpower person with spatial abilities, the greatest advantage was that wherever he went, he didn't need to worry about bringing along personal belongings. After all, he could just carry everything with him. Zhang Yi carefully checked his weapons and gear. Was his combat outfit intact? Was the dagger easily accessible? The guns were stored in the space, and he had to disengage the safety to ensure he could draw them out at any moment to fire. After ensuring everything was ready, 6 people and a cat left the shelter, said goodbye to Yang Xin and the others, and headed to the Xiaomiaoshan subway station. Xiaomiaoshan was only about 30 kilometers from the shelter, and it took less than an hour to drive there. Upon arrival, Zhang Yi and the others discovered that Xing Tian and 3 other forces had been waiting there for a long time. Despite Zhang Yi's repeated warnings not to bring too many people, looking at the number of vehicles, each family had brought no less than 10 people, all elite warriors fully equipped. Zhang Yi got out of the car, and, from a distance, Xing Tian and some others saw him and quickly ran over to greet him. "Xing Tian, Zhang Yi, have you arrived?" Zhang Yi smiled and looked at everyone, saying, "Considering your numbers, if each force sends quite a few people, there must be tens of thousands." "Right." Xiao Honglian sighed. "To be honest, we are a bit scared now. Bringing along more people would make us feel more secure." Zhang Yi understood Xiao Honglian's worries. Wars were constantly breaking out in Tianhai. Now, arriving in a strange place, about to encounter many large and small forces, it would be difficult to feel at ease without some momentum. Zhang Yi said, "Being cautious is a good idea." Seeing Zhang Yi use his spatial superpower to store the snow vehicles, Xiao Honglian was the first to step forward. "Zhang Yi, why don't you help us store our vehicles too? If we leave them here for too long, they might get damaged." This statement also reflected her trust in Zhang Yi. After all, their snow vehicles were important strategic resources. Xing Tian and Chen Jingguan hurriedly said, That's right, Zhang Yi. Your ability is so convenient. Please help us with this." Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. "If you trust me, then I will assist you with this small task." Everyone shouted together, "Of course we trust you." Zhang Yi stepped forward and waved his hand simply. A few snow vehicles they brought along were stored into his spatial superpower. Xiao Honglian and the others watched the scene with jealous eyes. The spatial superpower was indeed very useful. Everyone arrived at Xiaomiaoshan, which was already heavily covered in snow. Chu Lei moved to the front to clear the snow on the ground. He spread his arms toward the ground, activating his snow-blowing ability. Immediately, the thick snow on the ground seemed to be blown away by a whirlwind, radiating outward from a central point. Soon, the entrance to the subway station, over 10 meters underground, was revealed. Uncle Wang turned on the flashlight. The light shone as brightly as day. Under the blinding white light, everyone entered inside. As expected, this subway station was different from others. When touching the walls, one could feel they were thicker, and the material used was also higher-grade concrete. This material could withstand strong impacts. After all, it was a military railway, and the construction standards were certainly different from civilian ones. Everyone followed the path to the platform. It was cold and dry below, pitch black. It was hard to believe that trains still passed through here. People did not dare to step onto the rendezvous point because it was still 2:30 p.m., an hour to go. Everyone chatted for a while, exchanging their views on the headquarters of Jiang Man. Xing Tian and a few others merely engaged in casual conversation. They had no knowledge of the Jiang Man headquarters, but who would have thought that Zhang Yi actually heard some useful information from Xiao Honglian? Xiao Honglian said, "My father is a senior officer in the army. Although the apocalypse has come, previous titles and powers have been upended. The resources and connections still exist. The original leader of the Xi Shan base was Chen Xi Ran, and the commander of the Jiang Man headquarters is Zhu Jiang, who has a long-standing relationship. I also have friends at the Blizzard base." Xiao Honglian approached Zhang Yi and shared some information she knew about the summons from the Jiang Man headquarters. "This time, I have a friend who is a captain in the defense force of the Blizzard base. Recently, I asked him for information about the situation. He knows some details. This time, Commander Zhu Jiang is summoning all the major and minor forces within the Jiang Man headquarters, essentially arranging for upcoming events. Firstly, after half a year since the apocalypse began, various regions have formed some skilled forces and are no longer as chaotic as before. The headquarters wants to unify the management of these forces. Secondly, the unification of forces is also to prevent external intrusions or chaos caused by mutated creatures." Zhang Yi glanced at her and curiously asked, "If you say it's a mutant creature causing chaos, I can understand. But why is it an external invasion? Currently, looking across the entire Blue Star, is there any nation that is not struggling to survive in the Great Ice Age? They themselves find it difficult to protect themselves. So how could they still have the strength to invade us?" While the two were conversing, the others perked up their ears and listened attentively. Xiao Honglian smiled deeply. Large-scale wars definitely will not erupt. However, small conflicts in the border areas have never ceased. The crux of the issue lies in the geographical position of Huaxia. As everyone knows, there are too many large and small countries along our border. Furthermore, our territory of Huaxia is very vast. Although the high-level armed forces are still strong, the military is no longer what it used to be. Therefore, we are very tired of dealing with numerous small disturbances around us. Xiao Honglian continued, "Of course, this situation is not unique to Huaxia. It exists globally. In fact, some small countries have even been eradicated." Zhang Yi felt a slight headache. He rubbed his temples and said, "There are too many kinds of snakes, scorpions, and wild beasts. It's really impossible to eliminate them all. But the national affairs are decided by the group of people in power, so we don't need to worry for now. There are higher-ups in the headquarters making decisions. They have more experience than we do in handling these issues. At most, we are just playing the role of mercenaries, doing our best to contribute." Zhang Yu's principle of life is, "When in poverty, I must prioritize my own safety first. I must ensure safety for myself and those around me. But in terms of national righteousness, if needed, I will not shirk from participating." Wang Jiguang said loudly, "If anyone truly dares to invade our territory, I will definitely be the first to go to the battlefield and drive them out mercilessly." Xiao Honglian also agreed. "That is natural. But if what you say is true, it makes me feel much more at ease. At least now that I know the purpose of this meeting, there won't be any more doubts." Although the others were silent, many of them showed determination in their eyes. They could kill each other for resources, but that was domestic conflict. If one day someone truly dares to invade, they will fight to the end. They were accustomed to life and death. Even if they have to die, they hope their death will have value. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, Hua Hua suddenly sat up straight, her eyes wide like bronze bells, staring down the subway tunnel and exclaiming a few times, indicating that something was happening ahead. Zhang Yi quickly turned his head to look down the subway tunnel. In the darkness, a faint light suddenly appeared, and the sound of a train running extremely fast reached everyone's ears. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, "It's coming." That's a military special train, like a dragon galloping underground, quickly heading towards the platform in front of us. Its speed was very fast, the locomotive resembling a high-speed train running underground. After the subway stopped, the doors opened, but only one door was ajar. A tall, straight, uniformed ticket inspector smiled in front of everyone. When Zhang Yi saw the ticket inspector, he felt a chill run down his spine because it was a woman nearly 1.9 meters tall with skin as white as snow. Although the smile on her face was bright, it was chillingly frightening. Lu Qi ran next to him, whispered, "This is a robot." Zhang Yi suddenly realized, no wonder it felt so eerie. The ticket inspector bowed and greeted everyone. "Passengers, please board train Blizzard Base number 13. After saying that, she stepped aside to make way for the crowd. Zhang Yi, with a calm expression, walked forward. Once on the train, everyone noticed that this place was indeed different from a typical subway. Inside, from the seats to the floor, the decor was completely unlike that of a regular subway train. In the corner of the subway car, there were several gigantic green metal containers. A faint red light emitted from above, and it was unclear what it was for. Zhang Yi was not one to talk much. He found a spot in the middle and sat down. Zhu Kai-nai and Lu Keiran hurriedly sat down beside him. This train car was quite spacious. Theoretically, everyone should have a seat. Yet no one dared to sit next to Zhang Yi. Soon after, the train doors opened with a hiss. The ticket inspector smiled as she stood next to the train door, her face wearing a characteristic smile, looking straight ahead. Shortly after, the train transformed once again into a dragon of darkness, roaring forward. There were no announcements for stops, nor was there a route map. Zhu Kai-nai and Lu Keiran, initially tense, soon became bored and leaned against Zhang Yi to fall asleep. However, Zhang Yi did not sleep. Just thinking about arriving at the legendary Blizzard base made him completely unable to feel drowsy. He thought to himself, "I wonder how long it will take to get there." After moving in the darkness for about half an hour, the train suddenly stopped in the middle of the track. It was clear that the train doors did not open. From the window, Zhang Yi and his friends could still vaguely see the cold lights outside. Peering out the window, they saw a group of people rushing into another carriage. The clothing they wore was completely different from that of Zhang Yi and the others, but it seemed to be a type of special outfit with high-level cold resistance. As the lighting in the subway was quite dim, Zhang Yi was unable to see their faces clearly. He could only feel an aura of menace enveloping the air in the darkness. Clearly, these were the dominant forces of another city during the apocalypse. They were also brutal beings, rising from a sea of blood and fog. Zhang Yi could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this time, everyone who comes to the Blizzard base is a formidable character." Upon hearing Zhang Yi say this, Xing Tian, Xiao Hong Lian, and the others looked at him with very strange expressions. "The brutal people, you are talking about them. If they are brutal, then you are the Santa Claus of demons." Although Zhang Yi had repeatedly reminded them not to disclose any information about him to the outside world, especially regarding his powers, no one in Tian High City was unaware of it. Previously, Yuan Kong Yi, who stood on the edge of legend, was killed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi absorbed the original from Yuan Kong Yi. The extent of his terrifying power now was truly unimaginable. Yet he always thought of himself as an ordinary person, and often reminded himself of this. Only by doing so could he avoid becoming arrogant and complacent, making the mistakes that Yuan Kong Yi had made in the past. Zhang Yi crossed his arms over his chest, silently observing everything outside. The train began to move again. This had happened 9 more times. Zhang Yi did not know which group of passengers he was part of. It was impossible to assess exactly how many cities the Jiangnan headquarters had or the scale of the mutant person forces. After a long and arduous journey, the train finally stopped at a brightly lit station. As the train entered the station, Zhang Yi and the others knew they had definitely arrived in Jinling. Currently, only Jinling's Blizzard base was able to maintain normal traffic operations, and the subway had lighting. Zhang Yi looked at his satellite phone. The display time was past 6 p.m. They had spent more than 3 hours, plus the detours through other cities. This can be considered quite reasonable. Suddenly, the robotic service staff turned its head and looked at Zhang Yi and the others. She smiled gently and said, "Dear guests, we arrived at the final station, Blizzard Base. Please collect your luggage and personal belongings and disembark immediately." Then that announcement was translated into English once again, like many international tourist destinations nowadays. Zhang Yi slowly stood up and urged everyone, "Let's go." Zhou Kai-nai and Lu Keiran were even more cautious, not leaving Zhang Yi's side for a moment. The others' expressions were somewhat tense. They instinctively stood up and waited for Zhang Yi to lead them outside. Zhang Yi stepped out of the subway, noticing that the doors of over 10 train cars were all open. A group of soldiers in combat uniforms armed to the teeth emerged from within. Each person resembled ancient warriors clad in armor, their entire bodies wrapped in heavy combat gear. They stood close to one another, shoulder to shoulder, exchanging cold and wary glances. Among this group were those dressed quite unusually, some even in flimsy clothing, and there were towering figures about 5 meters tall who had to stoop down to get outside. The variety of personalities made the entire subway station resemble a national exhibition fair. However, the 3 most noteworthy individuals were Gu Hongdai, Chen Liangyu, and Sun Jianming. Each of them emanated a significant aura of menace. The small faces of Zhu Kainai and Lu Qiran turned pale. They could hardly withstand the overwhelming aura of violence surrounding them. Kainai thought to herself, they are truly ferocious, looking as if they have emerged from a scene of blood and carnage. These warriors did not intentionally exude their intimidating aura to intimidate others, as this aura is a natural byproduct of extensive killing. It is also possible that some were deliberately displaying their strength at the conference to project an imposing presence. Zhang Yi quietly slowed down, not allowing himself to lead the way, because those in front are easy targets. He was also quietly observing the nearby mutant persons. Not only Zhang Yi, but almost all mutant persons who came here chose to act similarly. They were very cautious of the strong individuals from surrounding cities. In the apocalypse, no one is truly a friend or an enemy. People can cooperate for common interests at any time. But wars can also break out over resource disputes. The forces of most cities have stabilized, and if there are still conflicts, they can only be wars between cities. These mutant persons included some who were arrogant and wanted everyone to know their strength. Some who lived in seclusion, completely cloaked in black. Even their faces were not clearly visible. Some remained calm, quietly observing others, regardless of how they were judged by others. Zhang Yi suddenly felt a few unfriendly gazes directed at him. From the side, he unconsciously looked in that direction and saw groups in the adjacent compartment. They did not avoid looking but stared straight at them. Not only Zhang Yi, but others also gradually noticed the hostility of this group of people. Sun Jianming glanced at Zhang Yi with a somewhat unfriendly gaze, even somewhat challenging. Xiao Honglian frowned and reminded Zhang Yi, "That is someone from Daze City. Do you see that bald man? His name is Sun Jianming, and he also holds a fleet in his hands. In the past, we had some conflicts with them at sea." Zhang Yi mumbled, "Daze City. Huh." Zhang Yi was quite familiar with this city, as it was located in the southwest of Tianhai City, right next to Tianhai. He used to visit this city often for sightseeing. Sensing the unfriendly gazes directed at them, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask Xiao Honglian, "Are they here to find you?" Xiao Honglian said, "In the past, I had some conflicts with Sun Jianming, but right now they are definitely not simply hostile to our base. As I mentioned before, many people believe that the power of our Tianhai City is very weak, so they want to seek revenge on us." Without him saying it, Zhang Yi already felt many gazes around them looking in their direction. Zhang Yi calmly said, "We'll just ignore them for now and deal with this matter first. This is Blizzard Base. No one dares to act recklessly here. Moreover, if these people truly don't know how to live and die, then Zhang Yi is not afraid of them." Hearing Zhang Yi say this, everyone felt more at ease. The stability of Tianhai City completely relied on Zhang Yi's group. On the side of the mutant person forces of Daze City, seeing Zhang Yi and the others unresponsive, believing this is a sign of cowardice, Sun Jianming coldly laughed and said, "It seems that Tianhai City has truly been devastated. They were very arrogant before. I heard that Wei Dinghai is dead. A mere Chen Jingguan can't possibly withstand an army. Back when Tianhai City was strong, all forces were as fierce as wolves and tigers. Sun Jianming has collided with the Yangsheng base many times at sea, but each time he had to give way. Now that the strength of Tianhai City has weakened, he coincidentally can regain his face, even consider going to Tianhai City to plunder resources." Not far from Sun Jianming, Gu Hongdai smiled and said, "Look at their army. Only a few have come. It seems the rumors are true. A once prosperous city like Tianhai is now so sparsely populated. It's truly a waste." This woman is the leader of another force in Daze City, Gu Hongdai. Besides the two of them, there is also the leader of another force, Shen Liangyu, present. He is completely covered, with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. He looks at Zhang Yi and the others with a somewhat gloomy gaze, but says nothing. Chen Liangyu murmured. Given the situation, the resources of Tianhai City can be directly handed over. It is not difficult to see that he also has intentions towards the people of Tianhai City. Not only them, but there are also several other organizations from neighboring cities that are looking at Zhang Yi and the others with the eyes of evaluating prey. Now, although they have all sorts of thoughts about Zhang Yi and the others, after all, this is the Blizzard base. They do not forget their purpose for being here, and do not dare to cause trouble openly. After leaving the Blizzard base, it would be hard to say. Zhang Yi certainly understood their thoughts. He smiled inwardly and thought, are they really considering that our Tianhai City has no leader? Interestingly, when everyone got off the private train, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed ahead. Everyone looked back at the sound and saw a group of soldiers dressed in combat uniforms, holding rifles. Their attire was strange, purely black, as if they absorbed all light around them. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows at the sight of their uniforms for the first time, because these combat outfits were somewhat similar to those worn by Bian Junwoo's investigation team. They did nothing, just stood there. The aura they exuded shook the 12 mutant person factions in the city before them. The defense force of Blizzard Base, Yan Yun, was elite among the elite at the Jiangman headquarters, a special forces unit. Within the special forces, they were true soldiers. In this apocalyptic era, they could also be seen as true killing machines. Even though the entire defense force of Blizzard Base numbered 300,000, only 5,000 were elite like them. However, they were not like ordinary security forces. They were the elite, appearing solely to deal with mutated creatures. People like Bian Junwoo and Bai Li Chan King were strongmen trained from this army. The remaining Yan Yun warriors could be counted on one hand, yet they were enough to shock the 12 cities under the Jiangman headquarters and thousands of strongmen there. Although they too had experienced blood and fire, they still fell short compared to such killing machines. In the crowd was a beautiful woman with her hair tied high and bright red lips, staring intently at the Yan Yun warriors, unable to resist licking her lips. Her gaze was filled with desire and imposing dignity, truly wanting to taste the flavor of them. A veteran, his face full of menace, carried a black box on his back, his squinting eyes seemingly eager for a challenge. He thought to himself, there is nothing more elite among the elite than this special forces unit. At that moment, from behind the soldiers of Yan Yun, a tall figure slowly stepped forward. A pair of long black boots stomped heavily on the floor, creating a noise that made Zhang Yi frown. The sound felt like a threat and was rather impolite. It was a middle-aged man, tall and thin, dressed in a military uniform, with very prominent rank insignia on his shoulders. Over the uniform, he wore a wide, loose cloak that concealed half of his face. One could only see his high-bridged nose and a pair of sharp eyes resembling those of a hawk. However, when those eyes swept over everyone present, each person felt as if a blade had grazed their skin, sending chills down their spines. Too strong. This thought instantly appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. Just a glance conveyed danger, which was extremely rare for him at that moment. He only felt this way when facing Bian Junwoo and Yuan Kongyi, who had just been promoted to legend. The words Bian Junwoo once said to him flashed in Zhang Yi's mind. The Jiangman Dragon's headquarters gathers, with as many as 16 leaders investigating like him. And the person before me is clearly the captain of the Yan Yun army. His strength may not be inferior to Bian Junwoo's, and he might even be stronger. Zhang Yi immediately warned himself. There are many experts here, need to be humble. He did not show any emotion and quietly retreated behind the crowd. If Zhang Yi behaved like that, then there was no need to mention the others. Some even deliberately displayed their bravado, showcasing their aggression. But as soon as that general cast a glance, they broke out in a cold sweat, even feeling their legs go weak, almost collapsing to the ground. The general slowly opened his mouth. His deep voice sounded like it was coming from a cannon. Dear everyone, welcome to Blizzard Base. I am the operations minister of the Jiangnan headquarters, Tu Yun Lai. On behalf of the Jiangnan headquarters, I am here to welcome you. After saying that, he slowly raised a finger. Here, first, I will introduce you to the rules of Blizzard Base. Remember that these rules are very important for you, because at Blizzard Base, the rules are absolute. Anyone who violates them will face severe punishment. This is your first time here. You may be used to freedom outside. But here, you must restrain your ego. Tu Yunlai's words were very firm, showing no leniency to anyone. From the beginning, he intended to impose the rules on everyone. But Zhang Yi understood that this was just a warning, meant to ensure that people from other places would not dare to cause trouble at Blizzard Base. During the half-year of the apocalypse, they had been arrogant and conceited within their own territory. This process inevitably came with all kinds of bloody violence and even various human rights violations. If the J-Man headquarters did not suppress them strongly, among these people, there would be discontented individuals causing disturbances at Blizzard Base. Tu Yunlai continued, "This evening I will arrange accommodations for everyone. Tomorrow, the Commander-in-Chief will personally convene a conference, and everyone must be present on time." Finally, he emphasized with an extremely serious tone, "Remember, do not cause trouble here under any circumstances. Control your bad habits from the outside." After saying this, Tu Yunlai ignored the reactions of everyone and turned to leave the subway platform. To be honest, he felt a little disappointed because if someone had stood up to provoke him just now, he could have dealt with that person directly to deter others. But to his surprise, the individuals from these 12 cities were very restrained. He thought to himself, "That's fine. If they obey, it will save a lot of trouble." After Tu Yunlai left, someone immediately came over, smiling and guiding everyone to the resting area. The guide for Zhang Yi and the others was a female staff member in a black and white uniform. She bowed and said, "Everyone, please follow me. During your days at Blizzard Base, I will be responsible for welcoming you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Additionally, I will send the rules of Blizzard Base to your communication devices. Please read them carefully. Blizzard Base operates under a militarized management system and has many rules. Please be careful to avoid violating these rules." Zhang Yi nodded. It has been tough. Everyone followed the female server out of the subway station. Only after getting outside did everyone witness the full view of Blizzard Base. This city lies to the east of Jinling, as a city within a city, covering only about 1/5 of the entire Jinling area. The whole Jinling city is surrounded by thick walls, several meters wide. Inside, the city's architecture is no different from other places, but one can see patrol soldiers everywhere on the streets. They hold guns and have vigilant expressions, staring intently at the newcomers. Zhang Yi could sense the military management atmosphere of the city. Upon exiting the subway, the temperature suddenly dropped. Everyone was wearing uniforms, so they were not afraid of the cold. The forces from the 12 cities were guided by staff to their designated area. The eyes of everyone displayed clear curiosity. Zhang Yi asked the staff member, "Excuse me, what do ordinary people do here? Why don't I see anyone around?" The employee smiled gently and explained to Zhang Yi, "They are all working." As she led the way forward, she continued, "At Blizzard Base, everyone is assigned to different positions according to their abilities. For this city to function, there must be people working 24 hours a day. Therefore, most ordinary people work more than 14 hours a day. In other words, apart from resting and eating, the remaining time has to be devoted to labor. Of course, this work system only applies to base employees. Rare talents who do specialized work can enjoy a generous standard of living. The more outstanding a person's abilities, the better living conditions they will have. But for the majority, they are just regular workers, so they practically spend all their time working." After hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed. "What about the elderly and children who cannot work? What will happen to them?" At that moment, Lu Qiran interjected, "They must be treated specially, right? After all, the physical condition of the elderly and children is different from young adults." The smile on the employee's lips held a hint of sorrow. That's not the case. Whether elderly or children, unless their family can contribute enough to make up for their shortfall, they will not qualify to live at Blizzard Base. Lu Qiran was taken aback. "What? That's too cruel," Zhang Yi said. "It's just the simple law of survival in the apocalypse. There's no need to overreact like this. Although the headquarters of Jiangnan has a lot of supplies, they still have to tightly control the number of residents during an apocalypse, as they can only take care of a portion of the people. Certainly, they must allocate resources to those who are of greater value. This is very reasonable." Lu Qiran sighed. "I understand this principle, but not here. Are we still applying the social system of human civilization? I thought this place would be different from Tan High City. At the very least, we should take good care of the children, right? The faces of Ju Kai Nai and Liang Yu showed concern. At least they believe children should be protected because they are the future. If they are driven away from the Blizzard base just because they cannot generate enough labor value, then what will happen in the future? The female staff member responded to this issue. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. As long as couples who can generate more value have a few more children, that's fine. Our Blizzard base has a birth quota. In times of need, having children is also a task that must be accomplished in an apocalypse. Jokai 9 was left speechless, unable to imagine that this regime was being implemented here. Only Zhang Yi was not surprised at all, feeling no astonishment whatsoever. Zhang Yi and the others headed to the resting area. When they went outside, a bus was already waiting. They boarded the bus one by one, with Xiao Honglan and the others being very cautious. No one dared to speak much on the way. They knew that at Blizzard Base, everything they said and did could be reported to their superiors. The bus took them to an apartment complex, surrounded by strictly guarded soldiers. A staff member announced, "This will be your resting place for the time being." Inside, the apartment was quite spacious, with each person assigned a private room. The staff used communication devices to inform each individual about the issues related to the apartment, including food supply and other services. Zhang Yi and the members of the superpower organization from other cities entered the apartment one after another. The staff member said to Zhang Yi, "This is the room that has been arranged for you." After checking in, the sky was still early. Zhang Yi had no intention of resting. He thought to himself, "I wonder how far this place is from Bai Leichong King." Xiao Honglan, Xing Tian, and Chen Jingguan came to Zhang Yi's room to discuss the conference scheduled for the next day. Seeing everyone arrive, Zhang Yi was surprised. "What's the matter?" Xiao Honglan's complexion did not look very cheerful. As soon as she entered the room, she said worriedly, "When I arrived here, I observed that the number of people we brought is the least. Just counting those from other cities, there are already hundreds of them, and I sense that the number of superpowers they possess is even greater than ours." "Isn't that so?" Xing Tian glanced at Xiao Honglan. "I noticed quite a few probing gazes, among which there are certainly those with ill intentions." Zhang Yi also felt similarly. After all, among the 12 teams from various cities, theirs had the fewest members. The news about Tian High City having gone through a devastating zombie storm must have spread to other cities. Currently, there are very few talents in Tian High City, and the number of superpowers is pitifully small, making it truly easy to be looked down upon. Xiao Honglan was a bit indignant. If it were back then, would they still dare to treat us like this? At that time, with the 4 major bases, a sect, and Zhang Yi's team, the combat power of Tian High City was extremely formidable. But now, the superpowers of Tian High City had been killed off by Yuan Kong Yi to 8 or 9 parts. The remaining strength is indeed sadly small, so no wonder they are looked down upon. Zhang Yi's face did not show much irritation. He said, "This is Blizzard Base. Even if they have intentions towards us, they wouldn't dare to take a risk. Until we fully understand the intentions of the Jiangnan headquarters, no one is allowed to act on their own here. If you do not comply with the rules of Jiangnan headquarters, I will not be able to ensure your safety." For Zhang Yi, the 11 other cities were merely like grains of sand. He completely disregarded them. With his current strength, he was undoubtedly among the top of Jiangnan headquarters. If anyone dared to stir trouble, he would make them regret their foolish decision. However, we need to be cautious of Jiangnan headquarters. It's not that they harbor malicious intent towards us, but the situation is unpredictable, Zhang Yi emphasized. Hearing this, the anger on Xiao Honglan's face and that of others eased a bit. However, she's still worried. "I'm just afraid that if we endure, they will take advantage. After all, it's not the tiger that fights the hunter. The hunter may end up harmed." Zhang Yi smiled. "Are you suggesting that they will take the initiative towards us?" Xiao Honglan crossed her arms and said, "Tian High City was originally prosperous, with abundant supplies, but now only a few forces of ours are protecting it. The surviving population may be less than 10,000, and it's hard to avoid being eyed." Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing through them. He had indeed thought about the issue she raised. "I've mentioned this problem before. For now, let's not think about it. Focus your energy on the important meeting tomorrow. Other matters can wait for later. Everyone looked to Zhang Yi for guidance. Since he had spoken, no one naturally had any other opinions. After a while, Xiao Honglan and Xing Tian returned to the room. Okay, we will head back first. Zhang Yi glanced into the room. Zhu Kai Nai and Lu Qiran looked at him with sparkling eyes. Although both had their own rooms, perhaps due to the serious atmosphere of the blizzard base that scared them, they both ran to Zhang Yi's room to seek a sense of safety. I'm going to make a phone call. You two can rest here. Hearing this, both girls became scared. After finishing up, Zhang Yi planned to meet Bai Le Chongqing to chat and discuss the tasks for the next day. He called Bai Le Chongqing. When Bai Le Chongqing received the call from Zhang Yi, he was not surprised. You are in Area B, I am in Area A nearby. I will send you a temporary electronic access card. Once you receive it, remember to come to Mima Ben bar to find me. Zhang Yi replied, okay. After hanging up, he received the temporary access card sent by Bad Le Chongqing. Zhang Yi said to the two girls, you two rest first. I am going out to meet an old friend. Zhou Kai Nai curiously asked, is it someone from the Black Cloak investigation team? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, I need to talk to them for a bit. Then go ahead. Qiran and I will wait for you to come back. The only old acquaintance he had at the Blizzard base could only be the Black Cloak team. This was no secret. Knowing that Zhang Yi was doing something very important, Zhu Kai Nai and Lu Qiran did not want to follow him. Zhang Yi left the room and then exited the apartment building. He realized that he was not the only one doing so. Just as he was about to step out of the floor, a staff member came to block his way. May I ask where you intend to go? Zhang Yi smiled at her. I'm going outside. She worriedly replied, I told you, please do not leave the apartment casually. If the city defense troops on patrol discover you, it would be very troublesome. When he got into the car, everyone had received the communication devices with the management regulations of the Blizzard base. Zhang Yi quickly skimmed through these regulations. There were many rules listed, more than 100 in total. This was a temporary document drafted after the apocalypse, but there were strict regulations covering every aspect of life. The Blizzard base enforced a curfew after midnight, prohibiting anyone from being on the streets unless they had special permission from a higher authority. The city also banned fighting and causing trouble. Violations would be met with severe penalties. Zhang Yi interrupted her. I just need to follow the rules of Blizzard base, right? In the regulations you sent me, it seems there is no clause stating that I am not allowed to leave this apartment building. The service staff's face showed some discomfort. But if you encounter any issues outside, my superiors might hold me responsible. Zhang Yi thought to himself, their rules are quite numerous. But don't even try using this to limit my freedom. He stared at the service staff. I will abide by the rules of Blizzard base, but I also hope you remember one thing. We are here as guests, not as anyone's subordinates, especially not as prisoners. Finally, Zhang Yi came to understand that in this place, the primary purpose was survival, not living. Those who had been accustomed to a free society for decades suddenly had to live in a city with such strict regulations would inevitably lose a part of their humanity, especially concerning freedom and happiness. Zhang Yi ignored the unattractive face of the serving staff, directly passing her and walking outside. After a lot of effort to get here, he wanted to find Bai Le Chongqing. Speaking directly with him could yield additional intelligence about the Blizzard base. At the very least, because they shared a common secret, he could receive guidance to avoid making mistakes in the meeting tomorrow. With more intelligence, Zhang Yi would make fewer mistakes than others, which was very important and could not be overlooked. After leaving the apartment, Zhang Yi noticed that it was snowing lightly outside. The road was completely clean, with hardly any snow remaining. He saw many fresh footprints, knowing that someone had gone outside before him. In the administrative area of the Blizzard base, in the commander's office, Zhu Zhang sat in his chair, facing Tu Yunlai, the Minister of Strategy. After hearing Tu Yunlai's report, Zhu Zhang's expression turned serious. What did you say? Out of the 13 cities we had notified, only superpower representatives from 12 cities came. Where are the people from Linhai City? Why didn't they show up? Tu Yunlai quickly replied. According to the records from the staff on the train, when the train stopped at Linhai City Station, no one appeared on the platform at all. Zhu Zhang's expression became complex. He unconsciously rubbed his fingers, not angry but secretly thinking that something was amiss. Linhai City lies to the northeast of Tianhai City and is also a coastal city. However, compared to Tianhai, Linhai is much less prosperous and smaller in scale. According to intelligence from the Jiangnan area, the strength of the superpower individuals in Linhai is not considered particularly strong. They have 6 fairly sizable organizations, but whether acting alone or in conjunction, they are not strong enough to resist the will of the Jiangnan headquarters. Yet when faced with the summons, none of them showed up. This is very strange. Have they lost their minds? Do they dare to oppose the Jiangnan headquarters? Clearly, the likelihood of this is very low. Zhu Zhang looked at Tu Yunlai and said, "About this, send someone to investigate thoroughly. Try to contact them and see if we can reach them." Tu Yunlai responded, "We've already made contact, but received no response. However, we can confirm that they did receive our notification." Zhu Zhang's expression grew even more serious. "Is it possible that something has happened? Send someone to investigate. If they really dare to disobey orders, then handle it accordingly." Zhu Zhang slowly nodded. "Just do as you say." Looking out the window, Zhu Zhang silently thought, "I hope everything falls back into place, and that no unexpected issues arise." Outside the apartment complex, Zhang Yi opened his satellite phone. It displayed a map and directions to Zone A that Bad Lechon King had sent him. Following the instructions, he headed towards Zone A. Every area of the Blizzard base was divided by rank, separated by thick, tall walls, forming the natural hierarchy. Zhang Yi could clearly feel that life inside these walls was far superior to that in Zone B. This could easily be assessed by the lights. The energy source after the apocalypse was precious. In Zone B, the lights were merely a common source of illumination, while Zone A was much more abundant. Multicolored beams of light like a rainbow radiated from the high walls. The entrance to Zone A was guarded by many armed soldiers. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, they immediately stopped him. "Please present your identification." Zhang Yi paused and showed the temporary pass that Bad Lichon King had sent him for them to verify. "Is this it?" Once verified, the guards immediately changed their attitude and respectfully invited Zhang Yi in. The defense soldiers were not qualified to live in Zone A, so anyone who would step into Zone A was greatly admired. Zhang Yi walked through the gate of Area A. Upon arrival, the scene before him suddenly became spacious and bright. Towering skyscrapers, multicolored neon lights sprawled across the streets, and shops along the roadside were brightly lit and bustling with business. Zhang Yi thought of Bian Junwu, who had once talked about Blizzard Base. Indeed, there were vibrant streets here, reminiscent of the days before the apocalypse. This time, he truly believed it, but the beauty was only reserved for a select few. Following the map, Zhang Yi made his way directly to the entrance of a bar called Mima Ben. When he arrived, he noticed the unique characteristics of this bar. Surrounding it were many modified snow vehicles, similar to the ones Bian Junwu and others had. Zhang Yi realized that most of the people coming in and out had fierce appearances, either being high-ranking members of the defense army or investigators. It seemed this place was similar to a veterans club. It was not surprising that Bad Lichon King liked to visit places like this. As Zhang Yi approached the bar's entrance, he was immediately stopped by a security guard wearing black combat attire. "Excuse me, are you a member here?" Mima Ben was a members-only bar, and most of the people here were familiar faces. Seeing Zhang Yi as a stranger, they decided to stop him. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Please wait a moment." He finished speaking and immediately called Bad Lichon King. Bad Lichon King simply said, "Please pass the phone to them." Zhang Yi handed the phone to the guard. Once they received the call, their attitude changed instantly, becoming respectful. "Sorry, sir, I didn't realize you were a friend of our esteemed guest. Please come in." The guard respectfully made way for Zhang Yi, which made him understand that Bad Lichon King currently held a substantial position at Blizzard Base. It's no surprise that he wanted to be the captain before. Zhang Yi walked into the bar. A waitress greeted him. "Excuse me, you must be Zhang Yi. Captain Bad Li asked me to guide you." Zhang Yi calmly replied, "That's me." The waitress smiled and said, "Please follow me." As Zhang Yi entered the bar, he immediately felt the lively atmosphere inside. The strong smell of alcohol filled the air, and the loud laughter of men echoed continuously. Zhang Yi was led to an elevator. Seeing the surprised look on Zhang Yi's face, the girl explained, "The floor below is the area for regular customers, and up here is the private room for VIPs. After all, how could people of such status sit in a chaotic place drinking like ordinary people?" Zhang Yi replied, "This hierarchy is really harsh." The girl calmly answered, "Of course, no matter when, social stratification is an inevitable thing." A strange light flashed in her eyes. With her experience of interacting with countless people, she recognized Zhang Yi's extraordinary nature. Although he didn't have the arrogant appearance of wealthy heirs, from his calm demeanor, she could see that he wasn't pretending. As a service staff member here, she would not miss any opportunity to please powerful figures, only hoping that one day she could climb to a higher position and become someone who could live in Area A. She smiled and asked, "You seem unfamiliar. You must have just come here from outside." "Right." Zhang Yi simply curled his lips into a faint smile, but did not reply. He thought to himself, "Gathering information about me. Do they really think I'm a child?" Zhang Yi had always been very cautious in protecting his personal information, not easily disclosing it to anyone. Seeing that Zhang Yi was indifferent to her, the girl momentarily showed an unhappy expression. The elevator stopped on the 13th floor. "You've arrived. The friend who is waiting for you is here. Please come in." Zhang Yi politely nodded at her and stepped out of the elevator. He had originally thought he would encounter the familiar face of Bad Lechon King. But unexpectedly, upon stepping out of the elevator, he walked into a large and empty room. In the middle of the room was a chair, and sitting on it was a man with long silver hair, an attractive and charming appearance. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, and his face broke into a polite smile as he looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at him with a puzzled expression. He was clearly there to find Bai Lechon King. So why was there a strange man in front of him? He looked around in surprise, confirming that there was no one else in the entire room, and then somewhat awkwardly said, "Sorry, perhaps the attendant has directed me the wrong way. I will leave now." Zhang Yi scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and repeated, "Sorry, the attendant seems to have taken a wrong turn. I'm leaving." But at that moment, the man spoke up again. His voice was clearly that of a man. "No, you are not in the wrong place. I instructed her to bring you here." Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. "Oh, but I don't seem to know you." The man muttered to himself, "Your name is Zhang Yi, right? Someone who can be personally received by Bad Lechon King must have some skills. I don't really acknowledge his title as captain, but I have heard a bit about you." Zhang Yi's expression became cautious, as this man seemed somewhat arrogant, even disregarding Bad Lechon King. Moreover, he had dared to bypass Bad Lechon King to bring Zhang Yi here, which made Zhang Yi wonder what his intentions were. Zhang Yi couldn't stop thinking. Could he have found out about his background? After a moment he asked, "Who are you?" The man replied with a knowing smile, "You must have heard of the legend about me. My name is Deng Shentong." Zhang Yi felt helpless upon hearing this. The man before him was exuding confidence to the point of overflowing. Zhang Yi could only force a smile and replied, "I've heard your name many times." The tone of politeness clearly dissatisfied Deng Shentong. He changed his expression and asked, "Have you never heard of my name?" Zhang Yi did not want to engage in small talk with this person. Moreover, he had brought Zhang Yi here without permission. After spending time looking for Bai Lechon King, he found it absurd to be here making small talk. "I'm not from Blizzard Base. It's not strange if I haven't heard of your name. I still need to meet a friend. I'm not free to talk with you." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he intended to turn and leave. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Zhang Yi instinctively reacted by delivering a chop to the wrist, but the opponent easily blocked it. "Don't be tense. I just want to see what kind of person Bad Lechon King's guest is." Zhang Yi turned around and saw Deng Shentong still sitting in the chair. He curiously said, "Are you a twin?" Deng Shentong didn't answer Zhang Yi's question, but thought to himself, "He also has space superpower." At that moment, the two of them spoke the same sentence simultaneously. "I heard you are a mutant person who controls space. Can you show me your abilities?" The voice echoed in the air, suddenly as if countless people were speaking at once. The two figures that previously existed only in the room suddenly turned into 12-20 people, all identical in appearance. The voice seemed to come from nowhere. Zhang Yi had no idea what abilities his opponent had, and he felt even more cautious. Deng Shentong then said, "My team really needs a member like you. If your abilities are decent, I can consider making you a replacement for the Angel Squad." Zhang Yi felt a bit angry when he saw the man in front of him maintaining a lofty attitude. He spoke in a way that completely disregarded Zhang Yi's thoughts. Although he did not know the opponent's abilities, Zhang Yi had never been someone easily bullied. A gleam of light shone in his eyes. "An arrogant person. You will regret your actions." He prepared to extend the distance and glanced at Deng Shentong, silently analyzing. Using divine power at this distance is not impossible. At that moment, the elevator suddenly opened. Bai Li Chongqing hurriedly stepped out, surprising Zhang Yi. He smiled as he approached, saying, "Zhang Yi, why did you come here?" He wrapped his arms around Zhang Yi's shoulders and continued, "Come back with me quickly. I'm still waiting for you to drink with me." Deng Shentong felt a bit displeased when he saw Bai Li Chongqing arrive. He said, "Bai Li Chongqing, I find your friend here quite interesting, and would like to talk to him for a bit. You don't mind, do you?" Bai Li Chongqing laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Captain Deng is actually interested in my friend. This is quite an honor for him. However, matters like this should at least be communicated to me in advance. After all, I am the captain of the investigation team, and your actions seem a bit out of line, don't you think?" The corner of Deng Shentong's mouth curled in disdain as he clearly stated, "Captain, if it were Bian Junwu who said this, perhaps I would give him some respect. But it seems your strength still doesn't qualify for that." Being mocked by Deng Shentong made Bai Li Chongqing furious. A formidable aura erupted from him, causing Deng Shentong to frown and think angrily to himself. How dare he speak to me like that? When Bai Li Chongqing spoke to him in such a manner, Deng Shentong immediately felt displeased. However, he could not continue to pressure Zhang Yi, as causing a scene here would also draw punishment from his superiors. Deng Shentong saw Zhang Yi as a superpower with potential, capable of becoming a reserve member in his angel team. He was being casual about it because he wanted to keep something safe for him, but he also did not want to create more trouble for himself just because of Zhang Yi. Deng Shentong waved his hand and said, "Perhaps you don't realize how you have missed out on a wonderful opportunity. Our angel team is the strongest entity at the Jiangnan headquarters." After saying that, he left. Countless figures in the air disappeared instantly, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. Once Deng Shentong had gone, Bai Li Chongqing let out a sigh of relief and said, "Zhang Yi, I'm sorry, I ran into this issue as soon as I arrived." Zhang Yi replied, "It's fine. It's not a big deal. Thanks to this, I got to know another character at the captain level. Let's go." Bai Li Chongqing and Zhang Yi entered the elevator. Bai Li Chongqing pressed the button to take the elevator down to the lower floor. In the elevator, Bai Li Chongqing spoke about Deng Shentong's identity. "The person we just saw is Captain Deng Shentong of one of the 6 investigation teams, Team Angel. He is very strong, but has an extremely arrogant personality. He comes from the Deng family in Jinling, and relying on his strong abilities and prominent family background, he always seems to look down on everyone. However, he is not a bad person. You could think of him as a rich young man with talent and a notable family background." Zhang Yi calmly replied, "It's fine." He could sense that Deng Shentong meant no harm, but his condescending attitude made Zhang Yi very uncomfortable. Zhang Yi then told Bai Li Chongqing, "By the way, tell me about your 6 investigation teams. I'm quite interested. If I encounter them later, I can be cautious and avoid making mistakes." Bai Li Chongqing smiled and said, "No problem. Here at Blizzard Base, our reputation is well known. The 6 investigation teams were personally established by Commander Zhu Jiang, and they are Angel, Devil, Iron Blood, Black Cloak, Rose, and Reincarnation. Each team has its own distinct style, making them easy to recognize. Our Black Cloak team wears black combat uniforms. Team Angel wears silver armor, which is the highest tech product from the Deng family. The other investigation teams are currently on missions outside and are temporarily not present at Blizzard Base. Team Rose has the most distinct feature because all their members are female." Bai Li smiled and continued, "At the moment, in the city there are only Black Cloak and Angel, the 2 teams here. As for the other 4 teams, you can temporarily not need to understand them clearly. Zhang Yi remembered this roughly in his mind. He thought to himself, the situation at the Jiang Man headquarters is really very busy. Otherwise, why would they hold a regional conference here? There are also other investigation teams carrying out missions outside. Zhang Yi thought of Deng Shentong, the handsome man from earlier, and curiously asked Bad Lechong King, how does this person's strength compare to Bian Junwu? Upon hearing the name Deng Shentong, Bad Lechong King's expression became serious. I have already said, his God-given ability is very high. This is related to the Deng family group behind him. The foundation of the Deng family group is quite formidable, operating in many high-tech fields, including biotechnology. Deng Shentong's current strong power cannot be separated from the family's full support in cultivating him. If we look specifically at superpower, he is even stronger than Captain Bian. After all, he is not like Captain Bian, who has to endure the enormous side effects of his superpower. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He had witnessed Bian Junwu's superpower annihilation, and the strength of this, Deng Shentong, was even greater than Bian Junwu's. This truly made him worried. If evaluated, this person's strength is not inferior to his own. Zhang Yi told himself. This is a dangerous character. It is best not to get involved. In his mind, Zhang Yi kept thinking about Deng Shentong, and reminded himself to always be cautious of him. At this moment, Bad Lechong King said, of course, one cannot simply evaluate strength based on the intensity of superpowers. In terms of combat experience, Captain Bian might be 10 streets ahead of him. Zhang Yi completely agreed with this. Having strong abilities is one thing, but whether one can fully exert one's power during a fight is also a very important point. Zhang Yi then asked, do you know what his ability is? Bad Lechong King glanced at Zhang Yi. Why do you want to know this? Even if you do know, I advise you not to engage in a fight with him. Zhang Yi waved his hand. I'm just a bit curious. Being teased by him earlier has left me somewhat worried about what he might do to me in the future. Bad Lechong King responded. You don't need to worry about this. As the captain of the angel team, even though he is arrogant, as long as you don't violate the headquarters rules, he won't do anything to you. As for his abilities, I truly do not know. Because at the Jiang Man headquarters now, there are very few who can actually make him take action. Bad Lechong King said helplessly. Although he has now become the captain of the Black Cloak Squad, that does not mean his strength is sufficient to confront the other 5. He was worried inside. The gap between me and Deng Shentong is too large. I don't know if I can continue to be the captain. Although Bad Lechong King did not know Deng Shentong's abilities, he could sense some of them. As for Zhang Yi, right from the moment he entered that room, he realized that the ability to create so many shadows was not about making clones, but just illusions. From the beginning, the image of Deng Shentong appearing seated was already fake. Zhang Yi is a superpower that controls space. Zhang Yi is very sensitive to changes in space, which is why he knew Deng Shentong was hiding in the room. Zhang Yi allowed him to touch his shoulder, merely concealing his own abilities. Zhang Yi analyzed to himself. This ability is indeed very strong, capable of killing silently. But if he faced Zhang Yi, the outcome would be unpredictable. And Deng Shentong certainly has other abilities. If not necessary, Zhang Yi did not want to conflict with him. If they could become friends, that would be even better. Bad Lechong King led Zhang Yi to the 7th floor. From here, one can observe the entire scene and see the chaotic atmosphere in the bar. One can also comfortably indulge in their desires. The brawny men, with a bottle of liquor in their left hand and an alluring woman in their right, engage in whatever they please under the dim lights. The central stage is bathed in green light, with several scantily clad women dancing there. The scene is both seductive and immersed in the worldly. Zhang Yi smiled and remarked, "It's really lively." Bai Lei asked him, "So, do you like this place?" "Ha ha ha, in Tianhai, it's hard to get to places like this." Zhang Yi glanced at him and said, "Trust me, as long as I want. This is very easy to do." Bai Lei laughed, "Okay, I forgot you are the emperor of Tianhai. What kind of drink do you want?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "No need for alcohol. It will just ruin things. Besides, you can rest at the blizzard base while I have work to do here." Bai Lai saw that Zhang Yi was not wrong, so he said, What are you looking to find out? As I mentioned before, there are things I can tell you, but there are things I cannot. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm not probing for any secrets. He looked at Bai Lechang King and continued. You know, I'm really not interested in the Blizzard base. I just want to confirm what we are actually required to do at this meeting. Bai Lai replied. This actually relates to the death of Captain Bian. Hearing about Bian Junwu, Zhang Yu couldn't help but be startled. Bai Lechang King continued. This is the first time a captain has died in battle. This has made the senior leaders at headquarters extremely worried. If the headquarters sends teams out on missions in the future, there may be casualties among the top superpowers. Therefore, they want to mobilize local forces to preserve the current superpower strength at the Blizzard base. Of course, the goal is also to avoid internal conflict and facilitate the management of the entire Jiangnan headquarters. What Bai Lechang King said, Zhang Yi had already considered, but what he was concerned about was something else. Zhang Yi asked, I want to know if they will force others to join. Zhang Yi felt anxious inside. If one day the headquarters forced him to come here and become a member of the investigation team, Zhang Yi wouldn't be pleased at all. Bai Lechang King thought for a moment and then replied, I'm not exactly sure about this, but I can tell you that the recruitment of powerful forces around us has always been carried out. The resident population at Blizzard Base is over 1 million people, most of whom are not locals. For each resident, we have strict screening standards. If the contributions are insufficient, they will be expelled. Moreover, if individuals with superpowers are discovered from outside, we will also recruit them. This is also why even powerful superhumans like Captain Bian must risk their lives on missions. Because he has a family, to maintain a high standard of living for them, he must constantly take on missions. Here, money has no value. Even jewelry and gold are just considered waste. Only achievements are the common currency. Zhang Yi took a sip of water and asked, So does this mean that the current mobilization from the Jiangnan headquarters is very likely to select some members to join the investigation team from the headquarters, right? Bai Li, unable to be certain, responded. This cannot be predicted. At least for an elite superhuman like you. It is likely that the higher-ups will consider every possible way to keep you. Zhang Yi faced the teasing of Bai Lechang King, but he was extremely tense. But if I come here, then your actions will be hard to explain. Upon hearing this, Bai Lechang King's expression darkened. In the mission report to eliminate Yuan Kongyi, Zhang Yi had been excluded. Once Zhang Yi had shown his abilities, it would be difficult for Bai Lechang King to explain this to Zhu Zhen. Bai Li continued, Don't worry, I have informed the Commander-in-Chief about your situation. Although your strength is quite stable, your loyalty is still low. If you join the headquarters, you will become an unstable factor. The Commander-in-Chief is most wary of this. As long as you don't stand out too much, he will not keep you. Zhang Yi felt somewhat reassured. That's good. While the two were talking, the doorbell rang. Sir, someone is looking for you. It's Wu Di from the Black Cloak team. Bai Lai replied, Bring him in. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Yi slightly frowned. Wu Di had never had a good attitude towards him, holding an inexplicable grudge. Zhang Yi didn't like him either and was curious about why he had come here. Bai Lechang King said, Members of our team often come here to drink. After all, you know that frontline investigation team members like us have one foot in hell, so we enjoy ourselves as much as we can in our spare time. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, But I don't want to meet him. Bai Lechang King suddenly remembered and slapped his forehead. That's right, he has always targeted you before. But now, I am the captain of the Black Cloak team. To avoid causing discord between you and your team members, there is something I need to explain to you about Wu Di. Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa, waiting for his explanation. In the past, Wu Di was not a member of the Blizzard base. He was rescued by Bian Junwu during a mission. When he was about to die, Bian Junwu saved him, and during that time, he accidentally awakened his superpower. Since then, Wu Di has always been by Bian Junwu's side. In Wu Di's eyes, Bian Junwu is his lifesaver and also his mentor on the path of superpower. To be precise, it's like a father figure to him. Therefore, Wu Di's confrontation with you is not personal. Rather, he feels that way towards anyone who can replace Captain Bian. This is because Captain Bian's injuries mean he could die at any moment. Since new member recruitment is based on old members retiring, when Captain Bien shows appreciation for you, it also means he has realized that he doesn't have much time left. Wu Dai cannot accept this. This is a kind of stubbornness in his mindset. Perhaps he believes that until a new member is found, Captain Bien will not die. Zhang Yi, after listening to Bad Lechang King's explanation, felt a bit puzzled. It turned out that he was the one taking the hit. Ha ha! He let out a faint laugh, seeming a bit helpless. But he couldn't really hold it against a childish man like that. He said, "In general, as long as he doesn't come to trouble me, that's fine. How he thinks about me is his own problem." Bad Lechang King replied, "I think you two could talk more. Maybe you'll find that he is actually a pretty good person, just sometimes a bit simple-minded." Bad Lechang King ordered the staff to bring Wu Dai in. As the door opened, Wu Dai quickly walked in. He wore simple clothes, resembling a rebellious teenager. However, his black hair was now completely white, a consequence of the battle against Yuan Kongyi. When he saw Zhang Yi, there was no trace of surprise in his eyes. On the contrary, his gaze was bright. "Zhang Yu, I guessed you would definitely come to see Captain Bai Lai. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, both Zhang Yi and Bai Lechang King felt something was off. Zhang Yi hurriedly stood up, as Wu Dai had come specifically for him. Bai Lechang King hurriedly asked, "Wu Dai, what are you planning to do? You must understand that the captain's death is not closely related to Zhang Yi. Moreover, without him, we might have paid with our lives at Tianhai." Zhang Yi's gaze did not leave Wu Dai, wary of this person suddenly attacking him. Wu Dai responded angrily, "No one said that the captain's death is unrelated to him. If it weren't for him urging the captain to use ice beat, the captain could have lived for a few more months. During that time, at least he could have gone home to see his wife and children one last time. The happiness they had has been robbed by him." Zhang Yi did not argue. He admitted that in this matter, the only thing he had done wrong was treating Bian Junwu poorly. But he had also given the main credit for Tianhai to Bian Junwu, compensating so that his family would not have to worry about living expenses for the rest of their lives. Overall, it was a fair trade. However, for Wu Dai, Bai Lechang King, and the others, Zhang Yi felt no remorse at all. They were just like Zhang Yi, all benefiting from the situation. Thinking about it, he said to Wu Dai, "If you came here to cause trouble, I have no interest in entertaining you." Zhang Yi stood up from the sofa, turned around to leave and rest at his apartment. Unexpectedly, Wu Dai suddenly reached out to block Zhang Yi's way. "Wait, today, I finally managed to find you, and I won't let you go so easily." Zhang Yi looked at the arm, blocking his way, and asked Wu Dai, "Do you want to fight?" Bai Lechang King was also eager. At this moment, Zhang Yi's strength was so great that even he himself wasn't sure. "Wu Dai, don't be impulsive. The captain voluntarily used ice beat. This is not Zhang Yi's fault." Wu Dai grinned stubbornly. "I know, but thinking about the leader dying at Tianhai, I feel dissatisfied. Zhang Yi, before he died, the leader always said he admired your abilities and wanted to recruit you into our team. Therefore, I always wanted to exchange with you, to see how strong you really are. There hasn't been an opportunity before, but now we are both free. Therefore, I must fight with you." Hearing this, Zhang Yi helplessly said, "When you know that the reason for Bian Junwu's death was mainly not my fault, why do you have to come to find me to fight?" Wu Dai replied, "I just want to prove that I am stronger than you and more deserving of Bian leader's expectations." Bai Lechang King broke out in a cold sweat. "Wu Dai, don't be impulsive. Right now, you are no match for him at all." However, Wu Dai just smiled widely and said, "We have to fight to find out." He looked at Zhang Yi beside him. "I have understood your abilities since Tianhai. Of course, you also know my abilities. So the fight between us is very fair." Wu Dai thought Zhang Yi would not reveal his true strength at the Blizzard base. At most, he would only show his level before absorbing Yuan Kongyi's power. Thinking this, he said confidently, "Just use your previous strength to fight me." Zhang Yi asked, "What does a battle like this mean? I can't think of any reason to fight you." Zhang Yi was only fighting for his survival. He was not someone who liked to pick fights. But due to Wu Dai's stubbornness, wanting to have a fight at Blizzard base clearly did not match his working style. Wu Dai smiled at Zhang Yi and said, There is no reason, just because this is Blizzard Base, my home. When the opponent refuses my request for a duel, I will take advantage of my local status and create trouble for them. In Wudi's tone was a hidden threat. He understood Zhang Yi's character well and knew he did not want to cause trouble at Blizzard Base. Zhang Yi looked at Wudi with a fierce gaze. You are playing with fire. Bai Li Chang King also spoke up. Wudai, don't go too far. Wudai replied firmly. Captain Bai Li, even though you are the captain, you can only manage me when we are on a mission. I must do this. Otherwise, I will always carry an obsession in my heart. So today, please don't interfere with me. He asked Zhang Yi again. Then, will you accept my request for a duel? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. He could sense the madness and intensity in Wudi's gaze. This person was indeed insane. If he did not accept the fight today, Wudai could do something unpredictable. Finally, Zhang Yi decided, all right, when you want to play, I will fight you. Zhang Yi raised a finger, but the initiative cannot solely be in your hands. Let me propose a condition. At least we need to add a little spice to this match. Zhang Yi did not want pointless fighting, but it was also not out of the question to teach that ignorant person a lesson. Zhang Yi agreed to fight. Wu Di displayed a hint of excitement. You agree? Ha ha ha. Great, regarding the wager. What do you want to bet? Zhang Yi thought for a moment, pointed at Wu Di, and said, I only like weapons and equipment. The technology in Jiangnan is so advanced, surely there must be superior equipment available. Deep down, Zhang Yi had a deeper purpose. His aim in coming here was to bring Lu Qiran along. As long as there was a top-tier piece of equipment, Lu Qiran could replicate it. Wu Di frowned. You want weapons, huh? Well, that's fine. But for mutant persons like me and you, weapons or external items don't hold much meaning. Bai Li Chang, king, helplessly covered his forehead. In fact, Wu Dai knew nothing about weapons. At Blizzard Base, many weapons had very high security levels, and he had just revealed that. He anxiously stepped forward to warn. You two stay calm. A simple exchange match is fine, but absolutely do not go too far. Otherwise, I won't be able to sit still. As for the bet, Zhang Yi, do you have a preferred weapon? Forget about using guns, but for melee weapons, I can offer you something. Zhang Yi was somewhat taken aback. Cold weapons. Then thought to himself, cold weapons won't have any effect on me. His best skill is using guns. Cold weapons are only for self-defense. Until now, I haven't used them much, and even the dragon sword made from precious metal, during intense battles, he handed it over to Lian Yu. Bai Li Chang King quickly smiled and said, Don't worry, we won't deceive you. In our Black Cloak team's weapon storage, we have many toys. For example, weapons made of adamantium. You've heard of it, right? Adamantium. Huh. Zhang Yi was very familiar with this type of material. Lian Yu's dragon sword was also made from it. Unfortunately, according to Lu Qiran, this material is extremely scarce and can't be obtained by ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not refuse. He said, I quite like using a sword. Bai Li Chang King opened a transparent floating screen in front of Zhang Yi. The screen displayed images of each weapon. Bai Li Chang King swiped his hand across the screen, and various types of weapons instantly appeared before Zhang Yi. The weapons we usually use are all made of adamantium. These are weapons manufactured to the standards, set specifically for the investigation team. You can choose one that you like. You don't need to place any bets. Consider it a gift from me. Of course, it wasn't overly reliant on weapons. In the Black Cloak team, only Bad Lichang King really needed the equipment. He knew that with Wu Di's current strength, he couldn't defeat Zhang Yi. He didn't want to strain the relationship between the two, so he offered the gift. Zhang Yi saw many metal weapons, and he couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. The dragon sword of Lian Yu was originally owned by a high-ranking lady in Shangjing, specially granted to her for having protected her. This type of weapon was extremely rare, but in a fighting route from Jiangnan, adamantium metal weapons had become quite common. Bai Lui continued, Don't talk about rewards. It's enough that I give you this. This is one of the privileges of a leader. Zhang Yi did not want to accept someone's favor for no reason, so he said, No need. If we said it's a bet, then we must rely on our strength to obtain it. He stepped forward to search among the many types of weapons. Soon, Zhang Yi found a long sword. This sword had a pen-like shape, with a blade length of about 1 meter, much shorter than Liang Yu's dragon sword. The back was slightly thick, perhaps modeled after ancient designs, but it carried a strong scent of modern technology. He was not a mutant person who relied entirely on weapons to fight. His strength was also slightly weaker than that of enhanced mutant persons and beastmen. Therefore, choosing a sword more suitable for close combat like this one would be a better fit for him. Zhang Yi pointed at the sword and said, "I choose it." After Zhang Yi confirmed, Bai Lai smiled and retracted the weapon's image. He advised, "This time is just a duel. I hope the two of you won't go overboard. If necessary, I will also intervene." Wu Dai chuckled. "Don't worry, Captain, I understand. As long as I can defeat him, I won't harm his life." Zhang Yi agreed. "I'm the same. Just where are we going to fight?" Bai Lichang King looked at the two, realizing that this duel could not be stopped, so he had to try to ensure it took place as peacefully as possible. He said, "At the Blizzard base, there is a training arena specifically for combat training. Only there is it legal to duel. We will go there." Zhang Yi agreed. "All right, let's go there." Wu Dai grinned widely, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Wu Dai and Zhang Yi were determined to have a match to untee the knot in their hearts. Bai Lichang King had no choice. They left the Mima Ben Bar and headed to the training facility dedicated to the soldiers in the area. This place was located in the command center, and even at night it was brightly lit with elite soldiers on guard. Bai Lichang King led Zhang Yi inside, encountering no obstruction. Zhang Yi also observed everything around him. Along the way, his feelings about this place were somewhat surreal and had a fairly high level of defense. He thought to himself, "I wonder what materials were used to build this arena. Maybe I should call Lu Qiran to take a look." The height of the first floor alone reached more than 10 meters. A person standing here could clearly feel their own insignificance. Zhang Yi suddenly spoke to Bai Lichang King. "Can I call my friend over?" Bai Lichang King looked at him. "What's wrong? Don't you trust us?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "That's not it. It's just that if I'm injured, I need my personal doctor to help treat me." Bai Lichang King looked at him and reassuringly said, "This place has private doctors. Moreover," he glanced at Wu Dai and left the sentence unfinished. "With Wu Dai's strength, do you think Zhang Yi could get injured?" Zhang Yi insisted. "I only agree to let my doctor treat me." Bai Lichang King understood Zhang Yi's concern and nodded. "Okay, you can call your friend here. I will issue them a pass." Zhang Yi nodded, and then called Liang Yu and the others to come. Lu Qiran and Liang Yu came to the arena for a reason. His most important purpose was to bring Lu Qiran here so she could use her divine manipulation ability to analyze the materials in this place, which could later strengthen his shelter. After finishing the phone call, Zhang Yi asked Wu Dai, "Do you want to go prepare?" However, Wu Dai confidently replied with a smile, "I hope you can give it your all on the competition stage." The two bumped fists and reached an agreement. Zhang Yi drank some water while sizing up Wu Dai. "If I could give it my all, you wouldn't be here provoking me. Really clever." Not long after, Lu Qiran and the others arrived. "Leader, you called us here for?" "First time here." They looked around curiously, feeling overwhelmed by the magnificent architecture. When Lu Qiran and the others arrived, they hurried over to ask Zhang Yi what was going on. Zhang Yi told his team, "Let's go over there for a bit. I have something to discuss with you." Wu Dai curiously wondered about Zhang Yi's group. What did they want to do? Zhang Yi briefly explained that he had to compete against Wu Dai. The expressions of everyone became quite strange. "Wu Dai wants to compete with you." He couldn't help but feel a little cocky. Chun Lei glanced at Wu Dai and whispered, "Is Wu Dai eager to meet Bian Jun Wu?" Zhang Yi whispered back, "This guy isn't stupid. He's very smart. He knows that in the Blizzard base, I can't give it my all. Otherwise, in other places, just see if he dares to challenge me. If he provokes me like this outside of the Blizzard base, he'll definitely face hardship." Lu Qiran immediately frowned and disdainfully said, "How despicable." Uncle Wang didn't understand. What does he mean by this? Even if he doesn't fight someone like that, winning wouldn't be glorious. Zhang Yi explained, "He just wants to prove that he is stronger than me from the battle in Tianhai City. Some people like him always seek comfort for their souls. This is his obsession. However, there may also be underlying reasons. In short, I must defeat him without revealing my true strength. He understood Wu Di's abilities clearly, but on the other hand, apart from his new abilities, Wu Di also understands his capabilities. Zhang Yi looked up at Lu Qiran, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Me? I thought I just came to watch the excitement, but I didn't expect to have a mission. Zhang Yi continued. Qiran, it's very difficult to enter the command center. Take this opportunity to get more familiar with the materials here. Do you understand what I mean? She excitedly nodded. Yes, I will ensure I complete the mission. After gaining her abilities, what she enjoyed most was researching new materials, making machinery, weapons, and new equipment. While everyone was chatting, Bai Lechang King also paid attention to them. He pulled Wu Di aside and worriedly said, Wu Di, Zhang Yi's strength is not only not weakening but increasing. He can even withstand Yuan Kong Yi's attacks. Can you really defeat him? Wu Di's eyes lit up, as if the arrogance he once had was gone. He replied, I understand, but leader, I have grasped his abilities from that battle. His strength lies in defense, not offense. If Yuan Kong Yi wasn't so inexperienced in combat, he wouldn't have fallen so easily to him. Captain Bian always reminded me when he was alive that strength or weakness in ability doesn't determine everything. The key is here. He pointed to his head. I have figured out a way to defeat him. The corners of Wu Di's mouth curled into a triumphant smile. At the very least, this time, I must win against him once. Otherwise, I will never be satisfied for the rest of my life. What he desired most was to be acknowledged by Bian Junwu. Even though Bian Junwu had passed away, as long as he could defeat Zhang Yi, the one Bian Junwu had high hopes for, he would feel a sense of fulfillment in his heart. Moreover, he knew that Zhang Yi would not use all of his strength here. No matter what, as long as he wins, it is enough. Timing, terrain, and harmony among people. Someone who knows how to exploit terrain advantages is also an excellent warrior. Bai Lechang King sighed. Let's hope so. He also found Wu Di's analysis reasonable. When fighting against someone with high-level defensive capabilities like Zhang Yi, as long as you don't stubbornly exhaust yourself against him, there won't be too much danger. On the other hand, Zhang Yi wasn't using his extremely terrifying killing abilities. When in the Jiangnan area, he told Wu Di, I'm going to help Zhang Yi change clothes. You should warm up and get some exercise. Wu Di's expression could not hide the confidence about to overflow. He replied, Don't worry. Bai Lechang King walked over to Zhang Yi and said with a smile, Let's go. I'll take you to change clothes first. Zhang Yi asked, Do I need to change clothes for a one-on-one match? Bai Lechang King laughed. Of course. During one-on-one matches in the training ground, everyone must wear training clothes. This helps protect the body from injuries. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi saw Wu Di coming out of the changing room wearing a tight black outfit. Zhang Yi agreed. All right, let's go there. Zhang Yi was led by Bai Lechang King to the changing room. There was a row of lockers against the wall. Bai Lechang King approached and used his authority to scan his fingerprint for identification, then took out a training uniform and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi received the uniform and carefully checked it for anything unusual. The material of this outfit was quite special, weighing more than typical tight clothes, and its thickness was significantly greater than that of ordinary fabrics. They were made from a special material that utilized high technology. Zhang Yi entered the changing room and thought, If I put this on, they might record my personal data. Fortunately, I'm not a mutant person with enhancement abilities. Just collecting my physical data is fine. As for the collection of information about my superpowers, I will keep my abilities. That should be fine. After all, the Jiangnan headquarters database must surely have statistics on his basic powers. The only secret he possesses is the combat method that he awakened after absorbing the original of Yuan Kong Yi. He cannot showcase that ability here for anyone to see, as it is his ultimate move. Zhang Yi took off the clothes he was wearing and put on the tight-fitting outfit. This suit was quite interesting, with no zippers or similar designs. After putting it on, he just needed to press the button on his right arm, and the suit would automatically fit snugly against his body. After putting it on, Zhang Yi felt no discomfort at all. He moved his body a little and felt a strange sensation. It seemed his body was more agile, and his strength had increased a bit. Zhang Yi exclaimed, Even this training suit is that effective? How is this outfit made? He stepped out of the room, and Bad Le Chong King was waiting outside. Seeing Zhang Yi's curiosity, Bad Le Chong King replied with a smile. This training uniform is actually made from the same material as the combat suits of our investigation team. Whenever we go out on a mission, we usually wear an integrated combat suit. It can enhance our overall physique. To put it bluntly, even an ordinary person wearing it would achieve the physique of an alpha-level enhancement mutant. Zhang Yi looked in amazement at the training uniform on him and exclaimed, "Such a wonderful outfit exists." Bad Le Chong King noticed Zhang Yi's fascination and reminded him, "This training uniform is very valuable. Only Yan Yun soldiers and the 6 investigation teams in Blizzard Base have the right to use it. If you like it, you can consider joining our Black Cloak team." Zhang Yi replied, "Maybe not." Bad Le Chong King didn't push in further and urged, "Then let's head to the fighting arena." Zhang Yi said, "Not yet. I need to send my satellite phone for safekeeping for a while." Bad Le Chong King thought Zhang Yi didn't trust the storage mechanism here, which is why he handed over the satellite phone. He was indeed being overly cautious. Zhang Yi didn't mind responding. Being careful is never excessive. Details determine success or failure. He said something that hinted at deeper meanings. Bad Le Chong King didn't catch the implication in his words. He accompanied Zhang Yi outside. Wu Di was waiting for Zhang Yi in the middle of the fighting arena. He stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed, calming himself and adjusting his state to the best condition. Bad Le Chong King reminded Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, remember what I told you?" Zhang Yi said to Bad Le, "I'll give my phone to my teammate. Just wait a moment." Bad Le nodded. After Zhang Yi left, he glanced at Zhang Yi, thinking to himself, "You really don't trust the storage mechanism of our Blizzard base." Zhang Yi walked ahead and handed the satellite phone to Lu Qiran. "Qiran, please hold on to this for me." Zhang Yi signaled to Lu Qiran with a glance. She understood and reached out to touch the training uniform on Zhang Yi's arm. Zhang Yi chatted with her for a few moments, prolonging the time until Lu Qiran finished analyzing the material structure of the uniform. Only then did Zhang Yi turn back towards the fighting arena. Before leaving, Lu Qiran did not forget to remind him, "To avoid raising suspicions, leader, do your best." Bad Le Chong King also reminded Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, just reach the stop. That's enough. Reaching the stop is enough." He was very worried that Zhang Yi would go too far. At that moment, if Zhang Yi used divine power, he could kill Wu Dai immediately. Even a person with a strong physique like him wasn't sure he could survive such a blow, let alone Wu Di's small arms and weak legs. Zhang Yi waved his hand, signaling Bad Le Chong King not to worry. He walked down the path to the fighting arena below. Bad Le Chong King instructed Lu Qiran, Zhu Kai Ni, and others to stay on the second floor to observe. The fighting arena was about half the size of a football field and shaped like a football pitch or an ancient Roman amphitheater. Outside were tall buildings, allowing a clear view of the fight in the arena. Zhang Yi stood several dozen meters away from Wu Dai, looking around the area, and said, "This place seems a bit small. Not enough space to execute. Battles between high-level mutant persons often cause widespread devastation. Clearly, this tiny space is insufficient." Wu Dai looked at Zhang Yi's expression and said, "Oh, you don't need to worry about that." Before Zhang Yi could say anything, he saw Wu Dai snap his fingers. The entire scene before him suddenly pulled away. Wu Dai, who was just a few dozen meters away, suddenly ran to about several hundred meters away. The fighting arena, which was only half the size of a soccer field before, had also transformed into a size of over 10 kilometers long. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback and then immediately understood. This is the ability to control space. This was the first time he had seen someone else with the ability to control space besides himself. Not only did the space before Zhang Yi become larger, but in the observation area, the scene before Lu Qiran, Zhu Kai Ni, and others also became vast. More precisely, it wasn't that the scenery became larger, but that everything around them shrank. Zhou Kai Ni couldn't help but exclaim, "How did the martial arts performance suddenly get bigger?" Bad Le Chong King explained to them, "This is the ability of the martial arts arena manager. This ability is called martial arts performance, and it is a very powerful spatial type ability. At this moment, a mechanical and emotionless voice sounded in the hands of Zhang Yi and Wu Dai. The martial arts battle begins. When the battle began, no one noticed that, apart from Zhu Kai Nai and others, there were still spectators present at the scene. Only the members of the investigation team and Officer Yan Yung were qualified to engage in such battles. Such battles did not occur frequently at the Blizzard base. When the martial arts arena was requested for use, it naturally attracted many people to come and watch. Deng Shentong, the team leader of the Angel Squad, was currently on the third floor, watching the two people in the arena with interest. He was also quite curious about Zhang Yi. Behind him, two members of the Angel Squad were following, one a muscular man with a goatee, and the other a slender man in a black outfit. Deng Shentong squinted and said with a smile, "If he can really defeat Wu Dai, then giving him a chance to become a reserve member of the Angel Squad wouldn't be impossible." A few members of the Black Cloak Squad also arrived one after another. It was rare to witness such a spectacular battle, and of course, they wouldn't miss it. Today, the commander of the Jiangnan headquarters, Zhu Jing, also appeared at the arena. He sat in a private box on the 5th floor, on a sofa. To his right was the operations minister Tu Yun Lai, and to his left was the secretary Lan Jin Cheng. Behind them was the bodyguard Sun Lu Chuan. The glass in front transformed into a large screen, which was divided into more than a dozen sections, allowing observation of the two people on the battlefield from every angle. The entire Blizzard base was still within the city, at least half of it. It was indeed somewhat unusual for a simple duel to attract so much attention. At this moment, the battle had begun. The distance between the two sides was hundreds of meters. However, since both were ranged attackers, this distance was not a significant issue. Zhang Yi drew two silver pistols, with both hands aimed directly at Wu Dai, then pulled the trigger and shouted, "Shoot accurately, lock on target." Zhang Yi fired two shots towards Wu Dai. The bullets automatically locked onto Wu Dai's position. However, this time, Zhang Yi did not use the high-impact Holy Silver Bullet, but a specially designed armor-piercing round. Using Holy Silver Bullets at the Blizzard base would easily raise suspicions, as they were replicas of Genesis bullets. But even armor-piercing rounds, under his superpower control, still possessed incredibly high damage. But when Zhang Yi raised his hand, hundreds of white light orbs appeared around Wu Dai's body, enveloping him completely. As the bullets approached, the white light orbs surrounding him melted away instantly in midair. Seeing this scene, Deng Shentong couldn't help but nod. This kid has a very good innate talent. Wu Dai's natural ability is extremely high. Plasma guns, energy conversion from mental power, and even Bian Jun Wu has taken notice of him. After the battle in Tian High City, it's clear that his combat power has increased a level. Zhang Yi was not at all flustered. Wu Dai understood his abilities well and would definitely be wary of his shooting skills. It would be strange if Wu Dai did not defend himself. Zhang Yi thought to himself. But so what? Does he have more mental power, or do I have more ammunition? Zhang Yi kept pulling the trigger with both hands, slowly shifting his position while aiming at Wu Dai. All the bullets were aimed at one spot, intending to break through the plasma defense. Wu Dai spoke confidently. "That's useless. I've already figured out your attack pattern. There's no way you can hurt me with this kind of attack." Wu Dai stretched his right hand forward, and dozens of light orbs condensed into a massive beam of light, exploding powerfully towards Zhang Yi. A white beam pierced through space, heading straight for Zhang Yi. He spoke confidently. "I know a lot about you too." But that beam suddenly disappeared in midair. From the moment the battle began, Zhang Yi had opened the space portal. Wu Dai knew his abilities well, and he was also very aware of Wu Dai's powers. Deng Shentong rubbed his chin and said, "His spatial ability can absorb attacks, right?" He burst into laughter. "But this absorption is definitely not unlimited. I wonder if he can withstand my attack." The muscular man with a goatee behind Deng Shentong spoke up. "Spatial abilities rarely have strong attacking moves. But I really want to fight him." The frail man beside him smiled slightly. "Warriors with spatial abilities who fight in close combat like you are rare. If you fight him, wouldn't you be bullying him?" The man with the goatee laughed. "That's true. For him to fight someone outside of Blizzard base like Zhang Yi is indeed bullying him too much. Because he is the vice-captain of the Angel team, Theocracy Liu Honglei." Deng Shentong lazily continued. It's fine, I just need his item storage ability. That way, our team will have it much easier on missions. But if he can somewhat stun me with his spatial abilities, it would be much more interesting. Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi on the stage, his eyes clearly filled with expectation. In the first exploratory match between Zhang Yi and Wu Dai, no one could defeat the opponent. The attack of the two individuals was still ongoing. Only by continuously attacking could one force the opponent to reveal a weakness. Zhang Yi fired all the rounds in the pistol. Two pressure-loaded magazines appeared out of nowhere, which he replaced with one hand. Bang! 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 Zhang Yi did not stop shooting for a moment. Wu Di's defensive aura was indeed very strong, preventing any bullets from getting close to him. For Zhang Yi, this was not important. As long as he could wear down Wu Di's energy, even just a little, it was worth it. Wu Dai stared at Zhang Yi, not daring to underestimate him. He knew that Zhang Yi was very skilled in defense, but when it came to offense, he was not that formidable. Zhang Yi had a divine power move that could severely injure him instantly. However, this skill was not perfect. After returning, Wu Dai had studied Zhang Yi's materials thoroughly and found that before using divine power, he would have a distinct preparatory motion. Moreover, divine power consumed a lot of energy. After it was unleashed, Zhang Yi would temporarily enter a state of energy depletion, and would not be able to use it a second time for a short period. As long as he remained vigilant, he could dodge the divine power attack and seize the opportunity to counterattack. Wu Dai stretched out his arms, and around them appeared thousands of bright spots, the size of water droplets. He told himself, "This is the moment. This is a type of small plasma gun. Although its power is not as strong as the previous light sphere, its sheer number makes it very difficult to defend against." He swung his arms, and thousands of bright spots instantly broke through space, shooting toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, continuing to fire his gun. Wu Di confidently shouted, "How do you like my move? I prepared it just for you." The bright spots flew toward Zhang Yi, suddenly scattering in the air and flying in 8 directions: east, west, south, north, surrounding Zhang Yi. He immediately opened a spatial gate to shield himself. Zhang Yi quickly understood Wu Di's intentions. This move is intended to attack me in a wide area, right? The corners of Wu Di's mouth curled into a smile. "Captain Bian has said that your abilities can counter my plasma gun, but how can you defend against this 8-directional attack with no blind spots?" Thousands of bright spots hovered in the air, covering all positions around Zhang Yi. In Zhang Yi's eyes, they became brighter and hotter. Soon after, a series of terrifying explosions began to rumble. Thousands of mini fireworks erupted, creating a brilliant flash of light. Wu Di's confident voice rang out. "This time, even if you use that strange spatial ability, there's no way to defend against it." Wu Dai swung his fist and shouted, "Explode!" Thousands of bright spots hovered in the air, covering the entire surrounding area of Zhang Yi. In Zhang Yi's eyes, they became brighter and hotter. Soon after, a series of terrifying explosions began booming. Thousands of mini firecrackers erupted, creating a dazzling stream of light. Zhang Yi couldn't help but stammer that this kid had also come prepared. This made it difficult for Zhang Yi's spatial gate to function defensively. Uncle Wang added that Zhang Yi's defensive power was originally not high. Even though they were just mini firecrackers, they were enough to cause damage. But could that really defeat Zhang Yi? Uncle Wang's group was not very worried. At that moment, everyone saw Zhang Yi's figure appear from afar. He squeezed the trigger on both hands, shooting back at Wu Dai. Even if he couldn't use the spatial gate to absorb this indiscriminate type of attack, he could still escape the range of the attack. Deng Shentong was a little surprised to see Zhang Yi running away from the thick smoke. "This is it. It can't be true." He looked towards the arena, waiting. Meanwhile, Wu Di was also surprised to see Zhang Yi escape his attack. He continued to aim both guns at Zhang Yi. "I really like your new move, but sorry." Zhang Yi continued to squeeze the trigger, firing continuously at Wu Dai. He didn't want to give Wu Dai a chance to rest. Deng Shentong's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Oh, the power of space movement! This is indeed an interesting life-protecting ability." Lu Honglai calmly replied, "Is running away all you can do? Although it is considered a very important ability in this era, it is still not enough to qualify as a formal member of the investigation team. The investigation team needs individuals with combat abilities when carrying out missions. Being able to defend passively is not very useful to them. In another room, Zhu Jiang and the others were also intently watching the screen, following the battle between the two individuals. Zhu Jiang's gaze mainly focused on the image of Zhang Yi. When he saw that his spatial ability leaned towards defense, Zhu Jiang immediately recognized the characteristic of his power. His ability must be able to connect to another space, not the current world. Absorbing attacks or space movement utilizes another space as a base, but how will he choose to attack? Most individuals with abilities possess only a single power. Although they can develop various skills from that power, it remains an extension of a single ability. Zhang Yi's ability seems to lack strong offensive power. No matter how much he develops it, it is primarily used for storage and defense. How could he possibly win against Wu Dai, who possesses a powerful offensive ability? Sun Luxuan stood behind Zhu Jiang, slightly bending forward and said to him, "Commander, I have a feeling that this person named Zhang Yi definitely has an even more horrible trump card hidden." Upon hearing Sun Luxuan's assessment, Zhu Jiang couldn't help but be surprised. Sun Luxuan's strength at the Blizzard base is among the best, known only to Zhu Jiang, who understands just how powerful he truly is. The fact that he personally evaluates this way indicates that Zhang Yi is certainly qualified to catch Sun Luxuan's eye. Zhu Jiang asked, "What do you mean?" Sun Luxuan smiled, looking at Zhang Yi's unwavering and calm face on the screen. "This is a hunch. His calmness is excessive, even giving the impression that he has everything under control. This can't even be called confidence anymore. It's more like a feeling that victory is a foregone conclusion." Hearing this, both Zhu Jiang and Lan Jincheng focused intently on Zhang Yi's expressionless face on the screen. Lan Jincheng secretly thought, if he weren't truly strong, fully grasping the situation, he couldn't maintain such an expression. This demeanor is like he is piloting a fighter jet. Zhu Jiang meticulously observed Zhang Yi's image. Very calm, indifferent, just like a player playing a game. Tu Yunlai's gaze repeatedly turned towards Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "Very interesting." Zhu Jiang's mouth curved into a smile. He propped his feet up, calmly enjoying this intense battle. "I knew it. This kid is not as simple as Bad Lechan King mentioned." Zhu Jiang nodded and said, "This fighting style is really interesting. His space is quite large and can hold a lot of weapons and ammunition. In other words, he himself is a huge armory. A strategy focused on attrition is also a good option. No matter how powerful someone is, their abilities will eventually run out. As for Zhang Yi's ammunition, no one knows how much he has." On the arena, Zhang Yi's counterattacks were still fierce and dense as before. His spirit was not entirely focused on the battlefield. This was not arrogance. He was very clear about his own strength and Wu Di's strength. As long as he truly launched a full attack, he could even send Wu Di on his way within this limited space. Wu Di was not good at escaping, so he fundamentally could not avoid Zhang Yi's extremely wide-ranging ultimate moves. However, he could not do that because he did not want to attract the attention of others, including the top leaders of Blizzard base. If his strength stood out too much, he might be forcibly summoned to the Blizzard base. He had to win, but win without raising suspicion about his strength. Having thought through these matters, a plan gradually formed in Zhang Yi's mind. He already knew how to fight with Wu Dai. The thought passed fleetingly, but his hands quickly fired off dozens of shots. Although they were all blocked by Wu Di's barrier, he immediately reloaded. The speed of his attacks did not even take a break. If Wu Dai continues to exhaust his energy against Zhang Yi like this, then the one who will ultimately lose will surely be him. It seems he wants to wear me out, and Wu Dai has also realized Zhang Yi's intention. If he truly loses like this, he will lose all face. A core member of the Black Cloak team, known for his great reputation, being defeated by an ordinary handgun. If this news gets out, he will become a laughingstock at Blizzard base. Wu Dai said loudly, "Sorry, but all of this is within my expectations." Wu Dai lightly pressed his foot and suddenly stepped back. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Both he and Wu Dai were long-range attacking fighters, but he had a mid-range ultimate move, Divine Power or Space Portal, which could launch surprise attacks. However, he could not use Divine Power here. If the opponent had prepared in advance, a Space Portal would also be difficult to launch a surprise attack. So what is Wu Di's purpose in increasing the distance? Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He was quietly waiting for Wu Di to attack. At this moment, he was somewhat impulsive, wanting to switch to holy silver bullets. If he suddenly attacked, it would catch Wu Di off guard, and then he could shoot through his protective defense circle. But doing so would reveal the existence of the holy silver bullets. Thanks to the capabilities of his training outfit, Wu Di's speed became extremely rapid. He quickly stretched the distance between himself and Zhang Yi to 800 meters. He confidently said, "This distance is precisely your limit for spatial movement." In Wu Di's mind, the scene of Zhang Yi fighting Yuan Kong Yi using spatial movement flashed. According to his calculations, the distance Zhang Yi was capable of moving then was only 300 meters. Even though his own strength had increased significantly, an 800-meter range was sufficient. To prepare for today's battle, he had trained for a long time, including setting up combat tools to defeat Zhang Yi. Wu Di said confidently, "Zhang Yi, come and try this move of mine. If you can withstand it, I will acknowledge your strength over mine." At a distance of 800 meters, Wu Di spread his arms wide towards Zhang Yi and shouted. Countless tiny bright points suddenly appeared all over his body. The number of them was enormous, resembling a dense array of colorful soap bubbles, quickly rising into the air, nearly covering an entire area of the arena. They floated around Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi carefully stared at them, but they did not explode immediately. Like a large mass of foam, they created a spherical cloud with a radius of 800 meters around Zhang Yi. Wu Di looked at Zhang Yi and said, "This move is especially for you. Its name is Water Bubble. There are a total of 300,000 small plasma guns. The continuous detonation time is 2 minutes. This time, even if you use that strange spatial ability of yours, you won't be able to defend against it." Although transforming plasma guns into tiny particles, their destructive power was still strong enough. Wu Di did not intend to kill Zhang Yi. He only wanted to defeat him thoroughly to consider it a victory. Wu Di does not talk rubbish. After the water shadow cloud formed, he immediately began to trigger those small plasma guns in sequence. 300,000 light particles from the plasma guns exploded consecutively, covering a range of 800 meters. Even if Zhang Yi wanted to flee, he could not escape. Even if he wanted to hide in another dimension, the time to dodge would only be at most 1 minute. In other words, there was almost no way for Zhang Yi to dodge this move. Everyone's eyes were focused intently on the arena, including Zhu Zheng. They all wanted to see if Zhang Yi had any way to counter this special move aimed at his abilities. For Deng Shentong and Bai Lechong King, it would be difficult to dodge this type of move as well. They could only use their strong defensive abilities to withstand it. Zhang Yi was not the kind of superpower that strengthened physical abilities and did not have such terrifying defensive capabilities. Although the training suit could protect his body, that would mean he would lose this match. Deng Shentong could not hide his curiosity and asked those around him, "What do you think he will do? Run away or end up like this?" The most confident people in Zhang Yi, like Uncle Wang, Liang Yu, and Zhou Kai Ni, couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw Wu Di's technique being used. This move was completely created to target Zhang Yi, and at that moment they understood why Zhang Yi had been so strict in protecting his information. Even those around him could not fully know it, because once his abilities became known to others, it would be extremely disadvantageous. Even a high-level Delta superpower could be exploited by opponents targeting weaknesses, resulting in severe damage. The bubble blast explosion lasted 3 minutes, creating a dazzling visual effect. At the same time, it also obstructed everyone's ability to observe the images on the field. However, after 3 minutes, the announcement sound from the arena system that Wu Di wanted to hear still had not appeared. Wu Di grew weary, anticipating the announcement from the arena. "Hurry up and declare it. Say that sentence." After a moment, Wu Di was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Why, how is this possible?" After the light fell, Zhang Yi stood unharmed at the same spot, his expression very calm and composed as if nothing had happened. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They had once thought that Zhang Yi could withstand this blow, but they absolutely could not imagine that he would do so perfectly, without being injured at all. Deng Shentong's eyes lit up with astonishment for the first time. Interesting, really interesting. It seems he is much stronger than what has been recorded in the headquarters information. In another room, Zhu Zheng was also very confused. How on earth did this kid do it? His strength shouldn't have such perfect defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Sun Lu Huan, behind him, nudged his collar and smiled, saying, I think I'd figured it out. Tu Yunlai silently nodded. That's quite an interesting defensive skill. This kid has really elevated his defensive abilities to that level. Seeing Zhu Zhang and Lan Jincheng were not understanding, Sun Lu Tuan explained to them. Just now, when the explosion occurred, he opened up a perfect defensive wall, absorbing all attacks from every direction. After hearing this, Zhu Jing asked the arena to analyze the recent battle scene. This arena was used for matches between mutant persons, through special training suits and monitoring systems. The arena could perfectly collect data on the capabilities of mutant persons. This information could also help mutant persons improve their weaknesses. As soon as Yu Jing spoke, there was an immediate response, and it was displayed in a three-dimensional format. In the image, as 300,000 small plasma gun bullets began to explode, Zhang Yi suddenly opened a thin spherical membrane around himself. It was the door to another space. Unlike the spatial door he had used before, this time the spatial door was spherical, completely enclosing his entire body. Zhu Zheng's gaze was slightly shaken. Isn't that absolute defense? Sun Lu Xuan smiled and replied, There is no absolute defense in this world. If there is, it is just an indication that the attack is not strong enough. Lan Jincheng frowned slightly, but throughout it all, he only used various means for defense. Isn't this type of person too cowardly, just blindly defending? So how is he supposed to attack? Everyone was curious about this issue. But when Zhang Yi appeared safely on the stage, everyone realized that at least Zhang Yi had not been defeated. Zhang Yi calmly looked at Wu Dai. From Wu Di's eyes, he saw strong shock and unwillingness. Wu Di gritted his teeth in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you block my attack? I studied your abilities very carefully. You basically shouldn't be able to block this blow. Even if the power of the shimmering light particles and my exploding gun has decreased significantly, it shouldn't mean you aren't hurt. Inside him, there was a hint of fear, so he once again spread his arms wide, causing countless bubbles to rise into the sky. He wanted to try again. Zhang Yi coldly looked at Wu Di and calmly said, Don't waste your time anymore. Zhang Yun had to admit to himself that if it had been a month ago, he would have struggled against this kind of technique. But after absorbing the original of Yuan Kong Yi, his abilities had evolved. It was an upgrade to his operational power. Zhang Yi's body remained motionless, as a spherical barrier of spatial dimensions formed around him, tightly enclosing his entire body. Between him and the real world was a completely different space. Unless an attack exceeded the energy limit that his spatial doorway could withstand, nothing could penetrate this defense to harm him. Wu Di's attack came crashing in once again, but these techniques caused no harm to Zhang Yi. He knew that this battle was definitely being watched by others, so he couldn't fight for too long to avoid revealing his true power. Wu Di angrily shouted, Enough talk. Whether it's useless or not, you'll find out. Zhang Yi thought to himself. He also won't use his divine power or the deadly technique he just learned. After all, he doesn't intend to kill Wu Di. Maybe I should just use Genesis Bullet to settle this. He calmly raised his gun and fired directly at Wu Di. He activated the precision shooting mode. At that moment, Wu Di was still in a state of shock. He instinctively used his ability to create a bright circle to counter Zhang Yi's shot. However, this time, the bullet pierced straight through Wu Di's bright circle defense and hit him. Wu Di felt a searing pain, and the expression on his face became twisted. He clutched his chest and writhed in agony as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the arena's announcement echoed in everyone's ears. The match is over. Wu Di has been defeated. The match, which had surprisingly begun, came to an equally surprising end. Yet no one felt astonished. Victory or defeat could be decided in an instant, a moment of distraction, a small weakness exposed. All of it could determine one's survival in the blink of an eye. Wu Di couldn't believe what he was hearing. This bullet. Wu Di looked at his hand. A strange bullet lay still there. This very bullet had just pierced through his defensive bright circle and embedded itself into his training uniform. Fortunately, thanks to the protective training uniform, he was not pierced through, but the arena system had judged him to be defeated based on the level of damage. Wu Di couldn't believe it, so he shouted to Zhang Yi, who was standing far away. Genesis Bullet, how did you get this? Unfortunately, the two were too far apart, and Zhang Yi couldn't hear what he was shouting. Zhang Yi just smiled faintly. The outcome is clear, so this battle is over. After saying this, he turned and walked away, but everyone was watching this scene clearly. Deng Shentong watched Zhang Yi's back as he left. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This kid is really smart. He looked at Zhang Yi, his gaze filled with admiration as he thought. The composition of the investigation team is fixed, and we can't casually increase the numbers. But Zhang Yi is already qualified to become a formal member of Team Angel. However, should we kick Lu Yinghao out of the official team? His abilities have clearly fallen behind. Even Liu Honglei and Bai Chunyu, who were behind him, couldn't help but glance over. First, using regular bullets to distract Wu Dai, then inserting the Genesis bullet among the regular ones. It was indeed a tactic that could easily lead someone to make a mistake. But after all, it was still Wu Dai's lack of combat experience. In Liu Honglei's words, there is a sense of disdain for Wu Dai. He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a faint smile, "If it were seasoned soldiers like us, we would never make this mistake. We would also never give Zhang Yi the opportunity to hit." Bai Chunyu, with a gentle appearance, stood beside him and chuckled softly. "But he really is a talented fighter. Isn't that right? He knows how to leverage his strengths and shield his weaknesses. That's quite difficult." Deng Shentong paid no attention to the remarks of the two soldiers under his command. In Zhu Zhen's private room, in the wake of Zhang Yi's victory, everyone's expressions turned to astonishment. To be able to defeat Wu Dai demonstrates that Zhang Yi possesses sufficient strength to become an elite member of the investigation team. After all, Wu Dai's ability within the Black Cloak investigation team is relatively high. Zhu Zhen frowned. It seems our intelligence on Zhang Yi was indeed flawed. Zhu Zhen thought to himself, could it be that Zhang Yi has been hiding too much, or has Bai Luqian King intentionally concealed some information when reporting to him? No, perhaps not entirely. Bai Luqian King reported very candidly on Zhang Yi's abilities, that he is indeed a superpower with strong offensive capabilities. But it should be understood that his strong offensive capabilities stem from combat experience. But it is hard to understand why he has the Genesis bullet, Zhu Zheng said, his eyes turning to Secretary Lan Jincheng, who was standing next to him. Genesis bullet is a secret of Huaxia, developed collaboratively by the technical departments of the 6 regional headquarters. Therefore, both the materials and the manufacturing process are absolutely confidential. This item is only possessed by Yan Yun, the investigation team, and a few bodyguards alongside the high-ranking leaders of the headquarters, even in the Blizzard base. Because the materials used are extremely rare, ordinary people basically have no chance of using it. Lan Jincheng hurriedly reported. Perhaps during the Black Cloak team's mission in Tianhai City, he accidentally obtained a few pellets. I will go verify this with Zhang Yi and Bai Luqian King. Zhu Zheng nodded. If that's the case, it's fine. It's all right if a few bullets fell out and were used by others. Zhu Zheng continued. Zhang Yi is also worth considering. He could be used in the future. Lan Jincheng noticed Zhu Zheng's praise for Zhang Yi and could not help but ask, Commander, should we transfer him to the Blizzard base, so that everyone can train for a while and then consider incorporating him into the Yan Yun force, or assigning him to a certain investigation team? Zhu Zheng thought for a moment and then shook his head. No, not for now. After all, he is the leader of the superpower in Tianhai City. Tianhai City is currently in a stage of redevelopment, and the fighting force is greatly diminished. If we transfer him any further, then Tianhai City will no longer be peaceful in the future. Lan Jincheng, upon hearing this, said, The commander has made a very correct assessment. Lan Jincheng had followed Zhu Zheng for many years and understood his personality well. His words implied that although Zhu Zheng somewhat praised Zhang Yi, it did not reach the level of fondness. After all, the strength that Zhang Yi demonstrated in the investigation team and the Yan Yun force was only at an above-average level. Zhang Yi left the arena and went up to the second floor. Bai Luqian King looked at Zhang Yi with no surprise in his eyes. Thank you for going easy on me. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. In fact, Zhang Yi didn't regard Wu Dai at all. As for the weapons, what about them? Bai Luqian King smiled and said, If you're in such a hurry, I will take you to get them right now. The armory of the investigation team is located right in the center of operations, not far from here. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay, I'll go change my clothes first. Speaking of the training suit he was wearing, Zhang Yi indeed felt a bit reluctant. Although the combat suit you wore earlier had very strong defensive capabilities and was equipped with many advanced technological devices, it was certainly not as powerful as this tight-fitting black suit. It not only had strong defensive capabilities but could also enhance a person's basic physical abilities. This was truly frightening. Zhang Yi really wanted to find a set to wear underneath like an undergarment and then combine it with the combat suit for a perfect match. But right now, he could only think about that, as it was impossible for Bai Lechang King to give him such a high-tech piece of equipment. Fortunately, he still had Lu Qiran. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Qiran, who was standing beside him. Lu Qiran nodded at him, his eyes filled with confidence. Don't worry, Brother Zhang. Just leave it to me. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a smile. It seemed like he would soon obtain this good item. Zhang Yi went to the changing room and took off the training uniform. After changing, he stepped out of the changing room. Wu Di was waiting outside, and his face clearly showed irritation. However, when faced with Zhang Yi, he no longer had the hostile attitude he had before. After the fight, the resentment in him had finally been released. He also understood that Zhang Yi hadn't even used his full strength yet. With that kind of power, if he couldn't defeat him, he certainly wouldn't have a chance in the future. He could only say he felt somewhat reluctant. When Zhang Yi went outside, he heard Wu Dai talking to Bai Lechang King. I thought we had prepared very well this time and would have a chance to defeat him. Bai Lechang King comforted him. You have just joined the investigation team for a short time, lacking combat experience. In the future, just practice more. Before stepping forward, Zhang Yi asked, Have you finished your conversation? If you are done, please take me to get my spoils. Bai Lechang King waved his hand into the distance, where a member of the investigation team, Meng Xiaoyu, was coming over carrying a large box. Meng Xiaoyu walked straight towards them and handed the box to Zhang Yi. This is what you wanted. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, wanting to open it to see his new weapon. But Bai Lechang King pressed down on the box, signaling him. Why not wait until we get back to open it? Zhang Yi nodded and withdrew the weapon box into his superpower space. Although the weapon made of adamantium metal was not a top secret of Blizzard base, ordinary soldiers were not qualified to use it. Bai Lechang King giving it to Zhang Yi was, in principle, somewhat inappropriate. However, in the provisional regulations of Blizzard base, there was no specific rule regarding this matter. Therefore, Zhang Yi could take it and use it, but there was no need to be too ostentatious. After all, this was the operational center. If someone with ill intentions brought it up as a topic of discussion, it wouldn't be a good thing. Around them, there were people turning their faces away from the Black Cloak Squad. Clearly, they had finished watching the battle between the two. At that moment, they looked at Zhang Yi with even more admiration. In terms of combat strength, Wu Dai ranked second in their team, just after Bai Lechang King. Bai Lechang King chuckled, putting one arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder and the other around Wu Dai's. Today's battle can be seen as settling all previous grudges. I hope you two can become friends in the future. From these words, the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth involuntarily curled into a knowing smile. Friends? His standards for choosing friends were very high, but he still had to show respect to Bai Lechang King. After all, saying a few flattering words wouldn't cost him anything. Zhang Yi smiled and Zhu Gong reaching out his right hand to Wu Dai. We will need to help each other more in the future. Neither Wu Dai nor Zhang Yi had any personal grudges. After this battle, Wu Dai also felt the distance between himself and Zhang Yi. His nature was somewhat arrogant, but he respected those stronger than him. Wu Dai felt a bit embarrassed, extending his hand to shake Zhang Yi's and giving a slight nod. After finishing this battle, it was no longer early. Blizzard base had a curfew. This did not affect Bai Lechang King and the others. As for Zhang Yi, being new and not wanting to break the rules, he did not want to give anyone a reason to oppose him. He said, We will go rest first. We have a meeting tomorrow. Bai Lechang King nodded. Okay, wait until you finish your meeting, and we can get together. To be honest, I still haven't given you good wine today. As the host, I haven't been very hospitable. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. At that time, if you're free, we can have a few drinks together. Zhang Yi led the others out of the center. As for the arena, the spectators of this battle each had their own thoughts. Deng Shentong had intended to recruit Zhang Yi under his banner, but now that he had met Zhang Yi, going back to look for him would feel like he was trying to force him, which was not his style. Deng Shentong mumbled. Turns out he hasn't even heard of Deng Shentong. I can't blame him, since he comes from the countryside. Deng Shentong thought for a moment and then turned to Bai Chunyu. You go find Zhang Yi and tell him to come to my house after the meeting. Bai Chunyu worked carefully, not being rude like Liu Honglei. It was best to have him find Zhang Yi. Right, and don't forget to bring him to the leaderboard to show him who Deng Shentong is. Bai Chunyu smiled and nodded. Yes, Captain. Deng Shentong continued. The most valuable currency at Blizzard Base is personal contribution points. The quickest and easiest way to earn contribution points is to go out on missions. Therefore, the contribution point ranking is also a symbol of each individual's strength. Deng Shentong's contribution points are always at the top of the rankings. He has to show Zhang Yi his power. Only then can he happily join his team. After all, Zhang Yi currently seems closer to the members of the Black Cloak team. If he carelessly falls for Bai Lechang King's temptation and joins the Black Cloak team, it would be a waste of talent. Bai Chunyu turned and left the room to look for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, accompanied by a few members of his team, left the command center and prepared to return to the apartment building. Having just acquired a new weapon, Zhang Yi couldn't help but want to inspect it closely. This way, he wouldn't have to share the dragon sword with Liang Yu anymore. He just didn't know whether this sword made of adamantium would be better than the dragon sword, which was also made of the same metal. Additionally, he had some concerns. He hoped that the battle between him and Wu Dai wouldn't attract too much attention from the leadership of Blizzard Base. If they coveted his power and captured him at Blizzard Base, that would not be good at all. Just leaving the command center, Zhang Yi suddenly heard a soft voice calling his name from behind. Mr. Zhang Yi, please stop. Zhang Yi and the others instinctively turned around upon hearing the voice. They saw a delicate-looking man standing there, dressed in black combat gear, his eyes half closed, with long hair down to his shoulders. Zhang Yi had never encountered this person, but someone who could appear here was certainly not an ordinary individual. My name is Bai Chunyu, from the Angel Squad, Bai Chunyu said as he slowly approached Zhang Yi. He smiled and continued. I just witnessed your battle with Wu Di from the Black Cloak Squad. Your combat thinking is quite refined, and your abilities are very interesting. Hearing this, Zhang Yi thought to himself, Angel Squad. The glamorous image of Deng Shentong flashed in Zhang Yi's mind. Is he trying to recruit me? Bai Chunyu did not beat around the bush with Zhang Yi. He got straight to the point. After you finish the conference, our team leader wishes to meet with you for a moment. Because those outside the city, you may not be well informed about the situation at Blizzard Base, and it is possible that you could be deceived into places you shouldn't go. Bai Chunyu smiled broadly and continued. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Lechang King from the Black Cloak team has invited you to join his team. Am I right? Zhang Yi thought to himself, how dare Bai Lechang King do such a thing? If I go, he won't be able to keep his captaincy. But Bai Chunyu thought he had guessed correctly. He thought to himself, it seems Bai Lechang King has thrown an olive branch his way. His smile grew even brighter. The Black Cloak team, after the previous captain Bian Junwu sacrificed himself, has seen its strength drop to the bottom among the 6 investigation teams. Even the team's existence could be at risk in the future. So I hope you all stay cautious and not be deceived. When Zhang Yi heard that Deng Shentong wanted to invite him for a conversation, he guessed it was probably to invite him to join their team. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi had no intention of joining Blizzard Base. However, someone who intends to attack and then smiles at him is definitely not a good person. According to Bai Lechang King, Deng Shentong's status in Blizzard Base is even higher than Bian Junwu's. Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't seek trouble with him. Zhang Yi said, after the meeting ends, I will seek out Mr. Deng Shentong myself. Bai Chunyu's eyes widened slightly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Then I will come and find you at that time, so you can gain a better understanding of the history of our angel team, as well as our strength. Bai Chunyu turned back to the command center. The people beside him looked towards Zhang Yi, Chun-Li anxiously asked. Leader, now you have attracted attention. Oh, there's no way around it. You shine like a brilliant diamond, and your light cannot be hidden. Zhang Yi calmly replied. With my strength, it is inevitable that they will notice me. Zhang Yi thought to himself. Even before absorbing the original of Yuan Kong Yi, my performance was enough to attract Bian Junwu's attention. Being too outstanding can be a source of trouble. But if I don't want to join the Blizzard base, they probably won't force me, right? Bian Junwu and Bai Le Chong King had both told him. The investigation team and the Yan Yun soldier courts have very high demands for loyalty. The selection process for mutant persons and external teams is extremely strict. Not only does one need to possess strong capabilities, but background and character are also taken into consideration. As for being coerced into enlistment, it would only happen if your abilities are exceptionally remarkable. Only then would the Blizzard base disregard their reputation to recruit you. If Zhang Yi fully revealed his strength, he might have to face this situation. He had only shown that he had the capabilities of an elite member of the investigation team at the Blizzard base. People with such abilities are not numerous, but they are not overly rare within the 6 investigation teams and the Yan Yun soldier court either. Zhang Yi reassured his team. Don't worry, if I don't want to join Blizzard base, they won't force anyone to. Hearing Zhang Yi say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chun-Li wiped his sweat and said, That's good, otherwise we would feel too repressed. From what we learned earlier, the rules in Blizzard base are very complex, and survival will be determined by each person's level of contribution. Before coming to Blizzard base, they would definitely have to follow those rules. By then, they would be too constrained, and wouldn't have the freedom like in Tianhai City. As for Lu Qiran, she was just staring at the box in Zhang Yi's hand. Zhang Yi naturally understood her thoughts and smiled, saying, Let's go. Let's get back quickly. He also wanted to see how this new weapon was. Dame Shentong looked towards Zhang Yi's group and muttered, I really look forward to our next meeting. I wonder what surprise you will bring me. Everyone returned to the apartment building. The staff had welcomed them earlier. Seeing them return safely, the staff let out a sigh of relief. Lu Qiran frowned, obviously feeling a bit unhappy, but she didn't dare to show it here. Zhang Yi paid no attention to her, and went back to his room with everyone else. Everyone went to Zhang Yi's room, eagerly looking at the black box in his hands, especially Liang Yu and Lu Qiran, who were the most curious about the new weapon that Zhang Yi had just acquired. Liang Yu couldn't help but ask Zhang Yi, Can I touch it? Lu Qiran chimed in. Let me touch it first. I want to analyze it a bit. Zhang Yi did not hide it and comfortably placed the box on the table, then pressed a button and opened the box. There was a crackling sound, and after opening the box, a stream of white smoke wafted out. Zhang Yi instinctively frowned and wanted to dodge, but Lu Qiran understood him and said, This is a chemical for metal preservation. It can ensure that the metal material does not corrode. Usually, only treasures and extremely valuable weapons are preserved with this. Zhang Yi then felt relieved. After the smoke dissipated, the shape of the sword inside was revealed. Everyone leaned in closer, carefully observing the form of this weapon. At first glance, one could sense the exceptional nature of this sword. Under the light, the body of the sword emitted a golden glow. The handle of the sword was wrapped in black leather. This sword wasn't very long, including both the blade and the handle. It was just a little over 1 meter, about 1.2 meters. Liang Yu said excitedly, Compared to the dragon sword, this sword looks much shorter. The sword has a pointed tip and can be used for stabbing, slashing, and cutting. It is not a weapon designed for long-range combat, but more suitable for close combat and defense. Its advantage lies in its quick reaction at close range and its portability. Good sword. With just one glance, Liang Yu recognized it. It resembles the swords of ancient times. Although it is not styled like those from ancient times, it is still a good item for close combat. Zhang Yi picked up the sword. Although he is not an expert in using swords, he could still feel the sharpness of the blade, which is undoubtedly on par with the dragon sword. Good sword. Lu Qiran said eagerly. Brother Zhang Yi, can I take a look for a moment? Zhang Yi smiled lightly. Go ahead and take it. In the apocalypse, cold weapons are most effective against enhanced mutant persons. Zhang Yi wanted it as a reward, primarily to have an additional self-defense weapon, which he would mostly not use. Because of this, when Bai Lichang King handed the sword to Zhang Yi, he did not show too much heartache. This does not mean that it is not valuable, but for mutant persons of Zhang Yi's level and above, the sword is generally less effective than superpowers most of the time. Lu Qiran reached out to take the sword. It is not very heavy, only about 5 to 6 pounds, but extremely sharp. Lu Qiran touched the body of the sword with both hands, and the divine manipulation skill was immediately activated, beginning to analyze the overall structure of the material. Lu Qiran has finished analyzing. However, her expression is somewhat unusual. She exclaimed, "Divine manipulation." Zhang Yi saw her frowning deeply, her expression extremely serious, and couldn't help but ask, "So, is this type of metal replicable?" Everyone looked at Lu Qiran full of hope. If they could obtain weapons made from the hardest metal available, everyone would want to possess one. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want powerful weapons? Lu Qiran then said to everyone, "I have completed the analysis. This adamantium metal is incredibly complex to create. Apart from the raw materials being extremely rare, the genetic technology process is also extremely complicated. For me, although I can use divine manipulation and spend a certain amount of time refining adamantium, how to shape the weapon is something I need to carefully consider." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he even laughed. It should be like this. If the top cold weapon material in a large area could be easily resolved and replicated by you, wouldn't that be self-destructive? Zhang Yi and Lian Yu already have their own weapons. Among the others, only Uncle Wang is a close combat mutant person, who has higher requirements for weapons. Zhang Yi comforted Lu Qiran. "You don't need to rush, just proceed calmly." Encouraged by Zhang Yi, Lu Qiran nodded vigorously. "I will definitely study the technique of making it and that black combat suit quickly." Lian Yu curiously looked at the sword and asked eagerly, "Can I see it?" Zhang Yi told Qiran to hand it to Lian Yu. "She loves this type of cold weapon, even more than I do." Lian Yu took the sword and admired it for a moment. As a female soldier, she was extremely fond of weapons, especially famous types of arms, which she liked even more. She could also use the sword, but at this moment, what pleased her most was that Zhang Yi now had his own weapon. In the future, he wouldn't always have to use her dragon sword. He would only give her the dragon sword during major battles. Lian Yu said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, you should name this sword. A precious sword must have a name that suits its owner." Zhang Yi sheathed the sword. Looking at the precious sword in his hand that emitted a faint blue light, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Then let's call it God's words." He thought to himself, "The Holy Spirit ruled, declaring with natural ease the fate of humans, cutting through people as if slicing paper." This was the meaning that Zhang Yi intended for it. After naming the precious sword, Zhang Yi told everyone to go rest and wait for tomorrow to attend the Mutant Person Conference at the Jiangnan headquarters. Scene transitions to the command center. After Zhu Jiang observed the battle, he felt a bit of appreciation for Zhang Yi, but he still remembered Bai Lichang King's assessment of him. Zhu Jiang furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he could place this shield in an appropriate position for use. Indeed, it was a form of unmatched defense. The feeling that Zhang Yi gave him was of an extremely skilled defensive shield, ensuring his own safety before counterattacking. Such individuals might seem boring, but when placed in the right position, they often produce unexpected effects. At that moment, Secretary Lan Jincheng entered from outside, approached him, and whispered a few words. "Commander, he has arrived." Zhu Jiang looked up, his tone commanding. "Let him in." Lan Jincheng received the order and went out. Shortly after, he brought someone in. "Please come in." That person was none other than Wu Dai, who had previously fought fiercely against Zhang Yi. Wu Dai stood before Zhu Jiang, straightened his back, held his head high, and saluted in a military manner. "Commander, my strength is lacking. I couldn't defeat Zhang Yi. I ask for your punishment." It turned out Wu Dai's appearance at the Mima Ben Bar was not random. He had boldly sought out Zhang Yi for a challenge. It was fundamentally not a coincidence at all. He had been ordered by Zhu Jiang to do this. Since the battle in Tian High City concluded, Zhu Jiang had been paying attention to this name, Zhang Yi. No matter how Bai Lichang King reported, it couldn't hide one undeniable fact. Although it was merely a record, when it reached Zhu Jiang's ears, He could not easily dismiss it. No one understands the meaning of a legendary mutant person better than him. Although there are now numerous masters within the Blizzard base, there isn't a single mutant person who has truly reached the legendary level recognized by the world. Even Deng Shentong, Bian Junwu, and other masters are a little behind. Just a little behind like that makes a world of difference. Zhu Zhang had already made a plan in his mind. This time, Zhang Yi would definitely come, and this battle had been arranged by him in advance. However, the outcome of this battle left him a bit disappointed. Zhu Zhang turned to Wu Dai, laughing heartily. What is there to confess? I arranged for you to go to Mima Ben Bar to provoke Zhang Yi. I just wanted to test Zhang Yi's strength. Zhu Zhang thought to himself. I didn't expect Zhang Yi's offensive tactics to be quite lacking, only suitable to be a pawn. At most, it can only be used in certain situations. Zhu Zhang looked at Wu Dai and continued. From the time you awakened your superpower to joining the Black Cloak team, it has only been 3 months. Wu Dai, you have great potential. The reason you lost to Zhang Yi is simply due to your lack of combat experience. At this point, Zhu Zhang's expression became somewhat serious. Now that Bian Junwu is dead, the combat strength of the Black Cloak team has been severely damaged. You need to grow quickly. In the future, you and Bai, Lei Chan King, must carry the banner of the team together. Wu Dai clenched his fist, thinking of the person he regarded as his father, Bian Junwu. Inside him, there was a slight sadness, but also a surge of heroism. Indeed, now he had to bear the flag of the investigation team, with no Bian Junwu to rely on. Thus, he had to become a support for everyone. He was still young, his abilities were still there, and there was unlimited potential for growth. Winning or losing at this moment did not prove anything. Wu Dai lifted his head and shouted, Yes, Commander, I will definitely not let you down. On the early morning of the following day, everyone from the outskirts received a notification requiring them to arrive at the Thine Truong Hall, located in the center of Blizzard Base, before 9:30 in the morning. According to previous announcements, the meeting was scheduled to officially start at 10 o'clock, so it was reasonable to request everyone to be present half an hour earlier. After waking up, Zhang Yi's eyes were still a bit hazy. In fact, he had barely slept through the entire night. He was in an unfamiliar city, in an unfamiliar room. Being able to rest his eyes had already been very difficult, not to mention the battle from the night before. The battle stirred up a myriad of considerations in his mind, making it impossible for him to settle down even at midnight. In the morning, servers in identical uniforms pushed food carts to the apartment building. They brought food to each room for everyone. It was unclear whether they had made an appointment beforehand, but the leaders of the other 3 factions and the members of Zhang Yu's group all gathered in his room for breakfast together. The group sat down to eat while discussing the meeting scheduled for today. Xing Tan chuckled and said, You guys are really early. Uncle Wang told him to have you all sit over here and eat together. The topics they touched upon were just things they had discussed long ago, merely repeating them once more now. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yi casually gave them a few instructions, but specifically mentioned some cautions about being here. Listen, this is Blizzard Base. Although we are the rulers and overlords of Tianhai City, we are still too small compared to the headquarters. Moreover, there is now a superpower force from 12 outer cities gathered here. Just a little carelessness could ignite a fire that spreads through the grasslands. Therefore, I do not want any of you to have conflicts with others. Zhang Yi also made sure to emphasize, if something happens, hold back at first. Wait until we leave Blizzard Base, and then we will deal with it slowly. If not even in the city, if someone insults you to your face, you must not retaliate. Xiao Hong Lion furrowed her brows and thought to herself, This place is crowded with people, and conflicts can easily break out. If we keep being patient, it will be even easier for others to see us as soft targets. She looked towards Zhang Yi and felt a bit reassured. But now, with Zhang Yi managing Tianhai, we won't be seen as soft targets after all. Xiao Hong Lion nodded. Zhang Yi, we have decided to make you our leader. We will definitely listen to you. Xing Tan smiled. I feel the same way. Zhang Yi emphasized. Don't worry, we won't start trouble, nor will we fear complications. If someone really comes at us blindly, we'll just deal with them directly. Isn't that the best solution? It's not a big deal. Hearing this, everyone felt very reassured. They all exclaimed together. We trust you. Zhang Yi and the others arrived at the Tan Chong Hall Conference Center, where the venue was already filled with people from various places. Among the different factions, acquaintances were exchanging greetings and engaging in lively conversations. Since Zhang Yi wasn't particularly involved with the people from Tianhai City, he didn't make an effort to find anyone to talk to. Instead, he followed the staff's guidance, along with Liang Yu, Zhu Qi and the others, into the hall. They quietly found a spot and settled in. The conference hall was spacious and designed in a tiered style, able to accommodate up to 2,000 people. Xiao Honglan and Xing Tian were seated nearby, though they had been waiting for quite some time. By 10:30, there was still no sign of Zhu Zheng, who was supposed to host the event. Zhang Yi yawned and leaned back lazily on the sofa, looking a little bored. Meetings in Nation H are always slow to start, especially this one. Given that it involves merging factions across the Jiangnan region, there are just so many factors to consider. With no particular complaints, Zhang Yi simply continued chatting with Zhu Qi. Curiously, Zhu Qi asked, "Zhang Yi, how much longer do you think we'll have to wait?" Zhang Yi said casually, "It's nothing. This is normal. It's simply a matter of waiting a little. He might still let us study in the afternoon." However, in the auditorium, some people were gradually murmuring. Please remember what he said at this moment. Zhu Zheng is not intentionally making them wait, but because something has happened. Returning to the early morning at 7 a.m. in the command center of Zhu Zheng, he had woken up very early. After completing his morning training, he had breakfast with his wife and children. However, during this breakfast, he did not actually have much of an appetite. From the tactical selection department, Tu Yunlai had sent him an urgent message. Zhu Zheng only glanced at the communication device, and his brows immediately furrowed. He instantly threw the bowl of rice in his hand down, and told his wife, "Lai Yunbing, you two eat, I have to go out for a while." Lai Yunbing, seeing this, helplessly said, "Just eat a little, otherwise you will be hungry in the morning." But this was not the first time she had encountered such a situation. After the apocalypse occurred, the entire H nation relied on 6 military zones to withstand the pressure. As the commander of the Jiangnan district, Zhu Zheng had a heavy responsibility, so he could not be absent from anything. Zhu Zheng got into the black armored vehicle, and the car quickly sped towards the battle center. When Zhu Zheng arrived, Tu Yunlai had been waiting for him at the door for a long time. Zhu Zheng quickly walked over, his tone serious as he asked, "What happened?" The two quickly entered the commander's office at the battle center. Tu Yunlai walked beside Zhu Zheng, reporting, "According to your orders, I sent people to the coastal area to investigate why the forces there did not come to Baoxu City to register. However, when they reached Linhai City, they discovered that all 3 forces there had been completely wiped out." Zhu Zheng's complexion changed slightly. Although the forces in Linhai City are not very strong, there are still thousands of people, combining to more than 50 mutants. It would be impossible for ordinary people to eliminate them all. Zhu Zheng continued to ask, "Was there any investigation into who did this?" Tu Yunlai replied, his voice dropping. "After our people arrived there, they encountered a group of individuals." He continued, his tone becoming even more serious. "The people I sent were all experts. Although there were only 6 of them, their combat power was absolutely not weak. However, among the 6, 3 died, and only one named Shen Qi managed to escape." According to what he recounted, those individuals spoke in. Zhu Zheng's eyes became sharp as he suddenly turned his head and asked, "Do you mean they are people from Neum country?" The bodyguard Sun Lu Tuan behind him adjusted his gold glasses on the bridge of his nose, his narrow eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. That is an emotion deeply ingrained in the bone. The world is in chaos, and the people of Neum country have once again invaded the territory of Nation H, not only slaughtering the forces of anomalous beings in Linhai City, but also killing the people of the Jiangnan region. This behavior is no different from declaring war. Zhu Zheng's face looked extremely serious. Even Sun Lu Tuan and Tu Yunlai felt a sense of dread. Although this veteran does not possess any anomalous abilities, the power he wields is enough to purge the entire archipelago. Once it is confirmed that the enemy truly consists of anomalous beings sent by Neum country, the situation could very well escalate into war. Tu Yunlai conveyed further, "According to the intelligence we currently possess, their numbers are not very large. They are not a sizable army, but possibly just an advance force. Please allow me to take troops to exterminate them." Zhu Jing was silent, contemplating the significant connections in this matter. The complete annihilation of a coastal anomalous organization would not be a significant loss for him. But the serious implication of this incident is troubling. It could signal that those on the archipelago are once again harboring intentions towards the territory of Nation H. Zhu Zheng thought, the small nation N is not worth Zhu Zheng's attention. With the powers they possess, the Jiangnan region alone is sufficient to flatten the entire archipelago. However, using overwhelming force would lead to greater seriousness of the situation. Moreover, Nation N is also related to many countries. This is a move that concerns the overall situation and should not casually trigger a war. After a moment of reflection, Zhu Jing considered, fortunately, the current losses are not too severe. As a commander, he would not act hastily but would choose to calculate before taking action. Zhu Zhen looked towards Tu Yunlai and asked, "Where is the person Chen Qi from Yan Yun Wei?" Tu Yunlai responded in a deep voice, "He has been brought here. He is waiting to report to you about the specific situation." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Yunlai called him in loudly. This matter was extremely important and could not be taken lightly. Soon, a nurse helped Chen Kai into the room. Zhu Zheng needed to verify whether this action was a precursor to a large-scale invasion by nation, or merely the actions of certain organizations. There is a fundamental difference between these two concepts. Zhu Zheng saw Chen Qi, who was wrapped up in bandages with faint breathing, and asked, "Chen Qi, what did you encounter when you came to Linhai City this time? Please recount the urgent situation to me in detail." He also didn't have time to offer comfort. Chen Qi swallowed hard, stating the results of the recent investigation in Linhai City. The incident is basically similar to what Tu Yunlai described, but with slightly more details. However, we can confirm that the culprit who killed many mutants in Linhai City speaks language N. Zhu Zheng's face darkened, and he calmly asked, "How many of them are there?" Chen Qi replied, "We only saw 3 of them, and throughout the encounter, only one used a knife. His blade was incredibly fast. With just one stroke, a person's arm was severed." Chen Qi's expression grew somber as he thought of his comrades, sorrow appearing in his eyes. "Right when the fighting broke out, we realized we were completely outmatched by the enemy. Therefore, the 3 of us did our utmost to hold them back, creating an opportunity for me to return and report. Fortunately, our means of transportation was better than theirs, which allowed me to save my life." Chen Qi suddenly clenched his fists and shouted at Zhu Zhen, "A commander, you must eliminate these scoundrels to avenge our fallen comrades." Zhu Zhen crossed his arms and, maintaining a calm demeanor, said to Chen Kai, "Rest assured, we will absolutely not sit idly by and watch this happen. These Nation N people dared to come to our country and flaunt their thuggery. Their only outcome will be summed up in one word: death." Zhu Zheng's tone was assertive, like a grim reaper declaring the fate of those involved. He looked at Chen Qi, his voice softened slightly. "You should go rest and recuperate. The rest will be handled by the district." Chen Qi obediently nodded and leaned heavily on a nurse next to him as she assisted him out of Zhu Zheng's office. Tu Yunlai stared at Zhu Zheng, waiting for him to give the order. He would lead people to exterminate all those from Nation N in Linhai City. However, Zhu Zheng had his own thoughts. "We must verify the identities of those Nation N individuals first." First, he had to inform the Shengjing district, then contact the higher-ups of Nation, and Zhu Zheng also speculated. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the higher-ups of Nation N acknowledge those individuals as their own, which would mean an all-out war would break out. The most likely scenario is the second possibility. The higher-ups of Nation N completely deny that those individuals belong to them. Even if they are infiltrators acting under personal capacity or outsiders assigned missions by their superiors in Nation N, it would mean nothing. As long as the higher-ups do not acknowledge them, they cannot backtrack against Nation H later on. Thus, whatever the Jiangnan district does to handle those individuals would not be unreasonable. Zhu Zheng snorted coldly. "A group of strangers dares to act recklessly on my Nation H's land. They really want to die." After that, he picked up the communicator and began to contact the higher-ups of the Shengjing district. Zhu Zheng was delayed by matters in Linhai City, so he naturally couldn't come to preside over the meeting. Everyone had been waiting from morning until noon, gradually becoming somewhat impatient. Is this meeting even happening? How long has it been? Why is there not even a glimpse of a person? Can the Jiangman district toy with us like this? Although they respect the strength of the Jiangman district, they are, after all, a powerful force. Being left hanging like this makes them uncomfortable. The conference hall had no one to direct it. Fortunately, the team leaders of the two investigation teams brought people and the Yan soldiers to maintain order at the scene, preventing chaos from unfolding. However, the discomfort in the hearts of various forces was hard to suppress. By noon, Baoxu City had provided lunch for everyone, but since it was still unclear when Zhu Jing would arrive, they requested everyone not to leave the conference hall, and the food was only boxed meals. There are unpleasant remarks going around. Not even allowed to go out for lunch. What does this simple lunchbox insult anyone? Zhang Yu's group is slightly better off. After all, Zhang Yu has plenty of food in his spatial ability, so the issue of food is easily solved. While others eat the simple lunchboxes provided by the Baoxu City canteen, they enjoy an abundant spread of meat and fish. Moreover, the food gives off a steaming aroma, making the surrounding supernatural forces feel envious. It's safe to say that Zhang Yu's time here is very comfortable, except for the fact that the sofa in the conference room is too hard, and sitting for too long can lead to discomfort. After finishing his meal, Su the Fat picked his teeth and said, "What's wrong with this food? Really just being overly stingy?" A few people behind glared at Su the Fat with annoyance. "Can you clean up a bit?" Su the Fat replied bluntly, "This is all food the boss took out. Are you all envious?" In fact, they did feel a bit envious, looking at the lunchboxes in their hands, which they were getting tired of. One guy quickly stopped his buddy, not wanting him to stir up trouble with Su the Fat. Forget it, don't cause problems. It's not good to make a fuss here." After everyone finished eating, Zhang Yi promptly cleaned everything up into his ability space. He stretched and yawned, wondering when the meeting would be. After waiting until more than 1 p.m., everyone still had not seen Zhu Zhang or the higher-ups of Baoxu City appear. Xiao Hong Lion couldn't help but complain. "Are they playing with us? Deliberately leaving us here without paying any attention? What is going on?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was being pampered by Zhou Qi'er, who was massaging his hands carefully. He was indeed the best, although Zhang Yi also felt a bit impatient. He did not show any signs of anger. He merely remarked nonchalantly, "A big fist is the best argument." Zhang Yi's gaze shifted toward the door of the conference hall, and he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, the team leader Bai Leichong King. His tall stature was easily recognizable. Zhang Yi thought to himself, Baoxu City dares to let so many extraordinary individuals in. They must be very confident that they can control them. It seems there is already a formidable force prepared outside. If anything happens here, they will not hesitate to suppress it. Xiao Hong Lan's face turned slightly red, but they were being too much. Zhang Yi waved his hand. "Signal her to stop talking. It's pointless to say more. The situation is pressuring us. There are dozens of mutant organizations from 12 cities here. We shouldn't be the leading birds, as there will be someone who can't hold back and will stand up." Xiao Hong Lion looked around. Indeed, in the middle of the hall whispers had begun to echo. If listened to closely, it could be recognized that people were starting to develop an uncomfortable mindset about the behavior of the Jiangman district this time. There were even some hot-tempered individuals whose words were somewhat unpleasant. Xiao Hong Lion frowned. "But are we just going to sit here and wait like this?" Zhang Yi smiled. "Just consider that the meeting has begun. Even if there was an official meeting with you, you wouldn't bother to listen to much." Zhang Yi was very easygoing. Important matters would be discussed separately, while unimportant issues would be discussed in a general assembly. He also guessed that this time Zhu Zheng brought them here just to announce Baoxu City's decision, not to negotiate any issues with them. After all, they didn't need their opinions. Zhang Yi suddenly stood up and said to the others, "I'm going outside for a stroll." After saying that, he walked alone towards the aisle. Zhu Qi'er hurriedly said, "I'm going too." But Zhang Yi waved his hand, stopping her and others from following him. "I'm going to find Bai Leichong King to talk a bit. You all stay here, don't roam around. This place is crowded, and also a mix of good and bad people. It's best not to wander around to avoid conflicts with anyone." Listening to Zhang Yi, Zhu Qi'er obediently sat down. The 3 people outside can protect everyone immediately, if anything happens. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped out the door, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. "What are you doing out here? Go back inside." But Bad Li Chong King had seen him and signaled the guards not to be tense. "You don't need to pay attention to him." Bad Li Chong King smiled and greeted Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled back. "Is something going on?" Bad Li Chong King glanced around and pulled Zhang Yi aside. "Something big has happened up there. The commander hasn't arrived yet because the situation there is quite urgent and needs to be resolved quickly. So it's not that we deliberately made you wait. As soon as there's a result from over there, they will naturally come to meet you." Zhang Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. "Oh, so that's how it is. Can I ask a question? Can you roughly tell me what is happening?" Bad Li Chong King shook his head. "I don't know anything about that. You know, our investigation team is just an armed force, responsible for carrying out orders from above, and we can't know what the situation is like otherwise." Zhang Yi continued to ask. "But looking at this, it seems like something big is about to happen in the Jiangnan area. With 12 cities of extraordinary ability gathering in the Jiangnan area, this is indeed significant. But Zhu Zhang hasn't arrived yet, which suggests that the situation over there might be even more complicated." Zhang Yi felt a sense of unease. He even had the feeling that this matter would involve him. He looked at his team sitting in the auditorium. After all, there are so many extraordinary beings coming to Jiangnan. Everyone can just take care of themselves. Why should I seek trouble? He stretched and said to Bai Li Chong King. "Then just give us a notice so we can go back and wait. Why shouldn't we suffer here waiting?" Bai Li Chong King smiled bitterly. "Who wouldn't want that? While you wait here, we also have to maintain order around here. It's just that I've heard things are quite urgent over there. Even the higher-ups have gone to discuss countermeasures, so there's basically no time to manage things over here." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Hearing this, it's not exactly good news. I'm already feeling a bit scared." Bad Li Chong King sighed. "Who isn't? He's worried inside. If something really big happens, those in the investigation team like them will definitely have to volunteer for the front line. He has not held the captain position for long, and with B and Junwoo just dying, the strength of the Black Robe Squad has seriously diminished. If there is really a large-scale conflict, will he still be able to return safely next time?" Seeing Bai Li Chong King like this, Zhang Yi took out a pack of He-10 extra cigarettes from his space ability and handed Bad Li Chong King one. Bai Li Chong King's eyes immediately brightened. "This is a rare item. These cigarettes used to cost 100 yuan a pack before the apocalypse. By now, the production line for cigarettes has long ceased operation. The major forces can't possibly waste resources on something like this, so the value of a pack of He-10 is even higher. If we bring it to Baoxu City, we might be able to exchange it for a decent weapon." Zhang Yi lit his cigarette first, before lighting one for Bai Li Chong King. He spoke calmly, as a rare item, in the end, it still needs someone to use it. Bai Li Chong King took a deep breath, and then his face was filled with satisfaction. The two chatted aimlessly. After all, waiting inside was boring. Zhang Yi found it better to go outside and chat with Bai Li Chong King, conveniently gathering more information about the Jiangnan region. It wasn't just them. There were people from many other factions, also venturing outside to get some fresh air. The area around the conference hall was heavily guarded by soldiers, preventing anyone from leaving the vicinity of the hall. Suddenly, Zhang Yi and Bai Li Chong King heard a commotion from a distance. The two looked over curiously, and they overheard someone saying, "Let's go over and see. There's a fight happening. This is great. We can go and unwind a bit." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Chong King immediately contacted Yan Yunwei nearby to ask what was going on. Soon he received a response that someone was fighting outside. Facing Zhang Yi's curious gaze, he smiled and said, "There's a fight happening outside." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you people going to manage this?" Bai Li Chong King replied nonchalantly, "As long as they don't damage Baoxu City or come into conflict with the residents of Baoxu City, we won't pay attention to this issue. It's not within the rules of Baoxu City." Zhang Yi then said, "Perhaps they are too bored and are looking for fun, right?" Bai Li Chong King teased, "But I heard that among those fighting, there are people from your Tianhai City." Zhang Yi's gaze immediately stiffened. "People from Tianhai City?" Before coming, he had repeatedly reminded everyone not to provoke individuals with supernatural abilities from other cities anywhere while being here. No matter the situation, they had to wait until the competition was over to resolve anything. Who on earth is so hot-headed? Going to pick a fight with others? Zhang Yi asked with dissatisfaction. Bad Li Chang King asked. Do you want to go take a look? Quickly, Zhang Yi turned around and walked towards the loudest area. Bad Li Chang King shouted. Don't go so fast, wait for me. He and Zhang Yi made their way toward the commotion, where a large crowd had gathered. Everyone excitedly shouted, Kill! Kill him! Beat him up! Don't be afraid! Keep hitting! Hit hard! With Bad Li Chang King leading the way, the crowd quickly parted to create a path. He and Zhang Yi squeezed to the front of the crowd. It was at this moment that Zhang Yi finally saw who was fighting. One person was Chen Jingguan, and the other was Sun Jianming from Daisy. Seeing them, Zhang Yi understood why. Zhao Yu and the forces of Sun Jianming were both at sea, and there had been previous conflicts. In the past, Zhao Yu was strong, and Wei Dinghai's temper must have put significant pressure on Sun Jianming. Now, with Tianhai City in decline and Zhao Yu's strength reduced to 2 or 3 parts of its peak, Sun Jianming would certainly not miss this opportunity to gang up on the weak. The two might have quarreled, which is why they were fighting. After Bai Lai arrived, several people from Yan Yun Wei nearby saw him and respectfully greeted him. Captain Bai Lai. Bai Lai asked one of the Yan Yun Wei members, What is going on here? The Yan Yun Wei member smiled. They are fighting amongst themselves. They have already submitted a request to us, so we obviously have no reason to refuse. They also have expressions like they are watching a fun show. Zhang Yi frowned as he observed the scene in the square. Sun Jianming had very special abilities. His appearance suggested that he possessed enhancement-type abilities. His arms bulged, resembling those of a gorilla. In contrast, Chen Jingguan, who faced him, was struggling immensely, covered in injuries. It was clear that Chen Jingguan was no match for Sun Jianming. Sun Jianming looked at Chen Jingguan, who was struggling to hold on, and sneered, If Wei Dinghai were still alive, perhaps he could challenge me to a fight. What are you even worth to be worthy of sparring with me? Hearing Sun Jianming mention the name of his deceased superior, Chen Jingguan's anger surged. You dare to mention our leader's name? Chen Jingguan's movements were like lightning, his body twisting in midair, resembling a gigantic snake about to coil around Sun Jianming. However, Sun Jianming showed no signs of urgency. Speaking confidently, Yeah, seek death. His massive hands opened wide, grabbing Chen Jingguan's body, then clenching tightly, stretching Chen Jingguan's form like pulling a noodle, violently slamming him down onto the ground. Normally, Chen Jingguan could use his abilities to soften his body, enhancing its elasticity, making it difficult for bullets to hurt him. But when Sun Jianming struck, his right arm emitted a powerful shockwave that penetrated Chen Jingguan's body, crashing straight into his internal organs. Chen Jingguan coughed and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sun Jianming had no intention of stopping, laughing heartily as he swung it around like a rope. The outcome was already determined. The gap in strength between the two was too great, and Chen Jingguan had no chance of victory. At this moment, Chen Jingguan had completely turned into a plaything in the hands of Sun Jianming. The onlookers watching this scene were all excitedly laughing, cheering for Sun Jianming. Haha, that was a great hit. Is this really the ability user from Tianhai City? Too weak. Heard he's also the leader of a force. No way is this all he's got. It seems like there aren't any masters left in Tianhai City now. We've only heard stories before, but seeing it with our own eyes leaves no doubt. Someone like him shouldn't be able to dominate any area. Truly a waste of a good place. With nothing else to do, the crowd cheered and discussed the city of Tianhai. Tianhai City used to be a bustling and very wealthy place. This isn't a match. This is a one-sided tournament. The strength of Chen Jingguan and Sun Jianming is fundamentally not on the same level. According to Zhang Yi's analysis, Chen Jingguan's ability was only at level 3, which was already inferior compared to the top level of Tianhai. If Wei Dinghai hadn't died, he basically wouldn't have had a chance to rise to power. The ability he was proud of was being casually teased and played with by his opponent, and at this moment, he had lost all face. There were also followers of Zhao Yu around, but they basically didn't dare to step in to save Chen Jingguan. The ability user from Day City was not the type to be messed with. In the crowd, Zhang Yi also stalked Xiao Hong Lian and Xing Tian, but it was clear they had no intention of striking. Xiao Hong Lian told Xing Tian, "This is not the time to act. Let's see what Zhang Yi has to say." Xiao Hong Lian and Xing Tian looked at Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with hope, clearly asking him, "Will you take action?" Xing Tian wondered where Zhang Yi had gone. Xiao Hong Lian pointed to one side and replied, "He is over there." Xing Tian asked, "Zhang Yi, do you want to take action?" Zhang Yi coldly chuckled, snorted, and then turned his gaze away. Bai Li Chang King glanced at Zhang Yi, somewhat worried he might suddenly erupt in fury and kill everyone present. He extended his hand toward Zhang Yi. "How about I hold him back? It wouldn't be convenient for you to act." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked towards Bai Li Chang King and suddenly burst into laughter. "No need. Isn't it quite interesting? It just happens to entertain everyone." His relationship with the three major forces of Tianhai City was not particularly close. Although those three bases were all trying hard to flatter him, hoping to gain his protection. But this time, Chen Jingguan did not heed Zhang Yi's warning and decided on his own to fight Sun Jianming, which went against his orders, so let him taste a bit of suffering. Zhang Yi folded his arms and continued. "As for this incident leading other powers in the cities to think that Tianhai is weak, it doesn't matter. Anyone who thinks that can come and try. They will know the truth." After saying this, Zhang Yi turned and walked away, believing that this one-sided beating had nothing interesting to watch. Chang Qin nodded. "That's true. But right now, Chen Jingguan has been beaten nearly half to death. This also lets all the superhumans present know that the level of superhumans in Tianhai has significantly declined, to the point where even someone of this caliber could lead a power." Zhang Yi considered this, taking the opportunity to let them suffer and see if they would still dare to freely violate my orders in the future. He walked on, casually saying, "One-sided fights are boring." Bai Li Chang King thought it over and instructed Wei Yan Yun to intervene and stop Sun Jianming, with the reason of no killing allowed. "Yes, Captain Bai." Bai Li Chang King followed Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, wait for me a moment." He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just go back and take care of your own business. No need to mind me." Hearing these words, Bai Li Chang King stopped in his tracks, and the others gradually turned back. People were chatting and laughing about the battle just now, their words revealing a sense of contempt towards Tianhai. Many even cast glances at Zhang Yi, most of their remarks mocking and teasing. "Tianhai is indeed weak. Once we return, we will find an opportunity. Haha, it could be possible." Liang Yu sighed softly. This time, it's a big trouble. Chen Jingguan's defeat made everyone feel that Tianhai no longer had any substantial power and could be bullied at will. Even Liang Yu could see the issue, and naturally, everyone else noticed as well. Worry appeared in everyone's eyes. Fat Sheshu anxiously said, "It's over. Can they strike us down before the meeting is over?" Wang Uncle responded, "It won't come to that. Baoxu City won't let them act recklessly." But Zhang Yi remained silent, knowing that speaking more now would be useless. What mattered was how to handle the situation. He reassured everyone, "After I finish the work in Baoxu City, I will naturally find a trophy to establish authority, to let everyone know that Tianhai still has strong people." Katsubiyo breathed a sigh of relief. With these words from the boss, I can feel at ease now. Xiao Hong Lian and Xing Tian, along with others, had returned. Behind them was Chen Jingguan, covered in injuries. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed, after all, they were part of the Tianhai organization and couldn't abandon him. The group approached Zhang Yi and sat down. Chen Jingguan looked bruised and battered, but since Sun Jianming dared not kill anyone here, he didn't face any major obstacles in terms of action. Once they sat down, they could clearly hear the mocking words of those around them. Their faces were all very grim. But Zhang Yi did not bother to glance at Chen Jingguan. He sat there chatting and laughing merrily with Zhu Qi. Lu Qi ran, until Xiao Hong Lian could no longer bear it, approached Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, could you let Dr. Chu check on Chen Jingguan? It seems like he has been injured internally." Zhang Yi didn't turn his head, casually saying, "If he enjoys fighting, Shouldn't he face the consequences of losing the match? Xiao Honglan's face turned a bit awkward. She also knew that Zhang Yi was angry about Chen Jingguan not obeying him and freely going to fight with Sun Jianming. Chen Jingguan also knew he was at fault, but he still explained to Zhang Yi, "It's not that I like to provoke trouble, but they are being unreasonable. Just now, I was outside talking to an old friend when he came over to mock my former superior, Wei Dinghai, saying that our city, Tianhai, has no one left and that we might as well submit to him, allowing his people to manage Tianhai. In front of so many power players from various cities, if I just endure it, won't that make everyone look down on the power of Tianhai?" Zhang Yi shot him a glance. "So now you've regained face for Tianhai, have you?" One sentence made Chen Jingguan's face burn. Now everyone can see, the leader of a power in Tianhai is actually so weak. Toyed with by Sun Jianming like a bug. The face of all the major powers in Tianhai has been completely lost thanks to Chen Jingguan. Chen Jingguan's expression twisted. Zhang Yi wouldn't let him continue to explain and coldly said, "All right, no need to say more. You don't need to explain anything to me. After all, we are not familiar with each other." Zhang Yi was angry inside, because he didn't listen to me. From now on we won't have anything to do with each other anymore. The survival or death of the Zhao Yu base has nothing to do with me, and there's no need to explain your actions to me. Chen Jingguan was cold all over. Zhang Yu's words clearly expressed his attitude. "Are you intending to abandon us?" "No, no." Chen Jingguan hurriedly apologized to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yu, I was wrong. This time it was my fault. I deserve to be beaten. From now on, I will listen to you in everything. Please do not abandon us." Zhang Yi looked at him and thought, "Before, you claimed we would face life and death together. But now you are telling me it's all about the power of Tianhai City." However, he also understood that Zhao Yu's biggest reliance was on maritime transport. After today's incident, he learned about their strength. In the future, when at sea, he might act against them without mercy, even possibly crossing the sea to completely destroy them. And by then, Zhao Yu would be finished. To survive, he needed Zhang Yi's protection. Zhang Yi smiled. "Where did you go wrong? What is your mistake? You are so capable. As the formidable leader of Zhao Yu, what have you done that requires you to apologize to me? You just expose your own strength, making everyone think that the power in Tianhai City is not strong, which also adds trouble for other forces. Where did you go wrong?" Xiao Honglan and Xing Tian, although silent, held opinions about Chen Jingguan's behavior in their hearts. They just hesitated to speak up because Zhang Yi had not voiced it. Zhang Yi raised a finger to his mouth and said, "You need to rest immediately. Don't say anything more." Chen Jingguan's face turned pale, stammering and unable to speak. He is only around 30 years old, although he is older than Zhang Yi, but coming from a family of high-ranking officials, he was cared for in every little detail since he joined the army. His temperament is far inferior to Zhang Yi. For this reason, after being provoked slightly by Sun Jianming, he couldn't control himself and ran over to fight. A person like Chen Jingguan needs to be taught a painful lesson. Chen Jingguan was truly scared, bowing his head deeply. "Zhang Yi is my fault. I was wrong. I beg you, since we are all forces in Tianhai City, please save me." Zhang Yi sneered. Since when is it acceptable to bring up being from the same force of Tianhai City? Has he forgotten that they once wanted to kill each other to the extent of life and death? This time, Zhang Yi was genuinely exhausted by Chen Jingguan. This matter could only accelerate the conflict between Tianhai City and other cities. Since the Great War in Tianhai City, the current population had become sparse, and it was inevitable that conflicts would erupt with the surrounding cities. Sooner or later, Zhang Yi would have to resolve this issue. He said, "The only thing is, Chen Jingguan must pay for his foolish actions. If he doesn't show enough sincerity, Zhang Yi won't be able to protect him." Zhang Yi is contemplating whether to confiscate a few of his large ships or not. Still, Zhou Qi is smart. She realized Zhang Yi hasn't made himself clear, which means he hasn't completely given up on Zhao Yu. She thought to herself, Zhang Yi is being mischievous again. I wonder what materials he plans to take from Zhao Yu base to continue protecting Zhao Yu base. She stepped forward, smiled, and said to Chen Jingguan, "Let me check your wounds first." Thanks to Zhou Qi's mediation, Chen Jingguan's mood improved a bit. He troubled Dr. Zhou. Zhu Qi examined Chen Jingguan's body once and discovered that his internal organs were indeed seriously injured. At first glance, it didn't seem severe, but after a short time, it would become a grave injury, even threatening his life. She used her healing abilities to treat Chen Jingguan once, and then took some medicine from her medical bag for him to take. Be sure to rest more, and absolutely do not get into conflicts with others again. Chen Jingguan was extremely grateful, constantly thanking her, and asking Zhu Qi to help him speak with Zhang Yi. Zhou Qi just smiled and said, "You need to take care of yourself, and absolutely must not engage with anyone anymore." She returned to Zhang Yi's side, and whispered about Chen Jingguan's internal injury. That Sun Jianming was too brutal. Chen Jingguan's organs are seriously damaged. He could die at any moment. I've already used my abilities to help him heal well. Zhang Yi's gaze flickered as he looked towards the Day City faction not far away. Sun Jianming had his back to him, but seemed to sense Zhang Yi's gaze. He turned around, coldly smiling at Zhang Yi, and made a throat-cutting gesture. Knave character, wait to die. Zhang Yi retracted his gaze, and did not continue discussing this matter, calmly saying, just waiting to start the meeting. By the afternoon, everyone seemed to have lost their patience, unable to hold back their complaints. It's already 2:30. Why hasn't it started yet? I'm both tired and sleepy. Can we just go home and sleep? Exactly. Around 2:30 p.m., Zhu Zheng finally appeared in the auditorium. Accompanying him were the battle minister Tu Yunlai and the captain. As these individuals appeared, a strong sense of oppression immediately silenced the auditorium. Today, Zhu Zheng's expression was extremely serious, related to a significant event that occurred this morning. But since he was here, it proved that the matter was no longer worth worrying about. Zhu Zheng stood on the platform, his gaze sweeping over the 1,000 people in the auditorium. He could sense the power and pride of the many mutants in these 12 cities. If this power could be gathered, it could rival the soldiers of Yan Yun under his command. Welcome everyone to Baoxu City. Zhu Zheng began, his steady voice resonating in everyone's ears. He continued, I am Commander Zhu Zheng of the Jiangnan district. Due to an unexpected incident, I was delayed, and it took a significant amount of time. First, I apologize to everyone present here. Next, I will not waste your time. Let us briefly discuss the purpose of gathering you all here. Since December last year, when the Ice Age arrived and chaos ensued, society lost its inherent order. Now, 6 months have passed, and most of the survivors have gathered into various large and small factions. Among them, many fortunate individuals have awakened superpowers and possess extraordinary strength. Those present here are representatives of the strongest factions from each region. I hope that we can concentrate our strength to accomplish great things, rather than being like a heap of loose sand, easily prone to conflict with one another. Therefore, starting from today, I have decided to establish the Jiangnan Superpower Alliance. All those who are within the Jiangnan region must join, especially the 12 cities. The major forces within these cities will become important members of the alliance. Zhu Zheng's voice echoed throughout the hall. Many people present, upon hearing this, couldn't help but discuss. I don't know what benefits it brings. Could those who don't want to participate refuse? But if there are many perks, I am willing to stay and not leave. Who says otherwise? Some couldn't help but disdainfully say, isn't this just forcing us to be hunting dogs for the Jiangnan area? Moreover, it's a way for them to benefit themselves. Exactly, if we were forced to join the residential area in Baoxu City, that would be understandable. But here, they not only force us to stay in our old place, but also require us to work for them unconditionally. Isn't that like putting a yoke around our necks? Seeing the hall in chaos, Zhu Zheng raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent. Tu Yunlai, Deng Shentong, and bodyguard Sun Lu Xuan stood beside Zhu Zheng, their powerful presence silencing everyone as they waited for Zhu Zheng to continue speaking. Before long, a moment of silence enveloped the hall. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and thought to himself, as expected, but I don't know what they will require us to do, and what benefits they will offer us. If there are no benefits, certainly those present here would not act. If things escalate, no matter how strong the Jiangnan district is, they would have to pay a heavy price to suppress them. Zhu Zheng continued, the Jiangnan Superpower Alliance is under the command of the Jiangnan district, and I myself serve as the president. The members of the Alliance can operate within their own areas, but when special events occur, the area will assign tasks that the member forces of the Alliance must carry out, and these must not be violated. Hearing this requirement, the discussions in the conference hall erupted again. Zhu Jing raised his voice. Of course, we will not make you work for free. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the area, you will receive corresponding rewards. Medicines, weapons, and other supplies from the area can all be exchanged for the accumulated points earned from the tasks. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This point is quite appealing. As far as he knows, the weaponry standards in the district are significantly higher than those in Tianhai City. For instance, the Genesis bullet, a special training suit from before, and even weapons made from adamantium metal. Zhang Yi thought, it is likely that this is just the tip of the iceberg in the armory of the Jiangnan region. Moreover, according to the news that Bad Lichang King once revealed, the Jiangnan region has managed to synthesize a specific compound for superhumans, used to enhance their powers. These are all good items, and if they can be exchanged, joining Jiangnan wouldn't be a bad option. Zhu Jiang ignored the commotion below and calmly continued to express his point. Furthermore, internal strife within the region is strictly prohibited. In the past 6 months, the number of casualties due to internal conflicts has been extremely alarming. Among them are some superhumans. I do not wish for this situation to continue any longer. I also do not believe that any of you want to live in fear every day, right? Therefore, the internal conflicts must cease immediately. Anyone can lodge a complaint with the Federation if they are invaded, and I will send people to adjudicate. The third point caused some forces to waver. Not all superhumans within the forces enjoy fighting. Some desire a peaceful life. Zhou Qi heard these words and looked at Zhang Yi with a comforting expression. If that could happen, how wonderful it would be. Zhang Yi sneered. Truly knave. This statement is just for show. Do not take it as the truth. If such matters could be resolved easily, there wouldn't have been so many upheavals throughout history. Zhang Yi said, the greed of humanity is boundless. There will always be those who yearn for more power and more material wealth, leading them to invade others. Indeed, as soon as Zhu Jiang finished speaking, the female leader of Day City, someone raised their hand to interject. But what if there are weaker forces that occupy resource-rich lands? Shouldn't that be addressed? Isn't that a waste? As she spoke these words, her eyes glanced towards Zhang Yi. Not only she but many others unconsciously directed their gaze towards Chen Jingguan. Chen Jingguan turned red with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Today he had become infamous throughout the Jiangnan region, a truly embarrassing situation. Zhu Jiang frowned and said, the redistribution of resources will be coordinated by the district. Moreover, the resources within the jurisdiction of each unit are sufficient for you to survive. At this moment, chatter began to arise again. Our area is indeed enough for survival, but it is not sufficient for war. The Jiangnan district is overly particular. Everything must be regulated. Is this not a bit unreasonable? The number of survivors in Jiangnan district is currently less than 5%. It is impossible for there to be a shortage of survival supplies. They discussed. As for the materials that Gu Honggai mentioned, they are certainly not survival materials, but rather strategic resources such as machinery factories, weapons, vehicles, and population. To expand their power and become stronger, these things are indispensable. Not everyone just wants to survive in the apocalypse. Numerous people harbor ambitions, wanting to seize a territory in this chaotic era to declare themselves king. Gu Hongdai curled her lip, a cunning smile clearly visible on her face, indicating that she did not take Zhu Jiang's words seriously at all. The mutants present all showed disdain, feeling that the demands of the Jiangnan region were excessively unreasonable. Among the crowd, a man wrapped in white cloth stood up. He stared intensely at Zhu Jiang, his face dark, and said, is the Jiangnan region intending to incorporate us all into their ranks, and then command us at will? If everything we do has to follow your arrangements, wouldn't we become puppets? Instantly, a rain of approval erupted from below. That's right, based on what? You're absolutely right. Why should we listen to his arrangements? I refuse to merge. Zhu Jiang's expression remained unchanged, but suddenly, everyone heard a faint sound of wind whispering by their ears. Immediately afterward, the head of the mutant flew high off its neck, blood splattering everywhere, hitting the faces of several people nearby. His body remained standing there, but his head rolled down onto the table in front of him. Zhang Yi's gaze froze. He had just realized everything that had just happened. The mutant was at least 30 meters away from Zhu Zheng's stage, but at that moment, the guard standing behind Zhu Zheng suddenly made his move. He shot out 3 thin strands of steel from his right sleeve, instantly severing the mutant's head. In midair, the 3 gleaming strands of steel flew swiftly, but the speed at which he acted was so fast that no one at the scene could react in time. The strands were so slender that if one did not look closely, it was nearly impossible to see them. Only because they were still dripping with a bit of blood from the recent splatter did everyone take notice. This was indeed a powerful warning. If the guard was able to kill the white-clothed mutant in an instant, then he could certainly take down most of the mutants present at the scene in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi's eyes deepened. The guard next to Zhu Zheng indeed possessed terrifying strength, perhaps even stronger than Bian Junwu. Aside from a few areas, like Baoxu City and Tianhai City, the other places in the 13 cities of the Jiangnan region had never communicated with the central area of Jiangnan. Naturally, they also did not understand that their power was far inferior to the top strength of Baoxu City, just because within their own territory they claimed the title of king. This had led them to an excessive confidence, to the point of making a mistake, believing they were entitled to speak on equal footing with Zhu Zheng. However, in terms of authority and the actual strength they held, it was no different than the vast chasm between them. Sun Lu Tuan retracted his wire, and then calmly adjusted his black goat leather gloves before putting his hands behind his back. He smiled slyly at the entire auditorium. The hall fell silent once again. Those who had spoken knew very well that he was the leader of a force in the city. It is said that his strength is very formidable, being a Delta-level mutant, on par with Zhao Honglian and Wei Dinghai. But even a mutant like that was beheaded with just 1 strike. A mutant exclaimed in astonishment. Did he actually make a move? A Delta-level mutant is just gone like that. He is just a guard. The true strength of the entire region is truly terrifying. The entire auditorium was silent. No one dared to make a sound. They were all afraid of death. They were discussing. A single blow from Sun Lu Xuan shattered the illusions of quite a few people. Zhang Yi also assessed the guard next to Zhu Zheng. Their strength was indeed terrifying, and could be even above Bian Junwu. The large doors of the hall behind and on both sides were also opened wide. Bai Lui Chang King led the members of the Black Robe Squad, along with many Yanyan Wei, to appear, and he shouted loudly, "Do not panic." The atmosphere at the scene became serious. Even Deng Shen Tong twisted his hands, his gaze cold, his mouth curling into a mocking smile as he said, "Try moving." The overwhelming pressure caused those present to feel a sense of panic. Zhu Qi and Lu Qiran, frightened, huddled against Zhang Yi, who reassured them. "With me here. Don't be afraid." A glint of light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Although he did not believe Baoxu City would take action to carry out a purge, he still had to be prepared to escape. Zhu Zheng's voice rang out. "Do not misunderstand." He stared intently at the crowd in the hall, and continued, "I am not negotiating with you. I am only informing you. Any member who refuses to join the Superpower Alliance will be considered opposing the Alliance and opposing the entire Jiangnan region, and such forces or individuals do not need to exist on this land anymore." Zhang Yi smiled. He had long since realized this. However, he did not expect there to be so many fools daring to reason with a giant like the Jiangnan area. Some people even dared to publicly stand up against the current situation. Perhaps their brains had been frozen by temperatures lower than -60 degrees. Everything was within Zhang Yi's expectations. Previously, he had discussed with Bad Lichong King and learned of the considerations of the Jiangnan area. This action was quite reasonable. If Zhang Yi were in Zhu Zheng's position, he would also employ such tactics. Otherwise, if he allowed chaos and fighting to rage everywhere, sooner or later, the entire Jiangnan area would be torn apart. At that point, if any outsiders invaded, how could they withstand it? As for Zhang Yi himself, he also had an opinion, but not much. Being restrained by others was indeed uncomfortable. But those people had more power than him, so Zhang Yi did not mind yielding to them a little. Of course, if the other side asked him to go and seek death, Zhang Yi would not agree. And if it did not reach that level, he did not want to completely fall out with the Jiangnan region. After Zhu Zheng finished speaking, he looked at the crowd again. After the earlier intimidation, No one dared to speak up anymore. Zhu Zhang continued to ask. I just asked. Who agrees? Who opposes? Everyone looked at each other, silently understanding, and no one spoke up. Zhu Zhang coldly said, if you don't speak, I will assume that you all agree. So please sign your names on this application form to join. After saying that, Zhu Zhang signaled to the secretary, Lan Jincheng. Looking towards Yan Yunwei outside, two teams carrying prepared application forms entered from both aisles, distributing them to the leaders of each faction. By signing this application form, they would officially become an organized force under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan region and would have to comply with the directives of the Jiangnan district. Zhang Yi also received a copy. He quickly skimmed through it and saw that it was no different from what Zhu Zhang had said, with no additional conditions. He signed his name without hesitation. To be honest, if one day Zhu Zhang ordered him to go die, this form would not be able to bind him. A person must know how to adapt. There's no need to act like a leading bird. Others exhibited various expressions. Some appeared relaxed, while others showed a reluctant look. But fearing the Jiangnan region, they also signed the application forms one after another. Seeing the thick stack of forms in Lan Jincheng's hands, Zhu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. He slightly smiled and said to everyone, don't worry, you won't have to worry about not getting paid. Every month you will receive a portion of supplies, which include special equipment weapons from the district. Moreover, if you complete the tasks assigned by the district, you will also receive additional rewards. Saying that, Zhu Zhang reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small glass vial, holding it between his fingers. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the small glass vial, curious about what it contained. Zhu Zhang spoke in a deep voice. This is called Compound No. 2, and its effect is to help people unlock their psychic abilities and delve into their potential. Simply put, using this will make your psychic powers stronger. This item is also part of the mission reward catalog. Upon hearing the effects of Compound No. 2, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, with this, we don't even need to rely on fighting. We can still enhance our abilities. If I'd known there was this kind of reward, I would have signed up long ago. No wonder the Jiangnan district has so many powerful psychic experts. It turns out there are supportive drugs. Could it be that we can also obtain this? They thought, as long as we complete the tasks assigned by the Jiangnan district, it won't be too bad. Zhu Zhang has somewhat dispelled the dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts with both the whip and the sweet promises. At least for now. It seems that following the Jiangnan district still has its benefits. Up until this point, the only method they had found to enhance their supernatural abilities was by consuming the flesh of other supernatural beings. However, this method comes with many difficulties. Firstly, they need to kill the supernatural beings and seize their essence. This has already proven to be quite challenging, and the number of supernatural beings is exceedingly small. Now Zhu Zhang tells them that there is a drug that can help them strengthen their abilities, which naturally makes them yearn for it. In this apocalyptic world, strength is everything. But when Zhang Yi saw it, he frowned slightly. He also had some understanding of the compound. I heard Bai Luochang King mention in passing that the reason why the Jiangnan district headquarters has become so powerful, possessing many high-level supernatural beings, is related to the type of compound they have been researching. Bian Junwu seems to be someone who used that compound, and even the mutations he experiences are also due to that compound. Although it may allow one to attain great power in a short period, it comes with significant risks. Zhang Yi did not want to exchange a risk-laden item like that. However, it was very clear that the others were extremely attracted to it. While everyone was thinking of the pros and cons involved, Zhu Zhang spoke up. You all arrived just in time. Now there's a real opportunity for you here. Just before everyone arrived, a group from Nation N had appeared in Linhai City. This organization consists of a total of 13 people. Currently, Linhai City has been occupied by them. If anyone can eliminate all these rogues, they will be rewarded with 10 portions of Compound Number 2, as well as the right to rule over all of Linhai City. The crowd below immediately erupted, because the old man of Nation N has such a shocking impact with those 4 characters. No matter how much they fought in the past, even to the point of life and death, that was an internal matter. But now that an external enemy has invaded, their animosity immediately shifts direction. One person shouted loudly, "Those despicable Nation N scum dare to tread on the territory of our Nation H. They are truly asking for death." Do they think that just because the world apocalypse has come, they have the right to be arrogant? Kill all those damned rogues without waiting a moment. Zhang Yi squinted a little. Those from Nation N are truly reckless. They have come to the territory of Nation H to seize a city, and there's no doubt that the local forces have been completely eradicated by them. This is something that no one can tolerate. Uncle Wang gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, let's kill them all. Everyone present wore expressions of anger, and some were particularly moved after hearing Zhu Zhang mention the reward conditions. 10 portions of compound No. 2 could significantly enhance the abilities of 10 mutants, which would undoubtedly strengthen an organization greatly. However, the most enticing thing was still the control over Linhai City. The local forces in Linhai City had been wiped out by the vagabonds. This meant that whoever accomplished this mission could become the absolute ruler of Linhai City. Furthermore, his identity and power would be recognized and protected by the Jiangnan region. Many people had this intention in their hearts, but there were also those who were weighing the risks of this mission, which could be immense. After all, that vagabond organization had the capability to eliminate all mutant forces throughout Linhai City. Zhu Zhan observed all the expressions on the faces of those below him keenly. He knew that a portion of the people were still waiting for further details. Zhu Zhang didn't beat around the bush anymore. He stated outright the information about the thugs. This group of people comes from the north of Nation N, and they are a notorious extremist organization in the local area, known as the Moon of Erosion. They ruled over the Kan region for a long time, and then had the intention of occupying the mainland of Nation H. As a result, they crossed the sea to come here. We have exchanged views with the high-ranking powers in Nation N. The actions of this group are unrelated to the high-ranking officials in Nation N. This is solely a private action, so you can rest assured to go hunt them down. Of course, they are not to be taken lightly. You also need to be mentally prepared. But we have the advantage in numbers. As long as you all agree, anyone can carry out this mission. What we want to see is only the heads of the 13 of them. Under the podium, a strange person slowly raised his hand. Zhu Zhang and Zhang Yi looked towards him. He was a middle-aged man. Zhang Yi had previously noticed him at the subway station. This man emanated a military-like aura. Perhaps he was a former soldier who had retired. And now, he was also the leader of a power. The veteran spoke up and asked, the high-ranking officials of Nation N say that they did not send them, but this statement cannot be fully trusted. What if we carry out the mission and are counterattacked by the enemy? Many people nodded in agreement with the veteran's words. People from Nation N are fickle. We must admit that many of them are two-faced, and we trust their words. What if we proceed with the mission, and then discover that these individuals are just a vanguard force sent by Nation N? After that, they may receive additional support. At that point, we will surely find ourselves in perilous circumstances. The corners of Zhu Zhang's mouth curled slightly, his expression carrying a hint of disdain. He replied calmly, "This is not important. What matters is that their high-ranking officials do not acknowledge any connection between these people and them. Therefore, we can freely capture this group of thugs." The people from Nation N did not dare to speak up. Otherwise, they would face a harsh reaction. Zhu Zhang sneered, continued, "As long as we can prove that this group is connected to the high-ranking officials of Nation N, everything will be even easier to resolve. If we act first, then of course we can use any means necessary to retaliate." Zhu Zhang's words have almost brought everything to light. As long as we discover that this group of people is related to the high-ranking officials of Nation N, it means they have officially launched an invasion strategy. In that case, the world will truly be at peace, even if the allied countries cannot say anything. These words greatly boosted the confidence of the mutants present here. With the strong military forces of the Jiangnan region backing them, they basically didn't need to worry. They just needed to focus on those thugs from Nation N and launch a large-scale encirclement operation. The former soldier quietly nodded, fully agreeing with Zhu Zhen's words. The reason why we need to mobilize the entire military forces of the 12 cities in Jiangnan is also very simple. This is a raid. They want to surround the Moon of Erosion organization and eliminate them without leaving a single one behind. They won't be foolish enough to just stand still and wait for us to come and fight. They will definitely find a way to escape. And this sweeping action will of course require a military force tenfold. Uncle Wang couldn't help but say to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, we can also participate in this encirclement operation." As a former soldier, Uncle Wang still maintains a close connection to this field. Zhang Yi propped his chin up with one arm, leaning his head and looking down at Zhu Jiang, standing on the podium, and the enthusiastic crowd with indifference. Then he sank into thought. Those thugs are really infuriating. But before doing anything, he would not act impulsively. He would consider the pros and cons. It is certain that those thugs must be eradicated. But why was Zhu Jiang not sending the investigation team under his command? Although the Black Robe Squad had currently suffered the loss of one Bian Junwu, the Angel team remained intact. Not to mention, they still had 5,000 Yan Yun Wei. There might only be one explanation. Zhu Jiang did not want to put the team in his hands at risk. Hence, he assigned this mission to the forces of the outer city first. If successful, that would be the best outcome. If not, they could still gain some insight into the opponent's strength before deploying the elite troops from Baoxu City. Perhaps in the future, if faced with a similar situation, he would also use the forces from the outer city first, while keeping the elite troops at his disposal in reserve. Unless there were special missions to undertake, only then would he utilize them. He thought, the position of the Jiangnan district is derived from military power, so Zhu Jiang must also consider these factors. Human nature is inherently selfish. After thinking clearly, Zhang Yi calmly said to Uncle Wang, "Let us observe the situation first before speaking. We cannot act recklessly. I will contact Bad Lichang King to inquire about detailed information on their side." Zhang Yi's character is one of planning clearly before acting, ensuring that he can always guarantee safety. On the podium, Zhu Jiang raised his hand and said, "All organizations participating in this campaign are welcome to come to headquarters to receive weapons and supplies." Zhang Yi silently thought, this is also a way to determine exactly how many forces are participating in this campaign. If the number of participating forces is insufficient, they may have to directly assign tasks. Right at that moment, some people stood up, expressing their intent to lead a group to Linhai City to surround those thugs. 5 forces appeared simultaneously. Zhang Yi silently thought, since it's like this, I will not say anything at this moment. Whether these forces are stepping up for national interests or solely for the incentives promised by Zhu Jiang, it is certain that many forces will participate in carrying out the mission. Zhang Yi always preferred not to stand out, even when the benefits were substantial. Then let these people go ahead. If they can eliminate those scoundrels, that would be great. If they fail, Zhang Yi can gather much more information. When he does take action, he will be more confident of victory. The meeting concluded amidst a flurry of enthusiastic applause. The forces willing to participate in the hunt for the Moon of Erosion took turns registering for supplies. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi calmly led his group out of the conference hall. Zhu Jiang clapped his hands and spoke to everyone. "Thank you all for your hard work. This meeting ends here, and you are free to move about Baoxu City. If there are additional needs, we will contact you through the communication devices." Dismissed. After speaking, Zhu Jiang and his subordinates left the conference hall. Observing the enthusiastic expressions of the extraordinary individuals, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. With just 13 members, they wiped out the entire force of Linhai City. Just how powerful is this force called the Moon of Erosion? They might be on par with the investigation team of Baoxu City. If this is true, then countless people will soon perish among those going for the hunt. At the combat center, in Commander Zhu Jiang's office, he sat on the sofa reviewing the report submitted by Lan Jinchen. In total, there are 10 forces registered to participate in the hunt for the Moon of Erosion in Linhai City. This is a very powerful force, which makes Zhu Jiang feel satisfied. Although many large and small factions are involved in this battle in Baoxu City, not everyone is willing to join the hunt for various reasons. Some are deterred by the great distance, while others have their own concerns. However, what displeases Zhu Jiang is the absence of the signature from the leader of Tianhai City, especially the lack of Zhang Yi's signature. This made him frown and thought, Tianhai City is very close to Linhai City, and Zhang Yi's strength is sufficient to participate. Yet he chooses to evade the conflict. This disappointment grows within Zhu Jiang. The more he thinks, the more he feels Bad Lichang King was right in his assessment of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is too scheming, putting personal interests above all, and thus unsuitable to join Baoxu City. The secretary Lan Jincheng, standing beside him, heard this and smiled, saying, "After the chaotic zombie wave, Tianhai City is now almost abandoned." Jincheng continued, "Not only are there few people living here, But even the major powers have suffered serious losses. With their current strength, they fundamentally cannot manage the stability of the region they are in charge of. Now that Zhang Yi is showing off, it makes people dissatisfied. Why not consider cultivating a new group of powers? Zhu Zhang, upon hearing this, slightly raised his eyebrows, feeling some internal turmoil. The city of Tianhai is so vast. It was once a super city with a population of 20 million. The resources here are abundant, but now the population is sparse. The powers stationed here, aside from Zhang Yu's crew, essentially have no capability to manage. It would be best to let powers from other cities come in. One person suggested, one is to stabilize the order in the city of Tianhai, and the other is to create a new force to restrain Zhang Yi, so that he doesn't dominate here alone. To put it plainly, Zhang Yi's solitary style of action is precisely what Zhu Zhang dislikes. Zhu Zhang placed his hand on the table and rhythmically tapped it, then slowly said, "This matter can be included in the plan. Coincidentally, there are 10 powers participating in the mission in Linhai City. If the area of Linhai City isn't enough to divide, I will bring a few powers into the city of Tianhai. That will be that." The two conversed lightly, as if dividing the city of Tianhai were no different from splitting a cake. In fact, for Zhang Yi, this was nothing to worry about. After all, his team was small, and controlling just the districts of Lujiang and Texai-shan was sufficient. No matter how much Zhu Zhang stirred trouble, it had nothing to do with him. Any collateral damage would only impact the interests of the other three forces. However, if someone dared to snatch food from his mouth, well, Zhang Yi would respect the greater Jiangnan district enough to let that person in. But once inside, would they be able to get out? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lan Jincheng shouted, "Who is it?" A voice replied, "Captain Deng Shen Tong of the Tian Tang requests an audience." Zhu Zhang casually raised his hand and calmly ordered, "Let him in." Lan Jincheng smiled, half jokingly, half seriously. Deng Shen Tong must be here to request to join the fight. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhang chuckled lightly and replied, "The Tian Tang, led by Deng Shen Tong, is the most renowned team in Baoxu City. Deng Shen Tong is young, strong, and eager for battle. He is always the one zealous about completing missions, craving great achievements to build a splendid reputation. Currently, on the points leaderboard of Baoxu City, he has held the top position for over 2 months. Thus, many people in Baoxu City regard him as the top expert in Greater Jiangnan District." He said, "Furthermore, with his prestigious background and handsome appearance, Deng Shen Tong was supported by the majority of the residents of Tianhai City. Many believed that one day, when Zhu Zhang stepped down to the second line, Deng Shen Tong would become the successor to the position of the district commander." Faced with this young genius, Zhu Zhang also regarded him with great importance. Deng Shen Tong passed through several layers of doors and stepped into Zhu Zhang's office. As soon as he approached, he spoke up, "Commander, why didn't you let us go out to carry out the mission this time? Although the number of ability teams sent out is quite large, it is clear that the opponent is not an ordinary ability organization. If they want to escape truly, relying solely on those forces outside the city wouldn't be enough to capture them." At this point, Deng Shen Tong showed contempt for the forces outside the city. After all, they were not professionals, and there was infighting among the groups, making it even harder to unite and cooperate. But Zhu Zhang just smiled, leaned back in the sofa, and casually asked, "Do you understand about lunar eclipses?" Deng Shen Tong opened his mouth, stammering and unable to say a word. Zhu Zhang took a deep breath and then said, "Those old-timers from Nation N, they have never interacted with us and cannot gather intelligence. Nation N has now split into 2 factions, Kantu and Kansai." He said, "One is Yunchu of Kantu, the other is the Pelican of Kansai. As for the organization, Lunar Eclipses, that is precisely the group of wanderers roaming in Kantu. Even the Yunchu organization, which holds most of the official power of Kantu, has to be helpless against them. Thus, it can be seen that the strength of this group of wanderers is very formidable, even comparable to the investigation team of your people." Zhu Zhang stared at Deng Shen Tong, his voice becoming stern. "Without reliable intelligence, I can't let you go out on a risky mission. After all, the 6 investigation teams are the backbone of Baoxu City." But Deng Shen Tong frowned, looking discontented. A tiny nation Nen, Just a small country organization running rampant there. What kind of capability could they have? Zhu Zhang shook his head, his gaze at Deng Shen Tong, somewhat helpless. Don't underestimate your opponent. Underestimating them is no different from underestimating yourself. Although during the National Defense War back then, the casualty rate between us and Nation N was 5-1, even reaching 9-1 at times, we can underestimate the enemy in terms of strategy, but we must take them seriously in terms of tactics. Never let your guard down. Hearing this, Deng Shen Tong calmed down. He contemplated for a moment. Although the territory of Nation N is not large, it still has a province with over 100 million people. Considering this ratio, the emergence of many powerful abilities is not surprising. Even Deng Shen Tong joked, a person like Nation H has already been twisted. Now that they are mutated and more formidable, it is only normal. He understood Zhu Zhang's intention. So your idea is to let the external forces reach Lin Hai City first, in essence to have them gather intelligence about the lunar eclipses. Zhu Zhang nodded. Exactly, that is the purpose. Of course, if they can successfully eliminate this group of supernatural beings, that would be the best. But even if they fail, at least they can deplete some of the strength of the lunar eclipses. At that time, in your list of merits, you will also have 1/3 of their contributions. As for the supernatural beings that do not go, well, the two words are let it be. Deng Shen Tong understood Zhu Zhang's train of thought and regained his composure. I just find that with the strength of those people, it may be very difficult to achieve. I don't know why a shadow of Zhang Yi appeared in Deng Shen Tong's mind. Among the external forces, not many have caught his eye. Zhang Yi stands out the most because he has defeated Wu Dai. Deng Shen Tong couldn't help but ask, what about Zhang Yi from Tian Hai City? Hearing Deng Shen Tong mention Zhang Yi, Zhu Zhang, Lan Jin Cheng, and Su Laochuan were all somewhat astonished. The arrogant captain, whose pride was unmatched, rarely heard another person's name from his lips. Zhu Zhang was somewhat unhappy. That guy, he didn't even sign up for this mission. That's really cunning. Deng Shen Tong's eyes flickered, and then he laughed and said, it's better to say he's very smart. At least he knows that this task isn't as simple as it seems. Zhu Zhang clearly didn't like this way of thinking. He crossed his arms over his chest and said, if everyone were like him, only thinking of themselves, the superpower alliance wouldn't be able to operate anymore. Zhu Zhang was originally a soldier who upheld unconditional obedience, taking the will of his superiors as his only principle of action. But Deng Shen Tong was different, and so was Zhang Yi. Therefore, Deng Shen Tong not only didn't see Zhang Yi's actions as rebellious, but on the contrary, he admired his intelligence. Deng Shen Tong believed in using people based on their abilities, and all other factors could be overlooked. Deng Shen Tong was an excellent leader, skilled at bringing out the strengths of his subordinates and making them perform better for him. Zhu Zhang urged, Deng Shen Tong, let's continue. Meanwhile, Deng Shen Tong was continuously thinking, I must quickly pull him into our group, or it would be too unfortunate. After finishing the discussion with Zhu Zhang, Deng Shen Tong left the commander's office. Regarding Zhang Yi, he led everyone out of the Tianchong Guild Hall. Although the conference had ended, many people remained, actively discussing the situation in Lin Hai City. Zhang Yi did not need to go chat with them, asking Bai Lechong King if he could gather more intelligence. Zhang Yi said to his group, if you want to go register, I won't stop you. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out, Tian Hai City is adjacent to Lin Hai City, and now foreign warlords have invaded. Yet you are cowardly fleeing. What a shame. The speaker was the leader of the Days City faction, Sun Jianming. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and looked towards them. He saw 3 major forces from Days City gathering together, also heading outside. The number of superhumans in these 3 forces was significantly greater than that of Tian Hai City, at least 3 times as many. Their momentum overshadowed their opponents. The voice caused the faces of those present to change, especially Chan Jingguan, whose face turned from green to red, filled with anger and humiliation in his eyes. Xiao Honglan and the others also felt tense. The difference in numbers is too great. If a real fight broke out, Xiao Honglan instinctively looked towards Zhang Yi and asked softly, Zhang Yi, do you want to take action? Zhang Yi responded, do you want to take action? She thought to herself, if Zhang Yi takes action, they still have a chance to win. No, they can definitely win, because Zhang Yi has never participated in battles he cannot win. Thinking of this, Xiao Honglian felt much more reassured in her heart. She found Zhang Yi's handsome face increasingly enchanting. Once we return to Tanhai City, I will definitely have to get closer to Zhang Yi. The situation in the Jiangnan region will surely change in the future, and I also need to find a protective umbrella for Yangsheng. The three leaders of the three major forces from Day City moved towards this direction. They still maintained a certain distance from each other. It could be seen that their relationship was not very harmonious. They only share a common goal when pressuring Tianhai City. Zhang Yi smiled calmly and told Xiao Honglian, "Did you forget what I said before about not creating trouble?" Having finished speaking, he turned to the people from Day City. "Did he not already say, everything depends on everyone's willingness? How we handle it shouldn't concern you all, right?" Sun Jianming and the two others exchanged glances, the disdain in their eyes growing stronger. Even the mutants beside them scoffed. To be able to say such things is truly laughable. The country is in peril, and all you can do is hide away like a turtle retracting its neck. Hemph, is that enough to qualify you to represent Tianhai City here? I say, the influence of Tianhai City has now been completely undermined. Just look at Zhao Yu's leader. If he cannot even secure a decent area like Tianhai City, he should hand it over soon. The mutants from Day City mockingly ridiculed those from Tianhai City. These words made the faces of the Tianhai City mutants turn ugly. Even Liang Yu, who usually had a gentle temperament, couldn't help but furrow his brows, instinctively looking towards Zhang Yi. As long as Zhang Yi spoke up, they would not hesitate to rush forward and teach these scoundrels a lesson. The atmosphere between the two factions had become tense at this moment. Zhang Yi heard the mocking words from the group, but his expression remained unchanged. The weak are often easily provoked by taunts, much like Chen Jingguan. Because of their weakness, they are self-conscious, and because of that self-consciousness, they cannot endure a single sneer. But for the strong, the voices of the lowly are nothing more than the buzzing of insects, unworthy of their ears. How could he lose his composure in front of a swarm of pests? Zhang Yi could only feel pity for their foolishness. However, Zhang Yi also understood clearly. If he acted right in front of the Tianchong Guild Hall, it would certainly play into the hands of those people. They were deliberately provoking the forces group to react, and then they would use that as an excuse to retaliate viciously. At that point, even if the higher-ups of Baoxu City blamed them, they could easily shift all the responsibility onto the abnormal people from Tianhai City. Zhang Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, and a cold thought of killing suddenly surged in his heart. He smiled lightly, both calm and sharp. Zhu Zheng has made it very clear. This matter is entirely based on everyone's willingness. How we handle it, I'm afraid you don't need to concern yourselves with. With that, Zhang Yi turned to his companions beside him and said, "Let's go." After speaking, he did not look back, walking steadily toward the distant apartment complex, his demeanor leisurely yet resolute. Sun Jianming and others mocked Zhang Yi, sneering. "Even with such words, you can speak them out, really making people laugh until their stomachs hurt. In a context where the nation is in danger, a person like you can only hide like a black turtle. How can you still have the right to represent Tianhai City here? To put it bluntly, the entire power of Tianhai has declined. It's better to concede the position to someone else soon." Xiao Honglian, Shen Jingguan, and their companions initially waited for Zhang Yi to get angry and react. To their surprise, even after being ridiculed so heavily, Zhang Yi showed no signs of anger. He simply turned away indifferently. This scene left everyone stunned. The people from Daze City nearby also could not hide their surprise. Liang Yu angrily said, "Zhang Yi, just say something." But in Zhang Yi's mind, a cold thought arose. A bunch of insects looking to catch my attention? I really want to crush each of them under my feet. Then Zhang Yi casually replied, his voice calm as a still lake. "Excuse me, we'll take our leave." After speaking, Zhang Yi urged his group to leave, adding, "It's getting late." Lu Qi ran, Liang Yu, Wan Uncle, Shu, the Fat, and others cheerfully followed behind Zhang Yi without hesitation. They were long accustomed to his working style. How could mere meaningless jibes provoke Zhang Yi's anger? Seeing that Zhang Yi showed no sign of anger on his face, the people from other forces could not help but be surprised. being ridiculed right in front of him, yet still remaining calm. Was it due to weakness and incompetence or sheer restraint? When Zhang Yu's group had left, Xing Tian immediately hurriedly followed. Xiao Honglan and the members of Chen Jingguan's group seemed to realize something and glare at the abnormal individuals from Daze City for a moment before silently turning away. Xiao Honglan urged, her voice anxious, "Hurry up, or we won't catch up." From a distance, Xing Tian waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Zhang Yi, slow down a bit, wait for us." On the other side, Sun Jianming irritably spat onto the ground, his left hand clenched into a fist, gritting out a mocking tone. "Hemph, a bunch of cowards. What are they even?" Not far away, Gu Hongdai, the leader of the Bing Dai organization, wore a nonchalant smile. Looking towards Zhang Yi, she slowly remarked, her voice laced with disdain, "Their leader looks quite weak, doesn't he? How can someone like that possibly lead a whole group? As a leader, one must have dignity and capability. If you can't protect your territory and your subordinates, who would respect you?" In Gu Hongdai's eyes, Zhang Yi's actions were the clearest manifestation of weakness. The leader of the third force, Chen Liangyu, had a mischievous glint in his eyes as he smiled and said, "Isn't that just to our liking?" Sun Jianming, Gu Hongdai, and Chen Liangyu exchanged glances, each offering a smile full of meaning. They seemed to have clearly confirmed the current situation of Tianhai City. Zhao Yu, once one of the 5 major forces in Tianhai City, now had a leader who was merely a gamma-level mutant, thoroughly beaten by Sun Jianming. In their eyes, in Daze City, this level was hardly enough to be a team leader. This time, their real objective in deliberately causing trouble here was to assess the status of other organizations in Tianhai City. As a result, they freely unleashed their derogatory words, and the other party even dared not retort, only able to bow their heads and flee in disgrace. Sun Jianming spoke solemnly, full of calculation. "This is indeed a very good opportunity." Gu Hongdai squinted, chuckling, then glanced at the other two, suggesting, "It's rare that the 3 of us can gather like this. How about we find a place to grab a drink and discuss things?" Sun Jianming and Chen Liangyu exchanged looks with each other, then happily agreed to Gu Hongdai's proposal. "All right, no problem. Let's go." They all understood the intentions in each other's hearts. Currently, the Jiangnan region is being interfered with by external forces, while the outskirts of Tianhai City are busy participating in the crackdown on foreign warlords in Linhai City. In this context, no one pays attention to what is happening in Tianhai City anymore. None of the people here signed up for that military mission. Their true objective is to fight for the fat slice known as Tianhai City. Do not be fooled by Zhu Zheng's seemingly righteous appearance and righteous words, which do not permit internal strife. Once they seize the territory of Tianhai City, there will be countless ways to justify their actions, such as protecting the security of the brother city, supporting the backward and impoverished areas. As long as they create a little merit in advance, the Jiangnan region will certainly have no reason to criticize. Who would want to stand up for the weak? Zhang Yi left the headquarters and headed towards the apartment. On the way, he planned to visit Bad Le Chongqing once again, conveniently meeting Deng Shentong, and if nothing unusual occurred, he would return to Tianhai City. He had seen through the intentions of the group of birds in the sky from Daze City. They surely believed that the forces of Tianhai City were timid and easily bullied, which is why they harbored the intention to act. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Neum country rogues, the minds of the large area were all focused on that direction, making it a more opportune time for them to take action. However, when the right moment arrives, Zhang Yi will undoubtedly bring them a massive surprise. Xiao Honglan and Chen Jingguan followed along as well. Chen Jingguan kept staring at Zhang Yi's back in front of him, and although he did not dare to speak out, a little annoyance arose in his heart. Being insulted right in front of me, and yet Zhang Yi, you, as the leader of Tianhai City, didn't bother to retort even a single word. Truly disappointing. The relationship between Xiao Honglan and Zhang Yi was somewhat closer. She had helped Zhang Yi once before, and moreover, as a woman, she had the advantage of a softer approach. She knew that if she spoke up, it would be difficult for Zhang Yi to blame her. With that thought in mind, she stepped forward, forcing a polite smile, and tried to speak gently. "Zhang Yi, We really have no objections to your way of working. But just now, you didn't have to deal with them that way, right? Zhang Yi glanced at her, his gaze revealing little emotion, and asked back, "Deal with them how?" Xiao Hong Lion paused for a moment and then replied, "What I mean is, your approach seems too weak. Clearly, you didn't need to be so accommodating." Zhang Yi stared intensely at Xiao Hong Lian, both hands shoved into his coat pockets. His gaze briefly flicked toward Chen Jingguan, standing behind him, carrying a hint of disdain. His voice was low and cold. "So according to you, what should I do then? Should I fight them and end up being punished for violating the regulations of Baoxu City? Or should I stand here arguing back and forth with them like a group of women at the market? There are so many of them. Do you think we can argue back?" Zhang Yi shook his head, his eyes icy. "Don't waste time on meaningless matters." Xiao Hong Lion did not give up, gently continuing, "But if we do that, outsiders will think our Tianhai city is weak and easy to bully." Zhang Yi snorted softly, his sharp gaze causing the person opposite to shudder. "Is this my fault?" Chen Jingguan, behind him, flushed red, lowering his head as he clearly felt he was being alluded to. That remark left Xiao Hong Lion speechless. She struggled to maintain her composure, her voice softer. "Don't be angry. I was just asking." After saying that, she stepped back, unwillingly bowing her head. She still wanted to say something more, but Zhang Yi had lost patience. He narrowed his eyes, his voice resolute. "I, Zhang Yi, have worked my entire life. Since when did I need to explain myself to you?" Arriving at the apartment building, Chen Jingguan went to treat his injuries by himself, while the others gradually returned to their own rooms. Each person's heart was filled with anxiety, especially the leaders of the three major bases. They could not stop worrying about the future of Tianhai City. The three major bases no longer maintained their former strength. Even when faced with the oppression from the three supernatural organizations from Daze City, they could only endure and try to withstand the pressure. To put it harshly, even if the three families united, their current strength was not even comparable to a single organization in the past. Now their only hope lay in Zhang Yi. Without Zhang Yi, once the supernatural organizations from Daze City came, or other factions eyed the resources of Tianhai City and attacked, they would certainly face a disastrous defeat. Therefore, they had to carefully consider the way forward. Xing Tan said to Xiao Hong Lian, "The times have changed. We cannot keep relying on Zhang Yi. Instead, we should use this opportunity to seriously think about our future direction." Xiao Hong Lian nodded in agreement. "You are right, but Zhang Yi's situation is different." In another room, everyone had gathered. As soon as the window was closed, Lian Yu was the first to speak. "Zhang Yi, when are we going to take action?" Zhang Yi was not a person to be easily bullied. Others had pushed him to his limit. How could he simply let it go? His lack of an outburst at that moment was merely because it wasn't the right time. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips while listening to everyone's opinions, calmly but with a hint of coldness in his voice. "It is not us who should take the initiative. We have to wait until they make a move first." Hearing this, Lian Yu could not help but frown, and the others displayed curiosity about this decision. Lian Yu voiced his disagreement. Wait for them to make a move first? Wouldn't that put us in a passive position? Zhang Yi glanced at everyone, his gaze calm yet imposing. "Oh, then what do you think we should do?" The chubby Su, known for his blunt speech, mustered all of his courage to stand up this time. He gritted his teeth and said, "Those bastards are truly outrageous. They humiliated us in front of so many people. We really can't stand it any longer. I say we should just kill them on the way back to Daza City." After finishing, Su turned to look at Zhang Yi, his eyes filled with hope. "As long as we rely on the boss's strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill them?" Zhang Yi smirked, looking directly at Taxu, as he asked in return, "Oh, do you understand their strength well?" That counter-question left Su speechless. He stammered, unable to articulate a response. How could he possibly know the true power of the ability organization in Daza City? Zhang Yi then asked, "So do you understand my strength?" Shu the Fat intended to say something further, but upon seeing Zhang Yi's teasing gaze, he wisely fell silent. The others also looked towards Zhang Yi, waiting to see what he would say next. Zhang Yi solemnly addressed them. "Since we are all part of the same family, I will speak frankly to everyone. First, my strength has not yet reached the level of Yuan Kong Yi. The origin of her power that I swallowed was initially flawed, which may relate to her supernatural attributes. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, everyone should not underestimate anyone. We do not yet fully understand the strength of our opponents, yet we wish to kill them. If we do so, wouldn't that be blind arrogance? Zhang Yu's words made everyone in their hearts give rise to very unusual thoughts. For some reason, instinctively, they all believed that Zhang Yu's strength had reached at least a level close to that of Yuan Kong Yi. Previously, Yuan Kong Yi's destructive power had left a deep impression, to the extent that they believed Zhang Yi could single-handedly wield power to destroy and easily kill Epsilon-level abilities. However, when they heard Zhang Yi's explanation, they realized that the truth was not like that. Zhou Qi was very intelligent. She had recognized the issue. In fact, if we calculate, Zhang Yu's power is stronger than theirs. But analyzing the situation, our forces are much weaker compared to the enemy's capabilities. Therefore, being obstinate about attacking, especially attacking hastily, is not a wise course of action. Zhang Yi nodded in praise and said, "You too have let anger make you lose your reason. Remember my words. In times of apocalypse, to survive, one must maintain composure at all times, in all places." Zhang Yi's explanation instilled confidence in everyone. That was also his working style, absolutely not letting arrogance put him in danger. Lian Yu nodded in appreciation. "That's true." Zhang Yi continued. "Everyone doesn't need to worry. Instead of getting angry and rushing to find them only to expose vulnerabilities, it's better to conserve our strength on our own territory, to fight a battle, and conduct operations on our own ground." Su Biao chuckled and said, "Boss, I knew you wouldn't let them off easily." Zhang Yi shrugged. "It's not that I won't let them off, but they will find their own way to death." Zhang Yi slowly recounted his plan. Their purpose is, with brazen arrogance, just to probe the concealed strength of Tianhai City. Now that Chen Jingguan has been severely beaten, we are being mocked. But choosing to endure will give them the impression that the power in Tianhai City is easy to trample. Therefore, before long, they will certainly choose to invade Tianhai City. The smile in Zhang Yi's eyes grew more evident. At that time, on our own territory, wouldn't it be easier for us to wipe them out? After Zhang Yi finished speaking, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Wonderful! Your method is indeed effective. Just now, I was also provoked to the point of losing my mind, only thinking about fighting them. But if we fight on their territory, it would be like digging a pit for ourselves. Thus, we would have much greater chances of winning, and our casualties would also be fewer." Everyone admired Zhang Yi's intelligence greatly, especially his calm demeanor. It must be noted that not everyone can maintain clarity when being humiliated in front of others. Lu Qiran curiously blinked and looked at Zhang Yi, asking, "If that's the case, why didn't you explain clearly to Xiao Honglan and the others?" Zhang Yi smirked slightly. "There were so many people outside just now. How could I casually reveal my plan? Once we get back to Tianhai City, I will let them know, so they can cooperate in this operation. Furthermore, it will help them remember for a long time, so they understand their own strength and who their greatest support truly is." In the past, Tianhai City was too peaceful, without foreign invasion. The three major forces, although willing to acknowledge Zhang Yi as their leader, still had some reservations and were reluctant to give him full authority. Now, with the impending threat from the psychic organization in Daze City, they would come to understand Zhang Yi's importance to them. This served as a wake-up call, making them more compliant. Lu Qiran was even more impressed with Zhang Yi after hearing this. As expected of the big brother, always thinking of long-term plans. Zhang Yi rubbed her head and said, "All right, everyone has been busy all day, so rest early." Everyone bid farewell to Zhang Yi and left one by one. Zhu Qi said, "Then we'll head out first. You should also get some rest." Zhang Yi reminded her, "By the way, tell the people from the three other forces that during this period, if there's nothing going on, they shouldn't go outside. Those from other areas will be waiting to watch the show from Tianhai City. Don't let them treat us like monkeys to toy with." Before leaving, Zhang Yi wanted to meet Deng Shentong and Bad Lechong King. He called Bad Lechong King, but Bad Lechong King said he was busy at the battle center. Zhang Yi then asked, Is it because of the elder organization in Linhai City? Bad Li Chong King reminded Zhang Yi. This matter is more serious than we imagined. But I can't remind you any further, otherwise it will exceed the limits. In general, you decide for yourself. Zhang Yi was surprised, thinking to himself, this mission seems very dangerous. His friendship with Bad Li Chong King was not very deep. He only owed him a favor. The fact that he could remind him to this extent was already very good. Zhang Yi replied, thank you. I understand now. Zhang Yi hung up the phone, deciding to stand by and observe, temporarily not taking action. If the higher-ups of Baoxu City require me to act, then they must provide sufficient intelligence and combat resources. Anyway, at the moment in Baoxu City, there were only 2 investigative teams, and Zhang Yi had no way to contact Deng Shentong, so he had to decide to wait a few more days. If no one came to find him, Zhang Yi would return to Tanhai City. After all, Baoxu City did not require them to leave within a specific period. Zhang Yi was tired and dozed off for a while. Just as Zhang Yi had suspected, the incident that occurred at Tanchong Guild Hall that day quickly spread throughout the ability user community of the 12 cities. In a short time, Tianhai City became a laughingstock, ridiculed by everyone after each meal. These remarks were indeed hard to hear and felt quite uncomfortable. However, everyone remembered Zhang Yi's reminder, so they chose to ignore them. They didn't even want to leave their apartments, staying confined in their rooms. But these mocking words caused a massive upheaval in the heart of one person. That person was none other than the current leader of Zhao Yu, Shen Jingguan. Because that day, almost everyone had seen him being beaten badly by Sun Jianming. Now his honor was ruined, and even those subordinate to Zhao Yu that he led had a very different attitude towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jingguan finally made a decision. He approached the door of Zhang Yi and rang the bell. Zhang Yi jumped up and asked, "Who is it?" The person outside the door replied, "It's me, Chen Jingguan." Seeing Chen Jingguan standing at the door, Zhang Yi thought for a moment. He opened the door, intending to say a few words to send him away. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Jingguan entered the room, he knelt down on the ground, his knees touching the floor in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was quite surprised by this action. Chen Jingguan bowed his head down to the ground, extremely sincere, and said, "Mr. Zhang Yi, please accept the Zhao Yu base." Zhang Yi was taken aback, but after clearly hearing Chen Jingguan's words, he understood the reason behind his actions. Zhang Yi looked at Chen Jingguan and thought to himself, he may have realized that sooner or later, Zhao Yu in his hands would inevitably perish. To keep Zhao Yu alive, he must rely on his own strength. Zhang Yi did not show any expression and silently calculated the pros and cons of taking over Zhao Yu. In terms of losses, perhaps there is nothing significant, except for one thing. He will have to worry about the life and death of those in Zhao Yu. Although it was a bit troublesome, Zhao Yu was self-sufficient, so it wasn't a significant issue. As long as they ensured that they wouldn't be attacked by other forces, that was enough. Regarding the benefits, Zhang Yi could completely control Zhao Yu. There were over 1,000 people there. Although the number of warriors wasn't high, the remaining individuals were skilled maritime and fishing professionals. If he ever needed to set sail one day, these people would be very useful. After a while of contemplation, Zhang Yi found that this business deal was quite advantageous, but he couldn't agree immediately and casually. Zhang Yi remained silent, which made Chen Jingguan, who was kneeling on the ground, feel anxious. Could it be that Zhang Yi didn't value Zhao Yu? If he didn't value them, then what should they do now? The only person they can rely on at this moment was Zhang Yi. Zhang Yu's voice echoed, "Get up, tell me your thoughts on this matter." Upon hearing this, Chen Jingguan breathed a sigh of relief internally. That's great, I wasn't rejected, and there's a chance to convince him. Zhang Yi stepped forward and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Chen Jingguan, hearing this, raised his head with a bit of worry, stood up, and walked over. He sat across from Zhang Yi, already having thought of what to say about his intentions. He began to recount, "I cannot avoid the responsibility of leading the base. My strength is not sufficient. In this chaotic world, there will definitely be those who covet the Zhao Yu piece of meat. Perhaps not long from now, they will invade this place." Chen Jingguan clenched his hands resting on his knees, Right now, we do not have the ability to protect ourselves. If Zhao Yu is destroyed, who knows what fate awaits the brothers in the ship team? Zhang Yi nodded. What you say seems to be true. Once the enemy invades from outside and seizes Zhao Yu, what will they do? No one can foresee, he thought to himself. If I encounter a brutal person, they might even carry out a mass slaughter. After all, one should not gamble on human nature. The result will only be failure. Chen Jingguan closely observed Zhang Yi's attitude. He knew that although Zhang Yi was very brutal and ruthless on the battlefield, employing cunning tactics, he would not recklessly kill innocent people. If he were to become the master of Zhao Yu, then the people at the Zhao Yu base would truly be ensured safety. Zhang Yi suddenly laughed. You are quite smart, knowing that I am a lazy person who does not like to manage many people. Even if Zhao Yu acknowledges me as the master, wouldn't it still be you who has to manage things? Chen Jingguan quickly replied. As long as there is an order, we would not dare to disobey. As long as you can ensure the safety of Zhao Yu, we will meet all your demands. Whether it is food, weapons, ammunition, or even women, we will present them all. Chen Jingguan gritted his teeth and said, in our base, there are many beautiful women. If you don't mind someone else's wife, you could have one. Zhang Yi quickly interrupted. No, not women. Zhang Yi thought to himself. The people at home are enough to keep me busy, and besides, I have no interest in breaking someone else's family happiness. Chen Jingguan looked at Zhang Yi, his gaze filled with pleading. Zhang Yi smiled and asked, do you now understand the great disaster you have caused? Chen Jingguan lowered his head, his face full of sorrow. I know, I was too impulsive. Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa and said blandly, becoming the master of Zhao Yu is not a problem for me. Zhao Yu has two core elements. One is the fleet, and the other is the underground shelter. This shelter has special keys, which can only open the large door when one possesses the key. In other words, only those who hold the key to the shelter can truly be considered the masters of that place. Chen Jingguan did not hesitate at all. He reached out and took a black metal box from his coat pocket and presented it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had seen the keys to the shelter before, and Chen Jingguan could not deceive him. This black box contained 3 keys. He kept one set in his hand, while handing the other set to Zhang Yi. This meant that from now on, the door to Zhao Yu would fully open to welcome Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the keys and the control unit, looked at Chen Jingguan intently, and asked, do you manage all 3 keys by yourself? Chen Jingguan replied, normally, the 3 keys should be held by 3 different people. But Zhao Yu currently has no one left, so all the keys are in my hands. Zhang Yi looked carefully for a moment and then said, all right, I understand now. After that, the controller disappeared from his palm and entered the ability space. Chen Jingguan's expression seemed relieved. He bowed deeply, saying, thank you, leader. Zhang Yi had officially taken over Zhao Yu. Zhang Yi continued, the daily management of Zhao Yu will still be your responsibility. If anything comes up, I will instruct you on what to do. Chen Jingguan smiled. Yes. He once again found the sense of being a deputy. He still did not have the capability to lead, and following Zhang Yi, his leader, was the most reasonable choice. Chen Jingguan eagerly asked, boss, what should we do next? Go back to Tianhai City or look for opportunities for the people in Daze City? Zhang Yi calmly replied, I will handle this naturally. Wait for my orders. After returning to Tianhai City, I will assign tasks to you. Seeing Zhang Yi's confidence, Chen Jingguan finally felt at ease after spending so much time with Zhang Yi. He understood Zhang Yi's work style, so he didn't ask any further, only respectfully bowed deeply to Zhang Yi and left the room, saying, I will take my leave now, leader. Zhang Yi waved his hand to Chen Jingguan. You go do your work. The next day, Bai Chun-Wu came looking for him. The sudden appearance of a member of the Tianxin team at the apartment caused quite a stir. Look there, a person from the Tianxin team. Who is he looking for? It seems like he is heading towards that weak group from Tianhai City. Just 2 days ago, Tianhai City was severely criticized by Daze, and now the Tianxin team sent someone to find them. Is something going on? Bai Chun-Wu came looking for none other than Zhang Yu, an unremarkable person who had previously silently fled from the faces of several mutants in Daze City, which only added to people's confusion. However, Bai Chun-Wu did not pay attention to the gossip and made his way directly to Zhang Yi's place. Bai Chun-Wu knocked on Zhang Yi's door, which caused the other mutants to be surprised. Hearing the knock, Zhang Yi immediately invited him in. He was not at all surprised by Bai Chun-Wu's visit and appeared very calm. Zhang Yi politely gestured for Bai Chun-Wu to sit down. He was also waiting for this meeting and invited Bai Chun-Wu to drink tea. Bai Chun-Wu smiled and said, "There have been many rumors about you lately, haven't there?" Zhang Yi replied, "It's just a few idle people, too lazy to pay attention to them." Bai Chun-Wu took a sip of tea and then remarked, "Your temperament is indeed quite good." He had witnessed Zhang Yi's strength, and even when compared to others in the investigation team, Zhang Yi was above average. Now seeing Zhang Yi's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but regard him in a different light. Bai Chun-Wu quickly got to the point. "Tonight, our captain wants to meet you at the manor." Upon hearing the word manor, Zhang Yi could not help but raise an eyebrow and asked again, "Did you just say manor?" He even doubted whether he had misheard. Baoxu City covers an area of several hundred kilometers, and in that environment, owning a two-bedroom house with a living room is already enough to make someone an object of admiration, enjoying special privileges. And a manor? Just thinking about it is hard to believe. Bai Chun-Wu smiled and nodded. "That's right. When Baoxu City was built, our captain's family contributed significantly. In exchange, Baoxu City had to be constructed on land owned by the Deng family. The manor of the Deng family has existed long before and has not been affected by the apocalypse. You don't need to be too surprised." Zhang Yi, hearing this, was still astonished. He responded with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize, my knowledge is shallow, and I have never heard of the Deng family. I wonder what kind of family this is." Bai Chun-Wu happily explained. "Before the apocalypse, the Deng family was originally a mysterious clan, so it's understandable that you don't know about them. However, things are different now. The Deng family is a powerful force with immense wealth. Many large corporations in Jiangnan are owned by them, particularly prominent in the high-tech field." He paused for a moment before continuing. "You must have seen the original ammunition and combat suits that the investigative team is using, right? Those things are all supported by the Deng family's manufacturing area. It can be said that without the support of the Deng family, the combat capability of the Jiangnan area would be reduced by 2/3. Hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel astonished. He thought to himself, "Indeed, a wealthy and powerful clan. I never expected them to be this formidable." Seeing Zhang Yu's expression, Bai Chun-Wu smiled, crossed his arms with a proud look, and said, "Therefore, it is a tremendous honor for our captain to set his eyes on you. This is a rare opportunity in life, and you should cherish it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "It truly is an honor for me." After chatting for a while longer, Bai Chun-Wu stood up, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said, "So, see you then. Tonight at 6 p.m., the captain will meet you. A car will come to pick you up at 5 p.m., so don't wander around. Just follow our arrangements." Zhang Yi sent Bai Chun-Wu off to the door, not forgetting to emphasize, "All right, I will arrive on time." As Bai Chun-Wu disappeared from sight, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. This person is truly extraordinary. A noble background, a powerful network, and a remarkable talent. Although his personality is arrogant and self-important, if dealt with skillfully, it would be best to flatter him a few times and then cleverly find an excuse to decline the invitation. If we cannot become allies, then it is better not to create conflict. After all, having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. That afternoon, in front of the apartment building where Zhang Yi lived, a shiny luxury car appeared, causing an immediate stir in the area. The superhumans from other forces nearby exchanged curious glances and whispered among themselves. "Who is that? Just look at that car. It must belong to a significant figure." One person said, "Look at the direction the car stopped. It seems to be looking for someone in Tianhai City." The other person asked, "Is there really a mysterious big shot in Tianhai City?" The first person replied, "Who knows?" Soon after, two men in black suits got out of the car with a professional demeanor. They approached Zhang Yi's apartment and knocked on the door, politely saying, "Mr. Zhang Yi, our young master invites you to discuss some matters." This unexpected appearance once again left the other forces astonished, mixed with curiosity. A young master? They even sent someone to his place. Who is the person they are inviting? When Zhang Yu, along with 2 members of the Deng family, stepped out of the car, the crowd around immediately began to murmur with curiosity. This car looks so familiar. Could it be the car of the Deng family? One person replied, "Sha, don't talk nonsense. What status does Zhang Yai have that would warrant someone to personally send an invite? It seems that the city of Tianhai needs to be observed more closely." This scene made some people who had ulterior motives regarding the city of Tianhai feel cautious, and they quietly withdrew. As soon as Zhang Yi got into the car, one of the group immediately ordered the driver, "Drive." The car sped down the snow-covered road, taking Zhang Yi straight to the Deng garden. Half an hour later, they arrived. Before Zhang Yi's eyes, the Deng garden appeared imposing like a royal castle, with strict security measures in place everywhere. This scene caused Zhang Yi to change his perception of the Deng family. In the apocalyptic era, such a luxurious and safe place could really only exist in dreams. But what was unexpected was that the Deng family had actually achieved this. When the car stopped in front of the manor gate, one member of the group said to Zhang Yi, "Mr. Zhang, please get out of the car. Our car is not allowed inside the manor." Zhang Yi nodded, understanding the intention. "All right." Bai Chun-Wu had been waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhang Yi approach, he smiled. "You've arrived. Follow me ahead. Wait a moment, the captain has some matters to attend to and will meet you shortly." Zhang Yi politely replied, "Sure." Zhang Yi followed Bai Chun-Wu into Deng Garden, a place exuding majesty and splendor. Bai Chun-Wu led him to a room with a remarkably pleasant temperature. Inside, everything was arranged neatly and modernly. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to call it luxurious, but the room was filled with a science fiction style, bringing a sense of freshness and liveliness. Bai Chun-Wu turned to Zhang Yi and said, "You sit here and wait for a moment. Our captain will come as soon as he finishes his work." Having said that, he clapped his hands, and immediately a maid entered with a teapot, gently pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi lowered his head and thanked her politely, saying, "Thank you." Afterwards, Bai Chun-Wu left the room. Zhang Yi remained seated, evaluating the decor around him while waiting for Deng Shentong to arrive. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. The fresh taste of the tea made him feel more at ease. Through the large window in front of him, Zhang Yi could see the scenery outside, including a garden and a pond. Clearly, this place was once a space full of vitality and grandeur. Inside the room, everything was arranged exactly like the living space of a wealthy young master. The soft sofa, a huge TV hanging on the wall, and scattered video game consoles on the carpet created a somewhat chaotic, yet still luxurious appearance. Zhang Yi casually picked up the remote control from the coffee table and turned on the TV. As expected, the screen was blank, showing nothing at all. This was within his expectations, so Zhang Yi was not too surprised. Playing games a little could be a good idea, but after considering the limited time, he decided to give it up, telling himself, "If I can't play to my heart's content, then it's better not to play at all." The waiting time was not too long. In less than half an hour, a voice rang out from outside the door. "Zhang Yi, are you here?" Zhang Yi glanced at the clock. It was exactly 5:58. He couldn't help but admire the punctuality of the leader of Team Xianshan. Deng Shentong stepped in, tall, slender, and athletic. One could tell at a glance that this person often worked out, not the type of idle young master. Zhang Yi turned around and smiled, saying, "I just arrived a little while ago." Deng Shentong changed into flip-flops and leisurely walked over to Zhang Yi. He plopped down on the sofa, exhaling a long breath, as if he had just gone through a grueling workday. Zhang Yi looked at him with curiosity, feeling that today this captain had something very different compared to their last meeting. Deng Shentong noticed that gaze and laughed, asking, "Do I have flowers on my face, or something?" Zhang Yi also laughed, replying, "No, it's just that you're too handsome. I couldn't help but glance a few times." Deng Shentong paused for a moment, clearly surprised by this unexpected response. Normally, very few people dared to speak so casually with him. After that, Deng Shentong burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. "Ha ha ha ha! You're really interesting." Before Zhang Yi could respond, Deng Shentong continued. By the way, I heard you didn't sign up for the Eclipsing Moon capture operation in Neum Country. Why is that? What were you thinking to make that decision? The direct and unreserved question made the atmosphere suddenly much more serious. Zhang Yi contemplated for a moment, then smiled and replied, 13 cities in the Jiangnan area. Even if the investigation teams from Baoxu City and Yanyun Guards do not take action, there are still dozens of powerful forces from the other 12 surrounding cities. Having me join would not change the situation, and my absence would not have a significant impact either. Furthermore, my city Tianhai is currently in a difficult state and needs time to recover. Now is not the right time to get involved in such major matters. Deng Shentong stroked his chin, nodding after hearing Zhang Yi's words. He said, "What you say makes sense, but your strength clearly surpasses many other ability users outside the city. If you participate, perhaps the chances of dealing with those thugs will be slightly higher." A peculiar glint flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes as he thought to himself, what does Deng Shentong suddenly mean by this? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yi skillfully declined. But I do not only represent myself, I also represent my team. Upon hearing this, Deng Shentong merely smiled faintly and replied, "If you don't want to go, then so be it. I just asked casually. Perhaps your decision is even more prudent." Despite understanding everything, Deng Shentong did not state directly what he was thinking. As for Zhang Yi, after hearing his words, he became even more certain in his heart. Perhaps, as I thought, eclipsing move in Linhai is definitely not easy to deal with as it seems. Deng Shentong continued, "I will not beat around the bush with you any longer. I invited you here today, and you must have guessed my purpose by now." He smiled, his eyes full of confidence, and continued, "So how about joining my team?" Deng Shentong extended his hand and began to introduce the benefits of joining the Xianshen team. The Xianshen team is the strongest force in the entire Jiangnan region. As long as you join, from now on you can roam freely across Jiangnan, enjoy the pinnacle of glory, and earn the respect of everyone. He paused for a moment, then emphasized, "Of course, no matter what you want, women, resources, or supplies, I can provide. In short, in one sentence, by joining my team, you will have everything you desire." As Deng Shentong spoke these words, his tone was filled with confidence. He was not painting a distant dream, but genuinely believed that becoming his person would make all those things as easy as flipping a hand. Zhang Yi applauded, his expression one of admiration, saying, "You are indeed impressive. In my lifetime, I have met no few outstanding geniuses, but someone who is both wealthy and possesses unparalleled talent like you is a first for me." Zhang Yi's compliments filled Deng Shentong with pride. He ran his fingers through his long hair, laughing as he said, "The world you know is still too small, but if you follow me, you will have your horizons broadened and discover a much larger world." Deng Shentong reached out his hand, smiling as he said to Zhang Yi, "Come, join my Xianshan team." A glimmer of emotion briefly appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes, but his tone carried a hint of hesitation. This really touches me. But after joining the Xianshan team, will I be especially safe, not having to worry about life-threatening dangers?" Deng Shentong confidently laughed, patting his chest to affirm, "Of course. I, Deng Shentong, have the ability to protect all my members well." Zhang Yi sighed lightly, as if a burden had been lifted. "That's great. If so, I can join the Xianshan team." Deng Shentong's face showed clear joy, but before he could celebrate for long, Zhang Yi continued, "But I am someone who is very afraid of death. I think, if I stay in the city and handle logistics for you, wouldn't that suit me better?" The smile on Deng Shentong's face immediately stiffened. He looked at Zhang Yi, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, and asked, Are you joking with me?" Zhang Yi blinked innocently, responding with a naive expression. "Did you not say you could ensure my safety? To me, staying in Baoxu City seems the safest. I really admire your strength and heart. Therefore, if I join the Xianshan team, my life will surely be better than before, right?" Zhang Yi replied, "If you truly understand me, you will know that in Tianhai City, I have only stayed in the shelter all day long and have never taken the initiative to leave. My abilities are primarily defensive. That's just my nature. so of course I won't proactively attack. Deng Shentong paused for a moment. Not being a fool, he clearly understood that Zhang Yi was subtly declining his invitation. However, Zhang Yi had given him enough face and clearly expressed that he was a genius in defense who did not enjoy the risks of adventure outside. Having him join the investigation team was obviously not an appropriate choice. Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi for a while and suddenly burst out laughing. He pointed at Zhang Yi and said, "You are indeed interesting, with such smooth words and evident strength, yet you live so leisurely." Zhang Yi corrected him. "It's cautious." Deng Shentong continued, "But if you stay in there forever, aren't you going to feel bored? Those who possess great power will always want to find a way to show it. Otherwise, they will always feel unsatisfied in their hearts. Living so passively, can you really endure it for a lifetime?" Zhang Yi nodded sincerely. "It's possible." Deng Shentong looked at him with a puzzled expression. He felt vague and could not understand Zhang Yi's thoughts. But this was not too strange, as the things Zhang Yi wanted had been available to Deng Shentong since birth. Deng Shentong had always pursued becoming a hero, enjoying the utmost glory and the thrill of bathing in blood. Deng Shentong initially wanted to say more, but he suddenly sighed helplessly and said to Zhang Yi, "All right, everyone has their own ambitions. If you think that way, I won't force you. But if one day you change your mind, you can contact me." Zhang Yi secretly chuckled to himself, but outwardly he replied, "Thank you, Captain Deng. I will definitely think carefully when I return." Although Zhang Yi declined Deng Shentong, he still gave him enough face. Deng Shentong was not angry. On the contrary, he chatted with Zhang Yi for quite a while. "I'm only giving you one opportunity. You better come find me soon, or else, when I find a more suitable member, you'll only be a substitute." Deng Shentong seemed very generous, with the demeanor of a rich young master. But his words were very careful. Talking with him about food and entertainment was fine, but whenever Zhang Yi wanted to ask about Linhai City from him, he would gently evade the question. Zhang Yi thought to himself, as expected, he is an experienced person, and should not be underestimated. The two chatted for a while, and their personalities matched quite well. As night fell, Zhang Yi stood up to take his leave. "Then I will go back first." Deng Shentong said, "Wait a moment, I have a small gift I want to give you." Deng Shentong snapped his fingers towards the outside, and a female servant brought in a black box. Zhang Yi looked at the black box, and then said, "What is this?" Deng Shentong smiled, and said, "Why not take a look and you'll know." Zhang Yi nodded and reached out to take the box. He found it quite heavy. When he opened it, Zhang Yi saw it was filled to the brim with shiny golden bullets. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Genesis bullet." There were at least over 100 Genesis bullets. According to what Lu Qiran had once said, the price of a Genesis bullet was no less than 100,000, and that was the price before the apocalypse. In the current situation, where resource gathering had become extremely difficult and production conditions were limited, their value could easily increase tenfold, which would not be unreasonable. Yet Deng Shentong casually gifted 100 Genesis bullets. This only highlighted that a rich young master was indeed a rich young master. Zhang Yi appeared truly amazed. "Captain Deng, this gift, how can I possibly accept it? It's too precious, I really can't accept." Deng Shentong chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "These things mean nothing to me, but they are definitely needed by you. Right? Just accept them. They will certainly be useful to you in the future." Hearing this, Zhang Yi thought for a moment, and then did not refuse any longer. He nodded and said, "Then thank you, Captain Deng. If there's anything you need from Zhang Yi in the future, please just let me know, and I will definitely do my utmost." Zhang Yi effortlessly absorbed the entire Genesis bullet into his space ability. This simple action still made Deng Shentong feel a little shaken. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, we'll leave it at that for today. If you come to Baoxu City again, who knows, we might have the chance to meet again." Zhang Yi smiled as he bid farewell and left the Deng family. Deng Shentong stood still, watching Zhang Yi's figure gradually fade away, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. He murmured, "Space abilities like Zhang Yi's are indeed extremely rare. If we could recruit a supernatural being like him, it would definitely bring great benefits to the team. especially considering that Zhang Yi's personal strength is by no means trivial. While Deng Shentong was still lost in thought, Bai Chun-Wu approached from behind and asked, "Captain, had Zhang Yi agreed to join our investigation team?" Deng Shentong shook his head slightly, his tone casual. "No, he has declined." Bai Chun-Wu couldn't hide his surprise. "What? He declined? You should know how many people would dream of such an opportunity, and yet he refused." The corner of Deng Shentong's mouth curled into a smile full of implication. Perhaps that is precisely what makes him interesting. He thought to himself, "Ha, Zhang Yi, you are truly a special one. You have successfully attracted my attention." Bai Chun-Wu couldn't hide his curiosity and spoke up, "Captain, and yet you gave him a box of Genesis bullets. Isn't that a bit wasteful?" Deng Shentong chuckled and replied leisurely, "It's just a box of Genesis bullets. What's the big deal? As long as a person is useful to me, no matter how high the cost, I am willing to pay it." He paused for a moment and added, with full confidence, "Ambitious schemes and the path to sovereignty cannot be measured by small matters. Even if Zhang Yi does not join the Tianxin team, the favor I have shown today will be enough for him to always remember." Hearing this, Bai Chun-Wu couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling the vision and generosity of the captain. He bowed and respectfully said, "Captain, you are truly wise. Your intellect and heart command great respect." At this moment, Zhang Yi had left the Deng family. The driver from the Deng family had been waiting outside. Upon seeing Zhang Yi walk out, the driver immediately opened the car door and respectfully invited him in, then drove him home. On the way back, Zhang Yi couldn't help but develop a better impression of the Deng family. Initially, he had thought that the descendants of large families would be arrogant and conceited, with a mindset of live by my side, die against me. However, Deng Shentong's demeanor made him realize that not all second-generation heirs of influential families are mindless, arrogant people. Even though Zhang Yi had declined the invitation to join the Tianxin team, Deng Shentong did not show any dissatisfaction or discomfort. This further enhanced Zhang Yi's appreciation for the character and behavior of that young captain. Zhang Yi thought to himself, making friends with someone like Deng Shentong is not a bad idea. After returning to the apartment, as he stepped inside, the team members came over one by one to ask, "Zhang Yi, how did your conversation with Deng Shentong go?" Zhang Yi didn't hide anything and calmly replied, "He wanted to recruit me into his team, but I refused. He just asked me to think about it some more." Zhou Qi walked closer, her expression full of worry. "He didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Zhang Yi laughed and patted her head to reassure her. "Don't worry, he didn't make things hard for me. I talked to him and felt he is someone worth making friends with." Hearing this, everyone in the team felt a bit relieved. They all felt fortunate that Deng Shentong didn't pressure Zhang Yi. After all, if there were any conflicts right in Tianhai City, the situation would be extremely unfavorable for them. Zhou Qi suddenly asked, "So what did we do next? Are we going home?" When the mention of going home came up, her eyes lit up, as if she was very much looking forward to it. Zhang Yi thought for a moment. The image of the mutants in Dezi City appeared in his mind. His eyes also brightened as he replied, "That's right, it's time to go back. By the way, I also want to prepare a surprise gift for them." After completing the conversation with Deng Shentong, Zhang Yi realized that he had no reason to stay in Baoxi City any longer. He immediately called Xiao Honglan, Xing Tian, and Chen Jingguan to meet him. The three quickly entered Zhang Yi's room, where the team members were all gathered. Zhang Yi pointed to the sofa and said, "Please, sit down. There is something I need to clarify with you right now." The three looked at each other in confusion, but obediently sat down in front of Zhang Yi. Seeing his serious expression, they sensed that something important was about to be announced. Zhang Yi slowly spoke, his voice noticeably deeper. "I am about to return to Tianhai City. I will leave tonight. If you don't have anything important to attend to, it would be best if you accompany me back." Hearing these words, the three were all taken aback. Xiao Honglan furrowed his brow, looked out the window, and asked in a confused tone, "Is it that urgent? It's already dark. Can't we wait until tomorrow morning to leave?" Chen Jingguan, who was currently always following and supporting Zhang Yi, after some consideration, asked, "Boss, is this decision because of those superpowered people in Daze City?" Zhang Yi gently nodded, his eyes flashing with seriousness. The way Chen Jingguang called boss left everyone in shock. The fact that Zhang Yi became the leader of Zhao Yu was something he had yet to inform anyone in the team. Zhu Qi curiously asked, "Why does he call you boss?" Noticing the surprised expressions of everyone, Zhang Yi chuckled lightly and casually explained, "Oh, let me make it clear. Right now, I manage Zhao Yu, and Chen Jingguang is my subordinate. This is something you all just need to keep to yourselves." Zhang Yi spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, but his words were nothing short of an earthquake to Xiao Honglan and Ting Tian. The fact that Chen Jingguang voluntarily submitted to Zhang Yi raised many thoughts in their minds. If Chen Jingguang chose to stand under Zhang Yi, what would happen to their positions in the future? Previously, they had expressed their respect and willingness to submit to Zhang Yi. But deep down, every person harbors their own calculations. Being a subordinate of someone else and becoming a leader, both understood which position was more comfortable. Chen Jingguang's actions led Xiao Honglan and Xing Tian to ponder. They also realized that outside, supernatural organizations from other cities were beginning to show signs of hostility, even indicating the possibility of attacking Tianhai City in the future. If that were to happen, Zhao Yu, now a force under Zhang Yi, would certainly be protected by him. But what about them? The two looked at each other, a feeling of hesitation rising within. They began to consider whether they should follow Chen Jingguang's example and proactively submit to Zhang Yi. At that moment, they could not make a decision. Perhaps it was better to calculate carefully, and then speak later. Zhang Yi seemed unconcerned about their thoughts and continued, "I know that the city of Dazi is currently targeting us, and you are all very angry at the way those people are acting." He looked at everyone, his tone serious. "As I said, the most important thing right now is the grand conference of the district. For the time being, we must set everything aside. Now that the conference has ended, we can arrange our time to focus on dealing with them." Zhang Yi continued to explain. Based on the current situation, they perceive the city of Tianhai as weak. An attack targeting us is almost certain. Moreover, it is very likely that they will act while the entire strength of the Jiangnan district is concentrated on the city of Linhai. We need to take advantage of this time to return and prepare well. The advantage of fighting on our home turf lies in our hands, and we must utilize it. Zhang Yi articulated clearly, simply but persuasively. Even though he had discussed this with the team members before, this was the first time he directly conversed with the leaders of the three factions. Chen Jingguang listened, his eyes immediately brightening. He could not contain his excitement and said, "Boss, you are truly wise. Laying out a strategy before acting, making them think the strength of the city of Tianhai is very weak, thereby underestimating us. Wait until they let their guard down. We will set up the net, wait for them to come in, and eliminate all in one battle." Chen Jingguang's eyes shone brighter. He spoke with great excitement. "By then, everyone will have to recognize the power of Tianhai City. No one will dare to covet or desire anything from us anymore." Chen Jingguang truly deserved to be the right-hand man of a leader. His flattery skills were unmatched. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "This kid, no longer being the leader of Zhao Yu, has lightened the burden on his mind. He has returned to his carefree demeanor as before. Some people are just not born to be leaders, and Chen Jingguang might just be one of those types." Meanwhile, Xiao Honglan and Xing Tian could not hide their joy after hearing Zhang Yu's plan. Recently, both had frequently faced humiliation. The ability users in Dazi City would mock them without restraint whenever they encountered them, while the ability users from other cities expressed their disdain. Following Zhang Yu's orders, they dared not engage in conflict, having to choose to endure in silence. Now, upon hearing Zhang Yi declare a counterattack, both of their hearts were filled with excitement, ready to unleash all the frustration they had accumulated over time. Xiao Honglan leaned forward, her eyes shining brightly, her voice full of enthusiasm. "Do you have a plan? How should we coordinate?" Zhang Yi calmly said, "Use the unchanging to respond to the myriad changes." He raised his hands, looking calm yet decisive. "We still do not know how the opponent will act, but fighting on our home turf is our greatest advantage. The timing, the terrain, and the harmony of people are all in our favor. Each base, once back, should immediately prepare for defense. Ensure the weapons are securely arranged, and also assign strict guards. We absolutely cannot be negligent, even for a moment. Let's proceed in this way first. The next steps will depend on their course of action. Zhang Yi was very clear that he was not a genius who could manipulate the opponent like a puppet in his hand. He had to prepare everything meticulously, keeping himself steady on the unbeaten path first. Even if they truly had to confront one another, with his current abilities, there were not many in the entire Jiangnan area who could match him. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the situation of lacking information about the supernatural forces of Daze City, this approach was the most reasonable. Zhang Yi immediately ordered everyone to prepare to pack their belongings and get ready to return to Tianhai City. Everyone nodded firmly in response. They looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. Zhu Jiang had mentioned earlier that they could leave Baoxu City at any time. But if they wanted to return, they needed permission from this city. Everyone understood that returning a bit early would help them prepare better for the upcoming battle, as no one knew when the abilities users from Daze City would strike. After receiving the order, everyone returned one by one, leading the soldiers under their command, and then together left the apartment building. The number of people in Zhang Yi's route was not small, so their departure caused quite a stir, and this did not escape the attention of the abilities users in Daze City. Sun Jianming watched from afar as Zhang Yi's group departed, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. He smirked contemptuously. Leaving, huh? Leaving here at night like this? Aren't you afraid we'll attack you? Truly cowardly. In his heart, he looked down on the abilities organization of Tianhai City even more. He smiled triumphantly, his tone full of arrogance. It seems it's time to take action. Tianhai City is rich in supplies. Allowing such weak forces to occupy it is nothing but a waste of resources. Since defeating Chen Jingguan, Sun Jianming's reputation had spread far. Now he was very pleased with himself, brimming with confidence. Almost everyone can recognize that Sun Jianming will target Tianhai City. At least, he will attack the naval fleet of the Zhaoyu base. However, he does not appear as aggressive as he seems, outwardly rough, but inwardly very cautious. Sun Jianming reminds himself, even though Tianhai City is not strong, if I go alone, even if I win, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, it is best to collaborate with other forces. Thinking about this, Sun Jianming immediately took out his phone to contact Chen Liangyu and Gu Hongdai, inviting them for tea. When Chen Liangyu and Gu Hongdai received the information from Sun Jianming, both quickly understood his intentions. After Chen Jingguan revealed the true strength of Tianhai City, not only Daze City, but also many psychic organizations from other cities began to pay attention to this city. Everyone was looking for opportunities to seize this fertile piece of land. With its position in the northwest of Tianhai City, Daze City completely has enough strength to take control first, gaining the advantage. Even if Tianhai City is devastated, the strength of certain forces cannot be underestimated. To be certain, cooperation and sharing of benefits is the wisest approach. With determination in his eyes, Sun Jianming said, Zhang Yi, you should make the most of these last peaceful moments. Chen Liangyu and Gu Hongdai stepped into Sun Jianming's room. Some were already familiar with each other. Wasting no time, Sun Jianming got straight to the point. The men from Tianhai City slipped away under the cover of night. What do you think about this opportunity? Gu Hongdai smiled, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. Everyone wants a share, so let's not pretend. If you have a plan, Sun Jianming, just say it. She glanced at Chen Liangyu and added, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. Chen Liangyu smiled and nodded. Sun Jianming laughed loudly. All right, let me speak first. The city of Tianhai is clearly a juicy piece of meat. We must act quickly, or it will be taken by others. It is difficult to swallow this piece of meat alone, so let's cooperate. Therefore, I propose that we put pressure on them together, forcing them to hand over most of the resources of the city of Tianhai, while leaving them a way out. Sun Jianming sat with his arms crossed on the sofa, one hand resting on his knee, and then analyzed the situation. Although the strength of some of those forces is weak, there are still some extraordinary individuals who can take action. For example, Xiao Honglan from Yangsheng, Xing Tian from Qinpo Base, and also Zhang Yi. Their strength is not weak, and rushing into a fight would not be beneficial for us. This way, we will easily be taken advantage of by others to seize our share. How do you all feel about this? Hearing this, Gu Hongdai's eyes showed approval. She nodded. This proposal is indeed not bad. If unnecessary, we do not want to go to war either. If they are obedient, that would be the best. If they do not listen, then we can conveniently eliminate them. As they spoke, the three regarded Tianhai City as if it were already in their grasp. It wasn't surprising. Given the number of people who had arrived from Tianhai this time, their forces were clearly too weak. The groups gathering in Baoxu City were all formidable, while most of Tianhai's extraordinary beings had perished in the battle against Yuan Kongyi. They had even brought ordinary people just to make up the numbers. At this point, the total number of extraordinary beings left in Tianhai was likely only slightly more than what Sun Jianming commanded alone. Raising his glass, Sun Jianming declared, "Then it's settled." Chen Liangyu lifted his glass as well. "Let's move early. Better to act before others start eyeing this opportunity." Their glasses clinked together, their voices filled with excitement. To our cooperation. With the agreement in place, the three groups unfurled a map of Tianhai City. After dividing the territory among themselves, they finally reached a consensus. Without delay, they began drafting a letter to send to the leaders of Tianhai's major forces. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the others quickly departed from Baoxu City, boarding a special train from Jiangnan back to Tianhai. After leaving the subway station, Zhang Yi immediately instructed everyone to return to their own territories and began preparing for defense. Xiao Honglian felt uneasy. She looked towards Zhang Yi. Chen Jingguan followed closely behind Zhang Yi, clearly showing loyalty as his subordinate. She furrowed her brow, feeling a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Xiao Honglian was worried about Zhang Yi's character. If a war broke out, they could very well become the sacrificial victims. She stepped up to Zhang Yi and asked, looking up, "If the mutants in Daze City attack, will you come to save us?" Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "Of course." Xiao Honglian fell silent for a moment, saying nothing. Zhang Yi's answer was too decisive, making it seem rather untrue. Xiao Honglian understood Zhang Yi very well. She knew that the person he cared about the most was always his own interests and those close to him. Yang Shen could no longer bear an armed conflict. Without Zhang Yi's protection, unless they hid in underground shelters, they would have no chance of facing this crisis. But if that happened, they would have to give up everything they had on the surface to others. In Xiao Honglian's heart, she had made a decision. She quietly clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and walked straight towards Zhang Yi, in front of everyone. "Zhang Yi, you should accept both Yang Shen." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the space suddenly became silent. Everyone around looked at Xiao Honglian, then at Zhang Yi. Although this surprised everyone a bit, it wasn't too unexpected. Chen Jingguan praised, "What a wise choice." He felt somewhat smug. Although everyone had pledged allegiance to Zhang Yi, in terms of order, he was the first to join, so he naturally held a higher position. However, he also knew that his strength could not compare to Xiao Honglian. This scene left Xing Tian, who was preparing to leave from a distance, in a daze. He stood there frozen, thinking to himself, "There are only a few forces left in Tianhai City, and now all are following Zhang Yi, so what should I do?" He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and ran up to Zhang Yi. "Old Zhang, from now on, our King Po base will follow you." However, Zhang Yi remained very calm. He was not really interested in the joining forces, as he lacked for no resources. His goal was to create a stable living environment for himself and the members of his group, and that could only be achieved if the city of Tianhai did not fall into chaos. The existence of these forces was a crucial factor in maintaining stability and harmony within the city. Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian, calmly asking, "Do you understand what this will cost? No matter what happens, you will have to obey my orders, which means including going to die." Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian were taken aback. Going to die. This was something no one wanted to do, but they quickly realized that Zhang Yi was only reminding them that once they pledged allegiance to him, they would have to obey him unconditionally. No one wanted that, but in the current situation, the strength of the circumstance was greater than human will. Xing Tian glanced at Xiao Honglian and whispered, "Zhang Yi is reminding us that if we submit to him, we must obey him unconditionally." Both Xing Tian and Xiao Honglian were Delta-level mutants, but without support from a force, they would not be able to accomplish anything. It is very difficult for a lone wolf to survive in this apocalyptic world, and not everyone is like Zhang Yi. When one must serve a force, it is better to choose someone they know well. At least by serving Zhang Yi, they can continue to live in the city of Tianhai and enjoy some certain privileges. Xiao Honglan and Xing Tian both nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's request. Xiao Honglan said, "From now on, whatever you say, we will do it. We only hope you can protect the people in our base so everyone can survive." Xing Tian looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Old Zhang, we were very close in the past. You won't treat me unfairly, right?" Zhang Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You can do whatever you want. Usually, I won't interfere. But in major matters you must wait and follow my instructions." He did not say much, after all. He did not require the three forces to do anything too complicated. Moreover, if there were additional demands, these people would still prioritize their personal interests when faced with serious issues. Loyalty? That is truly laughable. It will never exist. Only Zhang Yi's strength can guarantee their survival. Xiao Honglan and Xing Tan nodded, then led their underlings away from the subway station. "Let's head back too." Chen Jingguan raised his hand and said, "Boss, we should head back first." Zhang Yi took out the snow scooter. "Let's head back too." Then the whole group moved together to their hideout. On the way, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The days of ease were over, and if nothing unexpected happened, a conflict with other cities would break out very soon. Chimbio sighed, his face showing frustration. "Why we have to fight? It's so tiring." Wang Uncle said, "That's the inevitable trend. There's no other way. The strong live, and the weak die. Society has lost its civilized state, and must now adhere to the laws of nature. I just hope the Jiangnan region establishes a more comprehensive set of rules soon to restrain these forces." Zhang Yi sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, listening to the two converse, then slowly said, "Once we finish this battle, we will be much more at ease." A cold light flickered in his eyes. He could not ignore the humiliation from the people of Daze City. To kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. We need a chicken to set an example for others. This time, it won't just be a chicken. I will bring the whole chicken coop down. At the hideout, the girls anxiously waited for Zhang Yi to return. Yang Xin worriedly said, "I wonder how Zhang brother and the others are in Baoxu City." Yang Mai stepped closer to the window, wiped away the fog of frost and snow, looked outside, and said, "They should be back in a few days." Suddenly, she heard the sound of a snowmobile nearby. She quickly looked again. "I think I hear a vehicle." Xin and Zhao Haimai were startled. "No way. Let's go check it out." The three girls ran out the main door of the hideout to wait for Zhang Yi. Indeed, as they hoped, Zhang Yi and the others had returned. The time Zhang Yi and the others had been gone was not too long, and nothing had happened at home. Everything was still peaceful as usual. Seeing Zhang Yi, Xin joyfully hugged him. "Brother, you all are back." Zhao Haimai patted Xin on the shoulder, reminding her, Xin, let's make way for them. It's really cold outside. Let them come in and have some hot tea to warm up." After finishing her words, Zhao Haimai thoughtfully brewed some cups of hot tea for the Zhang Yi group. Uncle Wang received the cup of tea from Haimai with a satisfied glance. "Thank you." Zhao Haimai sat down next to Uncle Wang and inquired about the situation. "Is there something going on with everyone? When you came back, everyone looked very serious." Zhang Yi, holding the cup of tea in his hand, said, "It's nothing serious, just that everyone has to be very careful while hiding in the upcoming time. In Baoxu City, many forces believe that we are weak in Tianhai and are starting to have intentions of seizing Tianhai." Hearing Zhang Yi recount the events in Baoxu City, the faces of Zhao Haimai and Yang Mai showed a look of helplessness. "Do we really have to fight again?"